In the era of universal job transitions, every individual is granted the ability to change their profession based on their skills. Moreover, every 10 levels, an additional skill is acquired, allowing for yet another job transition. Swordsmanship equates to becoming a swordsman, first transition. A swordsman augmented with lightning magic transforms into a lightning mage swordsman, second transition. The lightning mage swordsman, when combined with the spell of tempestuous winds, evolves into a tempestuous lightning swordsman, third transition. While others merely transition once to adopt a new vocation, I possess the extraordinary talent of infinite job transition, enabling me to acquire an additional profession with every transition. Standing before you now is the star-cutting sword god, the grand sorcerer of all elements, the divine Forgemaster, the supreme ruler of the dragon clan, the deceiver of gods, the king of sun-shooters, the throne of blood and steel, the sacred priest, the dark star assassin. Chapter 1. The Prodigy. In the eastern Huang Kingdom, within the city of Qingshan, as the sun sets, in the open training arena of Qingshan Third Middle School, a remarkably handsome youth stands bare-chested, revealing a physique carved as if by the hands of sculptors, wielding a colossal black iron sword that surpasses others in size, striking forward with unwavering focus. The boy's expression is one of intense concentration, each movement infused with all his might, radiating an indomitable spirit. Huff, huff. The sword's edge slices through the air, creating a formidable gust. Passers-by cannot help but cast curious glances. A girl strolling by, captivated by the boy's muscular form and chiseled features, instantly becomes infatuated. So handsome, such a physique. If only he could be my boyfriend. A boy accompanying her, feeling a twinge of jealousy, glances up at the youth's face and immediately scoffs derisively. You want Feng Xiao to be your boyfriend? I suggest you reconsider. I heard he hasn't successfully transitioned yet, the girl remarked, her infatuation swiftly dissipating. Still hasn't made a successful transition? It seems he is merely a pretty face devoid of substance, truly unworthy of being my boyfriend. With a final regretful glance at the youth, she hastens her pace. Their conversation was devoid of any attempt at discretion. The youth named Feng Xiao overheard their exchange, but chose to disregard it, continuing to swing his enormous sword. He silently opened his attribute panel for admiration. Feng Xiao. Race, human. Talent. Infinite job transition, Genesis level, capable of freely switching professions based on skills, and seeker of truth, mythical, skill level cap increased by 50. Level 10. Profession, none. Core profession, none. Health points, 60-60. Mana points, 60/60ths. Strength, 7. Agility, 7. Stamina, 6. Spirit, 6. Skill bar, 1/1 basic swordsmanship. 1-star ordinary skill, LV 14. 1499/1500, increases sword-related damage by 28, attack speed by 10, and ignores 5 of physical defense. In this world, the hierarchy of talent levels ranges from low to high. Ordinary, excellent, rare, perfect, epic, legendary, and mythical. Even the most basic ordinary talent is not something everyone can possess. Furthermore, Feng Xiao is bestowed with dual talents, one mythical and the other surpassing mythical, a Genesis-level talent that defies this world's comprehension. If Feng Xiao is deemed mediocre, then it follows that the vast majority of people in this world are the very dregs of society. As for why they mock Feng Xiao as a mediocre talent, this must be explained through the foundational rules of this realm known as the infinite world. In the infinite world, all individuals can transition based on their skills. For instance, if one possesses the swordsmanship skill, elevating it to the foundational level cap of 10 allows for a transition to the profession of swordsman. Possessing Fireball means that upon reaching the foundational level cap of 10, one can transition to Fire Mage. Every 10 levels allows for a job transition. Thus, when one reaches level 20, possessing 2 skills at level 10, they may select one as the primary skill and another as a secondary skill for further transition. Continuing with the examples of swordsmanship and Fireball, if swordsmanship is chosen as the primary skill and Fireball as the secondary, one may transition into the physical profession of Flame Mage Swordsman. Alternatively, if Fireball is the primary skill and swordsmanship is the secondary, one may transition into the magical profession of Flame Sword Mage. However, in the infinite world, all skills begin at level 1, and the journey from level 1 to 10 relies not only on diligence but also on perception. An ordinary individual typically takes about a month to elevate a 1-star skill from level 1 to 10. Different skills exhibit varying rates of proficiency enhancement. The fastest may require only a day, while the slowest seldom exceed 1.5 months. Should it exceed this time frame, it indicates either low comprehension or a lack of diligence. Qingshan Third Middle School provides all students with a foundational 1-star skill 2 months prior to graduation. Feng Xiao chose the 1-star skill of basic swordsmanship, and he elevated it from level 1 to 10 in a mere 12 days. It can be said that even in aspects of comprehension, he is unequivocally a genius. However, due to the Seeker of Truth talent, Feng Xiu's swordsmanship skill level cap exceeds that of ordinary individuals by 5 levels, and the difficulty of enhancing proficiency for these final 5 levels is exponentially greater than for the preceding 10. To elevate his swordsmanship from LV10 to LV14, he has already invested 47 days. Feng Xiu's diligence is well recognized throughout the school. He is a regular in the training room, often practicing for an entire day, making it difficult to find anyone more industrious than him. Despite such fervor, 2 months have passed without a successful transition, and the skill he wields is merely a commonly found, relatively simple basic swordsmanship. Those of low comprehension, whose skill levels rise slowly, are destined to be weaker than their peers. Thus, in this world, those of low comprehension are regarded as mediocre talents, fated to be the weak. Feng Xiu was naturally regarded by others as possessing low comprehension, even being labeled as a fool. Initially, he pondered that although the sudden increase of 5 levels in his skill cap had elevated his combat potential, it had simultaneously decelerated his growth rate by 3-fold. Was the Seeker of the Path truly a mythic level talent? It appeared more akin to a detrimental endowment. However, all he could do was harbor doubts, for one cannot simply exchange their innate abilities. He could only anticipate that in the future, the Seeker of the Path would genuinely prove itself to be a mythic level talent. Basic swordsmanship skill proficiency increased by 1. Skill level upgraded, current level, 15 max. After a single swing, a virtual blue prompt suddenly appeared before him. At long last, I have reached the maximum level. A slight smile crept upon Feng Xiu's lips. Casually discarding the great sword to the side, he stretched languidly, and as his body merely twisted, a crisp sound akin to popping beans resonated. Bang, 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 bang. How refreshing. He then settled into a cross-legged position, meticulously examining his skill panel. Basic swordsmanship. 1-star ordinary skill, LV15. Sword type skills inflict 30 increased damage, 10 enhanced attack speed, ignore 5 of physical defense, and a 1 chance to trigger a critical hit. Rather mediocre. Every 5 levels, each skill would acquire an additional attribute. The 10 increase in attack speed was granted at level 5 of basic swordsmanship, while the 5 physical defense bypass was added at level 10. Gaining an extra effect could be considered the sole benefit bestowed by the Seeker of the Path talent. Nonetheless, Feng Xiu's thoughts were not currently occupied with attributes, for, at long last, I can embark on my first job change. Chapter 2. The Swordmaster's Transformation. Transition in progress. Please select core skills for class change. As Feng Xiu gazed at the text that materialized before him, he felt increasingly as though he were immersed in a video game. Much like the anime Sword Art Online, he continued his actions without pause. Choosing Beginner Swordsmanship LV15 Max as his core skill for the class change. Generating profession. Please choose from the following professions. 1. Sword Technique Instructor, 3 stars. Description: a guidance-oriented profession, known for dazzling sword techniques that often leave opponents unable to react before meeting their demise. Proficient in imparting knowledge of swordsmanship, he is a formidable swordsmanship teacher. 2. Berserker City Destroyer, 3 stars. Description: a siege-oriented profession, wielding a gigantic sword and excelling in assaulting cities. Possessing the terrifying ability to sacrifice reason in exchange for enhanced combat prowess, a fearsome weapon in warfare. 3. Swordmaster, 3 stars. Description: a speed-oriented profession, carefree and unrestrained, solely in pursuit of a more profound path in swordsmanship. The outcome of the class change was not entirely left to fate. There remained a modicum of choice. 3 distinct professions awaited selection. Staring at the 3 available options, Feng Xiu found himself momentarily stunned. 3 unique 3-star professions. If his memory served him correctly, statistical records indicated that, through the transition from 1-star ordinary skills, the highest obtainable profession was indeed 3-star. The probability of encountering a 1-star profession was 90, while the likelihood of a 2-star profession appearing was merely 10, with 3-star professions being virtually negligible, unless one were to transition using a perfect 1-star skill. The emergence of a 2-star option was guaranteed, yet even then, the chance of a 3-star option was a mere 10. However, this probability was not absolute, as factors influencing the profession's emergence included not only luck, but also one's innate talent. In Qingshan City, with a population of 1 million, the number of individuals who transitioned to a 3-star profession each year was scarce. Each person who achieved this remarkable feat was undeniably a genius among geniuses. Yet here he was, confronted with 3 3-star options, all rare and significantly more powerful unique professions. Was it mere coincidence? Had he stumbled upon extraordinary fortune? Feng Xiu immediately dismissed this notion. The odds were more outrageous than winning the lottery thrice with a 5 million prize. His attention shifted to his mythical level talent, the Seeker. A higher skill level promised a more robust class change. Only this explanation could validate why the Seeker was regarded as a mythical level talent. He clenched his fists, relieved that his 2 months of arduous training had not been in vain. If his deductions were accurate, then every future class change would present such extraordinary possibilities, existing only within the theoretical limits. Recalling the classmates who had transitioned a month prior, none had achieved more than a 2-star profession, with a significant portion merely attaining 1 star. What did it matter that they had transitioned a month earlier? After becoming a 3-star profession, his growth trajectory and combat prowess would far surpass theirs. Refocusing on the available options, it was a simple choice of 1 from 3. Feng Xiu deliberated briefly before decisively selecting Swordmaster. Under the same star rating and the uniqueness of the professions, it was only natural to choose the most aesthetically pleasing option, transitioning to Swordmaster. In an instant, a surge of energy erupted from every fiber of Feng Xiu's being, cascading throughout his body. This energy was warm and gentle, making him feel as if he were submerged in a hot spring, prompting an involuntary sigh of comfort. More importantly, this energy was enhancing and transforming his physique. When the warmth dissipated, the fatigue accumulated from over an hour of training was instantaneously eradicated, even alleviating some lingering injuries from excessive exertion. Each class change represented an elevation of both body and spirit. Once more, a virtual dialogue box appeared before him. Class change successful, current profession, Swordmaster. Beginner swordsmanship upgraded to advanced swordsmanship, core skill acquired. Path of the Swordmaster, skill slot limit, 1. Feng Xiu hastily opened his attribute panel for review. Feng Xiu, race, human. Talent, infinite class change, Genesis level, allows free switching of professions based on skills. Seeker, mythical level, all skills capped at level 50. Level, 10, first transition. Profession, Swordmaster. Core skill, Path of the Swordmaster, sword damage increased by 50, includes professional skills. Sword chi, quick draw. Health, 110-110. Mana, 110-110. Strength, 12, growth, 0, 5 stars. Increases by 0, 5 strength per level. Agility, 22, growth, 1, 5 stars, increases by 1, 5 agility per level. Stamina, 11, growth, 0, 5 stars, increases by 0, 5 stamina per level. Spirit, 11, growth, 0, 5 stars, increases by 0, 5 spirit per level. Skill slots, 12. Advanced swordsmanship, 3-star ordinary skill, LV1, 0-100. Increases sword damage by 30, attack speed by 10, ignores 5 physical defense, 1 chance to trigger critical hit. Professional skills, sword chi, 3-star skill. LV1 skill level equals swordsmanship level. Any attack initiated with a sword type weapon inflicts additional sword chi damage. Attack range agility 10 centimeters, extra damage attack power 0. 8. Quick draw, 3-star skill. LV1 skill level equals swordsmanship level. Draws the sword at lightning speed. Inflicting damage equal to strength agility. X1. 35, cooldown, 30 seconds. Unlock upon reaching advanced swordsmanship level 10. Unlock upon reaching advanced swordsmanship level 15. Agility growth increased by 1. 5 stars, while other attributes grew by 0. 5 stars, making Feng Xiu's level 10 equivalent to an increase of 30 points in attributes. He now felt capable of taking on 10 versions of his former self. It was no wonder others had mocked him. The disparity between pre- and post-class change was stark. The difference in attributes was staggering, especially considering the accompanying professional skills. Naturally, this was also tied to his transition to a 3-star profession. Ordinary individuals who only transitioned to 1- or 2-star professions could never hope to achieve such substantial growth bonuses and formidable skills. Additionally, he was surprised to discover that upon reaching level 15 in advanced swordsmanship, he could unlock another skill. This was unexpected, as he had been informed that most individuals only learned a finishing move after reaching level 10 post-class change. He hadn't anticipated being able to acquire yet another skill after level 15. Truly, the Seeker talent was extraordinary. Feng Xiu once again felt the immense power of his mythical level talent. Next, it was time to test his skills. Exhaling gently, Feng Xiu sprang to his feet with the agility of a fish leaping from water. He reached for the black iron greatsword once more, weighing it slightly. It felt somewhat light. For someone with a strength of 7, the weighty black iron greatsword was perfect for strength training. However, with his strength now soaring to 12, wielding the greatsword felt akin to swinging a mere stick, rendering it ineffective for training purposes. As a typical high school, Qingshan City's 3rd high school lacked heavier sword equipment. He would need to purchase a heavier greatsword to continue his training, with the sword gripped firmly in one hand. Feng Xiu's gaze fixed upon a nearby ironwood stake, his eyes suddenly sharpening with intensity. In a swift motion, he stepped forward and swung his sword. It was not a skill but rather a simple, unadorned slash. Yet the black iron greatsword transformed into a shadowy blur, descending with astonishing speed. Boom. Upon impact, the earth trembled, creating a 3-meter-long and half-meter-wide fissure at the point where the sword struck. This single slash was immensely powerful, exuding an air of terror. Feng Xiu's focus was not on the ground, but rather on the distant ironwood stake. A crescent-shaped blade of white, as tall as a person and as thin as paper, erupted from the sword's edge, slicing through the air and striking the stake. A crisp shattering sound followed. Crack! The ironwood stake split cleanly in half, toppling to either side with a smooth and even cut. What a sharp blade! Feng Xiu's eyes lit up, realizing that the effect he had just witnessed was due to the sword chi skill. It was noteworthy that this was an ironwood stake, renowned for its hardness, rivaling that of a shield. The ability to sever the ironwood stake indicated that even a casual swing of his sword could breach the defenses of renowned defensive classes like the Shield Warrior or the Guardian. In addition to the sword chi, swordmasters possessed a skill known as draw sword technique. Glancing at the hefty, massive black iron greatsword in his grasp, Feng Xiu decided to postpone testing the draw sword technique. He needed to acquire a regular longsword with a sheath first. Chapter 3, Preparation. He ran home. Feng Xiu resided in an apartment not far from the 3rd middle school of Qingshan City. Like many other transmigrators, he was an orphan. His parents had vanished when he was 13. Although termed as missing, after so many years without a trace, it was unlikely they had survived in the wild or perished in some dungeon. Such occurrences were commonplace in a world dominated by combat and monster slaying. Unlike the players in the game, there was no mechanism for infinite respawning. Currently, Feng Xiu's guardian was his aunt, Li Qinghong, a 35-year-old single woman employed as an alchemist. She typically resided at her workplace, leaving the spacious apartment solely for Feng Xiu. Upon entering the apartment, he casually tossed his backpack onto the sofa and proceeded to the kitchen to wash rice and prepare a meal, retrieving a fish head from the refrigerator to thaw. At last, he had completed his first-class advancement. Tonight, he would treat himself well. He planned to make fish head tofu soup, fry a pork chop, and perhaps even order some cola and fried chicken for delivery. While waiting for the fish head to thaw, Feng Xiu decided to take a shower. Dressed in his shorts, he settled onto the sofa, letting his hair air dry without a care, and turned on the television, not for viewing, but merely for background noise. His attention was fixed on his phone, where he opened the Profession Purchase app. This e-commerce platform was a treasure trove for all items related to professions, from skill books and weaponry to monster materials. Having completed his first-class advancement, Feng Xiu was ready to continue leveling up. He aimed to catch up to his classmates who had advanced a month earlier, necessitating a diligent effort on his part. Thus, he needed to procure a good sword to enhance his efficiency. He entered the search criteria, level 10, excellent quality, longsword with sheath, and clicked search. In no time, a plethora of search results appeared before him, showcasing an array of longsword images that dazzled the eyes. Since it was merely a level 10 weapon, Feng Xiu chose not to waste energy deliberating over options. He refined his search further by adding a condition for agility attributes and viewed the top-selling weapon. The Blood Plum Sword. Quality, excellent. Attributes, attack power 25, agility 3. Rank, first advancement. Durability, 150-150. Description, crafted primarily from 100-fold iron and blood plum stone. The sword bears crimson patterns along its blade, and when swung rapidly, it seems to leave behind a trail of blood-red plum blossoms in the air. Price, 1,000 Alliance coins. No wonder it was the bestseller. The Blood Plum Sword indeed offered exceptional value. Feng Xiu recalled a senior from the blacksmith profession mentioning that excellent quality weapons typically provided a maximum of 3 additional attributes, with the Blood Plum Sword granting 3 attributes. It was already at the pinnacle of excellence. The craftsmanship of the blacksmith who forged it must be truly remarkable. He placed an order for it, opting for same-city delivery. Scheduled for 8 a.m. the following morning. Rising from his seat, he donned an apron and began preparing dinner. For leveling up, acquiring a weapon would suffice. As for equipment, he planned to gather it himself at tomorrow's leveling spot. He had already contemplated the leveling area during his shower. In the wilderness surrounding Qingshan City, there was a dungeon known as Wind Spirit Valley, renowned for its abundance of the Gale set, which could enhance movement speed and agility attributes. As an agility-based class, the Swordmaster's sword chi and draw sword technique were closely tied to agility, making a set that directly increased agility the perfect fit for Feng Xiu. The Gale set was available on the Profession Purchase app, but a complete set of 5 excellent quality equipment pieces would cost 20,000 coins. Definitely a price only the affluent could afford. As he was about to level up, he might as well attempt to farm for it. Half an hour later, the steaming fish head tofu soup was served, a spoonful of the milky broth bursting with flavor. He savored the golden fried pork chop with great delight. What truly alleviated fatigue was not the class advancement, but rather a hearty meal after a long day's work. Fully focused on his dinner, Feng Xiu finished within 10 minutes. Just then, the delivery of fried chicken arrived. Holding the bucket of fried chicken, he reclined on the sofa, indulging in his meal while scrolling through his phone. Although he had resolved to level up in the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon, he had yet to review the dungeon strategy, which would be the perfect evening study. As he opened his phone, a group message caught his attention. It was from his class group. The class group had only one administrator, their homeroom teacher, indicating an important announcement for everyone. He clicked on the message to read it carefully. Qin Shuang, homeroom teacher, is there anyone else wanting to register for the 10-school tournament? Tomorrow is the deadline. If you wish to register but have not done so, please contact me promptly. Following the teacher's message was a flurry of responses from classmates. Li Kong, report, teacher, no. Wang Yangyang, nose-picking JPG. Competitions like this are surely for the top students. Wang Lu, 1. The 10-school tournament is a small-scale competition organized jointly by the 10 schools of Qingshan City. Held annually, it is open to all graduating students who have completed their first-class advancement. Initially sparked by competition over student enrollment, it has evolved into a battleground involving the local government's resource allocation among the 10 schools. It also serves as a platform for graduates to showcase their skills and talents, with numerous guilds, mercenary groups, and teams attending. Talented individuals often receive invitations from them, akin to a campus recruitment fair. After all, there are no universities in this world. Upon graduating from high school, individuals directly enter the workforce. Fang Xiu held little interest in working as a laborer for others, yet he had long coveted the rewards of the 10-school tournament. The rewards, provided in collaboration by the 10 schools and local enterprises, were quite substantial. Fang Xiu recalled that the first prize from last year's tournament was a level 20 perfect quality weapon and a perfect 3-star skill book, with a total value exceeding 1 million. Even securing the 10th place promises a reward of a level 20 equipment of exceptional quality. This year, it is rumored that 2 new emerging schools have joined the fray, thus the rewards are bound to be even more generous than last year. Perhaps it would be worth participating, thought Fang Xiu, stroking his chin, only to suddenly recall that he had yet to report his class change to his teacher. He promptly opened the chat with his homeroom teacher and sent a message. Old class, I have changed my profession. After a 2-minute wait, instead of a message from teacher Qin, he received a phone call from her. You've finally changed. A lively and delighted voice resonated from the other end. My apologies for the trouble, Fang Xiu expressed, aware that Qin Shuang was currently participating in the evaluation for outstanding homeroom teachers, which required a 100 graduation and profession change rate. As the last student in the class to change, he nearly jeopardized her standing. Not a trouble at all. I have no interest in the title of outstanding homeroom teacher, Qin Shuang replied nonchalantly. By the way, what profession did you change to? I need to make a record. Swordmaster. Swordmaster? On the other end, Qin Shuang furrowed her brows, meticulously searching her mind for information on this profession. She had heard of titles like Swift Swordmaster, Rock-Slicing Swordmaster, and Holy Martial Swordmaster, but the term Swordmaster alone was a first for her. What star rating? 3 stars, Fang Xiu responded candidly. What? Are you serious? Qin Shuang's voice trembled slightly. I can access the profession array, Fang Xiu replied, referring to a special array capable of detecting the level and profession of entrance. No sooner had he spoken than a roar erupted from the other end, akin to the bellow of a prehistoric tyrannosaur. What the hell? A 3-star profession? My student has become a 3-star professional upon changing. I've nurtured a genius. I wonder how they will compete with me for the title of outstanding homeroom teacher this time. Fang Xiu quietly distanced his phone from his ear. Despite her claims of disinterest in the title, Qin Shuang's body language told a different story. Nonetheless, it was indeed a moment of joy that one of her students had achieved a 3-star profession. The emergence of a 3-star profession signified genius. And as a teacher of such a talent, securing the title of outstanding homeroom teacher would be a mere formality. Old class, there should be a reward from the school for my 3-star profession change, right? Fang Xiu inquired, as this was his primary concern. Absolutely. Rest assured, I will help you seize the school's resources. Qin Shuang enthusiastically assured him. But you must put in the effort to level up. You need to participate in the 10-school tournament. Of course, Fang Xiu readily agreed. All right, I'll hang up now to grab those resources for you. Wait for my good news. Without allowing Fang Xiu to say another word, Qin Shuang hurriedly ended the call. Fang Xiu stared at his phone in silence for a moment, wishing to ask what rewards he might receive. Never mind, judging by past experiences, a rare quality 2-star skill book should be guaranteed. It would serve as a second skill and the foundation for his secondary profession. Chapter 4, The Wind Spirit Valley Dungeon. In the early morning, Fang Xiu returned home after a jog in the park, having picked up 10 large buns and 3 bottles of milk along the way. After enjoying a pleasant meal following a shower, the delivery man arrived with the blood plum sword he had ordered the previous day. The delivery man presented Fang Xiu with a sword box. Upon opening it, he discovered a long sword measuring 3 feet and 3 inches, 3 fingers wide, adorned with blood-red ring-like patterns on its surface, glimmering with a chilling light and exuding sharpness. Fang Xiu grasped the hilt, lifting it to weigh it in his hand. Inspecting it closely, the attributes precisely matched those displayed in the store, though it was somewhat heavier than he had anticipated. Quite satisfactory. If it were too light, the sensation of wielding it would be lacking. The box also contained a matching scabbard made of flowering pear wood, its texture uniform, hues soft, and its surface glossy with oil, intricately carved with lifelike blood-red plum blossoms, quite aesthetically pleasing. The $1,000 spent were indeed worth it, Fang Xiu mused with satisfaction. He sheathed the blood plum sword at his waist and opened his spatial backpack to check his supplies. He found a set of healing potions gifted by his aunt, along with sufficient drinking water and rations for 7 days. Everything necessary was prepared, dressing in a tactical jacket, He locked the door to his apartment and headed downstairs to catch a ride out of the city. Qingshan City, located in the southern region of the Dongwang Kingdom, derives its name from its proximity to the large dungeon, Mayakingshan. Apart from Mayakingshan, various dungeons of differing levels are scattered around Qingshan City. The Wind Spirit Valley Dungeon, which Feng Xiu intended to visit, is the lowest level dungeon in the vicinity, but the most popular one. Besides the Wind Spirit set that Feng Xiu desired, it also dropped rare wind-based skills and supportive priest-type skills, which fetched a high market price. Thus, newcomers in Qingshan City often opted for the Wind Spirit Valley as their first choice, with even seasoned adventurers from neighboring cities traveling great distances to participate. After disembarking near the city gate, he registered his exit with his ID. Passing through a dense forest, Feng Xiu soon spotted groups of adventurers. For members needed, we need a strong magic class to commence the normal difficulty dungeon. Looking for a powerful healer, we can leisurely tackle the easy difficulty. Freshly forged hurricane stays for sale at a bargain. $3,000 for a wind rock or... The crowd buzzed with calls, reminiscent of the entrance to a gaming dungeon, where one could find teams forming, items being sold, and purchases being made. Navigating through the throng, Feng Xiu arrived at the entrance of the Wind Spirit Valley Dungeon. A narrow pathway leading into the valley was adorned with a faint blue portal, approximately 5 meters high and 2 meters wide, shimmering enticingly. A mere touch would grant entry. Beside the portal stood a black stone tablet, densely inscribed with dozens of names. 1. Team Ingfeng. Completion time, 35 minutes 48 seconds. 2. Team Ma Yingyuan. Completion time, 38 minutes 21 seconds. 3. Team Lin Dong. Completion time, 40 minutes 25 seconds. This was the dungeon's leaderboard, only appearing at the entrance, inscribing the names of adventurers who had completed the dungeon along with their times, presenting a top 10 ranking. The leaderboard updates monthly, and those who make the list are rewarded by the Tao of Heaven. The higher the rank, the better the rewards. Feng Xiu glanced at the top spot before his gaze fell to the 10th place, with a completion time of 48 minutes 51 seconds. A small target. I'll aim to make it onto the leaderboard, Feng Xiu pondered. However, today was not the day for that. He was only at level 10, having merely swapped his sword, while those who had etched their names on the leaderboard were likely all level 20, fully equipped. It was still too early to think about ranking. Is that you, Feng Xiu? You've finally changed professions. Do you want me to take you through the dungeon? A carefree voice suddenly interrupted Feng Xiu's thoughts. Turning around, he recognized a familiar face. With a high nose, thin lips, and signature peach blossom eyes, coupled with sparse golden hair, Feng Xiu immediately identified him as his classmate, Kai Nan's, who had changed to a 2-star, Gentle Breeze Mage. He held a staff embedded with a green gem, looking at Feng Xiu with an air of arrogance. Behind Kai Nan stood 2 companions, a burly man bearing a shield and a young woman clad in a priest's robe. Coincidentally, these 2 were also classmates of Feng Xiu. The 2-star profession, Iron Guardian, Cheng Sun, and the 1-star profession, Priest, Han Lily. Feng Xiu, would you care to join us in the dungeon? Cheng Sun extended the invitation, though his demeanor and tone lacked the arrogance exhibited by Kai Nan's. No, I intend to solo it, Feng Xiu replied with a slight shake of his head. The strength brought by his 3-star profession should render a solo run of the simple, difficulty Wind Spirit Valley Dungeon quite manageable. As such, there was no need to share experience or loot with others. Solo? Just you? Kai Nan scoffed, as if hearing the most ludicrous of jokes. His lips curling into a mocking grin, his expression exaggerated like that of a clown. Feng Xiu shot him a glance. In every school, there are always a few individuals who, bolstered by their family's wealth, mingle with delinquents outside and bully their peers within. Kai Nan's was one such individual. Until now, he had yet to target Feng Xiu. Before their class had transitioned to their respective professions, Feng Xiu had been tall, academically gifted, and handsome, garnering immense popularity. Even these petty thugs understood the principle of picking soft targets and had not dared to provoke him. However, as everyone began to transition to their professions and Feng Xiu remained unclassed for an extended period, this group had set their sights on him for bullying. Although Feng Xiu had been diligently practicing his swordsmanship alone, rarely crossing paths with them. Now, it seemed they had finally encountered an opportunity, and Kai Nan's was determined to unleash a torrent of mockery. Regarding such behavior, Feng Xiu could only think to himself, you better not give me a reason to retaliate, or I won't hesitate to make you understand why the flowers bloom so red. Unfortunately, the entrance to the dungeon was patrolled by officials maintaining order, prohibiting any combat. Thus, Feng Xiu turned and strode into the dungeon's teleportation portal, leaving behind a visibly stiffened Kai Nan's, who felt ignored. Soloing, how impressive! Han Lily exclaimed, astonished. Impressive my foot. He thinks he can solo a dungeon right after transitioning? In mere minutes, he'll be fleeing like a coward from the wind spirits. Kai Nan snorted disdainfully. Soloing dungeons is something even I couldn't manage right after my transition, let alone Feng Xiu. Cheng Sun remained silent, merely gazing at the portal, deep in thought. Chapter 5. The Sword Drawing Technique. Stepping through the portal, Feng Xiu found himself in a valley shrouded in thick mist. A virtual dialogue box materialized before him. Wind Spirit Valley. Description: it is said that Wind Spirit Valley was once the abode of the wind spirits, thus attracting countless beings seeking the power of wind to settle here. However, for reasons unknown, the once peaceful and harmonious wind beings have collectively turned ferocious, intent on slaying all outsiders who dare to enter Wind Spirit Valley. Challenge limitation. First transition. Please select the dungeon difficulty to challenge. Simple, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. Each dungeon offers the aforementioned 5 levels of difficulty. Feng Xiu chose to commence his adventure at the simple difficulty, intending to challenge higher levels should he have the capacity. Upon selecting the simple difficulty, the thick mist dissipated, and a gentle breeze swept through the valley, carrying with it a faint scent of fresh grass. In the distance, he could already see 2 azure butterflies fluttering low and a creature the size of a calf, resembling a tiger. Wind Fairy LV12. HP 100. Wind Chaser LV13. HP 210. The butterflies were known as wind fairies. Each wind fairy was about the size of a basketball and adept at utilizing a 1-star wind spell called Windblade. Owing to their proficiency in ranged attacks, they were often prioritized targets in dungeons. After all, when faced with more than 3 wind fairies, even the most defensive classes struggle to endure their relentless onslaught. The other wild creature, the Wind Chaser, resembled a tiger but was not one. Its form was more graceful, with agile movements and remarkable speed. Its combat abilities were average, favoring simple tactics like pouncing and biting, yet it made for an excellent mount. Regrettably, the Wind Chasers outside Wind Spirit Valley had nearly become extinct, and within the dungeon, the chances of acquiring a harness to summon one as a mount from defeating ordinary Wind Chasers were akin to winning a $5 million lottery. Let us give them a try with my sword, Feng Xiu thought, gripping the hilt of his sword and stepping forward. With each stride, his mental energy and focus were being integrated and mobilized. His speed was rapid, as if he were gliding on the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he was within 10 meters of the Wind Fairy. Suddenly, Feng Xiu accelerated his pace once more, akin to a cheetah seizing the moment to strike. Swish! A flash of cold light glimmered. The nearest Wind Fairy barely registered the presence of an enemy before it was bisected in an instant, its wings fluttering down like autumn leaves. 2 crimson damage indicators floated in the air. 119, 101. Kill Wind Fairy LV12. Gain experience, 120. Kill Wind Fairy LV12. Gain experience, 120. A swift kill. With a mere normal attack, he had dispatched the Wind Fairy, and not just one. Feng Xiu had deliberately angled his strike to ensure that the blood plum sword not only cleaved through one Wind Fairy, but also sent a wave of energy slicing towards another behind it. The sheer power of the sword energy was astounding, effortlessly cleaving through the second Wind Fairy. Upon witnessing the death of its companion, the remaining Wind Chaser did not flee in fear but, rather, let out a furious cry and charged at Feng Xiu with accelerated speed. Feng Xiu remained unperturbed. Instead of raising his sword to strike, he casually advanced toward the Wind Chaser, performing a flourish with his sword before sheathing it. In the split second before the Wind Chaser was about to pounce on him, Feng Xiu deftly sidestepped, evading the creature's attack with ease. As their forms crossed, a glint of coldness flashed in Feng Xiu's eyes. The sword drawing technique. His hand, resting on the hilt, suddenly vanished. In an instant, a chill pervaded the air, and a cold light flashed, leaving behind a trail of crimson plum blossoms, the blade's edge bared. Thud! The Wind Chaser landed heavily, seemingly unscathed. However, it attempted to launch a second attack, only to find its body no longer under its control. Unbeknownst to it, a line of blood had appeared along its neck, extending straight to its tail. Splat! The sound of flesh tearing echoed, accompanied by a floating number. 233. The Wind Chaser's body was cleaved in 2. Kill Wind Chaser LV11. Gain experience, 150. He had even dispatched the Wind Chaser in an instant. Satisfied, Feng Xiu sheathed his sword and turned to see the slain Wind Chaser's body gradually dissipating into wisps of smoke, leaving behind a white fang the size of a finger. A promising start. Fortune smiled upon him. Feng Xiu bent down to collect the white fang from the ground. Wind Chaser's fang. Common material. Description: the fang of a Wind Chaser, infused with a hint of wind elemental power, capable of easily tearing through thick fur. It can be used for crafting or decoration. The material's grade corresponds to that of the equipment. Common materials are the lowest grade. The Wind Chaser's fang is not a rare material, with a market value of approximately 20 coins each. Just before Feng Xiu entered, he noticed a merchant setting up a stall at the entrance of the dungeon, engaged in the acquisition of items. However, it was already a stroke of luck to have any items drop at all. He glanced back, and as expected, the 2 wind fairies he had swiftly dispatched had yielded nothing. It was commonplace for ordinary monsters within dungeons to drop nothing. The chance of obtaining materials was merely a matter of fortune, while acquiring equipment was akin to winning a lottery. With a determination to savor an extra cup of milk tea for dinner, Feng Xiu stuffed the Wind Beast tooth into his backpack and continued his exploration deeper into the Wind Spirit Valley. Chapter 6. One-on-one with the Fairy Queen. In the Wind Spirit Valley, a gentle breeze swept through, and the bright yet temperate sunlight bathed the valley, marking the season of blooming flowers. A few wind fairies meandered leisurely through the forest, accompanied by several wind beasts that followed like dutiful sentinels, their demeanor reminiscent of a casual outing or perhaps a patrol. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged forth, and a handsome youth burst from the underbrush, brandishing a long sword that danced with a chilling intent, its blade glinting in the sunlight. With a fluid motion, he twirled the sword, his form graceful as he swept past, and the wind fairies and wind beasts fell like stalks of straw. Defeated Wind Fairy LV12, gained experience, 120. Defeated Wind Beast LV11, gained experience, 150. Level up, current level, 11, Strength, 05, Agility, 15, Constitution, 05, Spirit, 05. Feng Xiu stretched his body in satisfaction. The increase in attributes from leveling up allowed him to tangibly feel his growing strength. He turned to check if the defeated wind fairies and wind beasts had dropped any items. Alas, his search yielded nothing. Turning back, he pressed onward. Accustomed to the carnage he left in his wake, Feng Xiu traversed the Wind Spirit Valley, where the tally of slain wind fairies and wind beasts had surpassed 80. Yet only 3 items had dropped: 2 wind beast teeth and a pair of fairy wind feathers. Fairy wind feathers. Common material. Description: the wings of a wind fairy. Infused with a subtle power of wind. A gentle flutter can summon a tempest, suitable for potion making or adornment. Though a common material, fairy wind feathers commanded a higher price than wind beast teeth, fetching 50 coins per pair. This was due to their dual utility. Not only could they be fashioned into equipment, but they could also be used to create potions that amplified wind element skills, making them a sought-after commodity in Qingshan City, which boasted dungeons yielding wind-related skills. Nevertheless, they were merely worth 50 coins, together with the 2 wind beast teeth. Feng Xiu's earnings for the day amounted to a mere 90 coins, not enough for a satisfying hot pot meal. Thus, all hope rested on the final boss. Should he obtain a piece of equipment, the day's dungeon venture would not be in vain. As he pondered, Feng Xiu arrived at the innermost part of the Wind Spirit Valley, the lair of the Fairy Queen. It was a small garden brimming with a variety of flowers. There, a creature stood approximately 2 meters tall, its upper half resembling a human and its lower half akin to a butterfly's body, adorned with enormous wings of bizarre patterns. Patrolling its floral domain, above its head, a title hovered: Fairy Queen LV15, HP 1000. Upon Feng Xiu's entrance into the garden, the Fairy Queen's gaze immediately fixed upon him. Her exquisite face contorted in anger as she screeched, "Intruder, begone." Had she truly been the Fairy Queen, Feng Xiu might have exchanged a few words with her, perhaps reminding her to dress appropriately. However, all within the dungeon were mere phantoms of the past, indifferent to challengers. To all who dared enter, they would respond with lethal intent. With a furious cry, the Fairy Queen unleashed her assault, her wings flapping to release 2 intersecting, colossal blades of wind. The intersecting wind blades, a 2-star wind spell, were her signature move, capable of obliterating a fully equipped level 10 mage in a single strike. Likewise, if they struck Feng Xiu, it would surely be fatal, given that he wore nothing but ordinary garments with a defense of merely 1. The strategy suggested in last night's guide recommended a defensive class wielding a large shield to stand at the forefront, directly absorbing the intersecting wind blades, while a priest continuously healed, ensuring the Fairy Queen would meet her demise. After all, this was but a low-level dungeon. Yet, Feng Xiu was soloing the dungeon. Not a defensive class, nor did he have a priest alongside him. All he could do was evade. The advantages of being a swordsman, a 3-star agility class, immediately became apparent. With a slight sidestep, he deftly avoided the coverage of the intersecting wind blades and countered with a swift slash of his sword, sending a crescent-shaped blade of energy slicing through the air, aimed directly at the Fairy Queen's head. The Fairy Queen raised her arms to defend herself. Although she was a phantom, she still retained the instincts of combat. However, as she blocked the energy blade, Feng Xiu had already leapt into the air, closing the distance between them. Draw sword technique. With a flash of cold light, blood-red plum blossoms bloomed in midair, while Feng Xiu had already maneuvered behind the Fairy Queen. Thud! The Fairy Queen's upper body erupted with blood. A crimson line stretched from her left shoulder to her right flank, blood gushing forth. For 74, weak point attack. 126, weak point attack. Ah! The Fairy Queen wailed in agony, as that single strike severed more than half of her life. Yet, there was no time for her to register the pain. Feng Xiu was already upon her, the blood-plum sword delivering a flurry of strikes. 72, 53. Each blow against the Fairy Queen was met with double damage due to the sword energy, amplifying Feng Xiu's ordinary attacks nearly twofold. By the time the Fairy Queen turned to unleash another intersecting wind blade, Feng Xiu had already leaped away. Over the years, he had not only trained in swordsmanship, but had also honed his combat techniques to perfection. Facing the inevitable fatal intersecting wind blades of the Fairy Queen, Feng Xiu appeared to dance upon the edge of a knife, yet he held the reins of control. The guide he had perused yesterday had thoughtfully provided the Fairy Queen's attribute panel, granting Feng Xiu comprehensive insight into her capabilities. The Fairy Queen's casting motions were exceedingly apparent. allowing him to predict her actions. Her agility was not particularly high, certainly not surpassing his own. With an astute observation of her movements, he could easily evade her attacks. The rhythm of battle lay firmly within his grasp. Defeating her was merely a matter of time. After sidestepping the intersecting wind blades, he surged forward to land 2 more strikes. Before the cooldown of his draw sword technique could conclude, Fang Xiu had depleted the remainder of the Fairy Queen's health. "Damn intruder, you shall face the wrath of the Tempest." She spat with her final, defiant curse before dissipating into a phantom, leaving behind only a pair of azure gauntlets and a weathered parchment scroll on the ground. An equipment drop. Fang Xiu's eyes lit up as he hastily sheathed his sword and rushed forward to collect his prize. Chapter 7. Gale Return Set. Gale Bracers, set item. Quality, excellent. Attributes, defense, 5. Agility, 2. Rank, first transition. Set, Gale Return, 15 movement speed, 10. Agility, 5. 3-piece set, not activated. Attack speed increased by 10. Agility, 5. 5-piece set. Not activated. Durability, 50-50. Description, a pair of special wrist guards imbued with the power of the wind, which grants a boost of the gale force upon wearing a certain number. Woohoo, let us take flight. The gale wrist guards are considered a rare component of the Gale Return set, and are exclusively dropped by the Fairy Queen, making them the most expensive among the 5 components. Priced at no less than 6,000. However, Fang Xiu has no intention of selling them for now. He equips them immediately. Moreover, he decides on the spot that he will indulge in hot pot later tonight. In addition to the Gale wrist guards, there is also a scroll made of sheepskin, Roaring Tempest, Challenge Scroll. Consumable. Effect. Upon use, it transports the user to the public special instance of Roaring Tempest. Usage restriction. First transition. Description. The fury of the beings in Wind Spirit Valley seems to have an underlying cause. Bound upon pickup, cannot be traded. Expires in 29 days, 59 minutes, and 50 seconds. It appears that today is indeed a fortuitous day for Fang Xiu, who gazes in astonishment at the scroll in his hand, contemplating whether he should purchase a lottery ticket upon returning home. The Roaring Tempest, Challenge Scroll, is indeed a rare item within the Wind Spirit Valley instance. Its drop rate is exceedingly low, and it can only be obtained by defeating the instance boss, the Fairy Queen, in a solo kill. Upon use, it transports the adventurer to a public instance known as Roaring Tempest, which contains no minor monsters, only a level 20 boss named the Tempest WIRM. Defeating it yields substantial rewards. However, vanquishing the Tempest WIRM is akin to conquering the nightmare level of Wind Spirit Valley. Furthermore, access to the Roaring Tempest instance is solely through the Challenge Scroll, making the records of those who have defeated the Tempest WIRM exceedingly rare. On a few occasions, individuals have employed several adventurers to repeatedly farm Wind Spirit Valley without leveling up, taking over a month to accumulate 5 Roaring Tempest scrolls. Given the drop rate of the Roaring Tempest scroll, it seems improbable for Fang Xiu to find someone to partner with for the Tempest WIRM boss fight. With no option for a team, he must resort to soloing. I shall attempt it once I can clear the nightmare level by myself. Fang Xiu muses while stroking his chin. Of course, there is a time limit of 1 month. In Fang Xiu's perspective, it remains feasible. As long as he acquires a commendable second skill and unlocks a second profession, his power will experience an explosive growth. As he contemplates, a prompt appears before Fang Xiu. Instance cleared. Time, 48 minutes and 32 seconds. Easy difficulty not counted on leaderboard. Instantly, the scenery around him begins to dissolve, resembling an ink wash painting flowing before his eyes. When Fang Xiu regains his senses, he finds himself back at the entrance of the Wind Spirit Valley instance, bustling with activity. Approaching noon, it seems even more crowded. Fang Xiu glances at his phone. It is now 10:08 a.m. With ample time remaining today, he can attempt another run before lunch. However, this time he will still select the easy difficulty. In the normal difficulty, the Fairy Queen's attributes are approximately enhanced by 30, at which point her agility will nearly match his. To be safe, Fang Xiu decides to level up a few more times and acquire a few pieces of equipment before contemplating a solo run of the normal level instance. Just as he is about to enter the instance, his phone begins to vibrate. Upon checking, he notices 3 missed calls. There is no signal inside the instance, hence he could not receive any calls earlier. Fang Xiu clicks to see that the calls were from his homeroom teacher, Qin Shuang. She must be calling regarding my reward. Fang Xiu promptly returns the call. It rings once before being answered, and Qin Shuang's boisterous voice comes through. Where have you been? I couldn't reach you. I was leveling up in an instance, just came out. All right, hurry back to school. I've already applied for your reward, and I'm waiting for you in the office. Sure, I'll be there right away. Fang Xiu hangs up and rushes toward Qingshan City. Not far away, Chung San, Han Lily, and Kain observe Fang Xiu emerging from the instance, and before they can approach him, they see him hurriedly running off. Huh, I told you. He must have been scared out of his wits by the Wind Fairy. Kain sneers mockingly at Fang Xiu's departing figure. Really? But I don't see Fang Xiu looking hurt. Han Lily recalls Fang Xiu's demeanor upon exiting the instance. Chung Sun glances at his watch and adds, he was inside for nearly an hour. So, He must have been hiding for an hour. No wonder he doesn't look injured, Kainan asserts confidently. However, I noticed Fang Xiao has acquired a pair of wrist guards, which appear to be the Gale wrist guards, Han Lily remarks, noting that many possess Gale wrist guards. Confirming she did not miss-see. Upon hearing this, both Kainan and Chung Sun are momentarily taken aback. The Gale wrist guards are a component of the Gale set, which can only be dropped by the final boss, the Fairy Queen, in the Wind Spirit Valley instance. Fang Xiao did not wear the Gale wrist guards upon entering, yet he possesses them now upon exiting. Could it be that Fang Xiao soloed the Fairy Queen in the instance? Soloing the Wind Spirit Valley instance, even on easy difficulty, should have required purchasing them beforehand and equipping them during the run, Kainan speculates, though it seems more like self-justification. Chung Sun disregards Kainan's stubbornness. The likelihood of Fang Xiao pre-purchasing the Gale wrist guards and entering the instance with them is minimal. Typically, the first piece of armor one acquires is either clothing or shoes. Yet, the only equipment Fang Xiao has displayed is a single pair of Gale wrist guards. The first item he bought was a wrist guard, and it is the most expensive among the Gale set. Only someone with a few screws loose would make such a purchase. With this thought, Chung Sun is increasingly convinced that Fang Xiao indeed cleared the instance and did so solo. Silently, he takes out his phone and dials a number. Uncle, it's me. Chung Senator, could you check what profession Fang Xiao from our class is? Chapter 8 The Choice of the Second Skill. Qingshan City 3rd Middle School. By 10:30 a.m., Fang Xiao arrives punctually at the school entrance. Stepping out of the taxi, he strides forward, heading directly toward Duan's office. However, after just a few steps, he spots a tall figure standing at the school gate. It is his homeroom teacher, Qin Shuang, dressed in a white shirt paired with jeans, exuding a light and vibrant aura. Upon seeing Fang Xiao, Qin Shuang waves him over. Over here. Teacher, why are you waiting for me at the school gate? Fang Xiao inquires with a smile. Qin Shuang glances at the south wind. Not just me. The principal is here too. As she speaks, a bald, round-faced elderly man in a blue suit peeks out from the security room, his demeanor warm as he greets Fang Xiao with a friendly gaze. You must be Fang Xiao, right? Yes, that's me, Fang Xiao replies promptly. This elderly man in a suit is the principal of Qingshan City 3rd Middle School, named Dong He. It is rumored that he is a 7th transition profession, though what exactly that profession is remains unknown to Fang Xiao. Alright, let us head out. We'll go to the profession array first. Thus, the three of them make their way toward the testing area. The profession array, located on the east side of the playground, resembles a stone mill and is used to filter out those who do not meet the level requirements during school competitions. During graduation season, it is used to determine professions. Various professional guilds also possess similar testing tools. Upon arrival, Fang Xiao stands on the profession array while teacher Qin Shuang personally operates the mechanism. Soon, the stone platform beneath him began to emit a faint glow, and Fang Xiao's fundamental information gradually materialized. Name, Fang Xiao. Level, 11. Class, Swordmaster, 3 stars. Although he was already aware of Fang Xiao's promotion to a 3-star class, Qin Shuang could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment upon witnessing it firsthand. Dong He, on the other hand, focused intently on Fang Xiao's class. Much like Qin Shuang's realization of what a Swordmaster entailed, he racked his brain yet recalled nothing. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Fang Xiao had indeed attained a 3-star class. It appeared to be a rather rare 3-star class. Dong, he mused inwardly. Are we all set? Fang Xiao inquired. All set. Come down, Qian Guang replied, deactivating the class formation as Fang Xiao leapt off the platform. The two stood silently before Principal Dong, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Principal Dong quickly regained his composure and, with a broad smile, announced, having transitioned into a 3-star class, you, Fang Xiao, are eligible for the Genius Clause as per school regulations. If you are willing to participate in this year's 10-school tournament, the school can provide you with a rare 2-star skill book. He continued, of course, if you do not require the 2-star rare skill book, you may exchange it for equipment or items of equivalent value. I am willing to participate in the 10-school tournament and will take the 2-star rare skill book. Fang Xiao declared firmly. He had long decided that, even without the Genius Clause, he would compete for the tournament's rewards. As for the 2-star skill book, he had no intention of trading it for equipment or items. A 2-star skill book typically started at a price of 10,000 in the market, while a rare 2-star skill could fetch over 200,000. If he did not secure the 2-star rare skill book now, he had no idea when he would be able to amass enough funds to purchase one. Otherwise, he could only settle for a decent quality 2-star skill book. A wise choice, Principal Dong remarked, snapping his fingers. Dozens of skill books appeared out of thin air, floating before Fang Xiao. Raging Wind Slash, Holy Light, Healing Chain. Without exception, all these skill books were of 2-star rare quality. Gazing at the array of skill books, Fang Xiao pondered thoughtfully. What should he choose as his second skill? Selecting a second skill necessitated careful consideration of his future path. Most ordinary individuals would opt for skills of the same type as their primary class. For instance, someone who transitioned from Fireball to a magical class like Fire Mage would subsequently learn a fire element enhancing skill to increase flame damage. This way, during their second transition, They could center their abilities around Fireball, supplemented by the Fire Element enhancement, to become a more formidable Fire Mage. Alternatively, they could learn a magical shield to bolster their defensive capabilities, potentially transitioning into a balanced magical class later on. Regardless, as a magic-oriented class, they would generally select magic skills thereafter. Feng Xiao, however, could not afford such a choice. That would be a sheer waste of his infinite class-changing talent. With the potential for infinite class transitions, he needed each skill to represent a distinct path. His first skill was swordsmanship. Thus, his second skill should not be a close-range attack skill. This broadened his selection considerably. He could choose from magic skills, support skills, defensive skills, and more. However, Feng Xiao had additional considerations. He contemplated the Seeker talent, which would enhance his skill level cap, granting him superior combat strength at the same level, albeit slowing his class transition speed compared to others. As more skills became available in the future, this situation would only worsen. Therefore, regardless of the skill he chose, it would be prudent for it to be one that could be easily leveled up. Moreover, he aspired to solo the Rage of the Wind during his first transition, so he needed to maximize his combat strength at that time. According to Feng Xiao's expectations, the optimal choice would be a magical support skill that enhances speed. This would not only augment the combat strength of his Swordmaster class, but also allow for a future transition into a magical or support class path. The secondary choice would be a defensive skill to enhance his margin for error, allowing for a potential transition into a defense-specialized class later on, balancing both offense and defense. In his search among all the skills presented by Principal Dong, Feng Xiao failed to find his ideal choice, ultimately settling for a defensive auxiliary skill book titled Transform into a Magic Pattern Iron Guard. Transform into a Magic Pattern Iron Guard, 2 stars. Quality, rare. Description, a rare skill book that, once learned, allows the user to temporarily transform into a Magic Pattern Iron Guard. Transforming skills, is it? Principal Dong regarded Feng Xiao with newfound respect. Completing his first class transition at this time, it was evident that this student possessed an astute awareness of his weaknesses, choosing a skill with the fastest upgrade potential, a testament to his wisdom. Thank you, Principal. There's no need for thanks. This is rightfully yours. I look forward to your performance in the 10-school tournament, Principal Dong remarked, waving his hand to retract the other skill books. Keep up the leveling. And do not be disheartened by others' opinions of you. Being able to transition into a 3-star class indicates that you possess talent. Perhaps you are one of those late-blooming geniuses. Qian Shuang encouraged, having a favorable view of Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao was inclined to remind teacher Qian Shuang that he was only 18 this year. Nonetheless, he appreciated her kind intentions. With the transform into a Magic Pattern Iron Guard skill book in hand, his combat strength would soar. Chapter 9, 2-star rare skill transform into a Magic Pattern Iron Guard. After leaving the school, Feng Xiao made his way home. His plan for the day was to immerse himself in leveling up within the Fengling Valley dungeon, a plan that remained unchanged. However, since he was already back in town and it was lunchtime, he decided to have lunch first before heading to Fengling Valley. Upon arriving home, Feng Xiao ordered a takeout of Huangmin chicken rice, planning to dine at a hot pot restaurant for dinner. As he waited for his meal, Feng Xiao began to experiment with his newly acquired skill, transform into a Magic Pattern Iron Guard. The moment the skill activated, Feng Xiao instantly transformed into an iron figure, his body cloaked in a unique silvery gray hue of steel, adorned with peculiar symbols formed by purple stripes. These were magical runes that enhanced his magical defense. Although it was his own body, Feng Xiao felt slightly stiff and cumbersome. He tapped his arm and felt a dramatic surge in his defensive capabilities. He opened his skill bar to view the details. Transform into a Magic Pattern Iron Guard, 2-star rare skill, LV10-100, upon use. Transforms the user into a Magic Pattern Iron Guard, reducing physical and magical damage taken by 50, physical and magical defense by 50, mobility speed reduced by 95. Attack speed reduced by 70. Duration consumes 10 mana points per second. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. This defensive specialization skill enhances defense at the cost of mobility and attack speed. Undoubtedly, upon activating this skill, Feng Xiao would become a human steel bag, capable only of enduring blows without retaliating and unable to flee. Yet, this was precisely what Feng Xiao desired. In combat and evasion, the speed of the Swordmaster class sufficed. Should he confront the Fairy Queen of Fengling Valley again, Feng Xiao could activate Transform into a Magic Pattern Iron Guard every 10 seconds to harden against damage. This would significantly elevate his margin for error while soloing Fengling Valley. As he considered returning to Fengling Valley, Feng Xiao mused that soloing at normal difficulty should be just as effortless as it was at easy difficulty. Similarly, this would enhance his margin for error in soloing the Rage of the Wind dungeon. After all, reality differs vastly from games. One cannot simply gamble on damage-dealing skills, even with the ability to resurrect. Furthermore, transformation skills possess a notable characteristic. As long as one has sufficient funds, the rate of skill level enhancement escalates dramatically. Most transformation skills do not adhere to a fixed duration. Rather, their longevity is dictated by one's mana pool. For instance, Feng Xiu's transformation into the magic rune Iron Guard consumes 10 mana points per second to maintain its state. This implies that as long as Feng Xiu can restore 10 mana points each second, ensuring his mana remains inexhaustible, he can sustain the transformation indefinitely. The skill proficiency would soar. The simplest method for rapid mana restoration is to consume mana potions. However, this approach is seldom employed due to its exorbitant cost. A basic slow-acting mana potion can restore 300 mana points within 30 seconds, priced at 50 coins. This equates to spending 100 coins every minute, leading to a staggering 6,000 coins in an hour. Here, it is not about leveling up skills. It is akin to burning money. Thus, Feng Xiu plans to utilize a second, more economical method commonly adopted by magic professions: carrying items or equipment with mana recovery attributes. He opens the profession purchase app on his phone, inputs the search criteria for mana recovery attributes, and sorts the results by ascending price. A dazzling array of products appears before him, with the topmost, namely the most affordable, being the Magic Spring Necklace. Magic Spring Necklace. Grade: Ordinary. Attribute: Mana Recovery 1. Description: a necklace crafted from gems found in the waters of the magical spring. Wearing it allows one to feel the ceaseless surge of magical energy. Price: 100,000 Alliance coins. Feng Xiu silently glances at his wallet. Bank balance: 48,517. Although he was aware that equipment with mana recovery attributes would be costly, he had not anticipated it to be this exorbitant. Nevertheless, he remains undeterred as he had prepared for this eventuality. Feng Xiu opens his contacts, finds Li Qinghong's phone number, and dials it. The call is quickly connected. Hello? A voice tinged with coldness responds from the other end. Aunt, it's me. Xiao Xiu, what is it? Upon recognizing Feng Xiu's voice, Li Qinghong's tone softens. I need equipment with mana recovery attributes to practice my skills. Does your company offer a rental service for such equipment? Feng Xiu inquires. As a potion maker, he requires mana to create potions, which is why potion companies often acquire equipment with mana recovery attributes to enhance their employees' work efficiency. Additionally, training grounds gather such equipment for mages to hone their skills. Feng Xiu calls his aunt to gauge the market price, and of course, any discounts would be even better. You've changed professions? Li Qinghong recalls that her nephew's first skill was swordsmanship. Now that he needs mana to practice, it seems he has indeed transitioned to a new role. Yes, I've become a 3-star class, Swordmaster, Feng Xiu responds candidly. Excellent. Li Qinghong had been concerned about her nephew's delay in changing professions, but it appears her worries were unfounded. Transitioning to a 3-star class indicates that her nephew is undoubtedly talented. How much mana recovery do you need per second? Just 10 points will suffice. 10 points? Li Qinghong ponders briefly before responding. In that case, come to my company, and I will arrange for you to borrow mana recovery equipment free of charge. However, the equipment cannot be taken outside. You may only use it within the company. All right, I will come right away. Upon hearing that he could borrow the equipment for free, Feng Xiu nearly leaped from the sofa. His plans to level up in the Wind Spirit Valley that afternoon were immediately cancelled. He intended to fully enhance his transformation skill into the magic rune Iron Guard before proceeding with his first promotion. At that point, training in the Wind Spirit Valley might yield even swifter results. What? You say the delivery of Huangmin chicken rice is on its way. I'll just give it to the delivery guy. Chapter 10, A Frenzied Ascendancy. Lingji Pharmaceuticals headquarters. A towering office building situated in a prime commercial district of the city center, boasting a total of 33 stories. All 33 floors are dedicated to Lingji Pharmaceuticals operations, with none leased out, demonstrating the company's formidable strength. This is quite normal. In this world, potions are far more prevalent than in Feng Xiu's previous Earth. On Earth, people consume medicine only when ill, while in this combat-centric world, potions are consumed almost like water. No, magic professions absorb potions as if they were air. Even physical classes can partake of attribute-enhancing potions, regardless of injury. The immense demand naturally breeds a colossal market, making it no surprise that they earn such exorbitant profits. Upon arriving at the first floor of the Lingji Pharmaceuticals headquarters, Feng Xiu is greeted by a professionally attired young woman. You must be Mr. Feng Xiu, correct? I am the receptionist, Xiao Li, assigned to welcome visiting guests. Supervisor Li instructed me to await your arrival. Xiao Li greets him with a practiced smile. That's me. Feng Xiu acknowledges, aware that his aunt holds a supervisory position, yet surprised that she could arrange for someone to receive him directly. Please follow me, Xiao Li gestures. Thank you. Following Xiao Li, he takes the elevator directly to the 13th floor. As Feng Xiu observes the elevator's floor indicator, he notes that the 13th floor is entirely comprised of training rooms designated for internal staff training. Ultimately, Feng Xiu enters training room number 5. This room resembles a basketball court in its spaciousness, surrounded by various exercise equipment and an array of weaponry with adjustable gravity. Near the entrance, a table holds an embedded tablet, allowing for the adjustment of the entire room, such as raising stepping stones or lowering shooting targets. Judging by its scale and configuration, Lingji's training room is the most luxurious Feng Xiu has ever encountered. Mr. Feng Xiu, The equipment requested by Supervisor Lee has been prepared and is available for you to wear at any time. If you require anything else, please feel free to inform me. Xiao Li smiles as she gestures once more. Only then does Feng Xiu notice a jewelry box on the other side of the table, containing several pieces of jewelry equipment. He casually picks one up for inspection. Tenfold magic source. Grade, rare. Attribute, mana recovery 3. Description, a bracelet infused with magical energy, even when not worn. One can feel the surging magic contained within. Mana recovery 3. The equipment with mana recovery 1 in the Profession Purchase app costs 100,000 alliance coins. And this tenfold magic source adds a full 3 points. Feng Xiu estimates it would be priced no less than 500,000 coins. 3 similar pieces of equipment are also present, 2 rings and a necklace. Once donned, Feng Xiu will recover 12 mana points per second. Perfectly sufficient to keep the transformation into the magic rune Iron Guard active. Alright, Feng Xiu affirms, eagerly donning all 4 pieces of equipment. Once Xiao Li exits the training room, Feng Xiu immediately transforms into the magic rune Iron Guard, standing silently within the training room. Transformation into magic rune Iron Guard skill proficiency level 1. Transformation into magic rune Iron Guard skill proficiency level 1. The notifications for skill proficiency enhancement begin to flash rapidly before him. Feng Xiu calculates that he gains approximately 1 proficiency point per second. At this rate, within 2 minutes, the transformation into magic rune Iron Guard skill will reach level 2. As one ascends the ranks, the rate of proficiency enhancement remains unchanged, allowing one to reach level 10 before dinner. Should one return home a tad later, level 15 could be attained. How exhilarating! Feng Xiu couldn't help but exclaim. This situation, devoid of worries regarding skill levels, is truly delightful. Had I known, I would have chosen a transformation skill as my first. Unfortunately, the skills provided by the school do not include transformation abilities, as they are of at least exceptional quality. Regrettably, the opportunities to maintain transformation for the purpose of rapidly boosting proficiency will likely diminish. After all, one cannot rely solely on transformation for every skill. Thus, what other skills exist that have no cooldown time and merely require the consumption of mana to swiftly enhance proficiency? Moments later, a notification heralding the upgrade of the transformation skill, Magic Rune Iron Guard, arrived punctually. Magic Rune Iron Guard skill proficiency 1. Skill level up, current level 2. Feng Xiu once again opened the skill panel to examine it. Magic Rune Iron Guard, 2-star rare skill, LV2 1200, upon activation. Transforms the user into a Magic Rune Iron Guard, granting a physical and magical damage reduction of 51, physical and magical defense of 55, a movement speed reduction of 92, an attack speed reduction of 68, with a duration that consumes 10 mana points per second and a cooldown of 10 seconds. With all enhancements elevated and drawbacks diminished, Feng Xiu felt increasingly satisfied with the Magic Rune Iron Guard skill. Once it ascends to level 15, the benefits will intensify and the negatives will be further mitigated. Moreover, every 5 levels, an additional effect is obtained. Thanks to the mythical talent, Seeker of the Path, the Magic Rune Iron Guard will experience 3 additional enhancements. Feng Xiu eagerly anticipated the effects upon reaching maximum level. Closing the skill panel, Feng Xiu redirected his attention to the present, realizing that while maintaining the form of the Magic Rune Iron Guard, he could still engage in other pursuits. Although his movement speed was reduced by 92, he felt as if he had become an immovable wooden post, barely able to move. However, with only a 68 reduction in attack speed, he could practice his swordsmanship. Thus, Feng Xiu first disengaged from the transformation, selected a suitably weighted great sword, and then resumed the transformation while practicing his sword techniques. Thrust, slash, cleave. Swinging the sword at only a third of his usual speed, though slower, he found that he could meticulously refine his movements and techniques. Advanced Swordsmanship Skill Proficiency 1. Advanced Swordsmanship Skill Proficiency 1. Feng Xiu sensed that the rate at which he was acquiring proficiency in advanced swordsmanship did not seem to lag behind the speed at which he practiced the initial swordsmanship. Logically, one would expect that higher-level skills would yield slower proficiency gains. The sufficiently slow pace allowed his mind to immerse itself, paradoxically accelerating his proficiency acquisition. Feng Xiu began to comprehend that practicing passive skills such as basic and advanced swordsmanship was less about the act of swinging the sword and more about perfecting his form and force application, as well as deepening his understanding of swordsmanship. Chapter 11. The Genius Investment Plan. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Feng Xiu remained in the training room. Initially, he intended to leave by 5, but with no one informing him of the closing time, he decided to forego dinner and instead fully max out the level of the Magic Rune Iron Guard skill before having a late-night snack. This way, he could directly head to Wind Spirit Valley to level up the following day. With this thought in mind, Feng Xiu once again focused on honing his swordsmanship. In the monitoring room, a tall woman clad in a white researcher-esque attire was intently observing Feng Xiu on the screen. Director Lee, what a rare sight to see you here, remarked one of the 2 individuals approaching her. One was a young man dressed in a white suit, sporting gold-rimmed glasses. with his left hand casually adjusting his glasses, the glint of a gold watch catching the eye, a slight smile playing on his lips, radiating confidence. The other was a middle-aged man, his characteristic portly figure stretching his black Zhongshan suit tightly, adorned with a string of sandalwood beads on his left wrist. Li Qinghong recognized both men as colleagues from the Lingji Company's investment division. The middle-aged man was named Zhang Fugui, while the young man was He Dongjun, both serving as managers in the investment division. He Dongjun initiated the greeting. Li Qinghong nodded slightly in acknowledgement, as they belonged to different departments and were not particularly familiar, especially since the investment division was known for its abundance of managers. The two men approached Li Qinghong and followed her gaze, their eyes landing on Fang Xiu. Is this young man the son of Director Li? He Dongjun inquired curiously. Nephew, she replied. Ah, He Dongjun exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. I see. As far as I know, Director Li is quite the unattainable beauty in the potion division, with countless admirers. If she were married, it would have been well known by now. He seems to be of recent graduate age, doesn't he? What is his profession? He Dongjun casually asked. Swordsman. Swordsman? What kind of swordsman? Just swordsman, Li Qinghong reiterated, recalling that Fang Xiu had only mentioned the term swordsman without any prefixes when discussing his profession. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Fugui and He Dongjun simultaneously furrowed their brows. They were familiar with the swordsman profession, yet most were prefixes such as Gale Swordsman or Rock-Splitting Swordsman. This was the first time they had heard of a profession simply referred to as swordsman. What star level is this profession? Zhang Fugui inquired, continuing the conversation. 3 stars. 3-star profession. Zhang Fugui and He Dongjun exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting surprise. To transition to a 3-star profession is indeed a sign of genius. Li Qinghong smiled slightly, pleased with their reaction. Why Haven T, I heard you mention this. The Genius Investment Plan has vacancies this year. He Dongjun scrutinized Fang Xiu closely. Zhang Fugui did the same, observing Fang Xiu diligently practicing his swordsmanship. Li Qinghong had heard about the Genius Investment Plan from Lingji Company. Each year, they allocate funds to invest in promising talents from Qingshan City without expecting any return. However, one must not assume that Lingji Company is simply frivolous with its finances. Although the invested genius does not owe the company any repayment, the debt of gratitude remains. It is anticipated that this genius will eventually grow into a formidable force. The advertising benefits and the goodwill of a strong individual cannot be easily purchased with a mere sum of money. Moreover, this amount is negligible for Lingji Company. However, the slots for the Genius Investment Plan are limited each year, with a stringent selection process. Not just anyone can be chosen for investment. They only invest in true geniuses. A 3-star profession is a guaranteed candidate for investment. But Fang Xiu, he just transitioned, Li Qinghong interjected. Just transitioned? He Dongjun frowned, mumbling softly. It has been 2 months since the school issued the skills, and he has only just transitioned. Suddenly, He Dongjun seemed to have an epiphany and chuckled. It appears your nephew is rather fortunate. He refrained from mentioning the Genius Investment Plan further. Li Qinghong cast him a glance, understanding why He Dongjun avoided the topic. He likely believed that Fang Xiu's 2-month delay in completing his first transition indicated a lack of talent, suggesting that his ability to transition to a 3-star profession was purely fortuitous. Pure luck cannot carry one far. After the first transition, there is a second, and after the second, a third. Simply achieving a first transition ahead of a 1-star individual of the same level is not particularly impressive. A true genius excels at each transition. Director Li, could you inquire if your nephew is interested in accepting the genius investment? Suddenly proposed Zhang Fugui. Li Qinghong looked at Zhang Fugui in surprise, discovering that he was fixated on the monitor displaying Fang Xiu. Brother Zhang, do you intend to invest in him? He Dongjun expressed his astonishment, even more so than Li Qinghong. Well, how much do I still have to invest? I want to take a gamble, Zhang Fugui replied. Oh. He Dongjun raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, realizing that this year the headquarters had bestowed considerable resources upon Brother Zhang. Suddenly, a thought struck him. I, too, would like to take a gamble. Are you interested, Brother Zhang? You wish to invest in him? Zhang Fugui inquired, casting a glance at He Dongjun. Not exactly. He Dongjun quickly waved his hand. I merely wish to wager whether this person is a genius. What manner of wager do you propose? A competition among the 10 schools. If he manages to place in the top 10, I shall allocate 2 million of my investment to you. Conversely, should he fail, you would grant me 2 million from your investment. What do you think? He Dongjun pondered aloud. Zhang Fugui did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he contemplated the feasibility of this wager. According to statistics from major universities, this year's graduating class had only 4 individuals who had transitioned to a 3-star profession, not including Li Qinghong's nephew, which brought the total to 5. The difficulty of securing a top 10 position was indeed not insurmountable. This could be entertaining, Zhang Fugui concurred. By the way, let us raise the stakes, He Dongjun suddenly recalled. This year, I have also invested in a genius named Huang Daoing. Let them compete for their final rankings. As for the stakes, I have heard that Brother Zhang obtained a fragment of the treasure map of the Steel City in his early years. Coincidentally, I also acquired a fragment recently. Let us use this as our wager. The plot thickens. Zhang Fugui discerned He Dongjuan's true intentions at a glance. The 2 million investment was merely bait. What he truly sought was the treasure map fragment of the Steel City. Huang Daoling was indeed one of the 5 newly promoted 3-star professionals this year, and notably, the second quickest to transition. Very well, Zhang Fugui ultimately agreed, confident in his judgment. In regard to Fang Xiao, he was not merely seeking to gamble. Excellent. We shall require Supervisor Li to witness this arrangement. He Dongjun and Zhang Fugui simultaneously turned their attention to Li Qinghong. Li Qinghong frowned, somewhat displeased with the prospect of a wager involving Fang Xiao. However, seeing Zhang Fugui's strong endorsement of Fang Xiao, she relented. All right. However, whether Fang Xiao accepts the company's investment in geniuses depends on his own willingness, she declared. Additionally, I am uncertain if he has registered for the competition among the 10 schools. Supervisor Li's nephew is named Fang Xiao, correct? He Dongjun promptly pulled out his phone to verify, quickly discovering that Fang Xiao had just registered at noon. As for the investment in geniuses, I would appreciate it if Supervisor Li could facilitate an introduction. I would like to discuss this with him, Zhang Fugui said. Chapter 12. Transition to 4 stars. Ancient Transformation Sorcerer. At 9:27 p.m., in Training Room 5 on the 13th floor of Lingji Corporation. Transformation Magic Pattern Iron Guardian Skill Proficiency. 1. Skill level upgraded. Current level, 15 max. Exhaling a sigh of relief upon finally maxing out the skill level of the Transformation Magic Pattern Iron Guardian, Fang Xiao promptly reverted from his transformation. Instantly, the stiffness dissipated, and the sensation of fluid control over his body returned. It felt akin to having the sandbags removed from his feet, with the slightest exertion. He could almost soar. After stretching, Fang Xiao sat down to review his skill panel. Skill panel, 22. Advanced Swordsmanship, 3-star Ordinary Skill, LV6, 127, 1000. Increases sword damage by 40, attack speed by 20, ignores 5 points of physical defense, 1 chance to trigger critical hits. Transformation Magic Pattern Iron Guardian, 2-star Rare Skill, LV15 Max. Upon activation transforms into the Iron Guardian, reducing physical and magical damage received by 64, providing physical and magical defense of 120, decreasing movement speed by 53. Reducing attack speed by 42, reflecting 15 of physical damage received, with a duration that consumes 10 points of magic per second, cooldown, 10 seconds. The progression of advanced swordsmanship from LV1 to LV6 saw a speedier enhancement than even basic swordsmanship. Fang Xiao suspected he had stumbled upon the secret to practicing sword skills, which allowed for such rapid elevation in advanced swordsmanship levels. In the future, he resolved to transform into the Magic Pattern Iron Guardian while practicing swordsmanship. Shifting his focus from the skill panel, Fang Xiao regarded his talent. Infinite Class Transition, Genesis Level, allows free switching of professions based on skills. A Genesis Level talent. A rarity that had never been acknowledged in the realm of understanding. At last, its time to shine was upon him. Fang Xiao took a deep breath. Infinite Class Transition. Activate. Commencing Class Transition. Please select your core transition skill. Selected skill, 2-star Rare Skill Transformation Magic Pattern Iron Guardian, LV15. Generating profession. Please select from the following professions. 1. Magic Pattern Guardian, 4-star. Description, a defensive profession. Guardians who slumber in the ancient land of magic patterns, naturally countering magical professions, capable of seeing through invisibility. Their existence is to protect the magic pattern realm, and any nefarious thieves attempting to enter will face their frenzied assault. 2. Magic Pattern Puppet Maker, 4-star. Description, a crafting profession, adept at creating puppets, particularly skilled in the long-lost art of puppet making from the magic pattern realm. 3. Ancient Transformation Sorcerer, 4-star. Description, a balanced profession. An ancient sorcerer profession that remains, capable of utilizing peculiar methods to transform monster corpses into transformation stones, recording them in their transformation book, allowing them to freely change into any creature to adapt to varying environments. Among the 3 4-star options, 2 were unique professions. Though Fang Xiao had anticipated this outcome, he could not suppress the exuberance that spread across his face. Regardless of which he chose, he would achieve a 4-star profession, a transition to 4 stars. Not to mention that there would be no successors, it would undoubtedly remain unparalleled. Never before had anyone transitioned directly to a 4-star profession. Prior to the first transition, one could only learn 1-star skills. Before the second transition, only 2-star skills could be acquired. Yet even a 1-star legendary skill could at most facilitate a transition to a 3-star profession, a rule that had been enshrined in the textbooks of Dongwang Nation. As for whether a 1-star mythical skill could grant a transition to 4 stars, who could tell? After all, no one had ever witnessed a 1-star mythical skill. Calming his excitement, Fang Xiao scrutinized the transition options. He immediately dismissed Magic Pattern Guardian. Although he had initially envisioned transitioning into such a defensive profession, he could not overlook the fact that the other 2 were unique professions, even though choosing them might hinder his progress in the fury of the Wind's dungeon. The significance of unique professions far outweighed the rewards from that dungeon. Moreover, it was merely a possibility. Perhaps the dungeon would be simpler than anticipated? With the remaining options being Magic Pattern Puppet Maker and Ancient Transformation Sorcerer, Feng Xiu contemplated briefly before decisively selecting Ancient Transformation Sorcerer. The reason is simple. The Rune Puppet Maker is a crafting-oriented profession. Until one has amassed sufficient funds, choosing a crafting profession is akin to squandering time. Although the Ancient Shape-Shifting Sorcerer mentions crafting abilities in its description, it is a balanced profession, indicating a duality in crafting and combat capabilities, thereby suggesting an enhancement in combat prowess. Currently transitioning to Ancient Shape-Shifting Sorcerer. In an instant, a surge of energy once again coursed through Feng Xiu's limbs and bones, akin to the ebb and flow of tides. Having experienced it once, Feng Xiu now relinquished his mind and body, savoring the soothing sensation akin to basking in a hot spring. Before long, a virtual dialogue box reappeared before him. Class change successful, current profession, Ancient Shape-Shifting Sorcerer. Transforming Rune Iron Guard upgraded to the Book of Transformation, obtained core profession, Primal Heart. Feng Xiu reopened his attributes panel for review. Feng Xiu, race, human. Talent, infinite class change, Genesis level, freely switch between horizontal job ranks. Seeker, mythical level, skill level cap of 50. Level, 11, first transition. Profession, shapeshifter. Core profession, Primal Heart, transformation without consumption, no time limit. Buff effect increases by 30, includes professional skills. Utilization of remains, transformation stone crafting. Health, 170170. Mana, 170170. Strength, 18, growth, 1 star, increases by 1 point per level. Agility, 23, growth, 1 star, increases by 1 point per level. Stamina, 17, growth, 1 star, increases by 1 point per level. Spirit, 17, growth, 1 star, increases by 1 point per level. Skill bar, 22. Advanced Swordsmanship, 3-star, ordinary skill, LV 6, 127, 1000. Sword skills deal 40 increased damage, attack speed increased by 20, ignores 5 physical defense, 1 chance to trigger critical hit. Book of Transformation, 4-star rare skill. LV 10100, includes 2 transformation pages, allowing transformation stones recorded on the pages to be used indefinitely. Rune Iron Guard. Professional skills. Utilization of remains, 4-star skill, no level. Remains of monsters killed in dungeons will not disappear, item, material, and equipment drop rates increased by 5. Transformation stone crafting, 4-star skill, no level. Converts monster remains into transformation stones consuming 30 mana, cooldown time, 30 seconds. To be comprehended at level 10 of the Book of Transformation. To be comprehended at level 15 of the Book of Transformation. Chapter 13, The True Genius. A profession specialized in crafting transformation items. Feng Xiu summarizes the Ancient Shape-Shifting Sorcerer profession. Overall, this profession leans towards crafting, yet due to the Primal Heart talent, it possesses formidable combat capabilities. The emphasis lies in the transformation stones. The ability to convert monster remains into transformation stones triggers Feng Xiu's immediate thought of transforming a boss into a transformation stone. If he could manage to create a transformation stone from a boss, the potency of the Ancient Shape-Shifting Sorcerer profession would be extraordinarily exaggerated. A test is imperative. Feng Xiu plans to venture to Wine Spirit Valley tomorrow to slay a fairy queen for experimentation. However, for now, he decides to indulge in a late-night snack. Famished, Feng Xiu removes his mana recovery-enhancing gear and places it in his jewelry box, preparing to retreat. Upon opening the door, he finds 2 individuals waiting at the entrance, seemingly anticipating his arrival, one of whom is his aunt, Li Qinghong. "Hello, Aunt," Feng Xiu greets. "Have you finished training?" "Yes, my skills are maxed out. And now I'm about to grab a late-night snack." "A late-night snack? My treat. What would you like to eat?" Beside his aunt stands a middle-aged man with a bit of a paunch, who, upon hearing Feng Xiu's intention of having a late-night snack, immediately offers to treat. Feng Xiu glances at Li Qinghong, speculating on the relationship between her and this middle-aged gentleman. This is Manager Zhang Fuguwei from the investment department of Lingji Company. He wants to discuss the Genius Investment Plan with you. Li Qinghong promptly introduces. Genius Investment Plan? This is the first time Feng Xiu has heard of it. But since it's his aunt who is making the connection, he feels obliged to take it seriously. Then let us go for hot pot. We can chat while we eat. Feng Xiu's mind is set on hot pot. Sure, I know a place right across from the company that serves authentic Shanqing hot pot. Zhang Fuguwei leads the way. Since the hot pot restaurant is not far from Lingji Company, the 3 decide to walk. Once seated, Zhang Fuguwei hands the menu to Feng Xiu, exclaiming, "Order whatever you want. It's on me." With someone treating, Feng Xiu naturally feels no need to hold back, especially since he hasn't eaten lunch or dinner, and has been practicing swordplay in transformation mode, leaving him ravenously hungry. He orders double portions as per his usual hot pot preferences, along with some peanuts and cold dishes like cucumber salad to tide him over. After setting down the menu, While waiting for the dishes to arrive, Zhang Fugui shares the details of the genius investment plan with Fang Xiao. Angel investor? Upon hearing Zhang Fugui's explanation, Fang Xiao immediately recalls this term. Unconditional support without expectation of return. This is more angelic than an angel investor. No, they are indeed angels. An angel investor still expects some return. After all, it is an investment. But Lingji Company demands no return. Isn't that simply angelic? As for future obligations, if one fails to grow, those so-called obligations become nothing more than a joke. What can you offer me? Fang Xiao inquires. 2 million in investment funds. As long as it falls within this amount. Whether it's skill books, weapons, monster materials, or potions, whatever you need, I can help you procure it, Zhang Fugui declares grandly. 2 million. Fang Xiao raises his eyebrows. With such a substantial sum, he could indeed accelerate his growth. The Swordmaster, profession aside, all it requires is equipment. However, the ancient shape-shifting sorcerer demands a multitude of resources. The profession skill, the Book of Transformation, while not exactly a skill, does indeed have skill proficiency. The only way to enhance it is through transformation, and it is highly likely related to the so-called transformation stones. Transformation stones require monster remains for crafting. Following the thought process of a crafting-oriented profession, the quantity required would likely be considerable. Especially if boss remains could also be transformed into transformation stones, this is merely the initial investment. If you can secure a spot in the top 10 at the 10 schools tournament, we will increase the investment by another 2 million. Should you surpass someone named Huang Daoheng in the final rankings, I will personally prepare a grand gift for you. Li Qinghong looks at Zhang Fugui in surprise. Isn't this just a wager between him and He Dongjun? Huang Daoheng, your rival? Fang Xiao has never heard of this name before. No, he is a genius backed by another manager in the investment department. I made a bet with that manager, Zhang Fugui explains. Fang Xiao turns to his aunt. Aunt, what do you think? It's entirely up to you, Li Qinghong replies. Since Fang Xiao has always been resolute, even with his parents' early disappearance, she doesn't need to fret excessively over her nephew. Fang Xiao nods. His aunt's lack of opposition and her proactive facilitation indicates her approval of his acceptance of this investment. Indeed, why would one not seize the opportunity to acquire a sum ranging from a minimum of 2 million to a maximum of 4 million without any sacrifice? I accept your investment. Very well, I shall bring a document for you to sign tomorrow. It is not a formal contract. Merely a means to confirm your acceptance of the company's investment. Considering the substantial nature of this multi-million project, the company must keep a record of the fund's allocation. Zhang Fugui elucidated. Is tomorrow evening suitable? I intend to practice leveling up during the day, and I wish to first inspect the boss's remains in the dungeon to ascertain whether they can be utilized for crafting transformation stones. If so, the 2 million could be aptly invested in acquiring the boss's remains. Certainly, tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock, I shall host a dinner for both of you. Zhang Fugui reiterated his invitation. Agreed. With the arrangement settled, the trio enjoyed a hot pot meal while engaging in lively conversation. As the evening drew near, Li Qinghong suddenly posed a question. Manager Zhang, your regard for Fang Xiao must extend beyond mere speculation, correct? Zhang Fugui paused, a wry smile gracing his lips, indeed. It seems I cannot conceal anything from your discerning eyes, supervisorly. Fang Xiao remained silent, consumed with his meal, perplexed by his aunt's inquiry. I would like to pose a few questions to Fang Xiao. Zhang Fugui suddenly directed his gaze towards Fang Xiao. When did you change your profession? Last night. And what level is your advanced swordsmanship now? Level 6. Li Qinghong immediately stared in astonishment at her nephew. In just one day, your advanced swordsmanship has reached level 6? Yes, Fang Xiao replied nonchalantly, continuing to eat as if it were a trivial matter. Now, you can comprehend my high expectations for him, Zhang Fugui remarked with a smile. Advanced swordsmanship is a 3-star passive skill, demanding an exceptional level of insight. For Fang Xiao to elevate it from level 1 to level 6 in a single day is nothing short of remarkable. While I may be unaware of his other talents, his aptitude for the sword is unparalleled in my experience. The 3-star profession of swordsman serves as the best testament to this. Moreover, it is a profession of which I have never heard before. It may very well be an extraordinarily rare unique class. As for why Fang Xiao took 2 months to undergo his first job change, I surmise there were obstacles along the way. However, this does not concern me. He is merely a little over a month behind others in his transition, and with his talent, he can easily catch up. How did you discern that his advanced swordsmanship has reached level 6? Li Qinghong inquired. Do not be deceived by my current physique. Once upon a time, Zhang was also a budding talent in swordsmanship. Zhang Fugui proclaimed proudly, patting his chest. Though I pale in comparison to this true genius before us. Advanced swordsmanship is not a specialized technique. I can still comprehend its fundamentals. Chapter 14. Crafting the Transformation Stone. In the early morning, Fang Xiao rose with great anticipation. The prospect of crafting a transformation stone from the boss's remains had kept him restless throughout the night. Thus, at 6 o'clock, after completing his morning routine, he boldly hailed a taxi to the city gates, even consuming his breakfast en route. Upon exiting the city, he arrived at the entrance of Wind Spirit Valley. The area was as lively as ever. Without pausing, Feng Xiu promptly entered the dungeon. He selected the ordinary difficulty level. The simple difficulty posed no real challenge for him. And even when testing the crafting skill for transformation stones, he opted for the higher intensity. The dense fog before him dissipated instantly, revealing a valley shrouded in a light mist. A gentle breeze wafted from the depths of the valley, brushing against his sleeves. Feng Xiu soon spotted a wind fairy leisurely soaring through the air not far ahead. Wind Fairy LV-15. HP, 130. The level had increased by 3 compared to the simple difficulty, with HP raised by 30 points. Let us start with you. Feng Xiu nonchalantly formed a sword flourish. Stepping forward with purpose, swiftly approaching the wind fairy, raising his hand to strike. 104, 85. 2 crimson digits appeared as the carefree wind fairy felt a sudden pain coursing through its body, its vision splitting into 2 halves, quickly succumbing to darkness. Upon landing, it lay in pieces, cleaved by the blade and sword energy. A single strike, and it was vanquished. Job change. Ancient transformation sorcerer. At the moment of the wind fairy's demise, Feng Xiu immediately switched his profession. The skill for utilizing corpses activated. Unlike before, the fallen body of the wind fairy did not dissipate into the wind, but lay quietly on the ground, much like when Feng Xiu had slain it. However, the situation was somewhat peculiar. As a material, the wind fairy's feather had also dropped nearby. Thus, before Feng Xiu lay 2 pairs of wings. He could only attribute this to the game mechanics. Nonetheless, this was good news, as it confirmed that utilizing the corpse would not hinder normal material drops, and in fact, it might even enhance the probability of material acquisition. Such scenarios would likely recur in the future. Kneeling before the wind fairy's remains, Feng Xiu employed the skill. Crafting the transformation stone. A dark purple miniature array was immediately inscribed beneath the wind fairy's remains. Within the array, the corpse of the wind fairy appeared to ignite, gradually disintegrating from the edges, transforming into fine dust that floated upwards, only to coalesce above the array. Ultimately, the wind fairy's remains vanished entirely, leaving a marble-sized azure stone resting atop the dark purple array. Notification: Transformation Stone, Wind Fairy, crafted successfully. Feng Xiu picked up the azure stone from the ground, its attributes immediately manifesting before him. Transformation Stone, Wind Fairy. Grade: Excellent. Effect: Upon use, transform into a wind fairy, gaining 1 agility and 1 spirit. And acquiring the skills, Breeze Perception and Windblade, lasting for 3 minutes. Description: A transformation stone infused with the power of the wind fairy, through which one can experience the sensation of being a wind fairy. An excellent grade item with formidable effects, not only providing 2 attribute points, but also bestowing 2 skills. Feng Xiu decided to test it himself. First, he switched back to his swordsman profession, then opted to use the transformation stone. The moment he crushed the transformation stone, Wind Fairy, a surge of azure light enveloped Feng Xiu. As the brilliance faded, he found himself transformed into the very wind fairy he had just slain. It felt peculiar. The ability to control the fluttering wings behind him and soar through the air seemed innate, requiring no acclimatization. The world before him appeared vastly larger than it did in human form, and the air was laced with tiny azure particles, drifting with the breeze, within reach. Snapping back to reality, Feng Xiu hurried to proceed, aware that the transformation lasted only 3 minutes and could not be wasted. Next, he attempted to utilize his skills. Notification: Cannot use Blood Plum Sword. Cannot utilize the skill Draw Sword technique. Feng Xiu assessed his form. It indeed posed a challenge to wield a sword as a butterfly. It appears that in the future, to synergize with the swordsman profession, he would need to craft transformation stones for humanoid monsters, at the very least, ones with hands capable of wielding swords. Although he could not employ Blood Plum Sword, he observed on his panel that the 3 points of agility from the sword were indeed effective. This indicated that not only the agility, but also the attack power remained functional. As the Draw Sword technique was unavailable, it followed that the sword energy skill would similarly not activate. The only skills he could use were those intrinsic to the Wind Fairy. Breeze Perception, 1-star common skill, passive. Allows perception of areas dense with wind elements in the environment. Windblade, 1-star excellent skill, conjures a blade of wind to strike the target. Inflicting mental damage of X115 with wind attributes, consuming 10 points of magic value. Cooldown time, 3 seconds. Essentially, it is a low-level magical class ability that can fly. 3 minutes later, Feng Xiu concluded his transformation, reverting from the Wind Fairy back into a human form, stroking his chin in contemplation. He pondered earnestly the worth of the transformation stone, Wind Fairy. The 2 skills were largely ineffectual. Magic classes dismissed them, while physical classes, having low mental attributes, could not inflict significant damage. At best, they served as a means for crafting classes to engage in combat, but the issue was that they rarely fought. The only marginal utility lay in the Wind Fairy's innate ability to fly. When facing opponents and monsters devoid of ranged attacks, a flying creature would remain invincible. Once he exited the dungeon, Feng Xiu intended to search online for similar items, believing such things still held market value. certainly far exceeding the cost of materials like fairy wings. Moreover, this was merely a low-level creature like the Wind Fairy. If he could craft a transformation stone for the Fairy Queen, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Upon checking his skill bar, he noted that the proficiency of the transformation book had indeed increased, currently at LV 110100. Using one transformation stone would grant him 10 points of proficiency. If the transformation stone, Wind Fairy, could not be sold, it could be used to enhance his own proficiency. Sheathing his sword, Feng Xiu took a step forward. Target, Fairy Queen onward. Chapter 15. The initial battle with the Rune Iron Guardian. Standing at the entrance of the Fairy Queen's small garden, an hour had already elapsed. Along the way, Feng Xiu had not forgotten to craft transformation stones with each monster he defeated. He had hoped to make a small fortune from crafting transformation stones. But to his dismay, the process was not always successful. Throughout his journey, he had slain over 100 wind fairies and gale beasts combined, leveling up to 12. Yet he had only successfully crafted 10 transformation stones. Feng Xiu recalled the message from his first successful crafting of the transformation stone, Wind Fairy. Notification, transformation stone, Wind Fairy, crafted successfully. Since there was success, there must also be failure. Among the 10 successful transformation stones, 3 were gale beast stones and 7 were wind fairy stones. Even for the same type of creature, the final products varied significantly. The first transformation stone he crafted was an excellent grade wind fairy stone, the best item among them. The subsequent 7 wind fairy stones included 6 of ordinary grade, lacking any added attributes, and, to his dismay, even devoid of skills. It truly aligned with the description. One could fathom what it felt like to be a wind fairy. But that was the extent of it. Beyond that, there was nothing else to be done. It was now evident that he had previously underestimated the complexity of profiting from transformation stones. As for the Fairy Queen he was about to confront, Feng Xiu had only one wish. Upon defeating her, he must succeed in crafting the transformation stone. Quality was irrelevant, at the very least. It would provide him with a sliver of hope. With a heart full of trepidation, Feng Xiu stepped into the Fairy Queen's garden. Not far away, a 2-meter-tall figure, half human, half butterfly, the Fairy Queen, flitted majestically around her garden, her massive wings beating gracefully. Fairy Queen, LV18. Her level had also risen by 3, yet her health had doubled. Upon sensing an intruder in her domain, she cast a piercing gaze in Feng Xiu's direction. Intruder, begone. As she shouted, she raised her hand without hesitation, unleashing a volley of intersecting wind blades. 2 colossal wind blades crisscrossed, forming an X-shaped slash. The intensity of her attack was a notch above the simple difficulty, Feng Xiu assessed. Nevertheless, his pace did not falter as he lunged forward, deftly evading the fierce wind blades. In that fleeting moment, the sword draw technique activated. Swish. The blood-plum sword was unsheathed. Feng Xiu suddenly accelerated, his figure becoming a blur. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived behind the Fairy Queen, leaving a few crimson plum blossoms suspended in midair, marking her chest. 207-44. The blood-red numbers soared, and he failed to trigger a weak point attack. The damage was far from explosive compared to before. The Fairy Queen whirled around, launching another volley of intersecting wind blades at Feng Xiu. Die. The Fairy Queen's reaction speed was significantly quicker than during the simple difficulty. He felt grateful he hadn't overestimated his abilities by attempting a normal difficulty dungeon right after his class change. Faced with such rapid and potent attacks, even if he discerned her assault, it was challenging to avoid errors amidst continuous dodges. Having gauged the Fairy Queen's enhanced strength, Feng Xiu resolved to engage in earnest combat. Transform into Rune Iron Guardian. A silver helmet insignia materialized on his sword-wielding right hand, and in the next second, the silver radiance began to envelop his entire body, coating even his attire in a shimmering layer. In the blink of an eye, Feng Xiu transformed into a Rune Iron Guardian, his body gleaming silver, adorned with faint purple magical patterns, reminiscent of his training at Lingji Company's training room the day before. After transitioning to Ancient Transformation Sorcerer, his original skill, Rune Iron Guardian, became a transformation stone, permanently inscribed within the transformation book. The effects of the transformation were indistinguishable from those at LV15 of the Rune Iron Guardian skill. Clang. The intersecting wind blade struck Feng Xiu's form with tremendous force, the raging wind elements threatening to tear everything asunder. Yet, as the wind blades dissipated, Feng Xiu remained firmly planted, untouched. A number floated above his head, indicating the Fairy Queen had previously attacked him. 0. Feng Xiu smiled. The combination of the high magic damage reduction of 64 and 120 points of magical defense from the Rune Iron Guardian proved effective. The Fairy Queen could not even breach his defenses. Did that mean he could strike at will? Without dismissing his transformation, Feng Xiu charged forth, wielding the blood plum sword, engaging the Fairy Queen in close combat. Whoever falters next would be the loser. Had it been his previous Rune Iron Guardian skill, he might have hesitated, as it would require mana to maintain the transformation. However, now that it had become a transformation stone recorded in the transformation book, It bore similarities to the transformation stone, Wind Fairy, limited only by duration without any further consumption. If he transitioned into Ancient Transformation Sorcerer, even the duration limitation would vanish. The strength did not lie in the Rune Iron Guardian skill itself, but rather in the Ancient Transformation Sorcerer class. Truly worthy of being a 4-star class. Slaughter. Sword Drawl. Withstanding the Fairy Queen's wind blades, Feng Xiu relentlessly swung the Blood Plum sword. As the Fairy Queen's health dwindled, he executed a sword draw technique, determined to end her nefarious existence. The Fairy Queen's anguished wail echoed throughout Wind Spirit Valley, her form plummeting to the ground as she lost her connection to the wind elements, crashing heavily. Beside her, a pair of boots fell. Fortune smiled upon him. Having defeated the boss twice, he had claimed 2 pieces of equipment. Feng Xiu bent down to retrieve the boots from the ground. The boots' attributes materialized before his eyes. Gale Boots, set. Quality, excellent. Attributes, defense 5, movement speed 10, agility 1. Tier, first transition. Set. Gale's Return, 15 movement speed 10, agility 5, 3-piece set. Not activated, attack speed 10, agility 5, 5-piece set, not activated. Durability, 50-50. Unsurprisingly, it is yet another piece from the Gale's Return set. Currently, I possess 1 piece of wrist armor, and with the addition of boots, acquiring a 3rd piece would complete the set. Feng Xiu promptly donned the equipment, eagerly directing his gaze towards the lifeless form of the Fairy Queen sprawled on the ground. With a snap of his fingers, he initiated the crafting of a transformation stone. A vast, dark purple array materialized beneath the Fairy Queen's remains, its radiant glow searing her body, causing it to disintegrate, only to coalesce above the array. As the Fairy Queen's form neared obliteration, the transformation stone above the array grew increasingly large, and Feng Xiu felt his heart leap into his throat. Most of his previous attempts to craft transformation stones had faltered at this very moment. Now, it was a matter of luck. Hint: Transformation Stone, Fairy Queen, crafted successfully. Chapter 16, Transformation Stone, Fairy Queen. It worked. Feng Xiu couldn't help but clench his fist in celebration. It was not merely the rarity of his success that thrilled him, but the validation that he could indeed craft transformation stones for boss entities. The Fairy Queen was merely the beginning. Countless formidable bosses awaited his crafting prowess in the future. After his celebration, Feng Xiu retrieved the transformation stone to examine its attributes. Transformation Stone, Fairy Queen. Rarity, rare. Effect: upon use, transforms the user into the Fairy Queen, granting agility 2, Constitution 3, Spirit 7, and skills: Gale Force, Windblade, Interwoven Windblade, lasting for 5 minutes. Description: a transformation stone imbued with the Fairy Queen's power. Through it, one can embody a queen who commands the storms. A rare great item. Feng Xiu's eyes lit up. Indeed, the attributes of a boss crafted into a transformation stone far surpassed those of ordinary creatures. A staggering total of 12 attribute enhancements, 3 skills, one of which was the Fairy Queen's signature Interwoven Windblade. Even without transforming, Feng Xiu could sense the immense value of this item. It was undoubtedly an excellent trump card for any magic-based profession. Stowing the transformation stone in his backpack, Feng Xiu immediately chose to exit the dungeon. Dungeon cleared. Time: 1 hour, 13 minutes, 31 seconds. Normal difficulty not counted towards the leaderboard. He materialized at the entrance of Wind Spirit Valley, where an increasing number of stalls dotted the area, with far more adventurers arriving to tackle the dungeon than when he first came. He had arrived shortly after 6 o'clock, and now it was already 7:30, the prime time for adventurers to commence their endeavors. Feng Xiu swiftly moved aside, seeking refuge beneath a shady tree to meticulously search through his phone. On the Profession Purchase app, there were indeed numerous items that allowed transformation, classified into 3 categories. The first category merely altered appearance without conferring additional abilities, termed transformation items. The second category modified certain aspects of appearance, such as sprouting a foxtail, growing cat ears, or transforming human hands into crab pincers, some of which provided additional abilities while others did not. These items were exceedingly popular, with prices ranging widely. Among them, transformation items like cattails, foxtails, and cat ears were particularly in demand. Upon examining this category, Feng Xiu felt as though he had unlocked a new world. It must be said that the adventurers in this infinite realm were quite extravagant. The third category of items, akin to Feng Xiu's transformation stone, completely transformed the user into another creature while bestowing certain abilities of that creature, aptly named transformation items. The quantity of transformation items was the least among the 3 categories, and they were also the most expensive, as they were truly designed to enhance combat capabilities. After perusing through the selection, Feng Xiu discovered an item akin to that of the Fairy Queen. Azure Falcon's Feather. Rarity, rare. Effect: upon use, transforms the user into an Azure Falcon, granting agility 3. Spirit 5, and skills: Wind Form, Wind Barrage, lasting for 10 minutes. Description: the plumage of the ruler of the Azure Falcon clan. Only those deemed worthy may harness their power. Sale price: 300,000 Alliance coins. Capable of flight, it augments spirit attributes and grants 2-star wind-based spell skills. However, the attributes of the Azure Falcon's feather were 4 points less than those of the Fairy Queen, and it offered 1 less skill. Additionally, since the Fairy Queen had a humanoid form, Feng Xiu believed his transformation stone, Fairy Queen, could fetch a price of 350,000 without issue. Money didn't seem overly difficult to acquire. Feng Xiu mused as he stroked his chin. Each foray into the dungeon allowed him to craft a transformation stone from a Fairy Queen, calculating based on a 10 probability for crafting ordinary creatures. 10 dungeon runs would yield 1 Fairy Queen transformation stone. Assuming each run took 1 hour, that amounted to 10 hours. Spending 10 hours immersed in dungeons each day seemed a tad exaggerated, considering the adrenaline-fueled nature of combat for someone like Feng Xiu, whose stamina capped at 18 points. If averaged at 5 runs a day, he could produce a Fairy Queen transformation stone every 2 days, translating to 35 in a month, equating to a staggering 25 million. A monthly income of 5 million. Feng Xiu gazed towards the portal of the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon. The path to prosperity lay within. Suddenly, the 2 million from Lingji Company didn't seem quite so substantial. Onward, Feng Xiu hurriedly re-entered the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon. This time, he would opt for the hard difficulty. Just as Feng Xiu's figure slowly melded into the portal, 3 individuals, positioned beneath a large tree 100 meters away, gazed enviously at his retreating silhouette. Feng Xiu seemed to have once again attracted the attention of Han Lily, who licked her lips with sparkling eyes filled with admiration. Indeed, a 3-star profession allowed one to act with impunity. Pure luck. Kai Nan's eyes brimmed with jealousy and disbelief as he turned to Chung Sr. Are you sure there's been no mistake? Chung's son shrugged. My uncle has confirmed the information. Feng Xiu's profession is now registered in the school's latest enrollment directory. If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. Moreover, it said that the homeroom teacher even approached the principal to award Feng Xiu a genius accolade. Awarded a genius accolade. Kai Nan's jealousy intensified. Yet, he quickly considered that if Feng Xiu had received the genius accolade, he would surely participate in the upcoming 10-school competition, presenting an excellent opportunity for him to settle the score. Kai Nan's rubbed his fists in anticipation. His current advantage was that he had transitioned to his profession a month earlier than Feng Xiu, placing him at level 20, while Feng Xiu could only be at most level 11. With less than a week remaining before the 10-school competition commenced, Feng Xiu would undoubtedly struggle to level up significantly. The disparity in levels could nullify the attribute gap between 3-star and 2-star professions, allowing Kai Nans to gather equipment and items to gain the upper hand. Do you really need to trouble him? He hasn't done anything to you, has he? Chung's son inquired, perplexed. His question was not merely a query, but also a cautionary reminder. I've disliked him since the day he entered the school, Kai Nans replied dismissively, his gaze flickering as he plotted something. Observing Kai Nan's irrational demeanor, consumed by jealousy, Chung's son wisely chose to remain silent. Chapter 17. Soloing the Nightmare-level Fairy Queen. Wind Spirit Valley, before the Fairy Queen's little garden. This marked Feng Xiu's 4th visit here. Indeed, it was the 4th time, not the 3rd. The difficulty of the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon on hard mode was not overly taxing. Overall, his level had risen by 3, culminating in the Fairy Queen's health reaching 5,000. Although the Fairy Queen of the hard difficulty could indeed breach the defenses of Feng Xiu, transformed into the runic Iron Guardian, it merely managed to penetrate his defenses. Feng Xiu, fortified by a healing potion that restored 10 health points per second for a duration of 30 seconds, withstood the assault. Fortune favored him as well. While he could not create another transformation stone for the Fairy Queen, he did acquire a 2-star ordinary skill book, Intersecting Windblade, valued at 30,000 in the market. Feng Xiu resolved to return and sell both this book and the transformation stone, Fairy Queen, together, seizing the moment to challenge even higher levels of difficulty. He was eager to test the limits of his capabilities. In the Nightmare difficulty, the Wind Pixies and Wind Chasers had reached level 23, while Feng Xiu remained at a mere 14. After clearing the hard dungeon and engaging in another round of the Nightmare dungeon, his experience from soloing propelled his level from 12 to 14. Nevertheless, the Wind Pixies still surpassed him by 9 levels. A significant gap akin to a class transition within the profession. Thus, these common monsters in the Wind Spirit Valley were no longer foes that Feng Xiu could easily dispatch with a single stroke. It now required at least 2 strikes. And the Wind Chasers demanded 2 swift draws coupled with sword energy to barely bring them down. This significantly hampered Feng Xiu's efficiency in clearing dungeons. Having fought his way through, he arrived at the Fairy Queen's little garden, and it was already 11:07 a.m. He recalled entering the dungeon at precisely 9 o'clock a.m., indicating that he had spent over 2 hours merely dealing with the smaller creatures. Reflecting on the top dungeon ranking of 35 minutes and 48 seconds, he realized that team runs were indeed more comfortable. To achieve a solo ranking, he still had a long journey ahead. Gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist, Feng Xiu stepped into the small garden. In the distance, his old acquaintance, the Fairy Queen, floated in midair, supported by the wind element. Her enormous wings gently enveloping her as she slumbered, resembling a beautiful sleeping maiden. Fairy Queen LV 25. HP 10,000. Upon sensing an intruder in her domain, the Fairy Queen immediately awakened from her slumber. Her emotionless eyes swiftly locked onto Feng Xiao. Intruder, begone, she thundered, a tempest swirling around her. It was as if she were backed by a wind tunnel, an unending gale surging forth, threatening to overwhelm Feng Xiao. No surprise, this is indeed nightmare difficulty, Feng Xiao muttered, recalling the additional skills possessed by the nightmare-level Fairy Queen. At present, she was unleashing a rare 2-star skill known as Gale Domain. Within this domain, the movement speed of all allies would be enhanced, while wind-based skills would gain increased lethality, and all enemies would find their movement restricted by the howling winds. It was an incredibly advantageous area skill for team battles. Inside the Gale Domain, Feng Xiao was moving against the wind, feeling as though his feet were weighed down with lead, making progress arduous. Endure the wrath of the tempest. In just a second, the Fairy Queen transformed from the enchanting sleeping beauty to a frenzied queen, as she wildly gestured with her hands, her massive wings flapping, unleashing a powerful intersecting wind blade. The turquoise wind element coalesced into an X-shaped energy slash, towering at approximately 3 meters, advancing with astonishing speed, as if intent on severing and crushing everything in its path. The potency of this intersecting wind blade surpassed all that Feng Xiao had encountered before. It was undoubtedly a max-level skill. Class Transition, Ancient Transformation Sorcerer. Transform into Runic Iron Guardian. In an instant, Feng Xiao abandoned the notion of confronting the Fairy Queen as a swordsman. The Ancient Transformation Sorcerer could augment the benefits of transformation by an additional 30. Initially, transforming into the Runic Iron Guardian would enhance his magical and physical defenses by 120 points. Now, it was elevated to 156 points. This marked his utmost resilience at present. Clang. The next moment, the intersecting wind blade struck Feng Xiao, akin to a colossal blade cleaving through a thick iron plate, the metallic clash resonating heavily. The immense power pushing him back over a meter. Thud. Feng Xiao quickly planted his foot back on the ground, stabilizing his stance, and pressed onward. 188,200. Glancing at his health, Feng Xiao felt relieved. The Fairy Queen's intersecting wind blade had inflicted only 12 points of damage, well within an acceptable range. This battle was feasible. Reaching into his backpack, he retrieved a healing potion and consumed it, raising his blood-red sword to deliver a strike. As the blade descended upon the Fairy Queen, a crimson number appeared, 48. It was merely a standard attack. After transitioning to Ancient Transformation Sorcerer, Feng Xiao could no longer utilize the sword skills or sword energy of a swordsman. All he could manage was a basic attack, yet that was sufficient. As long as he could breach her defenses and his health recovery outpaced the damage dealt to him, he could whittle her down, one strike at a time. This was Feng Xiao's ultimate strategy for conquering the dungeon. Though slow, it represented the highest potential for success. This approach was not entirely original to Feng Xiao. It belonged to the solo play style of defensive specialization classes, relying on formidable defense to gradually wear down opponents. However, many practitioners of defensive specialization possessed insufficient offensive capabilities, often treating nightmare-level minor monsters as if they were bosses, or they might not even be able to breach the defense of a true boss. Hence, the vast majority of defensive specialization classes gravitated towards team play. Yet, in Feng Xiao's case, it was perfectly suited. The minor monsters were swiftly dealt with by this swordsman, while the overwhelming boss was confronted in his Ancient Transformation Sorcerer form, engaging in a true 1v1 duel, each strike landing true. Thus, the scene unfolded before him. A striking young man, clad in an armor like silver sheen, stood resolute against the howling winds, relentlessly cleaving through the colossal intersecting wind blades unleashed by the Fairy Queen, embodying an indefatigable combat machine. Chapter 18, Dungeon Leaderboard Race. Defeated Fairy Queen, gained 25,000 experience. Level up, current level, 15, Strength 1, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 1. As he witnessed the deranged Fairy Queen gradually succumb, Feng Xiao released his transformation and fell back, exhausted. Lying on the ground, he gasped for breath. That was incredibly difficult. The battle had lasted a full 10 minutes. Unlike the usual sword practice, every strike during this combat had demanded 7 parts of Feng Xiao's strength, delivered in an unrelenting flurry for 10 minutes, all while constantly monitoring his health to replenish it. This was undoubtedly a test for him. However, having successfully slain the Fairy Queen, all his efforts were not in vain. I have finally accomplished soloing the nightmare-level Wind Spirit Valley. Feng Xiao clenched his fist towards the sky. This had been a goal he set for himself, also the minimum requirement for utilizing the Fury Wind Howl Challenge scroll. After resting for about 5 minutes, Feng Xiao slowly rose from the ground and reached out towards the Fairy Queen. Creation of Transformation Stone. A dark purple magical array materialized beneath the Fairy Queen, beginning to absorb her strength to coalesce into a transformation stone. Yet, the moment the power from the Fairy Queen was fully absorbed, the stone in midair suddenly emitted a resounding pop and shattered spontaneously. Alert! Transformation stone creation failed. Feng Xiu paid it no mind, as he had grown accustomed to such outcomes. His gaze fell upon an object that had dropped to the ground, prompting him to hastily bend down and retrieve it. It was a component of the Gale Armor set. Gale Armor set. Quality, rare. Attributes, Defense 35, Agility 4, Strength 1. Rank, First Transition. Set, Gale's Return, 15 Movement Speed 10, Agility 5, 3-piece set, not activated, Attack Speed 10, Agility 5, 5-piece set, not activated. Durability, 150-150. Rare quality. Feng Xiu raised an eyebrow slightly. The Gale Armor set produced in Wind Spirit Valley typically boasts exceptional quality, with rare-grade equipment appearing only occasionally. Its foundational attributes surpass those of the exceptional grade, yet do not affect the set's combination effects, making it more highly sought after by professionals. However, such rare-grade components are usually dropped only by Nightmare-level or Hell-level Fairy Queens, making them relatively scarce and expensive, priced approximately 35 times that of the exceptional quality counterparts in the same position. Previously, when Feng Xiu considered purchasing a full Gale Armor set, he noted that the exceptional quality Gale Armor cost 5,000 coins, while the rare grade was priced at 20,000. Now, this modest sum was beneath his notice. He planned to order the complete Gale Armor set upon returning home that evening, not expecting to find a piece now. Well, that would save him from buying an additional item. He immediately equipped it. Notice, Gale Armor set, 3-piece set, activated, movement speed 10, agility 5. With the bonuses from the Gale Armor set and switching to the Swordmaster class, Feng Xiu's agility had risen to 45, an exceptionally high figure. Scanning the area to ensure nothing was overlooked, Feng Xiu chose to exit the dungeon. Dungeon cleared. Time, 2 hours 21 minutes 7 seconds. Recorded score, not ranked. Standing at the bustling entrance of the dungeon, Feng Xiu reviewed his performance. The dungeon clearing time was locked in from the moment he defeated the Fairy Queen, 2 hours 21 minutes 7 seconds. In terms of solo play, it was quite commendable. But to secure a ranking, he still had a considerable distance to cover. First, he would have a meal, after a tiring morning. Feng Xiu longed for a leisurely meal and some well-deserved rest. He set off towards the inn near the city gate. After walking a short distance, he spotted the trio of Kai Nans, Chung San, and Han Lily, who were resting under the shade of a tree. Feng Xiu couldn't help but wonder if they ever practiced leveling up. He seemed to see them outside the dungeon every day. Surprisingly, Kai Nans did not approach him to throw sarcastic remarks. Well, he thought, he couldn't be bothered to engage with him either. Upon reaching the inn at the city gate, Feng Xiu ordered 4 dishes and a soup, along with a large bucket of rice, and settled down to enjoy his meal at a leisurely pace. While eating, he pondered the matters surrounding the dungeon. Now that he had cleared the nightmare-level Wind Spirit Valley dungeon, 2 tasks lay ahead of him. The first was to strategize against the Roaring Storm. The second was to find ways to enhance his speed and enter the rankings. There was no rush regarding the Roaring Storm. He had over 20 days left on the challenge ticket, and as long as he remembered to visit before his second transition, he would be fine. In the meantime, he aimed to bolster his combat capabilities, thereby increasing his success rate against the Roaring Storm. After all, he only knew the name of the boss, the Roaring Young Dragon, and could find no specific attributes online. However, the matter of entering the dungeon racing leaderboard was pressing. The dungeon leaderboard refreshed monthly, with rewards that were said to exclusively derive from the leaderboard, capable of enhancing equipment with strengthening stones. Today was June 26th, and in just 4 days, the rewards would be distributed. Feng Xiu pondered whether there was any way to break into the leaderboard in these few days. Even a 10th place finish would suffice. However, his time of 2 hours 21 minutes 7 seconds was far from the 48 minutes 51 seconds record. If only he could directly face the boss, he mused, as he continued to shovel rice into his mouth. Just then, he froze in realization. Wait, is that not a possibility? Feng Xiu recalled the combat style of assassins and rogues, sneaking past the mobs and challenging the boss directly. This method was commonly employed by rogues and assassins to solo simpler, normal difficulty dungeons. However, it was nearly impossible to solo a nightmare-level boss in such a manner, as the perception abilities of the mobs in nightmare-level dungeons were significantly enhanced. Ordinary rogues would be easily detected while sneaking, and even if one possessed exceptional stealth. As a fragile class, attempting to duel a nightmare-level boss with health several times greater than theirs was nearly unfeasible. This was also why the majority of dungeon speed records were not dominated by powerful rogue or assassin classes. Nonetheless, Feng Xiu was different. He could indeed challenge a nightmare-level dungeon boss alone. After all, during the nearly 2-hour clearing time of the nightmare-level Wind Spirit Valley, Feng Xiu had squandered a significant amount of time dealing with the mobs. If he could bypass the mobs entirely and go straight for the boss, who would care about a 10th place? He could easily surpass even the top score. So what methods could he employ? Chapter 19. I shall claim the first place on the dungeon leaderboard. To traverse the mob area directly to the boss's location, there were 3 main methods: stealth, running across the ground, or digging underground. Feng Xiu quickly dismissed the stealth method. He was not a rogue with inherent stealth capabilities. Utilizing stealth potions would result in a lower-grade stealth that would be easily pierced by the Nightmare Dungeon's mobs, rendering the effort futile and a waste of resources. As for flying across the sky, he indeed had that option. After several runs in the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon, he had amassed 30 transformation stones, Wind Fairy, in his bag. Transforming into a Wind Fairy would allow him to fly across the sky. However, the Wind Fairies in Wind Spirit Valley were ranged magic attackers. Soaring into the air would make him an easy target for a barrage of attacks from numerous Wind Fairies. Moreover, the sheer number of nightmare-level mobs was staggering. One careless move could attract 2 or 3 waves of monsters, leading to a fierce assault from dozens of Wind Fairies. Feng Xiu had only managed to escape peril thanks to transforming into a magic rune Iron Guard. Thus, flying across the sky was also not a viable option. What about digging underground? The professional purchase app did sell Earth Escape Talismans. Earth Escape Talisman. Quality, exceptional. Effect, allows free movement within the earth after use. Movement speed reduced by 50, lasts for 1 minute. Description, crafted by a powerful third transition class, Earthwalker. This talisman enables the flesh and blood to temporarily merge with the earth. Priced at 50,000 Alliance coins. The price of a single Earth Escape Talisman was not exorbitant, but lasting only 1 minute while decreasing movement speed by 50 meant that he would need to use at least a dozen talismans to reach the Fairy Queen's garden from the entrance of the Wind Spirit Valley. The cost would easily climb to nearly $1 million, equivalent to the price of 2 or 3 transformation stones for the Fairy Queen. Furthermore, after exhausting a dozen talismans, he would still need to battle the boss, consuming at least an additional 30 minutes. It might secure a ranking, but the cost was not justified. This likely explained why the top teams on the leaderboard did not employ Earth Escape Talismans, but focused solely on defeating the boss. A small team of 4 would incur nearly $4 million in costs. What dungeon could yield such returns? However, Feng Xiu possessed his own unique approach. Were there any creatures nearby adept at digging underground? Feng Xiu began searching on his phone. If there existed a creature adept at burrowing underground, it could craft transformation stones, which would serve as a substitute for Earth Escape Talismans. Regrettably, it seems that no such creature can be found in the vicinity of Qingshan City, where Feng Xiu resides. This path appears to be unviable. Suddenly, Feng Xiu pondered a question. How do the monsters within the dungeon discern their enemies? Is it through appearance? Their aura? Or perhaps, Feng Xiu was struck by an idea he wished to test. Boss, I'll settle the bill. He hastily swallowed the morsel in his mouth, rose to pay, and then sprinted towards Wind Spirit Valley. At precisely noon, when the sun blazed down and the heat was at its peak, most adventurers at the entrance of Wind Spirit Valley had vacated for lunch. Upon arriving at the entrance, Feng Xiu immediately chose to enter. Nightmare difficulty. As the dense fog dissipated, he was met with familiar trees and monsters. 2 wind fairies and a wind chaser were leisurely ambling through the forest, basking in the gentle breeze wafting from the depths of Wind Spirit Valley, warmed by the scattered sunlight. Transforming into a wind fairy, Feng Xiu crushed a transformation stone, Wind Fairy, and was instantly enveloped in a radiant glow, morphing into a wind fairy. Subsequently, he charged towards the wind fairies and wind chaser. 20 meters, 10 meters, Feng Xiu drew closer, and although the 3 monsters had clearly entered his attack range, he showed no inclination to strike, merely continuing to advance. It was only when the wind fairies and wind chaser noticed him, transformed into a wind fairy, that Feng Xiu's heart raced, preparing to revert his transformation and switch to the magical rune Iron Guard, yet he still refrained from initiating an attack. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, until he brushed past the 3 creatures, which merely regarded him curiously before resuming their leisurely stroll through the woods. Feng Xiu's anxiety finally subsided. He had guessed correctly. The monsters within the dungeon discerned foes based on their appearance or aura. In other words, as long as he transformed into a wind fairy or a wind chaser, he could traverse Wind Spirit Valley unimpeded. Elated, Feng Xiu soared through the air. But upon noticing the bemused gazes of the 2 wind fairies and the wind chaser, he quickly composed himself and flew calmly forward. Once out of sight of the 3 creatures, he accelerated wildly towards the small garden where the Fairy Queen resided. Although he had transformed into a wind fairy, his attributes remained those of his swordsman class. With a full activation of his 45 agility points, a green flash seemed to streak through Wind Spirit Valley. The passing wind fairies and wind chasers observed this green flash with inquisitive eyes, yet did not pursue. For the wind fairies sensed that the fleeting green light exuded the aura of their kin. In merely 2 minutes of flying, Feng Xiu reached the Fairy Queen's small garden. Upon entering the garden, both the Fairy Queen and the fairies cast puzzled glances in his direction. This is not a place for you. With that, the Fairy Queen raised her hand, manipulating a gust of air to send Feng Xiu back outside. At this moment, Feng Xiu grasped just how formidable the transformation ability of the ancient transformation sorcerer truly was. Not only could his kin not discern his true identity, but even the regal beings within their ranks were oblivious, as if he had entirely become that species. From now on, He could utilize this method to solo bosses in future dungeons. Fang Xiu's lips curled into a manic smile, already envisioning the glory of topping the leaderboard in multiple dungeons. Cancel transformation. The wind fairy's form, propelled by the fierce winds, was immediately shrouded in dazzling light. In the next instant, Fang Xiu, sword in hand, landed at the entrance of the small garden. The fairy queen, who had witnessed the entire spectacle of sending him away with a gust, was left in shock. What is happening? How did one of my kin, a wind fairy, transform into a human? And rather handsome too. But she quickly realized, no, it is not the wind fairy transforming into a human. Rather, that human has transformed into a wind fairy to infiltrate my presence. A despicable intruder. You shall endure my boundless wrath. With a grand sweep of her arm, the fairy queen unleashed her gust domain. Her wings beat heavily behind her, and 3-meter-high blades of wind surged forward, intent on cleaving Fang Xiu into fragments. This spectacle was far from new to Fang Xiu. Class change to Ancient Transformation Sorcerer. Transform into Magical Rune Iron Guard. Gripping his sword with one hand, he advanced with 2 steps in one, executing a swift slash. This time, I shall claim the first rank in the dungeon. Chapter 20. First place in dungeon rankings. After their meal, Chung Sun, Kai Nans, and Han Lily made their way from the city to Wind Spirit Valley. I called a friend to help us with the dungeon. You'd better temper your arrogance as we approach the dungeon, Chung Sun advised Kai Nans. I know, Kai Nans replied nonchalantly. Seeing Kai Nan's indifferent demeanor, Chung Sun chose not to press further. If it weren't for the business dealings between their families and the camaraderie among their elders, he wouldn't have bothered bringing Kai Nans along. The trio soon arrived at the entrance of the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon, and from a distance, Chung Sun spotted a young man with a deep blue staff floating beside him, adorned with a tuft of golden bangs. Brother Huang. Chung Sun waved to greet him. Approaching, Chung Sun quickly made the introductions. This is Huang Daoing. He graduated from the neighboring Qinqing Mountain 10th High School, and is now a 3-star class, Thunder Spirit Mage. This is my teammate Kai Nans, a 2-star class, Gentle Breeze Mage, and this young lady is my girlfriend Han Lily, a 1-star class, Priest. Hello, Brother Huang. Han Lily chimed in, following Chung Sun's lead. Huang Daoing merely nodded in acknowledgement, a subtle greeting. Kai Nans, however, furrowed his brow. Not speaking, are we? Pretending to be a master? Is a 3-star class that impressive? Noticing Kai Nan's lack of greeting and his frown, Chung Sun hurriedly interjected. We're counting on you to help us with the dungeon this time, Brother Huang. Huang Daoing nodded again. Let us head into the dungeon. I have other matters to attend to, so I can only take you through a couple of nightmare dungeons. However, I cannot guarantee that we will achieve a ranking. It depends on luck. No problem, Brother Huang. Just being able to have you guide us is already great. We're not expecting a ranking. Chung Sun quickly waved his hand. All right, then let us enter the dungeon. The 4 of them made their way to the teleportation portal of Wind Spirit Valley. Just as they reached the portal, a sudden exclamation erupted from someone near the dungeon leaderboard stone. The rankings for Wind Spirit Valley dungeon have changed for the first time. Instantly, all the adventurers at the entrance of Wind Spirit Valley craned their necks and perked their ears to catch wind of the developments regarding the dungeon rankings. With several who were close to the leaderboard rushing over to take a look. Is it the Ma Yingyuan team? I saw them enter the dungeon this morning. They finally surged from being the eternal second to first place. No, it's not the Ma Yingyuan team. They've been pushed to 3rd place. It's someone named Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu? Who is that? I've never heard of this person before. What is the configuration of their team? Holy moly. A voice in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, even louder than before. Those who had approached and hadn't yet seen the dungeon leaderboard were now even more curious, hurriedly inquiring. What happened? What is going on? The astonished adventurer widened their eyes, pointing at the first position on the dungeon leaderboard, proclaiming, this first place ISNT from a team completion. It's a solo clear. Solo clear. As soon as those words were uttered, the surrounding players were left in a state of bewilderment. The difficulty of the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon is classified as nightmarish, and it typically requires a minimum of 2-star professionals, all at level 20 and fully equipped, for an ordinary 4-person team to successfully clear it. While they were aware of some formidable 3-star players or affluent individuals adorned in perfect grade gear who could solo the nightmarish Wind Spirit Valley, to achieve the top rank in the dungeon leaderboard while doing so seemed utterly preposterous. In an instant, players from the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon flocked towards the leaderboard stone tablet, with even a few who were previously engaged in trading hastily dismantling their stalls to witness the rankings. Chung Sun, Huang Daohong, and others paused at the entrance of the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon. Fang Xiu, Kai Nanzai and Chung Sun exchanged glances, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Fang Xiu had managed to solo the nightmarish dungeon and claim the top spot on the leaderboard. Hadn't he just changed his class a couple of days prior? To clear a nightmarish dungeon at levels 10 or 11. He was a 3-star professional, certainly, but not a 30-star one. Chung Sun and Kai Nanzai had never heard of a 3-star professional being able to solo a first-turn dungeon at nightmarish difficulty right after transitioning. Fang Xiu had conquered the nightmarish dungeon? How intriguing. Huang Daohong's eyes sparkled with interest. Do you know Fang Xiu? Cheng's son inquired, noticing Huang Daoheng's expression. Not personally, Huang Daoheng replied casually. Cheng's son pondered this. After all, Huang Daoheng was from the 10th High School of Qingshan City, so it was unlikely he would know someone from the 3rd. However, I do know of him, Huang Daoheng suddenly added. He is part of Lingji Company's Genius Investment Program. I believe my investment manager has even made a wager with his investment manager regarding whose ranking will be higher during the 10 school tournament. Initially, I didn't think much of him, but it's astonishing that he managed to solo a nightmarish dungeon and achieve the top rank. He must be a formidable opponent. Huang Daoheng squinted his eyes, suddenly eager to attempt a solo challenge of the nightmarish difficulty in the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon. Meanwhile, Cheng's son and Kai Nanzai maintained calm exteriors, feigning unfamiliarity with Feng Xiu, while internally, their minds were in turmoil. Lingji Company had invested in Feng Xiu. Lingji Company was known to every resident of Qingshan City. It was the largest pharmaceutical company in the city and ranked among the top 3 enterprises in the southern part of Dongguan country, boasting substantial financial resources and formidable strength. Their internal investment program for gathering geniuses was exclusive to the most exceptional talents. The fact that Lingji Company had invested in Feng Xiu implied that even if he took 2 months to complete his first transition, there were still those who believed in his potential. With this thought in mind, Cheng's son quickly pulled out his phone and sent a message to none other than Kai Nanzai, who was right in front of him. Kai Nanzai was jolted back to reality by the notification sound from his phone and instinctively reached for it. Cheng's son, I'll advise you one last time. Do not provoke Feng Xiu. If you persist in your obstinacy, then I'm sorry, but starting tomorrow, there will be no place for you in my team. Inside the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon, finally finishing off the Fairy Queen, Feng Xiu let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the defeated foe sprawled on the ground. He had spent a significant amount of time battling the Fairy Queen, estimating at least 12 to 13 minutes, including the time taken to transform into a wind fairy. It should be under 20 minutes. His position as the top rank on the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon leaderboard was secure. Just as he was about to use the transformation stone on the Fairy Queen, a prompt suddenly appeared before him. Advanced Swordsmanship Skill Proficiency 1, Skill Level Up. Current Level, 10. Advanced Swordsmanship had reached Level 10. Feng Xiu was taken aback. He had only just reached Level 6 the previous night. Today, he had been so focused on defeating monsters that he hadn't noticed the increase in proficiency. In just one morning, it had reached Level 10. Feng Xiu quickly checked the prompt record. Soon, he realized that during his battle with the Fairy Queen, specifically while withstanding the overlapping wind blades and wielding his sword, his advanced swordsmanship skill proficiency had skyrocketed. Feng Xiu had an epiphany. Wielding a sword under load could indeed accelerate the growth of proficiency. Naturally, this load encompassed not only weight, but also the pressures and dangers faced. It was only natural that practicing swordplay amidst the relentless onslaught of wind blades would hasten the advancement of his advanced swordsmanship. Right. With advanced swordsmanship at level 10, the Swordmaster class should now have access to a finishing move. Upon reaching level 10, all classes unlock their ultimate skills, commonly referred to as finishing moves. Feng Xiu promptly switched his class to Swordmaster. Opening his skill panel, he indeed found a third skill listed under his class skills. Sword Enlightenment, 3-star skill, level 1. Each attack adds a layer of sword enlightenment, up to a maximum of 100 layers. All layers are lost 30 seconds after ceasing attacks. Sword Enlightenment, attack speed, movement speed, and sword damage increased by 1. How formidable. Although his finishing move was a passive skill, Feng Xiu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. By continuously attacking 100 times, he could elevate his sword enlightenment to the maximum of 100 layers. At that point, he would possess an extraordinary buff enhancing his attack speed, movement speed, and sword damage by 100. Once stacked, who could withstand his ferocious onslaught? Once I switch to armor with higher defense and use the Swordmaster class to solo the Fairy Queen, I can do it even faster, Feng Xiu mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully before shutting the class panel. He stepped towards the Fairy Queen and attempted to use the transformation stone again. Once more, it was a failure. Confirming that this time she had indeed been stingy and dropped no gear or items, Feng Xiu chose to exit the dungeon. Dungeon cleared. Time, 15 minutes and 22 seconds. Score recorded. Notification, you have ascended to the Wind Spirit Valley Dungeon leaderboard. Current rank, 1. Satisfied to see that his expectations had been met, Feng Xiu let out a sigh of relief. Returning to the entrance of the Wind Spirit Valley Dungeon, he observed a crowd of players surrounding the leaderboard stone tablet, shouting excitedly, and he couldn't help but smile knowingly. This was merely the beginning. Once he assembled the Gale set and bolstered his defense, transforming into the magic pattern Iron Guard using the Swordmaster class would enable him to withstand the Fairy Queen's attacks, and his dungeon clearing time would likely be reduced by several minutes. Feng Xiu's goal was to bring the solo clearing record down to under 10 minutes. Turning back, he re-entered the Wind Spirit Valley Dungeon. The afternoon had just begun, providing him with 5 to 6 hours more to grind the dungeon. Chapter 21, Channels. Night fell. After returning home, Feng Xiu took a shower and changed into casual attire before heading to the restaurant reserved by Zhang Fugui. Upon arrival, Zhang Fu Gui and his aunt, Li Qinghong, were already there. As Fang Xiu took his seat, Zhang Fu Gui called the waiter to order and then handed over the documents regarding the Genius Investment Program. After passing them over, he smiled and asked, "I heard you cleared the nightmarish Wind Spirit Valley dungeon today and even took the top spot on the leaderboard?" "Well, I used a few tricks. It's nothing significant," Fang Xiu replied casually, not allowing himself to become overly pleased by such a minor achievement. He glanced at the documents in Zhang Fu Gui's hands before passing them to his aunt. "You shouldn't say that. In the adult world, only results matter. Achieving the top rank on the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon leaderboard is a testament to your strength," Zhang Fu Gui remarked with a smile. "They even called me today to suggest increasing your investment amount." "Oh, by how much?" Fang Xiu inquired curiously. Zhang Fu Gui extended 4 fingers. "The initial investment has doubled, 4 million. If you continue to excel in the subsequent 10 schools competition, then the next investment will also see an increase." Fang Xiu nodded. 4 million is quite a sum. Yet, it merely impressed him moderately, lacking the astonishment he felt earlier. Just this afternoon, he had soloed the nightmare difficulty of the Wind Spirit Valley 10 times, successfully crafting transformation stones after defeating the Fairy Queen on 2 occasions. With 3 transformation stones in hand, he retained one with the best attributes while listing the other 2 for sale online. Before coming to dinner, he had already sold 1 transformation stone for 350,000. After deducting the service fee, Fang Xiu netted 349,650. Excluding the gains from the dungeon boss, Fang Xiu had already amassed over 1 million simply from selling the 3 transformation stones. 4 million could be earned in just 4 days. However, Fang Xiu would not decline the investment from Lingji Company, not merely because they were offering free money, but also due to the benefits of having a robust backing. "How do you wish to utilize this 4 million? Zhang Fu Gui inquired. "First, procure for me a 1 transformation weapon of perfect quality. The remaining funds, please keep an eye out for 3-star skills of perfect grade or higher," Fang Xiu contemplated. Before arriving, he had considered how to spend 2 million. He planned to replace his excellent quality Blood Plum sword, were it not for the necessity to participate in the 10 schools competition and complete the Fury Wind Challenge dungeon. He would have intended to use it until the 2nd transformation before acquiring a superior weapon. After all, he was already at level 17. The experience gained from defeating 10 Nightmare-level Fairy Queens was comparable to completing the Nightmare-level Wind Spirit Valley 3 times. Thus, in the span of an afternoon, he had leveled up twice more. At this rate, he would reach level 20 by the day after tomorrow at the latest. As for equipment, Fang Xiu did not plan to make any changes. The Gale set suited his Swordmaster profession perfectly. At most, if he hadn't gathered the rare pieces of the Gale set before the 10 schools competition, he would purchase the missing components. Initially, Fang Xiu intended to ask Lingji Company to collect the corpses of boss-level monsters for him, but reconsidering the success rate of crafting transformation stones, he abandoned this money-burning endeavor. Thus, he found that he had nearly exhausted his needs for the first transformation stage, and as he entered the 2nd transformation stage, the primary requirement would be 3-star skills. There were plenty of 3-star skills available on the market, but their quality generally ranged from common to rare. To clarify, on the largest shopping app in the Eastern Empire, profession purchase, only common, excellent, and rare skills could be found from 1-star to 6-star. Skills of perfect quality or above, as well as those above 7 stars, were treasures that could only be found in auctions. It was even possible that such items might not be available at all, only glimpsed in private salons frequented by powerful individuals. It wasn't merely a matter of wealth. Fang Xiu accepted Lingji Company's investment with the intention of utilizing their channels to acquire these items. As for why he chose a magic system for his 3rd skill, Fang Xiu sought to compensate for his lack of ranged attack capabilities and to enhance his leveling efficiency. Magic classes could effortlessly fulfill both requirements. Upon transforming into the Fairy Queen as a magic class character, he would become a formidable output cannon, undoubtedly enhancing his leveling efficiency. Securing a perfect quality 1 transformation weapon posed no issues. The company's warehouse had several, and I will send you a catalog shortly for your selection. However, as for 3-star perfect skills, 4 million 1T suffice. Zhang Fu Gui shook his head at Fang Xiu. "How much is required?" Zhang Fu Gui raised a finger. "Starting from 10 million. Upon hearing this price, Fang Xiu was not surprised at all. Instead, he felt it was quite reasonable. The price gap between skill grades is nearly 10-fold. Rare 3-star skills sell for over 1 million on the profession purchase platform, making a baseline of 10 million for a perfect skill entirely normal. Please help me scout for suitable options. I'll need the items after the 10 schools competition. If funds fall short, I will supplement myself," Fang Xiu declared confidently. 10 million is merely the equivalent of 30 transformation stones from the Fairy Queen. In just 10 days, I could earn that. "All right, I will keep an eye out for you. Once I spot skills that meet your criteria, I will notify you," Zhang Fu Gui assured him. As a member of Lingji Company's investment department, he could manage this. Meanwhile, Li Qinghong had remained silent throughout, meticulously reviewing Zhang Fu Gui's documents before returning them to Fang Xiu along with a pen. This gesture indicated that she had reviewed the contents, found no issues, and was ready for him to sign. Feng Xiu took the pen and promptly inscribed his name, returning it to Zhang Fugui. To a fruitful collaboration. Zhang Fugui raised his glass. Rather, I should be the one expressing gratitude. Feng Xiu and Li Qinghong raised their glasses in return. The stronger your displayed talent, the more I will value you in the investment department. Mutual benefit is indeed a form of collaboration. The three clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in unison, enjoying another evening of delightful camaraderie. At 9 p.m., after a hearty meal and drinks, Feng Xiu stood to take his leave, preparing to return home. As he intended to solo the Wind Spirit Valley again in the morning and did not wish to indulge too much that night, Li Qinghong escorted him to the door, only departing once she saw him into a taxi. The vehicle hadn't traveled far when Feng Xiu suddenly noticed a message on his phone. Picking it up, he discovered a bank transfer notification. Account ending in 2145, Li Qinghong, has transferred to 154,000 Alliance coins to your account. Undoubtedly, it was his aunt sending him money. Feng Xiu smiled knowingly. His aunt expressed her love more through actions than words. He resolved to procure suitable 4-star skill books for her in the future as well. Chapter 22, Pre-Battle Preparations. In the days following the signing of the Genius Investment Plan, Feng Xiu immersed himself in the Wind Spirit Valley, tirelessly refreshing the dungeon completion records. Now, the record for the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon leaderboard had improved from 15 minutes and 22 seconds to 7 minutes and 31 seconds. The team that had previously been dethroned from the top spot attempted to reclaim their position, even considering spending exorbitant amounts on Earth Evasion talismans. However, upon witnessing Feng Xiu's terrifying frequency and efficiency in refreshing dungeon records, they promptly abandoned the notion of competing for first place. Given Feng Xiu's record, they would end up wasting money, as they would likely be outpaced by him immediately after entering the dungeon. Instead of squandering their resources, it was more prudent to solidify their position as second, being second isn't so bad after all. With this efficiency of 7 minutes and 31 seconds, Feng Xiu successfully reached level 20 the following day. Yet, he remained in the Wind Spirit Valley, as while he had met the level requirement for the second transformation, he still needed to enhance his skill proficiency. What better target for practice than the Fairy Queen, who incessantly unleashed intertwining wind blades? Previously, she had enabled him to elevate his advanced swordsmanship from level 6 to 10 in a single morning. Now, his expectations were modest. He only required her assistance to raise his advanced swordsmanship to the maximum level of 15 before the 10 schools competition. Aside from advanced swordsmanship, the more challenging aspect was the proficiency of the Ancient Transformation Sorcerer Skill S Transformation Book. The method to enhance the proficiency of the Transformation Book involved using transformation stones. Merely using recorded magic patterned Iron Guard's Wound T increased proficiency. Only the genuine consumption of transformation stones would elevate one's skill level. Indeed, professions with crafting capabilities necessitated substantial resources. Thus, Feng Xiu merely resorted to selling the transformation stones of the Fairy Queen online. Having consumed all the transformation stones for the Wind Fairy and Wind Beast himself, his skill levels had successfully reached level 5. The efficiency of this enhancement was satisfactory. Feng Xiu estimated that should he engage in continuous runs of the Wind Spirit Valley for about 10 days, not solely targeting bosses, but also clearing out the minions, he would likely produce enough Wind Fairy and Wind Beast transformation stones to max out his transformation book. However, achieving a second-class advancement before the 10 Schools tournament seemed improbable. On June 30th, the day before the commencement of the 10 Schools tournament, Feng Xiu deliberately allowed himself a bit more rest in the morning. After rising, he warmed up in the courtyard, practiced his swordplay, and subsequently had his meal and bathed, elevating his spirit and overall condition to their zenith. Today, he was set to undertake a significant challenge, soloing the Wrath of the Wind. Standing at the entrance of his courtyard, Feng Xiu meticulously checked his equipment for any omissions. His weapon, a fine drizzle, had been procured from Lingji Company for 200,000. Fine drizzle quality, perfect attributes, attack power 50, agility 7, strength 2, attack speed 10 special skill. Fine drizzle, passive. Reduces target's physical defense by 1 on attack, maximum of 10. Level, first advancement durability, 250 description, crafted from perfect quality materials. Fine drizzle was forged by 3 artisans over 7 continuous days using a small hammer, embodying delicacy and swiftness. As if a simple swing could sever the fine rain descending from the sky. Unlike the blood plum sword, fine drizzle possesses a narrower blade, merely 2 fingers wide, adorned with specks resembling raindrops, which grants it an accelerated striking speed while also rendering it seemingly fragile. Yet, this is merely an illusion. The material of fine drizzle is extraordinarily resilient and possesses remarkable toughness, as evidenced by its impressive durability of 250. Each time Feng Xiu unsheathed the sword, he felt a sharpness that suggested he could reap countless lives with a mere flick of his wrist. In addition to his weapon, Feng Xiu had also upgraded his gear. He had gathered the complete set of the Gale Return, all of rare quality, with the following set attributes: Gale Return set quality, Rare attributes. Defense 65, movement speed 15, attack speed 15, agility 23, strength 2 rank. First advancement set effect. Movement speed 10, attack speed 10, agility 10. After reviewing his equipment, Feng Xiu opened his attribute panel for inspection. Feng Xiu race. Human talent. Infinite job change. Creation level. Allows free switching between horizontal job levels. Seeker. Mythical level. All skill level caps at 50. Level 20. First advancement. Class. Swordmaster class core. Path of the Swordmaster. Enhances sword damage by an additional 50. Includes class skills. Sword chi. Sheathing technique. Sword insight. Moonblade slash. Health points. 160 magic points. 160 strength. 21. Growth. 0. 5 stars. Increases by 0. 5 points per level. Agility. 67. Growth. 1. 5 stars. Increases by 1. 5 points per level. Stamina. 16. Growth. 0. 5 stars. Increases by 0. 5 points per level. Spirit. 16. Growth. 0. 5 stars. Increases by 0. 5 points per level. Skill slots. 22. Advanced swordsmanship. 3-star common skill. LV 15. Increases sword damage by 60. Attack speed by 20. Ignores 10 physical defense. 3 chance to trigger a critical hit. Transformation book. 4-star rare skill. LV 516-0500. Includes 3 transformation pages. The transformation stones recorded on these pages can be permanently utilized. Recorded transformations. Magic rune Iron Guard. His skill panel was extraordinarily lavish. So splendid that it evoked a sense of nostalgia as Feng Xiu recalled his attribute panel from merely a week prior, feeling as if eons had passed. Closing the attribute panel, he then opened his profession bag, a veritable cornucopia, filled to the brim. Powerful healing potions, slow-acting healing potions, defense scrolls, attack speed scrolls. Feng Xiu had amassed a substantial stock of potions and temporary attribute boosting scrolls, nearly filling H is 2M times 2M times 2M profession bag completely. Having confirmed everything was in order, with no items overlooked, Feng Xiu stood in his courtyard and tore open the challenge scroll for the Wrath of the Wind. Chapter 23. Coincidence. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped Feng Xiu. When he regained clarity of his surroundings, it was as though he had returned to the Wind Spirit Valley. Lush forests, a gentle mist, and the persistent breeze swirling about him confirmed this was indeed the Wind Spirit Valley. However, it was not the same Wind Spirit Valley where the Fairy Queen resided. Clang. A crisp metallic sound echoed from a distance, instantly capturing Feng Xiu's attention, prompting him to follow the direction from whence it originated. As he navigated around a copse of trees, he encountered an open area where a colossal dragon, standing 3 meters tall and adorned with dark green scales, was roaring skyward. Roar! The ferocious roar summoned a cerulean whirlwind, sweeping through the vicinity for hundreds of meters. The sheer might was awe-inspiring. Feng Xiu was certain that no first-tier magic class could wield such a powerful skill. The dragon, the source of this terrifying tempest, was indeed Feng Xiu's target. Wrath of the Wind Young Dragon LV 30, HP 1082, 120, 000. So it was an injured Wrath of the Wind Young Dragon he was to battle? Observing that the dragon's health was nearly halved, Feng Xiu deduced its condition. In the next instant, the swirling whirlwind was suddenly pierced by a sharp object, and a young girl clad in red armor, sporting a black ponytail and wielding a golden spear, leaped through the breach created. With a flourish of her spear, she transformed into a shadow, dashing towards the Wrath of the Wind Young Dragon with astonishing speed. As she thrust her spear forward, swirling vortex-like patterns emerged upon its surface, coalescing into a massive drill aimed at piercing the dragon's body directly. Clang! Another resounding metallic clash echoed. The Wrath of the Wind Young Dragon blocked the girl's assault with its claws while its golden slit-like eyes glinted with a fierce light. Merely lifting its head, it completed its charge, and the next moment, it thrust its head downward. Roar! A breath infused with wind elements and dragon power surged forth, cascading down upon the girl. She hurriedly retreated, but the young dragon seized the rare opportunity and relentlessly pursued her, expelling its breath with fervor. The girl had no choice but to plant her feet firmly on the ground, swiftly rotating her spear in front of her to form an invisible barrier to deflect the dragon's onslaught, while hastily consuming healing potions from her profession bag to withstand the young dragon's attack. This was Feng Xiu's first venture into the Wrath of the Wind dungeon. He was uncertain whether this was a scripted event within the dungeon or merely a fortunate coincidence that allowed him to enter while another was engaged in a duel with the Wrath of the Wind. Dungeon events often replay past occurrences, allowing some dungeons to feature characters and events from previous exploits. As for coincidence, given that the Wrath of the Wind is a public dungeon, even without forming a party, all participants would be confronting the same Wrath of the Wind Young Dragon. To access the Wrath of the Wind, one must acquire the scroll, which has an exceedingly low drop rate, and to coincide in entering, one must use it at approximately the same time. The probability of success is exceedingly low. As the breath of the furious wind dragon subsided, the young girl swiftly retreated, casting a fleeting glance towards Feng Xiu's position. Shortly thereafter, Feng Xiu received a notification. The practitioner Lin Jinan has sent you a party invitation. Would you like to join her team? A practitioner indeed? How fortuitous. Feng Xiu resolutely declined the offer with a mere tap of his finger. After all, it was merely a level 30 boss. Previously, when his gear was incomplete, his weapon unchanged, and his skill proficiency not yet maxed out, he had managed to single-handedly challenge the level 25 Fairy Queen at level 15. Now, equipped with a rare set of gear, a flawless weapon, and advanced swordsmanship at level 15, facing a level 30 Furious Wind Dragon boss would surely be a trivial endeavor. If he could defeat it alone, why would he consider collaborating with another? Should she falter, he would simply take over the fight against the Furious Wind Dragon. Lin Jinan, taken aback by the rejection, furrowed her brow as she sprinted around the open space, evading the Furious Wind Dragon's attacks while consuming potions to restore her health. She dashed past Feng Xiu, calling out loudly, "Loot will be split 50-50. I get to choose first." She then sent another party invitation to Feng Xiu. Without hesitation, he declined once more, thinking to himself, "What 50-50? I prefer 100-0. I only desire one item from the Furious Wind Dragoness loot. The rest is yours." Lin Jinan proposed a new distribution plan, yet Feng Xiu remained unmoved. Her words only heightened his suspicion that the Furious Wind Dragon must drop something truly exceptional. Seeing that the practitioner would not join her party, even for just a single item, Lin Jinan realized that he, like herself, was intent on soloing the boss. "You cannot defeat it alone," she insisted. "The Furious Wind Dragon has 3 phases, and it has only just entered the 2nd phase. Lin Jinan attempted to persuade Feng Xiu. 3 phases? He acknowledged having heard of such a notion, where the Furious Wind Dragon possesses a skill known as Dragon King Transformation, capable of significantly augmenting its combat prowess. But so what? Your limitations do not define mine. If you cannot manage, perhaps it's best to withdraw from the dungeon," he retorted, stepping back to avoid being caught in the crossfire of her battle with the Furious Wind Dragon. Lin Jinan continued her rapid sprint, her piercing gaze seemingly capable of cleaving Feng Xiu into pieces. Yet she refrained from dragging him into her conflict with the Furious Wind Dragon. Ultimately, employing her full arsenal of rare items as if they were of no cost, she whittled the dragoness health down to a mere 5,000. With a thunderous roar, the Furious Wind Dragon unleashed its might, finally reaching the 3rd phase. The bright sky was abruptly shrouded in ominous darkness, the ground taking on a desolate gray, with numerous fissures releasing strange currents. Standing atop the ravaged earth, the dragon's once vivid green scales began to darken to a deep crimson, an astonishing aura erupting from its body, sweeping forth like a tidal wave. Humph! A heavy snort echoed as the Furious Wind Dragon's golden eyes transformed to a blood-red hue, locking onto Lin Jinan in the distance. It charged forth like a crimson meteor. Lin Jinan inhaled deeply, reluctantly conceding that she had underestimated the creature. Having naively believed that conquering the Furious Wind Dragon required only the ability to solo the nightmarish Wind Spirit Valley. "Retreat," she resolved. Before departing, she glanced back at Feng Xiu. "Dare to tell me your name? What is there to fear?" he replied, exuding an air of defiance. "A true man stands by his name. I am Kai Nans." Feng Xiu projected an aura of bravado, but internally he mused. "This girl is clearly intent on causing trouble for me. Would I be foolish enough to reveal my true name?" As for why he chose to identify himself as Kai Nans, when navigating the world, one must sometimes bear the name of someone they loathe, especially when the need arises to shoulder blame. Lin Jinan silently committed this name to memory before choosing to exit the dungeon. Boom. The moment Lin Jinan vanished, the massive form of the Furious Wind Dragon crashed down where she had stood. Subsequently, the heavens regained their calm, the dragon's body reverting from dark red to its vibrant green, flapping its wings as it returned to the center of the open area. Its health restored to a full 20,000. Regenerating health post-battle, is it? Feng Xiu remarked, weary of such mechanics that only exist in games. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had never anticipated seizing such advantages. Stepping forward, he placed his right hand upon the hilt of his sword, Drizzle. "Now it is my turn to challenge." Chapter 24, The Furious Wind Dragon. Gazing at the distant Furious Wind Dragon, Feng Xiu refrained from rushing into battle. Instead, he stood at the edge of the clearing, practicing his swordplay as he would on any other day. He continued this exercise until he had completed 100 swings. At last, satisfied, he glanced at his status bar, noting that his sword insight had accumulated to 100 layers. Sword insight, 100 attack speed, movement speed, and sword damage increased by 100. The description of the Swordmaster, class skill, Sword Insight, indicated that it could be stacked merely through the act of attacking, allowing him to accumulate layers even without a target in sight. He then retrieved 3 talismans from his inventory, opting to use them. Blade Talisman, increases attack power by 10, lasts for 10 minutes. Armor Spell, increases physical and magical defense by 10, lasts for 10 minutes. Windwalker Talisman, increases movement speed by 10, lasts for 10 minutes. With all buffs fully stacked, Feng Xiu then grasped his sword with one hand, slowly advancing toward the furious wind dragon. As he entered within 100 meters of the beast, it immediately took notice, its golden slit pupils sweeping over Feng Xiu. In the next moment, the furious wind dragon flapped its wings, launching itself into the air as several wind blades sliced through the air towards him. Feng Xiu chose not to transform into the demon-marked Iron Guardian immediately. Instead, he relied on his agility to react swiftly. He sprinted, dodged, and ducked, using drizzle to sever a wind blade. With an additional boost of 110 in movement speed, he now moved with the swiftness of lightning, his steps as agile as a specter. In the blink of an eye, Feng Xiu closed the distance to the furious wind dragon, lightly stepping off the ground to ascend. Sword draw technique. Feng Xiu's figure vanished from sight, slicing past the furious wind dragon with astonishing speed, his blade gliding along the dragon's scales, emitting a chilling gleam. Clang! The sharp sound of metal striking metal rang out. As he landed behind the furious wind dragon, 2 crimson numbers floated above its head. 452, 198. With a furious roar, the wounded furious wind dragon swiftly turned its head and swiped a claw at Feng Xiu. Boom! The ground shattered beneath the impact of its claw. Fortunately, Feng Xiu had already anticipated this, lightly leaping backward to evade. In that instant, he surged forward once more, his sword thrusting forward to strike the crescent-shaped scales on the dragon's neck, the very spot that opposed all others, a vulnerable area known as the reverse scale. The sole weakness of dragonkind. Ding! A clear, resonant clang echoed. The enraged, furious wind dragon seemed momentarily paralyzed, its body stiffening as if turned to stone. 2 crimson numbers emerged above its head. 464, weak point attack. 408, weak point attack. In the next moment, the golden vertical pupils of the furious wind young dragon were suddenly stained with crimson, and it let out a long, piercing howl. The roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A dragon possesses a reverse scale, and to touch it is to invoke its wrath. It is indeed true that the reverse scale represents the sole vulnerability of the dragon kin, yet to strike it would instantly enrage the dragon tribe. The furious wind young dragon, now consumed by fury, swung its claws mercilessly, launching a relentless onslaught against Feng Xiu. With graceful leaps amidst the flurry of claws and the gusts of wind they conjured, Feng Xiu evaded with ease. He seemed to rediscover the thrilling sensation reminiscent of his first encounter with the fairy queen, dancing upon the edge of a blade. Mere evasion was insufficient. Feng Xiu seized the opportunity to exploit openings, intermittently attacking the dragon's reverse scale. As a speed-oriented profession, the Swordmaster, now with an enhanced attack speed of 100, was not to be trifled with. In the brief span of 20 seconds, every ferocious strike of the furious wind young dragon missed Feng Xiu, while he managed to strike the reverse scale dozens of times, causing its health to plummet. In the blink of an eye, its health fell below the 10,000 mark, and the furious wind young dragon, driven to madness, directly entered the second stage of its Dragon King transformation. With a deafening roar, the furious wind young dragon unfurled its wings, unleashing a frenzied howl. A fierce hurricane erupted from its form, spreading outwards and threatening to ravage the entire forest. Reminiscent of the scene when Feng Xiu first entered. At such a close distance, unleashing a wide-range attack rendered simple speed evasion futile. Yet Feng Xiu had no intention of dodging. Transforming into an ancient metamorphosis sorcerer, he became a magic pattern Iron Guardian, with a body as unyielding as steel, directly enduring the force of the hurricane. Numbers indicating minimal damage floated up, yet Feng Xiu consumed a healing potion, instantly restoring his health without a hint of pressure. As the hurricane dissipated, the furious wind young dragon, now in the second stage of its Dragon King transformation, emanated an even more violent and ferocious aura. Transitioning back to the Swordmaster, Feng Xiu, having observed the recent clash between Lin Jinan and the furious wind young dragon, felt no concern regarding the second stage of the dragon. The moment he entered the attack range, Feng Xiu swiftly drew his sword. Sword drawing technique. A glimmer of cold light struck the dragon's reverse scale, eliciting 2 astonishing blood-red damage numbers. 1012, weakness attack. 482, weakness attack. The effect of the drizzle, which ignored 10 defense, had long been maximized by Feng Xiu. Every strike upon the reverse scale delivered astonishing damage. Roar. The enraged dragon's roar resounded once more. The furious wind young dragon opened its mouth, unleashing a breath of dragon fire, a torrent infused with the tearing power of wind elements, crashing toward Feng Xiu's face. Too slow. Feng Xiu leaped back, effortlessly evading the dragon's breath. With his terrifying speed of movement, he did not need to struggle like Lin Jinan, who had been worn out by evasion before being forced to defend. Once the dragon's breath subsided, Feng Xiu turned back to counterattack. The drizzle sword, inherently more slender than other swords, appeared to the furious wind young dragon not as a sword, but as a needle. Each stab pierced into its heart. Within 10 seconds, the dragon's health fell below 5,000, and in an instant, the third stage of the Dragon King transformation was triggered. Roar. Dark clouds gathered overhead. shrouding the sky in a thick, murky darkness, while the ground appeared as though a bucket of gray paint had been poured into a clear pool of water, spreading a desolate gray hue. The earth cracked like a spiderweb, and strange air currents surged upward. The furious wind young dragon stood upon the devastated ground, proudly raising its head as if embodying the ruler of ruin. Its once greenish scales gradually morphed into a dark crimson hue, exuding an overwhelming aura that swept across the surroundings. Umph! A disdainful snort echoed, and the furious wind young dragon took to the skies. Soaring hundreds of meters high, its blood-red eyes locking onto Feng Xiao before suddenly diving down. The Dragon King descends. Chapter 25, Offensive and Defensive Transformation. Boom. The earth trembled. The entire forest quaked in terror, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. Suddenly, amidst the swirling sands, a dark figure emerged. It was Feng Xiao, having transformed into an ancient metamorphosis sorcerer and then into a magic pattern iron guardian, one hand wielding a shield while the other poured a healing potion into his mouth. The shield he held was of rare grade, with maximum base defense and additional attributes enhancing his constitution, specifically designed to withstand the boss's lethal abilities. As for why he did not evade, it was simply because evasion was impossible. The furious wind young dragon had employed this very technique against Lin Jinan, and Feng Xiao vividly recalled the terrifying attack range and lethality. Gazing at his meager 40 health points, Feng Xiao pondered how those previous players had managed to endure this attack and subsequently retaliate against the furious wind young dragon. Were they sacrificing a defensive class each time? Roar! A roar erupted, and the swirling sands were dispersed by a gust of wind, revealing the furious wind young dragon, its entire form shrouded in dark crimson. Its blood-red eyes flashed with ferocity, locking onto Feng Xiao's location, and in the next instant, it beat its wings and charged toward him. Feng Xiao hastily withdrew his shield and unsheathed the drizzle, confronting the furious wind young dragon head-on. With his right hand gripping the sword hilt, he executed a close-range sword-drawing technique, striking once again at its reverse scale. 664, weakness attack. 258, weakness attack. The damage numbers that appeared were significantly diminished, indicating that the furious wind young dragon's defensive capabilities had indeed increased in the third stage of its transformation. The furious wind young dragon swiftly pivoted and clawed at Feng Xiao with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to evade. Transforming back into an ancient metamorphosis sorcerer, he became a magic pattern iron guardian. Clang! The dragon's claw struck Feng Xiao's shoulder, nearly sending him flying. Yet, the damage inflicted was minimal, a mere 35 points. This brought a sigh of relief to Feng Xiao. Had he endured even a single ordinary attack from the furious wind young dragon in his form as a magic pattern iron guardian, he would have lost over 100 health points, making it unnecessary to continue the battle. He would have had to withdraw from the dungeon to avoid wasting a life, as a single misstep could lead to his untimely demise. Switching back to Swordmaster and canceling the transformation, Feng Xiao once again wielded the drizzle, attacking the furious wind young dragon's reverse scale. 324, weakness attack. 258, weakness attack. The furious wind young dragon retaliated in its third transformation stage. It seemed to have received a significant boost in speed, its attack velocity nearly matching that of Feng Xiao, the Swordmaster. Feng Xiao hurriedly transformed back into the ancient metamorphosis sorcerer, then into the magic pattern iron guardian to withstand the onslaught. After enduring the attack, he reverted to Swordmaster to continue his assault. This pattern repeated itself. If someone were watching from the sidelines, they would undoubtedly be astonished by this scene. How was Feng Xiao flickering in and out of forms? He transformed, then reverted, then transformed again, his body shifting between steel and flesh, creating an illusion of flickering from a distance. You might wonder, does the transformation into a magic pattern iron guardian not incur a cooldown? Indeed. The transformation for Swordmaster does have a cooldown of 10 seconds, but the transformation for Ancient Metamorphosis Sorcerer incurs no such delay. Before each transformation into the Arcane Rune Knight, Feng Xiao first transitions into the Ancient Metamorphist class to circumvent the cooldown effect. Furthermore, the Arcane Rune Knight derived from the Ancient Metamorphist boasts enhanced defensive capabilities. After absorbing damage, he can seamlessly revert to the Swordmaster class, as the talent of infinite class switching incurs no cooldown. This technique can be seen as an exploitation of a loophole by Feng Xiao. Similarly, the skill Sword Enlightenment also exploits a bug. When Feng Xiao switches to Ancient Metamorphist, the Sword Enlightenment skill vanishes, yet the state of Sword Enlightenment persists. Thus, if Feng Xiao transitions back to Swordmaster and attacks within 30 seconds of the Sword Enlightenment state, the duration of his 100 layers of Sword Enlightenment can be extended. This technique is a result of Feng Xiao's relentless experimentation during his recent encounters with the Fairy Queen, refining the application of infinite class switching. He no longer needs to remain in the Ancient Metamorphist class out of fear of sustaining damage from his adversaries, but can now fluidly alternate between classes. In offense, he is the Swordmaster. In defense, he is the Ancient Metamorphist. The transition of classes signifies a transformation between attack and defense. The enraged Wind Young Dragon roars once more, unleashing a fierce tempest that sweeps in all directions, attempting to displace Feng Xiao. Undeterred, Feng Xiao continues his previous maneuvers, switching classes, transforming and absorbing damage. However, as he breaches the cyclone, he is met with the sight of the Wind Young Dragon crouched on the ground, its massive maw agape, with swirling wind elements coalescing around it, resembling a charging laser cannon. Feng Xiao's eyelids twitch in response. What the hell? It has an ultimate move? Who said this was a boss that could be soloed after conquering the nightmare-level Wind Spirit Valley dungeon? Feng Xiao swore that if he ever discovered who spread that rumor, he would hunt them down. But now was not the time for such thoughts. The previous attack from the Wind Young Dragon had no charging motion. Yet this one clearly does, indicating it would be significantly more powerful. With only 40 health points remaining, he dared not contemplate the consequences of taking this attack head-on. It absolutely must not be allowed to fire. He must strike first. Feng Xiao made a swift decision. Since he was unwilling to concede, he would have to act decisively before it unleashed its attack. He charged forward, and simultaneously, white orbs the size of marbles began to emerge from his body. These orbs converged into the sword named Light Rain, while the layers of his sword enlightenment state began to diminish rapidly. As the status bar indicating his 100 layers of sword enlightenment reached 0, 100 orbs merged into Light Rain, which had transformed into a radiant sword. How fortuitous. I possess an ultimate move yet to be unleashed, originally reserved as a trump card, but it seems you shall be the first to experience its potency. This is the ultimate move of the Swordmaster class, activated upon reaching level 15 in advanced swordsmanship. Lunar Crescent Slash. A crescent of sword energy, towering at 3 meters high, manifested before Feng Xiao as he swung forward with astonishing speed, slicing through the air with blinding ferocity. With a piercing sound, the crescent sword energy cleaved through the Wind Young Dragon, penetrating its skull without obstruction. 3242, weak point damage. As this staggering damage registered, the Wind Young Dragon's body split in half, crashing to the ground. Defeated Wind Young Dragon LV30, gained experience, 60,000. Observing the fallen dragon carcass, Feng Xiao exhaled in relief. He had prepared himself for the worst. Had the Wind Young Dragon fired that laser cannon, he would have immediately retreated from the dungeon. Fortunately, the Swordmaster's ultimate move, the Lunar Crescent Slash, did not disappoint him. Lunar Crescent Slash, 3-star skill, LV1, condenses sword energy to deal damage equal to attack power multiplied by agility x3. Consumes all layers of sword enlightenment upon use. Each layer increases final damage by 1, cooldown, 5 minutes. The sheer damage multiplier indicates its immense power. But due to the consumption of the sword enlightenment state and the lengthy cooldown of 5 minutes, Feng Xiao could only reserve it as a final trump card or utilize it when his sword enlightenment state had not yet accumulated. Sheathing his sword, Feng Xiao approached the remains of the Wind Young Dragon. A boss so formidable must surely drop some valuable items. He could hardly contain his eagerness to see what treasures awaited him. Bending down to collect the drops, he found a mere 4 items. Wind Dragon Ring, right. Quality, epic. Attributes, all attributes 5, wind skill power 30, additional skill, hurricane, summons a hurricane to attack the target. Set, wind dragon power, 12 wind skill power 40. Skill hurricane evolves into tornado hurricane. Rank, second transmutation. Durability, 300, 300. Description, a ring forged from the power of the Wind Dragon clan, granting the wearer the ability to manipulate fierce winds. Seed of Sun Wind. Special item. Effect, upon use, all wind skills automatically gain the Sun Wind effect. Usage requirements. Wind skills, Spirit 100. Description, the seed conceals an exotic element known as Sun Wind. If tamed, it could elevate one's control over wind elements to new heights. Dragon Pasture Ruins, Fragment 3. Special item. Description, a fragment of a map pointing to a location known as the Dragon Pasture Ruins. Perhaps gathering all fragments will reveal the true destination. Tooth of the Wind Young Dragon. Perfect grade material. Description, the dragon tooth of the Wind Young Dragon. Exceptionally sharp and imbued with the ferocious power of wind elements, suitable for crafting and decoration. Although the Wind Young Dragon dropped only 4 items, each was a rare treasure. Epic grade equipment is already uncommon, and the Wind Dragon Ring is an especially rare piece of jewelry. From its attributes, it is undoubtedly an artifact for magic classes specializing in wind skills. The Wind Dragon Ring is also part of a set. If he could gather the complete set, it would undoubtedly result in a significant enhancement. Although Feng Xiao currently lacks the Wind Mage class, the impressive boost of all attributes 5 alone is not something easily matched by alternative equipment. Regrettably, the Wind Dragon Ring is a second transmutation item, meaning Feng Xiao cannot equip it yet and must temporarily store it in his bag. The second item, the Seed of Sun Wind, is an exotic element. Feng Xiao had only seen references to such items in textbooks. He had never encountered one in reality, nor had anyone ever mentioned it. Its rarity is beyond compare. Exotic elements, a type of mutated elemental power, can grant ordinary elements properties they do not naturally possess. For instance, Feng Xiu recalls a textbook example of an exotic element known as Xianhan fire, which, despite its name, does not burn objects but instead emits a low temperature capable of freezing everything in its vicinity. The seed of Sun Wind is also an exotic element. However, he must return to research the directory of exotic elements to discover what abilities it might bestow upon ordinary wind elements. Undoubtedly, this seed of Sun Wind is a coveted treasure that even advanced practitioners would covet, its value surpassing that of the Wind Dragon Ring. No, it should be said that it far exceeds the Wind Dragon Ring. In this world where skills are the core strength, the infusion of foreign elemental powers into a skill could potentially elevate its tier by one or even several levels. This could pave the way for an individual to transition into a formidable profession associated with these foreign elements. Thus, the foreign element signifies not merely an enhancement of elemental power, but rather a pathway to a powerful and unique career. Could this be what Lin Jinan desires? Feng Xiuhai harbored doubts, increasingly convinced that his prior decision had been exceedingly astute. Should Lin Jinan seize the seed of Xuanfeng, it would render the young storm dragon he had vanquished virtually worthless. Its value had surpassed the collective worth of the other 3 items. Perhaps I should select a wind-related skill as my 3rd skill? Feng Xiuhai pondered earnestly. As a foreign element, the seed of Xuanfeng, regardless of its subpar effects, would be a poor choice to store away. Rather than allowing it to collect dust, it would be far more beneficial to convert it into combat prowess. Furthermore, wind skills aligned seamlessly with his speed-oriented profession, the Swordmaster. The more he contemplated, the more promising this course of action appeared. Yes, once I return, I shall contact Zhang Fugui to keep an eye out for a 3-star wind skill. As for the remaining 2 items, one was a fragment of a map to the Dragon Shepherd ruins, and the other was a perfect-grade material, the tooth of the young storm dragon. While both were precious, they were not particularly extraordinary. Numerous special dungeons require corresponding map fragments to unlock them. The map fragment of the Dragon Shepherd ruins was likely one such key. Given its name, which suggests a connection to dragons, it is reasonable to assume that the map fragment is of considerable quality. However, like the seed of Xuanfeng, its precise association with a specific dungeon could only be determined after Feng Xiuhai returned to consult relevant records. The tooth of the young storm dragon, as a perfect-grade material, could serve as a primary component for crafting perfect-grade equipment. Feng Xiuhai planned to hold on to it until he completed his 2nd job transition, allowing Zhang Fugui to introduce him to a craftsman who could forge a weapon specifically for a wind mage using the tooth of the young storm dragon. After securing the 4 items, Feng Xiuhai finally turned his gaze toward the bisected corpse of the young storm dragon. Chapter 27. Transformation Stone, Young Storm Dragon. Standing before the corpse of the young storm dragon, Feng Xiuhai attempted to create a transformation stone. A massive dark purple magic circle appeared beneath the remains, slowly drawing in and condensing the corpse's power into the transformation stone. This time, the process of forming the transformation stone took significantly longer than when he had created the Fairy Queen's transformation stone. Feng Xiuhai did not harbor high hopes for success. After all, based on prior experience, the success rate for crafting transformation stones was at most a mere 10. If only he could obtain 10 challenge tokens for the young storm roar, there would be a chance, but for now, he could only say that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Rather than squandering mental energy anticipating such a low probability outcome, it would be better to not expect at all, allowing for a pleasant surprise if it succeeded. Notification, Transformation Stone, Young Storm Dragon, successfully created. It actually succeeded. Feng Xiuhai's eyes widened in astonishment. The excitement came so suddenly. He quickly reached out to catch the transformation stone, and its attributes instantly unfolded before him. Transformation Stone, Young Storm Dragon. Grade, Epic. Effect, upon use, transform into a young storm dragon, gaining 7 to all attributes and acquiring skills. Dragon King's Descent, Chaotic Blade, Tornado, Wind Dragon Cannon, Dragon Claw Barrage, and Dragon King's Transformation, lasting for 10 minutes. Description, a transformation stone that condenses the power of the young storm dragon. Using it allows one to temporarily become a noble dragon. Epic grade, Feng Xiuhai's gaze sharpened. The Fairy Queen, also a boss, was merely rare. Yet the young storm dragon had leaped directly past perfect to achieve epic quality. An epic grade implies that its existence must be accompanied by a corresponding historical tale. The Wind Dragon Ring is equipment that drops directly from a boss, which is entirely reasonable. However, the transformation stone was crafted by his own hands. It was evident that no historical story could involve it, leaving only one possibility. This young storm dragon must possess a significant background. Feng Xiuhai suddenly recalled a line from the description of the young storm roar challenge tokens. The fury of the beings in the Valley of Wind Spirits appears to have deeper reasons. Perhaps he could investigate the events that transpired in the Valley of Wind Spirits. Not only would it satisfy his curiosity about the origins of the young storm dragon, but he might also uncover information regarding the Dragon Shepherd ruins. After all, the map fragment of the Dragon Shepherd ruins had dropped from the young storm dragon. Returning to the transformation stone itself, its epic grade endowed it with terrifying attribute enhancements, and moreover, it provided an all-attribute boost. Feng Xiuhai recalled that the best attributes he had gained from crafting the Fairy Queen's transformation stone amounted to a maximum of 12 points and 3 skills. In contrast, the young Storm Dragon's transformation stone boasted a total of 28 attribute points and 6 skills. Feng Xiuhai could only conclude that it truly lived up to its epic designation. It surpassed the Fairy Queen's stone by more than a factor of 2. Without a moment's hesitation, he recorded it in his Book of Transformations, designating it as a frequently used transformation option. The Book of Transformations contained 3 recording pages, and so far, he had only documented the magic pattern Iron Guard, having not even recorded the Fairy Queen. He considered that should he transition to a magic-based profession, recording the Fairy Queen's transformation stone could wait. After all, he was that man, transforming into a female, even if merely an elemental being, felt peculiar to him. Now that he possessed the young Storm Dragon, he could easily discard the Fairy Queen. Feng Xiuhai no longer needed to deliberate. Young Storm Dragon transformation stone recorded. Remaining usable pages. 1. Transform into the young Storm Dragon. Feng Xiuhai could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of experiencing the transformation into a young Storm Dragon. Soon enough, a brilliant white light enveloped his body, and when the radiance dissipated, the figure standing in his place was no longer Feng Xiuhai, but a towering young Storm Dragon. 3 meters high, adorned with azure scales and an imposing physique. A torrent of power surged through Feng Xiuhai's form, as if a mere flick of his wing could rend the very earth asunder. Attempting to flap his wings, he merely tapped them lightly, and his body shot upward like a cannonball into the vast sky. Compared to the Wind Fairy, the young Storm Dragon could soar to even greater heights. What a sensation! Feng Xiuhai could not help but emit a groan. In the language of dragons, it transformed into a magnificent roar. Roar! The ferocious roar reverberated throughout the Valley of Wind Spirits, shaking the earth and causing the forest to sway, as if its former master had yet to perish. Following this, Feng Xiuhai began to experiment with his skills. Chaotic Blade, swinging his wings to unleash an unpredictable number of wind blades. Tornado, emitting a roar to summon the power of the tempest, coalescing into a whirlwind that repels all enemies from his vicinity. Dragon Claw Barrage, launching consecutive strikes at a target with his dragon claws, progressively increasing speed during the assault. Dragon King's Descent, diving toward a target from great heights. Wind Dragon Cannon, charging for 5 seconds before unleashing an attack of wind elemental energy upon a target. He had witnessed these attack skills during his battle with the young Storm Dragon. However, the skill that intrigued Feng Xiuhai the most was the one called Dragon King's Transformation. When he had just slain the young Storm Dragon, he had hoped for this skill to drop, though it had not. He found the specific effects and description of this skill in the Transformation Stone skill list. Dragon King's Transformation, special skill, passive, possesses innate mental pressure over lower-tier beings. When health drops below 50 and then 25, all attributes increase by 25, accelerating maturity. Description, a special skill that only those with the royal bloodline among dragons can possess. The young Ragewind Dragon possesses the bloodline of the Dragon King. The lineage of the Dragon King, a descendant of the sovereign of the dragon race, naturally bears an extraordinary power far surpassing that of its kin. No wonder it is so formidable. Feng Xiu has always felt that the Ragewind Dragon exhibits some extraordinary qualities. If a level 30 boss is already that powerful, the casualty rate for second-tier occupations would surely be alarmingly high. However, this is advantageous for him. After all, if the Ragewind Dragon did not possess the Dragon King bloodline, it would not have the transformation skill of the Dragon King. Consequently, the metamorphosis stone crafted from it would lack the Dragon King transformation skill as well. The epic quality is thus somewhat explicable. Now, Feng Xiu finds himself curious about the fate of the former Ragewind Dragon. Was it slain by adventurers in the Wind Spirit Valley? Or has it matured into a true Ragewind Dragon King? Chapter 28, The Bludgeon. Qingshan City. Kai Nans walked home alone, his face clouded with anger, as if he could rain down fury at any moment. Just moments ago, he had engaged in a fierce argument with Cheng's senator. The cause of their dispute was the sudden absence of Huang Daoing, who had originally promised to guide them through a dungeon. When Kai Nans merely voiced his complaints, Cheng's son unleashed a tirade of insults upon him and expelled him from the team. What was so remarkable about a mere 3-star profession? It was merely the first stop on the road of profession. Who could say who would rise and who would fall in the future? If they weren't going to team up, so be it. He could still solo the dungeons. Thoughts of Feng Xiu and Huang Daoing flashed through Kai Nan's mind, and he resolved to surpass them, to trample them beneath his feet, and make Cheng's son acknowledge his mistake, begging him to take him through a dungeon. Consumed by anger and imagination, Kai Nan stepped into an alley. The moment he took his first step, darkness enveloped him, as if his head and upper body were ensnared by some unseen force. The next instant, he was pinned to the ground, followed by a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. It was only as he curled up on the ground that Kai Nans realized he had been ambushed and bagged. This was a tactic he had often employed against others. Now, the tables had turned, and he was the one experiencing it. He had no time to ponder who had ensnared him. He could only shout in desperation, "My father is Kai Chingwang." Kai Chingwang, a renowned entrepreneur in Qingshan City, owned a chain of over 100 equipment stores scattered throughout the southern region of Dongguan. He was considered a figure of prominence in Qingshan City. Yet, to his dismay, the assailants only intensified their assault. Kai Nans realized that his father's reputation was of no help, and he could only plead, "Stop hitting me. I give up. Just tell me what you want." Unfortunately, it seemed that this group had come solely to beat him up. Their fists and feet rained down like a storm, showing no signs of stopping. Eventually, Kai Nans was left bruised and unconscious. At the mouth of the alley, a luxurious black limousine slowly came to a halt. The window rolled down, revealing the exquisitely beautiful visage of a young woman. Had Fang Xiu been present, he would have recognized her at once as Lin Jinan, the one he had declined to collaborate with. Lin Jinan had shed her red armor, now clad in a black silk coat over a white short-sleeve shirt, devoid of armor's concealment, making her figure all the more striking. Her ponytail had been loosened, her hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an air of languor. "Miss, the target has lost consciousness. Should we drag him over for you to identify?" For sharply dressed men in black, wearing sunglasses, stood in a neat row, and the lead man in black inquired while presenting a dossier. "This is Kai Nan's information for your perusal." "No need," Lin Jinan replied without looking up, her attention fixated on the images of equipment displayed on her phone, meticulously selecting her options. She was merely irate, not foolish. A moment's reflection revealed that it would be sheer folly to disclose one's true name when embroiled in conflict with an adversary. The butler seated in the passenger seat raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Miss, if he is not the person you seek, then why? After all, he is no virtuous soul. It would be convenient to deal with him. Anger must have an outlet, and this Kai Nans, who relishes bullying classmates and mingling with lowlifes in society, is an ideal target." The butler nodded in silence, then asked, "Shall we investigate whether this individual has any enemies? Or perhaps look into his acquaintances as well?" Given that someone had set Kai Nans up to take the fall, it would likely be his enemies. "No need. Just send me the list and photographs of 3-star professionals among this year's graduates from Qingshan City." Lin Jinan had her suspicions regarding the identity of the individual who had refused to collaborate with her. She was certain he was a recent graduate. The requirement for entering the Ragewind Roar was a first-tier profession, and aside from this year's graduates, it was unlikely anyone else remained at that tier. She would also eliminate 2-star professions from consideration. Their combat prowess was insufficient to challenge the Ragewind Dragon alone, especially after witnessing her own battle with the Ragewind Dragon. Anyone lacking confidence in their abilities would seek collaboration. Since he had declined her invitation to team up, he must have been confident in his ability to face the Ragewind Dragon alone. A 3-star professional, without a doubt. However, Lin Jinan was quite curious about this 3-star professional. She had failed to defeat the Ragewind Dragon even with her epic gear. What audacity did he possess to believe he could do so? Perhaps he was merely arrogant? Lin Jinan secretly hoped he could indeed accomplish it. "Yes, miss, I will send it to you immediately." The butler promptly responded. The window rolled up slowly, and the luxurious black limousine roared back to life. The 4 men in black sunglasses then boarded the vehicle behind them. As for Kai Nans, he lay abandoned like a piece of discarded refuse in the corner of the alley. In the Qingshan City Library, Fang Xiu was engrossed in a tome titled Chronicles of Qingshan City. It chronicled the history of the city's establishment and development, even detailing events that transpired on this land before the city's founding. Within its pages were tales of supernatural beings and heroic epics. Fang Xiu was simply reading it as a storybook. He traced back to 2,000 years prior to the establishment of Qingshan City, where he discovered the existence of the dragon-herding clan. According to the Chronicles of Qingshan City, 2 millennia ago, this land was home to a human clan known as the dragon-herding clan, whose members could transition into a profession that allowed them to command dragons, thus becoming the most powerful clan in the southern region of Dongguan. However, it seemed that the Dragon King, Yao Tsanglong, could not bear to be enslaved and led a rebellion, resulting in the clan's decline and eventual disappearance from history. The dragon-herding clan, with its profession allowing for the command of dragons, was likely akin to the beastmaster profession. However, commanding dragons was clearly not on the same level as commanding ordinary beasts. If he could gather all the fragments, perhaps he could explore further. Since it was a profession that allowed for the command of dragons, it implied the existence of corresponding skills. Fang Xiu was rather intrigued by these dragon commanding skills, and, if possible, he would not mind allocating a basic skill slot for it. With a sense of fulfillment, Fang Xiu closed the book, preparing to head home. The first day of the 10-school tournament was tomorrow. He planned to enjoy a good meal and rest. As for Xuanfeng, Fang Xiu had discovered his ranking on the Yidin Subang, placing 77th in the wind category. The gentle breeze of Sun, embodying humility and ethereal grace, significantly accelerates the flow of wind-related skills controlled by practitioners. This augmentation not only bestows formidable tearing power and self-speed enhancement, but also grants a rare wind-related talent. Although its ranking is not particularly high, given its effects, Fang Xiu can only express his approval. The third skill I must choose is undoubtedly wind-related. Chapter 29. the gathering of the 10 schools. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the training room of Qingshan City's third high school, which had been quite vacant due to the summer break, was now bustling with activity. Approximately 100 individuals had gathered, all of whom were there to participate in the 10 schools tournament. Fang Xiu arrived punctually. As soon as he entered the training room, he heard someone with a loudspeaker reminding everyone, "Everyone, please check your gear and bags to ensure that your equipment's durability is satisfactory, your potions are adequately supplied, and that you are not carrying any prohibited items." Following the direction of the voice, Fang Xiu spotted a familiar figure. Dressed in a white short-sleeve shirt that revealed her fair arms and long blue jeans, with a head of short black hair radiating youthful vigor. It was their homeroom teacher for Class 8 of the senior year, Qin Shuang. "Good morning, Teacher Qin," Fang Xiu greeted her. Qin Shuang glanced at Fang Xiu and said with a hearty voice, "If you had been 10 minutes later, I would have had to call you myself. Is it really that serious?" "There's still plenty of time," Fang Xiu replied with a smile, noting that the official start time of the tournament was 8:30 a.m., and he had arrived half an hour early. Arriving early allows for better preparation. "Check your backpack to ensure you haven't brought anything prohibited, and hand it to me for safekeeping if necessary," Qin Shuang reminded him again while handing over his identification badge. "All right," Fang Xiu said, taking the badge and beginning to inspect his backpack. The purpose of the 10 schools tournament, aside from distributing resources among institutions, is to showcase exceptional graduates to society. Therefore, the competition rules restrict the use of equipment and items exceeding the perfect grade, preventing the event from devolving into a game for the privileged elite. Should anyone carry items above the perfect grade, they may find themselves disqualified from the competition. Consequently, Fang Xiu had secured his recently acquired Wind Dragon ring in a safe at home. His professional backpack contained an array of supplies, reminiscent of preparations for a challenge against the angry Wind Young Dragon. However, in Fang Xiu's view, the 10 schools tournament posed far less of a challenge than the angry Wind Young Dragon. As Fang Xiu checked his backpack and equipment, numerous classmates from the same graduating class, whether intentionally or not, cast glances in his direction. After all, Fang Xiu had become quite the prominent figure in Qingshan City. He was the sole 3-star professional from Qingshan City's third high school this year. Initially thought to be merely lucky for obtaining such a rank without a timely job change, he soon proved his detractors wrong by single-handedly conquering the nightmare-level dungeon, Wind Spirit Valley, and continuously breaking records. This clearly demonstrated to all that his ability to solo Wind Spirit Valley was far from a mere stroke of luck. Given his previous 2 months of stagnation without a job change, Fang Xiu's current prowess seemed almost legendary. However, it may be an exaggeration to label him as such, as he had yet to achieve any significant accomplishments. Should he truly become a formidable force in the future, Principal Dong would be ready to immortalize his achievements as a permanent source of pride for Qingshan City's third high school, even devising marketing strategies to promote his story. 2 months of delay in changing jobs, enduring the disdainful gazes of peers, and then transitioning to a 3-star profession, followed by claiming the top spot in the nightmare-level dungeon leaderboard. This narrative was perfectly poised for a tale of the underdog rising to greatness. "Hey, that student over there. Take off your mask. Masks are not permitted in the 10 schools tournament." Suddenly, Teacher Qin Shuang's voice from the loudspeaker captured everyone's attention. The crowd turned towards the entrance to see a student clad in a robe and wielding a staff, his face obscured by a black iron mask, resembling a hermit from the frigid north. "Teacher, my mask is not above the perfect grade." The boy's voice came from beneath the mask, showing no intention of removing it. "It's not a matter of item grade. Masks that conceal the face are prohibited. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter the dungeon's teleportation portal later," Qin Shuang explained. The history of the 10 schools tournament had seen incidents of masked individuals substituting for others, as well as malevolent forces infiltrating the examinations to harm students. Henceforth, a strict prohibition against masks was enforced for entry into the tournament's dungeon portals. Moreover, if you don't remove your mask, I cannot verify your identity, nor can I issue you your identification badge. The masked boy stiffened, reluctantly removing his mask. However, the face revealed beneath was puzzling to Qin Shuang. His features were distorted, his nose crooked, his eyes misaligned, and his face mottled with bruises, resembling an abstract panda. Student, what is your name?" she inquired. "Kainans." The boy squeezed out through clenched teeth. "Kainans." A wave of hushed gasps rippled through the crowd. Kainans was also a notorious figure in Qingshan City schools, yet any student with a semblance of conscience would avoid any association with him. What happened to him? One wondered. Who knows? Perhaps he crossed the wrong people. His father, Kai Chunwang, was quite influential. Who would dare to assault him? Given his arrogant demeanor, it was only a matter of time before he met his match. "Good. He deserves it," remarked a student who had once been bullied by Kai Nans. Relishing in his misfortune, Qin Shuang stared at Kai Nans in surprise. She was aware of his background and character. Usually, it was other students who came to her reporting grievances against him. Today, however, it was Kai Nans who had been on the receiving end of punishment. One could only say, justice has its own way of prevailing. "This is your identification badge." Kai Nans snatched the badge from Qin Shuang's hand. fists clenched as he strode forward. His injuries were minor. A healing potion would suffice. However, the individual who had attacked him yesterday had employed a skill that left marks on his face, even eluding the efforts of a fourth-tier healer. Moreover, to strike him down the day before the 10 schools tournament was clearly aimed at ensuring his embarrassment during the event. I swear, if I find out who did this, they will pay dearly. With a darkened expression, Kai Nans replaced his mask and pushed past those in his way, retreating to a corner to nurse his wounds. From a distance, Fang Xiu observed Kai Nans silently, devoid of any schadenfreude. Instead, he pondered a single question. Could it possibly be Lin Jinan who had done this to Kai Nans? Chapter 30, Qing Shan Domain. At 8:30 a.m., the designated assembly time for the 10 schools tournament, Qin Shuang had distributed all the identification badges, signifying that all participants had arrived. Fang Xiu took a quick count, approximately 100 individuals. This year, 2 new schools had joined the 10 schools tournament, and if each school sent 100 participants, that would culminate in a colossal competition of 1,200 contestants. In such a fierce contest, those who emerged victorious would undoubtedly be exceptional talents. As the designated time approached, the students were permitted to enter the portal using their identity tokens. Remember, upon entry, your first task is to locate the flag of the 3rd middle school and assemble beneath it, Qin Shuang stated, glancing at his watch to confirm that the moment had arrived, repeatedly advising and reminding the students. The annual competition among the 10 schools is held within a particular instance of a virtual realm, reputedly a private world crafted by Lin Yaoshan, the creator of Qingshan City and a 7th-tier class known as the Domain King. Within this instance, the rules are dictated by the Domain Lord, resulting in varying formats for the competition each year. For instance, last year involved monster hunting, where points were awarded based on the strength of the creatures slain within a specified time frame, with the highest scorer declared the victor. The year before featured a PK tournament, where over 1,000 participants engaged in one-on-one elimination matches, with only the undefeated champion crowned as king. The year prior to that saw a series of arena battles, where 16 platforms hosted 6 rounds of open challenges until no one remained to contest, culminating in a 1v1 showdown among the last 16 standing. As for the specifics of this year's competition, they remained shrouded in mystery until entry into the instance. All right, the students chorused, each retrieving their identity tokens in eager anticipation. The tokens distributed by Qin Shuang not only indicated the bearer's identity, but also functioned as a teleportation device, known as the domain symbol. Rarity, rare. Effect, upon use. It opens a portal exclusively for one person, leading to the Qingshan domain. Usage count, 11. Description, a directional domain symbol of Qingshan. Fang Xiu promptly chose to activate his. In an instant, the identity token emitted a silver beam, slicing through the air like a steel blade, which widened into a portal measuring 2 meters in height and 1 meter in width. Stepping through, he was immediately met with a sensation of weightlessness. And as his vision cleared, he found himself in an expansive white plaza. The ground was paved with white marble tiles, presenting an awe-inspiring sea of white. At the center of the plaza stood a colossal statue, towering over 100 meters high, clad in a flowing robe and wielding a staff. It was adorned with a halo of rocky brilliance. This statue was reminiscent of one Fang Xiu had seen in Qingshan City. No, the entire plaza bore striking similarities to the central square of Qingshan City. Is that statue Lin Yaoshan? Fang Xiu suddenly recalled. As the landmark of Qingshan City, the central square is an obligatory stop for every traveler. Naturally, as a local, Fang Xiu was intimately familiar with it. Both the square and the statue before him were strikingly alike, with the only notable difference being that this version was significantly larger, at least 10 times the size of its counterpart in Qingshan. While Fang Xiu surveyed his surroundings, admiring the statue of Lin Yaoshan, others began to teleport in as well, including not only students from the 3rd middle school, but also from other institutions. Fang Xiu immediately sought the assembly point for his school. Surrounding the plaza were various battle flags, each adorned with a traditional numeral. The flag representing the 3rd middle school bore the character Sun in black on a white background. Due to the height of the flags, Fang Xiu quickly spotted his school's banner, and upon arriving, he found a gathering of 50 to 60 individuals. As they awaited further developments, they exchanged glances with students from other schools. I heard that the 1st middle school has produced 2 3-star professionals this year. It seems they are likely to claim the championship once again. Not necessarily. The 2nd and 5th middle schools have also produced 3-star professionals this year. Let us not bolster others' spirits at the expense of our own. After all, we have Fang Xiu. Next to the flag of the 3rd middle school were the flags of the 1st and 5th middle schools. The 1st middle school, being the premier institution in Qingshan City, boasts a formidable faculty and annually produces talented 3-star professionals. Historically, they have secured the championship at least 5 times out of 10 in the past competitions, establishing themselves as a unique presence among all schools. With 2 3-star professionals this year, they are undoubtedly the frontrunners for the title. The 5th middle school's strength is comparable to that of the 3rd middle school, having once enjoyed prosperity but now occupying a middle-tier position among the 12 schools. However, It was rumored that this year they have produced a 3-star professional, and the entire school is fervently aiming to break into the top 3. Excuse me, is Fangxiu here? Suddenly, a melodious female voice interrupted the murmur of the crowd. Everyone turned to see a girl clad in black armor, with a fair and delicate visage and a statuesque figure, inquiring of Qin Shuang, who had just teleported in. She is stunning. Who is she? I need her complete profile within 3 minutes, exclaimed a boy from the 3rd middle school, clearly captivated by the sudden appearance of the girl. You don't know her? A friend replied, astonished. Am I supposed to? She is Lin Jinan from the 1st middle school. Her father, Lin Wenyuan, is the chairman of Lingji Corporation. Her uncle, Lin Wenchao, is the lord of Qingshan City, and her uncle, Lin Wenhai, is the commander of the southern front of the Eastern Huang Kingdom. So she is essentially a princess of Qingshan City? Indeed, she is. But what could she want with Fangxiu? This query was shared not only by the students of the 3rd middle school, but also by those from the 1st middle school. Why is Anjia looking for Fangxiu? Is she trying to recruit him? She has never done that before. Qin Shuang, equally perplexed about Lin Jinan's intentions, discreetly observed Fangxiu's position. Instantly, all eyes focused on him. Fangxiu felt a jolt of apprehension. He realized he had been singled out. Reflecting on Kai Nan's fate, he braced for an inevitable confrontation. As Lin Jinan approached him, she strode confidently, and the surrounding crowd parted as if moved by an invisible force. Standing before Fangxiu, she gestured toward an open space beyond the crowd. Let us talk. In the curious gaze of onlookers, Fangxiu and Lin Jinan stepped aside to a secluded area. Does the loot from the Angry Wind Young Dragon include shards of the Dragon Shepherd ruins? Lin Jinan inquired directly. Fangxiu's body momentarily stiffened in surprise. He had not anticipated that Lin Jinan sought shards of the Dragon Shepherd ruins rather than the seed of the Sun Wind. Lin Jinan was equally taken aback by Fangxiu's reaction. She had approached with a sense of caution. Having conducted her research on Fangxiu's background and was aware of the equipment he possessed during his challenge against the Angry Wind Young Dragon. In her estimation, Fangxiu should have had little chance of defeating the creature. After all, as a fellow 3-star professional, she herself had been unable to conquer the Angry Wind Young Dragon even while clad in a full set of epic-grade equipment. How about we make a deal? Lin Jinan continued. I will exchange 3 pieces of 2nd-tier epic-grade equipment for the shards of the Dragon Shepherd ruins. 3 pieces of 2nd-tier epic-grade equipment. Fangxiu's eyelids twitched. The 2nd-tier epic-grade equipment, the Wind Dragon Ring, which he barely obtained after a fierce battle with the Angry Wind Young Dragon, was casually mentioned by Lin Jinan as if it were nothing. What a wealthy patron she must be. However, this also served as a reminder to Fangxiu that the value of the Dragon Shepherd ruins might exceed his previous estimations. It may not merely be a trivial side quest of the Dragon Shepherd clan. Perhaps there truly exists a skill that allows one to wield dominion over the dragon race. 5 items. In the brief moment that Fangxiu pondered this, Lin Jinan raised the stakes once more. It must be said that Fangxiu was indeed tempted. 5 pieces of 2nd-tier epic equipment could bestow upon him, who had just transitioned to the 2nd tier, an unparalleled combat prowess at his level. Yet, equipment inevitably becomes obsolete. By the time he ascended to the 4th or 5th tier, the advantages conferred by these 2nd-tier epic items would diminish significantly. Furthermore, once the competition among the 10 schools concluded, it would not be long before he could undergo his 2nd transition, learning a 3rd skill and thus acquiring a 3rd class, which would further enhance his combat capabilities. Even without epic-level equipment, he could still solo challenging dungeons and procure epic items, which seemed far from an impossible task. Therefore, compared to epic-level equipment, Fangxiu found himself far more intrigued by the Dragon Shepherd ruins and the skill tomes. I declined Fangxiu's offer. Lin Jinan appeared unperturbed by his refusal and continued, I possess fragments of the Dragon Shepherd ruins as well. Without gathering all the pieces, keeping them in your possession is tantamount to holding onto a worthless scrap of paper. The corners of Fangxiu's mouth quirked upward as he retorted. This statement applies equally to you. Without gathering all the fragments, the pieces you previously collected are also merely scraps of paper. So, shall we cooperate and explore together? Absolutely. Lin Jinan replied without hesitation. Fangxiu was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Jinan's immediate agreement. He had assumed there would be some back-and-forth negotiation. After all, she was the princess of Qingshan City, and it was only natural for her demeanor to be somewhat domineering. However, she insisted, we must sign a team contract in advance. Lin Jinan explained, there are a total of 4 fragments of the Dragon Shepherd ruins. I currently hold 1, while the remaining 2 are in the possession of 2 others. Therefore, not only will we be exploring together, but we will also need to contend with the other 2. She was a planner, one who preferred to enumerate all possibilities and devise strategies before taking action. Long before seeking out Fangxiu, Lin Jinan had contemplated numerous scenarios and prepared corresponding responses. If Fangxiu had not slain the Angry Wind Young Dragon, she could simply have walked away. If he had defeated the dragon but failed to obtain a fragment, she would gather a team to challenge the Angry Wind Roar in Fengling Valley until the fragments were acquired. Should Fangxiu successfully slay the dragon and procure the fragments, selling them would be ideal, Possessing 2 fragments would allow her to bring along a bodyguard of the same tier. If Fang Xiu refused to sell, she was ready to collaborate with him. Compared to a bodyguard of equal tier, Fang Xiu, who could vanquish the angry wind young dragon that she could not, was undoubtedly a superior partner. The only issue to resolve was that of trust. However, a team contract could effectively address this concern. Fang Xiu was aware of the team contract. It was a unique item. The parties who signed the contract could not harm one another within the stipulated time, and any ill will would dissipate, fostering a deeper synergy. In any team beset by trust issues, signing a contract would allow them to rely on one another's backs during the contract's duration. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Xiu agreed. Very well. When do we depart? When you are ready for your 3rd transition, Lin Jinan replied. Fang Xiu understood that meant when he reached the limits of his 2nd-tier combat capabilities. Lin Jinan turned to leave. Do well in this competition. If you are eliminated too early, I might reconsider. You should be more concerned about yourself, Fang Xiu scoffed. We can take on the angry wind young dragon, whereas you, Lin Jinxiao, have yet to achieve that. By the way, I have another question, Fang Xiu suddenly recalled. Lin Jinan halted her steps. Did you defeat Kainan's? What? Do you wish to seek justice for him? Fang Xiu hastily waved his hand. The two returned to their respective teams. Within 5 minutes, a youth with azure wings suddenly appeared at the center of the square. Perched upon the shoulder of the statue of Lin Miaoshan. Students from the 12 schools of Qingshan City, I am Wu Jiang, the guardian of the Qingshan domain, and I shall serve as the judge for this competition among the 10 schools. The youth named Wu Jiang did not employ any tools or raise his voice. Yet his words resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Regardless of the reactions from the crowd, Wu Jiang continued, Now, I shall announce the specific rules for this competition among the 10 schools. The competition will be divided into 2 phases. The first phase, a battle royale. After I have articulated all the rules, you will be transported to various corners of the Qingshan domain, where your task will be to engage in relentless combat. When you suffer a fatal blow, your health will forcibly remain at 1 point, and you will be immediately teleported back to the square, which signifies your elimination. Each participant will possess a point, and by eliminating opponents, you may seize their points. After 24 hours, I will rank the points of all surviving participants. The top 16 will automatically progress to the second round. If the number of survivors drops to 16 within 24 hours, the first phase will end immediately, and the remaining 16 will advance directly to the second round. The rules for the second round are straightforward, arena combat, one-on-one, until a final victor is determined. Now, do you all understand? We understand. The students from the 12 schools responded in unison. Good. Now begin your trials. Chapter 32, the battle royale commences. As Wu Jiang's words fell, all the students in the square were suddenly enveloped by a profound sense of weightlessness, the scenery around them warping rapidly, a kaleidoscope of colors swirling chaotically in their vision. When their sight returned to normal, they found themselves amidst a lush, primordial forest. Fang Xiu stood quietly beneath a towering tree. All the other students had vanished. Only the verdant leaves and the occasional whisper of a breeze accompanied him. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the temperature was significantly higher than that of the square, and it was exceptionally humid, carrying the distinctive scent of tropical rainforest foliage. Fang Xiu quickly noticed that an unusual wristwatch had appeared on his wrist at some point. This was an equipment piece, the rule of the wrist. A special item. Its effect ensured that upon suffering a lethal attack, health would forcibly lock at 1 point, granting a full minute of invulnerability and automatically teleporting the wearer back to the Qingshan domain square, effective only within the Qingshan domain. Description. Created by the guardian of the Qingshan domain through the power of domain rules, this wristwatch integrates protective, teleportation, and counting functionalities. Locking health, granting a minute of absolute invulnerability and automatic teleportation. Fang Xiu was astounded by the formidable attributes of this wristwatch. Possessing it was akin to having an additional life. Regrettably, it was effective solely within the Qingshan domain. Beyond its attributes, the watch's screen displayed 2 numbers, 01 and 2359. The first number represented his current points, while the second indicated the countdown to the conclusion of the battle royale. Raising his head once more, Fang Xiu began to contemplate his next course of action. The rules dictate a battle royale. By eliminating others, one can acquire their points. After 24 hours, rankings will be determined based on these points, with only the top 16 being acknowledged. Thus, the objective is to secure a position among these elite 16. The most prudent strategy would entail conserving one's strength and, as the countdown nears its conclusion, targeting those practitioners with elevated scores. However, should one adhere strictly to this strategy, a significant dilemma arises. Lacking reconnaissance skills, it is highly probable that I may fail to locate my targets. After all, I find myself on a battlefield teeming with thousands. Upon my arrival, I discover myself utterly alone, which suggests that, rather than luck, the vastness of the arena has dispersed everyone far and wide. Once the majority have been eliminated and only a handful remain, it will become increasingly challenging to identify viable targets, especially those who have accrued high scores through their killings, as they will likely seek refuge until the time elapses. Therefore, The optimal tactic should be inverted, to amass as many points as possible at the outset and then conceal oneself until the conclusion of the allotted time. Feng Xiu's right hand rested upon the hilt of his sword, Drizzle. Of course, this was merely his preliminary plan. Once he had secured a sufficient number of points, he might not necessarily need to remain hidden. However, prior to the commencement of the battle, Feng Xiu had one more task to undertake, to accumulate levels in his swordsmanship. Drawing Drizzle, he began to practice beneath the trees. In the city of Qingshan, the scene of the 10-school tournament was being broadcast live online. For the locals, this event had become an annual spectacle, evoking memories of their own student days. On the third floor of Lingji Corporation, a spacious auditorium capable of accommodating over 500 individuals buzzed with anticipation. A colossal screen displayed the live feed of the tournament. In attendance were not only the principals and educational directors from the 12 schools, but also representatives from nearly 100 professional teams hailing from nearby cities, including renowned groups like Golden Fangs and Fireball Squad. Each professional team recruited annually, and large-scale competitions like the 10-school tournament were prime opportunities to unearth new talent. Manager Li, come and watch with us. At Lingji's independent seating area, a dozen investment managers gathered. He Dongjun spotted Li Qinghong entering and waved with a smile. Manager Li, we have a reserved spot for you. Zhang Fuguwei gestured as well. Li Qinghong nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but opted not to join him, instead taking a nearby seat and directing her gaze toward the screen. The eyes of the other investment managers flitted between the three of them. The prospect of wagering $1 million investment alongside a fragment of a special map was no trivial matter, and it was impossible for colleagues within the same department to remain oblivious to it. Now, not only the investment department, but also the pharmaceutical division was aware of the bet between Zhang Fuguwei and He Dongjun, primarily due to Feng Xiu being Li Qinghong's nephew. Many even discreetly placed their bets on the outcome over a meal. Nonetheless, the majority leaned toward He Dongjun's choice. While both were 3-star professionals, there was a disparity of over a month in their transition periods. Not to mention, the difference in skill proficiency was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. With only a week remaining before the 10-school tournament, it was plausible that Feng Xiu had yet to reach level 20. In their eyes, whether Feng Xiu could even make it into the top 10 was questionable, let alone besting Huang Daoing. Let the match begin. An elderly voice suddenly reverberated through the venue. The previously boisterous hall fell into immediate silence as everyone turned their attention to the broadcast. Wu Jing's figure appeared on the screen, announcing the rules to the students gathered in the plaza before teleporting them to the official competition site. It was a lush, expansive primeval forest, with over 1,200 students evenly distributed throughout. One side of the screen displayed a radar map, with each student represented as a glowing dot, reminiscent of Go pieces placed on a board. In the upper right corner of the radar map were two numbers: participants, 1268, time, 2359. Soon, the camera shifted from an aerial view of the map to an individual, clad in black armor, wielding a red spear adorned with dragon motifs, and possessing a strikingly beautiful yet cold visage. The majority in attendance immediately recognized her as the top contender for the championship in the 10-school tournament. The little princess of Lingji Corporation, the 3-star class weapon master, Lin Jinan. As the camera focused on Lin Jinan, she pierced the chest of a defensive practitioner wielding a large shield with her spear, sending him, along with his shield, back to the central arena in a flash of silver light. Lin Jinan then swiftly darted through the forest, akin to an eagle hunting for prey. The camera switched once more, this time to a mage wielding a staff. With a tuft of golden hair at his forehead, he was another strong contender for victory, the Thunder Spirit Mage, Huang Daoing. Huang Daoing unleashed a brilliant blue lightning bolt, incapacitating a target until they too vanished in a shimmer of silver. The lens continued to shift, revealing yet another 3-star professional, who deftly navigated the forest in search of killable targets. It seemed the focus of the broadcast was predominantly on the 3-star practitioner's current states. Before long, the camera aimed at Feng Xiu. The viewers watching the live stream were instantly filled with questions. What is he doing? Practicing swordsmanship? While the other 3-star professionals have already begun their slaughter, he is still honing his skills. Chapter 33. Too slow. In no time, Feng Xiu's information was retrieved. As the promotional figure of Qingshan 3rd Middle School and one of the 5 3-star professionals participating in the 10-school tournament, details about Feng Xiu were readily available online. The official live broadcast from Lingji Corporation was inundated with comments. Wow, he only transitioned 2 months ago and has already become a 3-star professional. This guy is extraordinarily lucky. The data indicated he was exceptionally diligent. Now it made sense why he was practicing swordsmanship on the competition field. His skill levels were too low, and he was seizing the opportunity to enhance his proficiency. Indeed, he was quite industrious. Yet, why participate in the 10-school tournament at all? With this time, wouldn't it be better to continue practicing at home? Perhaps he believed that having transitioned to a 3-star professional endowed him with strength enough to dominate 2-star practitioners and casually secure a decent placement, as one could earn substantial rewards simply by entering the top 16. What a joke. The strength of a high-star profession does not stem merely from its growth level, but from the formidable skills that accompany it. A 3-star professional lacking a signature move is hardly guaranteed to outperform a 2-star professional who possesses one. The comments reflected a general skepticism toward Feng Xiao. In their view, even if he had become a 3-star professional, what could he possibly achieve in just a week? A few dungeon runs, perhaps leveling up by 2 levels, or improving his primary skill proficiency by 2 levels. It must be noted that anyone with the confidence to participate in the 10-school tournament was undoubtedly an elite from their respective schools. Most of them had completed their first transition within a month. With just over a month since the tournament's commencement, most had likely reached level 20 and, barring unforeseen circumstances, had trained their primary skills to level 10 to acquire a signature move. Indeed, the true geniuses might even be nearing the full mastery of a second skill. The disparity in levels, coupled with the differences in skill proficiency, was sufficient to obliterate any advantages conferred by a mere star rating. However, among the audience, there were those who still held hope for Feng Xiao. Do not engage in petty rivalry. Just days ago, Feng Xiao single-handedly dominated the rankings of Fengling Valley. Even if he may have employed some cunning strategies, there is no doubt that the nightmarish difficulty boss battle against the Fairy Queen must have been fought with sheer prowess. Those who contest this assertion may wish to challenge the nightmarish difficulty boss themselves before speaking. In the broadcasting hall of Lingji Company, a few strong individuals were whispering amongst themselves, their insights surpassing the ordinary spectators in the barrage. Some were on the verge of upgrading their swordsmanship, while others seemed to be accumulating various states. The act of stacking states while wielding a sword is indeed a rarity. After all, he had transitioned from a 1-star skill to a 3-star profession, which is somewhat exceptional, yet the true measure of combat strength must be assessed through actual battle. After a brief observation of Feng Xiao, who was diligently practicing his swordplay without any apparent intent to engage in combat, the camera operator prepared to shift the focus. However, just as the lens shifted a few meters, it abruptly snapped back to Feng Xiao. All viewers could clearly see that not far behind him, 2 shadowy figures, one clad in black and the other in green, were stealthily approaching. Assassins! Quick, strike him down. The barrage erupted with excitement. To team up right at the onset of the 10-school tournament? What extraordinary fortune! The 2 sneaky figures were evidently 2 practitioners, and judging by their hunched postures and silent movements, they were likely of the assassin class. Their trajectory indicated they were working in tandem. Finding a partner to collaborate with at the very beginning of a personal battle, where betrayal is always a possibility, is no small feat. The 10-school tournament is fundamentally an individual contest, where allies may turn against each other at any moment. Backstabbing and being backstabbed is inevitable. It is merely a matter of time. Most who form alliances are typically acquainted prior to the event, as the teleportation into the arena is completely random. Whether this is deemed fortunate or unfortunate remains to be seen. Now, the first target for these 2 assassin practitioners, after forming a team, was none other than Feng Xiao. Observing Feng Xiao's obliviousness, many began to anticipate the unfolding drama. Perhaps the first 3-star practitioner to be eliminated in the 10-school tournament was about to reveal themselves. The 2 assassins gradually closed in on Feng Xiao, entering within a 10-meter radius of him. Simultaneously, they launched their attack. Springing from the bushes on either side of Feng Xiao, the assassin in black brandished a dagger, while the one in green wielded a curved blade. Though their weapons differed, their aim was singular: Feng Xiao's head. The instant the 2 assassins initiated their assault, Feng Xiao became aware. However, he hardly regarded it as a threat. Because it was slow, far too slow. With a graceful backward leap, Feng Xiao easily evaded the pincer attack, simultaneously drawing his sword with astonishing speed, sheathing it in a motion so swift that a faint afterimage of his arm flickered in the air. How could he evade that? The 2 assassins exclaimed in horror, their seemingly lethal strike rendered ineffective. Had they been detected in advance? But as they witnessed the fleeting afterimage of Feng Xiao's hand during his sheathing motion, the 2 speed-oriented assassins realized that this man before them far surpassed them in speed. A 3-star practitioner? Adorned in a perfectly crafted agility set? Various conjectures flashed through their minds, but in the next instant, they were left with a singular thought: continue the assault. If they allowed Feng Xiao to react, they would have to contend with an onslaught far exceeding their own reflexes. However, before they could lift their weapons anew after their initial strikes missed, Feng Xiao, having landed from his leap, revealed a fierce glint in his eyes, gripping the sword hilt in readiness for an attack. The sword draw technique. The sound of blades clashing resonated, akin to the wild winds sweeping through the forest. The 2 assassins felt a sharp pain pierce their chests, as if they were being cleaved in 2 by a razor-sharp force. In the next moment, their vision was consumed by blinding white light. Feng Xiao observed the radiant columns of light on either side with curiosity. So this is how the effect of the rule of the wrist manifests. Bang, bang, bang. Unlike the 2 assassins who had been teleported away by the rule of the wrist, the trees within 7 meters of Feng Xiao remained unprotected, toppling one after another. Each trunk bore a smooth, lethal cut. This was the effect of Feng Xiao's passive skill, Sword Qi. Could they not even withstand the Sword Qi? Fang Xiu couldn't help but scoff. The sword chi preceded the sword draw technique. They had been sent away before even absorbing the power of the sword chi, let alone the slashing damage caused by the technique itself. Fang Xiu mused that a single strike from his sword draw technique should be enough to eliminate a defensive class. Continuing his swordplay, Fang Xiu was mere layers away from fully stacking his enlightened sword state. Chapter 34, The Aurora Society. In the official live broadcast room of the 10-school tournament, the barrage initially fell silent for over 10 seconds before erupting with fervor. Goodness, this young man. Wow. To be ambushed, and yet counterkill. 2 against 1, and he managed to turn the tables. Do they even know how to play? Did everyone just see how Fang Xiu struck? Even the earlier 3-star practitioners had not demonstrated such a clean and decisive kill, and that was under a 2-to-1 scenario. Fang Xiu's performance could be likened to a stone cast into a tranquil pond, creating ripples that reshaped everyone's understanding of his true combat prowess. Within the Lingji Company's broadcasting hall, seated were individuals of notable stature. They did not react with the same astonishment as the barrage. However, a portion of them displayed expressions of surprise. Yet, their astonishment was rooted in a different rationale than that of the online viewers. They were genuinely taken aback by Fang Xiu's speed. When faced with the dual assault of the 2 assassins, Fang Xiu was able to evade immediately and even counterattack before his opponents could mount a follow-up strike. This demonstrated that Fang Xiu's speed was far superior to theirs. Has his agility surpassed 100? Someone murmured while observing Fang Xiu continue his swordplay on screen. Enhancing agility attributes indeed increases speed. Based on the velocity Fang Xiu just exhibited, it was likely his agility was well above 100 points. The experts within the Lingji Company's hall silently speculated on Fang Xiu's agility attribute, estimating that even if it hadn't quite reached 100, it was certainly close. Even in a second transition, accounting for equipment enhancements that could elevate agility to 100 points, he would be considered a master among speed-oriented practitioners. Shaoli, send me a copy of Fang Xiu's data to the front row of the broadcasting hall, commanded a young man clad in a white trench coat and wearing a metallic white-eye mask. Curious glances turned towards him. Those invited by Lingji Company to sit in the front row were all esteemed guests. A familiar friend nearby jokingly inquired, "He-chun, does the Aurora Society have an interest in this individual?" Upon hearing the name of the Aurora Society, the surrounding gazes grew increasingly inquisitive. The Aurora Society is one of the most renowned occupational guilds in the southern region of Dongwang, boasting an array of formidable talents, with their president, Hao Ringguang, being a 7-transition practitioner known as the Aurora King. However, compared to other prominent occupational guilds, the Aurora Society remains shrouded in mystery, as they frequently operate in the harsher environments of the southern borders, either exploring the seas or purging the ancient borders infested with lingering souls. Even the recruitment of newcomers generally occurs locally. This is the first time venturing to Qingshan City for such purposes. The young man known as He-chun shook his head slightly. The standards for recruitment into the Aurora Society are not so lenient. Mere speed is insufficient. The individual before him, named Fang Xiu, must further demonstrate his prowess to gain entry into the Aurora Society. He was somewhat perplexed, particularly regarding the swordsmanship Fang Xiu exhibited when he countered 2 assailants. Had he not surpassed the limits of advanced swordsmanship? As a 5th-tier professional who has dedicated himself to the mastery of swordplay, He-chun was well aware of the caliber of advanced swordsmanship possessed by a 3-star professional. Though it was merely a single strike, and Fang Xiu had employed a sword technique, it was enough for He-chun, a master of the sword, to glean some insight. He could sense that Fang Xiu's swordsmanship still adhered to the advanced techniques of the foundational sword arts, lacking the nuances of any particular school. However, the effectiveness he displayed had already transcended the confines of advanced swordsmanship. Curious indeed. In the section designated for the investment managers of Lingji Corporation, the majority had initially favored He Dongjun and his investment in Huangdaoing. Yet, after witnessing Fang Xiu's performance, many began to waver in their support, especially He Dongjun, whose smile, though still present, was clearly a veneer for his inner turmoil. On the surface, he was jovial, while inwardly he cursed. How on earth did he achieve this? Astonishing. He managed to turn the tables on a fellow 1st-tier professional with a single stroke. He had only just transitioned into his new role a week ago. With such formidable combat prowess, what might he accomplish in a month's time? Contemplating this, He Dongjun glanced at Zhang Fugui, who remained composed, leaning back in his chair. Observing the screen where Fang Xiu wielded his sword, a subtle smile gracing his lips as if he held all the cards, and everything unfolded as he had anticipated. In that moment, He Dongjun realized that Zhang Fugui had not merely taken a gamble. He had undoubtedly recognized Fang Xiu's innate talent long before and had made the wager with foresight. This cunning, rotund fox, He Dongjun silently scolded, conveniently forgetting that it was he who had initiated the bet. Taking a deep breath, he sought solace in the thought that this was merely the beginning. There was no need for haste, as Fang Xiu might not necessarily be a match for Huangdaoing. Yet, mere seconds prior, Zhang Fugui's expression had been entirely different. Upon witnessing 2 individuals preparing to ambush Fang Xiu, he had been apprehensive for Fang Xiu's safety. Only after Fang Xiu effortlessly dispatched the two assassin professionals did Zhang Fugui relax. At least during the battle royale phase, he need not worry about Fang Xiu, for he could discern that Fang Xiu's advanced swordsmanship had reached its zenith, implying that Fang Xiu possessed a lethal technique characteristic of a 3-star professional. A 3-star professional endowed with a finishing move would, if nothing else, secure a place within the top 10. In the realm of Qingshan, Fang Xiu observed his status panel, noting the sword insight buff had reached 100. He exhaled lightly. The stacking was complete. With a sword in one hand, he turned to locate the tallest tree, effortlessly leaping to its pinnacle. From this vantage point, he surveyed the surrounding landscape, a sea of verdant foliage swaying in the breeze like waves. Following the flow, Fang Xiu soon spotted a bright white glimmer far in the distance. Presumably, that was the central square where the assembly prior to the competition would take place. He resolved to make that his destination. In the first phase of the 10-school tournament, the objective of the battle royale was solely to accumulate points. The destination was inconsequential. His subsequent task was straightforward, to engage in unrestrained slaughter. Fang Xiu leaped from the tree, and in an instant, his body propelled forward, vanishing into the forest like a specter in pursuit of souls. Chapter 35. One sword, for kills. You wouldn't deceive us, would you? Xiao Xiong and his two companions encircled Kai Nans. It's merely 3 sets of rare second-tier gear. Why would I need to deceive you? I am Kai Nans. My father is Kai Chengwang. Kai Nans scoffed, regarding them with a disdainful look that suggested he held the rural bumpkins in contempt. Have you heard of these names? Xiao Xiong queried his companions, one stout and one slender. The lean one shook his head silently. However, the stout one raised his hand. Brother Xiao? I haven't heard of Kai Nans, but I have heard my father mention Kai Chengwang. He seems to be the owner of an equipment chain store. The son of an equipment chain store owner? Xiao Xiong scrutinized Kai Nans with a skeptical gaze. Why is the child of a wealthy family wearing a mask? Appearing so secretive? Remove it and let us see. Reluctantly, Kai Nans took off the mask. Upon revealing a bruised visage, Xiao Xiong's doubts only deepened. What kind of wealthy child looks like this? What? I got beaten. What wealthy child would be beaten to such a degree? Is this satisfactory now? Kai Nans replaced the mask. Just as Xiao Xiong was about to refuse, he felt the slender one tugging at his sleeve. Leaning in, the slender one whispered, Brother Xiao? I recorded everything just now, so this kid can't renege. If he truly is Kai Chengwang's son, with the recording, we have nothing to fear. And if he isn't, when we're outside, we can deal with him then. To be safe, we might as well accept him for now. As time draws near to the end, we can eliminate him for points. Besides, our team could use a mage. He could work for us for free. The slender one's scheme brightened Xiao Xiong's eyes, and he slapped his thigh in agreement. Let us do just that. Turning back to Kai Nans, he wiped the skepticism from his expression, replaced by a somewhat obsequious smile, though the scar from his mouth to his brow rendered his grin particularly menacing. We accept your proposal. During the 10-school tournament, we shall ally with you to hunt others and yield their points to you. However, regardless of whether you make it into the top 16, you must provide each of us with a set of rare second-tier gear once the tournament concludes. Agreed. Kai Nans promptly sent a team invitation to Xiao Xiong, joining their ranks. All right, where do we head next? Xiao Xiong declared, indicating his complete adherence to the leader. Patience, let me first sense something, Kai Nans retorted coldly, waving his hand to feel the subtle currents of the air. He was about to commence his hunt. His first target was none other than Fang Xiu. Upon learning the rules of the competition, he had employed his profession skill, Breezy Guidance, to mark Fang Xiu as a target, an ability that utilized the flowing air to locate objectives. Under the Battle Royale rules of the 10-school tournament, Fang Xiu would undoubtedly be acting alone, while he and his 3 companions had already devised a plan to bring Fang Xiu to his knees. So close. Kai Nans narrowed his eyes, sensing that Fang Xiu was nearby through the movement of the wind, yet he saw no one approaching. Suddenly, the slender one shouted a warning. Everyone, stay alert. As he drew 2 daggers from his waist, ready for confrontation. Just as he spoke, a fierce azure figure erupted from the thicket 10 meters to their right, charging towards them. Fang Xiu. Kai Nans instantly recognized him and bellowed, kill him. Xiao Xiong immediately drew his heavy sword, while the stout one brandished a shield, stepping forward to protect the others behind him as usual. It must be said that those who possess the confidence to participate in the 10-school duel are indeed the elite of their respective institutions. The 4 individuals displayed remarkably swift reflexes in the heat of battle, drawing their weapons to confront the enemy the moment they were sighted. Yet, despite their quick responses, their speed appeared to Fang Xiu as nothing more than snails upon the damp moss after rain, exceedingly slow. The sword-drawing technique. With his right hand gripping the hilt, Fang Xiu moved with the swiftness of a tempest, his figure blurring into an ephemeral shadow in an instant. It felt as though a violent wind swept past the 4, the blade slicing through flesh and unleashing a torrent of blood. Swoosh! For crimson arrows erupted simultaneously from their chests. Following this, for silvery beams of light shot skyward. One sword for kills. Not even the defender among them could withstand Fang Xiu's lethal swordsmanship. Standing amidst the radiance, Kai Nans gazed incredulously at Feng Xiu's retreating silhouette. He was slain by a single stroke? For individuals at once. Had he not just transitioned to a new class merely a week ago? How could he possibly be so formidable? Even more disconcerting for Kai Nans was the fact that Feng Xiu, having effortlessly dispatched 4 opponents, did not pause but continued to sprint forward at the same speed, as if they were mere obstacles in his path, easily eliminated with a casual stroke of his blade. Soon, Kai Nan's vision was engulfed by a blinding white light. When he regained his senses, he found himself in the central plaza of the Qingshan realm, where a third-tier healer had conveniently restored his health with a spell. How did he achieve that? Kai Nans remained baffled by Feng Xiu's overwhelming strength. Before he could ponder further, a robust arm suddenly draped over his shoulder. Turning, he encountered Xiao Xiong and the others, who had also met their demise moments prior. "Buddy, it's time we discuss those 3 sets of rare second-tier equipment," Xiao Xiong remarked with a congenial smile, wrapping an arm around Kai Nans. "We did nothing and were eliminated. What gives you the right to claim them?" Kai Nans hastily extricated himself from Xiao Xiong's grip. Whether or not he advanced to the top 16 was of no concern to him. He had never even contemplated it. But to expect him to surrender 3 sets of rare second-tier equipment after being effortlessly slain by Feng Xiu was simply out of the question. Xiao Xiong shrugged, his expression one of feigned helplessness. "But we've already formed a team. That signifies a trade has been established. Or do you intend to renege on your debt?" Xiao Xiong's demeanor shifted to one of mocking amusement as he reached for his lean teammate's phone. "I recorded the entire transaction process. You wouldn't want the whole internet to know that Kai Ching-Wang's son is a deadbeat, would you?" Chapter 36. Fierce beasts walk alone, while cattle and sheep gather in herds. Had I truly eliminated Kai Nans? As Feng Xiu sprinted, a recollection surfaced. There had indeed been a familiar face among those he had dispatched. Never mind, it was of no consequence. Individuals like Kai Nans were beneath his notice, and Feng Xiu had no intention of wasting time seeking out trouble with him. After all, that would be a frivolous expenditure of time and effort. Currently, Feng Xiu's score had reached 37 points, of which 9 were derived from the recent 4 kills. This number was modest, and as time progressed, the number of participants would only dwindle further. Although the remaining individuals would undoubtedly possess more points, many were seasoned survivors, making them even harder to locate. Hence, Feng Xiu silently resolved to acquire some form of detection skill. With such an ability, he would not have to flounder aimlessly through the forest, but could systematically track down and eliminate those crafty survivors one by one. Whoosh! Just as he contemplated this, Feng Xiu suddenly heard a piercing sound slicing through the air. Transforming into an ancient metamorphosis sorcerer, he assumed the guise of an iron sentinel in an instant. Ding! The clear sound of metal clashing resonated as a dagger ricocheted off his form. Following the trajectory of the blade, Feng Xiu beheld a youth perched atop a tree, surveying him from above. The boy wore a confident smile, his nearly unbroken brow adding to his rebellious allure. "You've chosen a defensive transformation skill for your second ability? A commendable choice, as it grants you ample combat prowess at the first transition," the youth critiqued, seemingly well acquainted with Feng Xiu. "And you might be?" Feng Xiu inquired. The young man, Zhang Fei, self-assuredly proclaimed his name, presenting himself as if he were a figure of renown. "I've never heard of you," Feng Xiu replied, mentally confirming that this was indeed the first time he had encountered that name. "Impossible," Zhang Fei exclaimed incredulously. "In Qingshan City, we 5 are the only third-tier professionals. How could you not have heard of us?" "I haven't," Feng Xiu stated, knowing that apart from himself, he was only aware of 2 others among the third-tier professionals, Huang Daoing, through Zhang Fuguei, and Lin Jinan, inferred from her displayed combat prowess alongside the Fury Dragon. As for the other third-tier professionals, Feng Xiu recalled that Zhang Fuguei had once sent him a dossier, but he had neglected to read it amidst his training and preparations to confront the Fury Dragon. To him, it made little difference whether he perused it or not. "I am invincible. You may do as you please." Feng Xiu, disinterested in further banter, prepared to draw his sword as his state of sword understanding was on the verge of vanishing due to his 30 seconds of inaction. "Wait," Zhang Fei interjected, hastily preventing Feng Xiu from unsheathing his weapon. "I am not here to engage you in combat." Feng Xiu, still poised to draw his sword, cast a sideward slash of sword energy, calmly observing Zhang Fei, awaiting his continuation. "I have come to propose an alliance. Together, we shall eliminate the other 3 third-tier professionals in this round. This includes Huang Daoing, with whom you are directly competing." He continued, "In the subsequent one-on-one matches, those second-tier professionals pose no threat to us at all. Thus, the final duel shall be between you and me, guaranteeing at least a second-place finish. What do you say?" Zhang Fei extended an invitation to team up with Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu was unfazed by how Zhang Fei had learned of his direct competition with Huang Daoing. As a fellow third-tier professional, he presumed Zhang Fei had also secured backing, likely from Lingji Corporation. However, as for joining forces with him, Feng Xiu unhesitatingly chose to decline. Why? Zhang Fei was perplexed, unable to fathom Feng Xiu's rationale for rejecting the opportunity to ally with him. Fierce beasts walk alone, while cattle and sheep gather in herds. Fang Xiu's grip on the hilt tightened, his combat fervor surging. This was a direct confrontation with a fellow third-tier professional. He was eager to witness whether Zhang Fei would meet the same fate as those beneath him, vanquished by a single stroke. Fierce beasts walk alone, while cattle and sheep gather in herds. Zhang Fei echoed Fang Xiu's words, the confusion evaporating from his expression, replaced by a renewed defiance. Then let me see what manner of beast you truly are. With that, Zhang Fei leaped from the sky, hurtling toward Fang Xiu. Dare to charge at me? Fang Xiu, unyielding, felt a glint of cold light in his eyes as he unleashed his sword-drawing technique. Swish! Fang Xiu's form transformed into a fleeting shadow, his sword-drawing motion nearly imperceptible. The only discernible element was the chilling blade light that flickered in midair. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Fei, descending from the sky, was cleaved in two. However, no silvery beam of teleportation materialized, and the score on Fang Xiu's wrist did not increase. TSK, TSK, TSK. Do not mistake me for one of those easily vanquished, second-rate practitioners, if you please. Zhang Fei's voice resounded once more. But this time it was 5 individuals speaking in unison. Before Fang Xiu's very eyes, 5 Zhang Feis, brandishing twin daggers, approached him with defiant smiles from 5 different directions. Is this an illusion? Fang Xiu recalled that among the ordinary skills provided by the school, there existed one known as Shadow Clone, a technique capable of creating a mere decoy intended to confuse opponents. It stands to reason that Zhang Fei must have transitioned to a third-tier profession based on a skill of similar nature. If memory serves, the nemesis of the Shadow Clone skill is area of effect attacks, for the clones dissipate upon contact. However, for melee classes, it poses a significant challenge, as each clone must be dispatched individually. As long as the true body remains unharmed, the clones can be generated anew. Furthermore, as a third-tier profession, Zhang Fei's skills have likely evolved from their first-tier counterparts, suggesting that his once non-combatant clones may now possess actual combat capabilities. This complicates matters further. Noticing Fang Xiu standing still, seemingly pondering which of the 5 was the genuine article, Zhang Fei seized the opportunity to launch an assault. Shadow Flash, Quintuple Strike. The 5 Zhang Feis leaped from the ground, soaring through the air towards Fang Xiu, akin to a panther descending from a tree to seize its prey, graceful in motion. Swift in speed, their twin daggers resembling the fangs of a predator. Faced with the imminent onslaught from 5 directions, Fang Xiu exhaled softly, and his body began to emanate small orbs of white light, akin to marbles, which coalesced into delicate snowflakes. With a gentle grip, he sheathed the now luminescent snowflakes back into his sword, instantly resetting his sword comprehension state. Crescent Moon Slash. In the next moment, a dazzling crescent blade, 3 meters wide, swept forth. Chapter 37. A first encounter with Huang Daoing. The radiant crescent sword aura swept through the forest, causing 5 Zhang Feis to vanish in an instant, one transforming into a streak of silver that shot upwards. As Zhang Fei disappeared, rows of trees before Fang Xiu toppled, propelled forward by the force of the strike, severing dozens of large trees and 2 unfortunate souls, whether mere passers-by or hidden observers, before the crescent blade finally dissipated. The barrage of comments on the livestream surged once more. Wow, this young man. Incredible. Is this the signature move of a third-tier swordsman? Absolutely stunning. Even I, a second-tier defender, would struggle to withstand such an attack. The camera had been poised to capture the encounter between Fang Xiu and Zhang Fei from the moment they crossed paths. In the studio of Lingji Corporation, the prominent figures displayed a myriad of expressions, some astonished, others perplexed, and a few deep in contemplation. Yet, all shared a singular question. Hadn't Fang Xiu just transitioned to his profession 7 days prior? How had he already unlocked his ultimate skill in the span of 7 days? Had he elevated his advanced swordsmanship from level 1 to level 10? Such a prodigious talent raises eyebrows. Why had he taken 2 months to master basic swordsmanship? The crowd found this scenario highly implausible. Soon enough, various theories began to emerge among them. It was posited that Fang Xiu had likely completed his first transition long ago, but had chosen not to disclose it to the school, only registering a week before the inter-school competition to feign weakness, thereby astonishing everyone during the event. Yet, only a minority entertained this notion, as the strategy seemed too foolish. A timely transition to a third-tier profession would undoubtedly guarantee him significant cultivation. Had he registered his transition over a month ago, the investment managers from Lingji Corporation would have already been at his doorstep. Fang Xiu did not hail from a prestigious lineage. Compared to enduring hardship alone, he could grow stronger with the backing of a major corporation. In the forest, Fang Xiu continued wielding his sword in place, aware that the crescent moon slash consumed all of his sword comprehension state, necessitating a fresh accumulation. Nevertheless, considering the potential revealed by the technique, it was entirely worthwhile. Zhang Fei likely had not anticipated that Fang Xiu would unleash such a powerful move immediately upon engagement. It was akin to playing a bomb at the outset of a card game. One could only wonder if he had been eliminated in an instant. Glancing at the wristband of rules, Fang Xiu noted that his current points had soared to 120. Zhang Fei had generously granted him 60 points. while the two unfortunate bystanders had contributed 16 and 7 points respectively. Indeed, as time progressed, those who survived tended to accumulate a modicum of points. Among the 200 participants in this inter-school competition, the average score of the top 16 was 75. It was inconceivable for everyone to possess precisely 75 points. Thus Fang Xiu's 120 points assuredly secured him a place within the top 16, potentially yielding a commendable rank. With the prospect of slaying further opponents diminishing, Fang Xiu contemplated waiting for the battles to conclude, all while maintaining his swordplay. Suddenly, a crackling sound of electricity surged from the nearby woods. The sound intensified, culminating in the emergence of a young man clad in a blue robe, wielding a sapphire staff, and surrounded by 3 football-sized spheres of lightning. His most striking feature was the tuft of golden hair atop his head. "Ah, it appears a fierce battle has transpired here," the youth mused, surveying the fallen trees, mentally reconstructing the conflict that had just unfolded. Turning his gaze, he spotted Fang Xiu, who was diligently practicing his swordsmanship. Fang Xiu, Huang Daoing. The two recognized each other almost simultaneously, having previously seen each other's images due to a wager among their investors. Fang Xiu not only recognized Huang Daoing's likeness, but was also aware of his profession, the Thunder Mage. The element of lightning is renowned for its overwhelming destructive power. Even first-tier skills are at least of rare quality. The Thunder Mage class elevates the destructive capacity of lightning to an entirely new echelon of formidable magical prowess. Fang Xiu was eager to test the extent of this destructive force for himself. Sheathing his sword, he readied himself to draw it once more. In contrast, Huang Daoing appeared relaxed, seemingly unprepared to engage Fang Xiu in direct combat. "Are we to clash now? Shouldn't we wait for the one-on-one matches of the top 16? Numerous onlookers awaited the opportunity to play the role of opportunistic spectators. Huang Daoing extended his hand towards the distance, conjuring a fist-sized sphere of lightning that appeared from thin air, tracing a graceful arc before plunging into the distant thicket. Crackling. "Ah!" The sound of electricity mingled with human cries echoed simultaneously. Moments later, Huang Daoing's wristband registered an additional 5 points, bringing his total to 232 points. "That's all well and good," Fang Xiu remarked nonchalantly. The might of the crescent moon sword aura would inevitably draw the attention of other practitioners. But what of it? He too sought them out. In response, Huang Daoing chuckled, brushing back his golden bangs. Indeed, they are merely a horde of mice. Gripping his sapphire staff, the 3 lightning spheres expanded from fist size to the size of footballs, causing electricity to course through his entire being. Fang Xiu tightened his grip on his sword. Yet, just as the battle between Huang Daoing and Fang Xiu was on the brink of igniting, the voice of the referee for this inter-school competition, the guardian of the Qingshan domain, Wu Jing, resonated from the heavens. "I extend my sincerest apologies to all remaining participants. Within the confines of the Qingshan realm, there now exists only a mere 16 contenders, thus marking the conclusion of the first phase of the 10-school tournament, a battle royale. Following this, you shall be transported to the central square for treatment, whereupon the next phase of the competition will commence without delay." As Huang Daoing and Fang Xiu exchanged incredulous glances, they pondered, is this truly the end? They checked their watches. Had the tournament not only just begun a little over an hour ago? The ferocity of the skirmishes had indeed been astonishing. Chapter 38, The Formidable Lin Jinan. In the central square of the Qingshan realm, all 16 survivors had been teleported back. Aside from them and the guardian of the realm, Wu Jiang, no one else remained. The eliminated contestants, once treated, had returned whence they came. The freshly arrived 16 surveyed one another, utterly unprepared for the swift conclusion of the battle royale. After all, it had commenced with over 1,200 participants. This efficiency was somewhat staggering. Was there truly no one who preferred a more cautious, survivalist strategy? In previous years of the 10-school tournament, despite differing rules, the journey from 1,200 to the final few often spanned 1 to 2 days. Many had packed provisions for several days into their gear. Yet, given the current circumstances, even if the subsequent one-on-one duels proved time-consuming, it was likely that they would all make it home in time for lunch. Congratulations to the 16 surviving contestants for advancing to the second round, Wu Jiang announced from his elevated position. What follows will be a straightforward and exhilarating series of one-on-one duels. The rules are simple. Employ any means at your disposal to defeat your opponent. As for who your opponent shall be, it will be determined by your scores from the battle royale. The highest scorer will face the lowest, the second highest will face the second lowest, and so forth. With a wave of his hand, Wu Jiang conjured a leaderboard before the contestants. 1. Lin Jinan, 578, 2. Huang Daoing, 232, 3. Fang Xiu, 124. Miao Meng, 87. Upon glimpsing the score of the first-place contender, all eyes instinctively turned towards a girl clad in black armor. She remained impervious to their gazes. Arms crossed, her expression devoid of joy or sorrow, seemingly unperturbed by what should have been a moment of celebration. Over 500 points. When the scores of the remaining contestants were summed, they barely exceeded 200, with several having single-digit scores. As they glanced at their own scores, Then back at Lin Jinan's, they were left questioning their very existence. It was hard to fathom how a single individual could amass such points. Out of a total of 1,200 participants, nearly half the points were held by her alone. But this was astonishingly swift. The competition had only just begun a little over an hour ago. Fang Xiao stroked his chin, realizing that this score hinted at certain capabilities. Lin Jinan must possess some form of detection skill. Otherwise, her extraordinary speed could not account for such a remarkable score, especially considering that they were all scattered about the central square, which would consume considerable time merely searching for opponents. Having just sprinted through the forest, Fang Xiao was acutely aware of this, as he had not paused for even a moment outside of his stacked state, yet his score stood at a mere 120. While the participants grappled with their confusion and disbelief, the viewers watching the live stream understood all too well. They would forever remember the valiant queen, wielding a massive gun and dashing through the forest, dispatching foes with the ease of slaughtering chickens. Consequently, upon viewing the leaderboard, the comments flooded in. 666. I declare that the first place in this 10-school tournament will undoubtedly be Lin Jinan. A lifetime of support for Lin Jinan. Just ask, is my sister in fierce or what? My apologies, my wife has embarrassed herself. Fang Xiao and the others were left to ponder how Lin Jinan had achieved such a high score. But they would likely have to wait until after the tournament to watch the replay of the live stream to seek answers. With the leaderboard revealed, the identities of their opponents became apparent. Fang Xiao's adversary was a man named Hidahu, a portly fellow with a robust build, sporting black-framed glasses and clutching a sugary drink, whose score was a mere 5 points, indicating he had likely survived by mere chance. Noticing Fang Xiao's gaze upon him, Hidahu flashed a grin. Fang Xiao furrowed his brow. To remain so optimistic in the face of a strong opponent suggested either a confidence in his own abilities or a lack of awareness. Wu Jiang did not keep them waiting long. The one-on-one duels were set to begin immediately. Those not yet slated for battle were drawn away by an unseen force, landing them aside, as the venue was the central square, situated before the statue of Lin Miaoshan. The first match would pit the top-ranked Lin Jinan against the bottom-ranked Zhang Mingming. Standing before the statue, Lin Jinan and Zhang Mingming faced each other. And sister, for the sake of our school, please show some mercy. Zhang Mingming chuckled. Lin Jinan offered no response, silently retrieving her weapon from her professional space, a spear of pure gold, adorned with azure spirals, exuding an air of both peculiarity and nobility, unmistakably a weapon of extraordinary lineage. Zhang Mingming hastily drew his own weapon, a short bow of azure hue. Once Wu Jiang confirmed both parties were ready, he raised his hand to signal, "Let the battle commence." As the words left his lips, Zhang Mingming immediately darted backward. His class was a 2-star rapid shooter. As an archer, he believed that as long as he maintained distance, close combat classes would become mere targets. Moreover, having conserved his stamina during the battle royale, he surmised that Lin Jinan, with her 500+ points, must have engaged in fierce combat. Was this not a prime example of waiting for the opportune moment? He thought perhaps he still had a chance against Lin Jinan. Yet, in that fleeting moment of contemplation, a chilling sensation pierced his chest. Looking down, he found a golden spear had somehow penetrated his torso. Raising his gaze, he found Lin Jinan's exquisitely beautiful face mere inches away, though her expression was one of cold indifference. With a swift motion, Lin Jinan withdrew her spear, and Zhang Mingming's body crumpled to the ground, bereft of support. Staring at Lin Jinan as she turned away, Zhang Mingming's eyes widened in disbelief. How could she have appeared before him in an instant when just moments ago she had stood across from him? Now, he began to grasp why Lin Jinan had amassed over 500 points. The onlookers were equally astonished. Wasn't he there merely a 1-star difference? How could a 3-star class prove so vastly superior to a 2-star one? A youth beside Fang Xiao gazed at Lin Jinan's figure, tremblingly inquiring. His eyes filled with incredulity. It was as though a dream had shattered. Fang Xiao cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. There were always those who aspired to challenge higher-star classes. Indeed, there were instances of 2-star practitioners overcoming 3-star opponents. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that even within the same star level, disparities existed. Although Fang Xiao was unaware of Lin Jinan's specific 1-star skill, given her status as the princess of Qingshan City, it was reasonable to assume she possessed a perfect 1-star skill, possibly even an epic-level skill. Upon transitioning to a 3-star class, she would undoubtedly wield a 3-star epic-level skill. The mere thought of such power was awe-inspiring. Nevertheless, Fang Xiao was equally taken aback by the speed Lin Jinan had displayed. Her speed appeared to surpass that which I witnessed during the tumult of the raging winds. In comparison to my own self at the 100th level of Wujian, it seemed that Lin Jinan was but a hair's breadth swifter. Chapter 39, The Thunder Spirit Mage. The second battle featured Huang Daoing. His opponent was a 2-star class, sword and shield warrior, named Huang Song. This class embodies a balance of offense and defense, with abilities evenly distributed. Yet, such equilibrium often signifies mediocrity, rendering their offensive capabilities inferior to that of mage classes and their defensive prowess lacking compared to dedicated defenders. Consequently, they are frequently scorned during team endeavors and dungeon raids. However, in one-on-one arena matches, a sword and shield warrior, devoid of weaknesses, proves to be a formidable adversary. Fang Xiu observed that Huang Song's equipment was commendable, at least a set of rare-grade gear, which might afford him a fair contest against Huang Daoing. You can do it. Encouraging words came from familiar friends as Huang Song prepared to enter the arena. He nodded solemnly and stepped onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, Huang Daoing had been ready for quite some time. The battle begins, announced Wu Jiang. Block. As the fight commenced, Huang Song immediately assumed a defensive stance. Yet his feet were in motion, charging towards Huang Daoing. Since we share the Huang surname, I shall go easy on you, Huang Daoing remarked arrogantly, eyeing the cautiously advancing Huang Song. With a casual gesture, he pointed forward. Thunder Spirit Ball, an energy sphere, comparable to the size of a soccer ball and composed of crackling lightning, materialized before him. He waved his hand, and the Thunder Spirit Ball soared through the air with a graceful arc, hurtling directly towards Huang Song's shield. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated as the lightning sphere detonated upon contact with the shield, the ferocious force sending Huang Song, who had barely advanced a dozen meters, hurtling backward. His shoes left behind 2 dark skid marks on the ground, reminiscent of tire tracks left by a drifting vehicle. Those watching the live broadcast gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What power?" In the Lingji Corporation, representatives from various occupational groups adjusted their glasses to scrutinize Huang Daoing, privately musing that the lightning element truly deserves its reputation as the most destructive force. They contemplated whether to recruit Huang Daoing into their ranks, as a violent damage-dealing mage would be a welcome addition to any team. On the battlefield, Huang Song gritted his teeth, suppressing the tremors in his arms, and pressed forward once more. However, after taking only a few steps, another Thunder Spirit Ball descended upon him, its trajectory unavoidable and its terrifying might palpable. Boom. Once more, Huang Song left 2 more tire tracks on the ground, now finding himself further away from Huang Daoing than he had been initially. The best strategy against a mage class is to engage in close combat. Yet, Huang Song found himself unable to approach Huang Daoing, as the relentless explosions of the Thunder Spirit Balls rendered him nearly incapable of holding onto his shield. Gazing at Huang Daoing from a distance, an unsettling thought crept into Huang Song's mind. In my life, I tread on thin ice. Do you think I can reach the other shore? In contrast, Huang Daoing, as he had initially claimed, was indeed taking it easy due to their familial connection. He leisurely conjured Thunder Spirit Balls, carelessly tossing them without aiming. Yet each time they found their mark. Ironically, this nonchalance instilled an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure among the 2-star class warriors, including Huang Song. Others empathized with Huang Song and felt an immediate sense of despair. 1, 2, 3. Upon the 5th lightning strike hitting Huang Song, he transformed into a silver flash, forcibly entering an invincible state and being teleported away from the battlefield. This signified his disqualification from further combat. Representatives from various occupational groups in the Lingji Corporation's broadcasting hall unanimously affixed a label to Huang Daoing, terrifying destructive power. A semi-defensive class failed to withstand 5 Thunder Spirit Balls even while employing defensive skills. The magnitude of that power was evident. Is it already over after just 5? Huang Daoing, disinterested, stepped down from the battlefield. Next came the 3rd match, where Fang Xiu faced He Dahai. Referee, I concede. Just as Fang Xiu was about to step onto the field, He Dahai raised his hand to Wu Jiang. Are you certain? Wu Jiang inquired. Absolutely, He Dahai replied, as if explaining to everyone, I'm not particularly skilled in battle. Making it to the top 16 for a reward is already quite commendable. It's best to know when to stop. With Zhang Mingming's and Huang Song's prior experiences in mind, everyone understood. Although points do not entirely reflect combat prowess, they do indicate something. The top 4 on the leaderboard were all 3-star classes, showcasing their dominance during the first transition phase. When confronted with 3-star classes, conceding holds no shame. Only a few believe that Fang Xiu, having recently transitioned to a 3-star class, was worth a gamble. Alas, their opponent was not Fang Xiu. However, the act of conceding became a trend. In the 4th match, the remaining 3-star class warrior, Miao Ming, also faced a surrender from their opponent before the battle commenced. Miao Ming, towering at 193 meters, exuded a robust physique that clearly marked him as a strongman, specializing in the rare, throwing specialist class, adept in PvP. His opponent, a female mage, was so intimidated by Miao Ming's stature that she nearly fainted at the thought of a one-on-one duel. Nevertheless, after conceding, the girl blushed and requested Miao Ming's phone number. Subsequently, the 5th through 8th matches unfolded without further surrenders. All participants were 2-star class warriors, and the differences in strength sparked fierce competition. However, when the victors emerged from the latter 4 bouts to face Fang Xiu and the other 3-star warriors, they promptly conceded. In the quarterfinals, all 4 contenders were 3-star class warriors, aligning with the expectations of the majority. However, it was noted that Zhang Fei, who was anticipated to enter the semifinals, had been supplanted by Fang Xiu. In the semifinals, Lin Jinan faced Miao Ming, while Fang Xiu faced Huang Daoing. Wu Jiang, arms crossed, had already teleported to the statue of Lin Miaoshan. his expression revealing dissatisfaction with the preceding battles. In the 16-8 round, 2 out of 8 matches ended in surrenders, which was tolerable, but in the 8-4 round, all 4 matches resulted in concessions. Is there an overabundance of 3-star classes this year? This cohort of 2-star warriors exhibits neither aggression nor ambition, Wu Jiang remarked. This is the worst group I have ever witnessed. Upon learning of his opponent, Huang Daohing's gaze sharpened, brimming with fighting spirit. In the end, we must face each other, he declared, stretching his arms to loosen up. It's better this way. Otherwise, if one side loses, they might harbor grievances. Fang Xiao, however, remained indifferent to his opponent. As always, I am invincible. You may do as you will. Chapter 40, vs Huang Daohing. In the first match, Fang Xiao faced Huang Daohing. Sensing Huang Daohing's eagerness for battle, Wu Jiang deliberately adjusted the match order, postponing the duel between Lin Jinan and Miao Meng. Fang Xiao and Huang Daohing exchanged glances before moving forward to stand 30 meters apart on the arena. Wu Jiang confirmed their readiness and, without further ado, announced, the battle begins. Thunder Absolute Formation. Huang Daohing initiated the confrontation, wielding his gem-encrusted staff to conjure 3 lightning spheres, each the size of a soccer ball, and hurled them toward Fang Xiao. In dealing with Fang Xiao, Huang Daohing exhibited a far greater seriousness than when facing Huang Song. Huang Daohing was no fool. When confronting a novice, he feigned bravado to instill a sense of dread among his peers, ensuring that they approached him with trepidation. However, when faced with a formidable opponent of equal caliber, he was resolute in unleashing his full might. Furthermore, Huang Daohing was acutely aware that Fang Xiao was a speed-oriented class, the Swordmaster, unlike the cumbersome sword and shield warrior. The lightning spheres that Huang Song could not evade might not be so easily dodged by Fang Xiao. Should he be cornered, Huang Daohing knew he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. Hence, he opted for a more aggressive approach this time. Faced with 3 lightning spheres, Fang Xiao chose not to evade, for they appeared to lack offensive intent, having already descended to the ground before reaching him. Just as Fang Xiao prepared to strike, the fallen lightning emanated around him like arrows, instantaneously flashing to his vicinity. The 3 bolts of lightning coalesced once more into spheres, quickly intertwining, before ascending to form towering columns of electricity. In the blink of an eye, they ensnared Fang Xiao within a cage of lightning, rendering him vulnerable to injury from any direction except above. He was destined to succumb to a debilitating state characterized by significant deceleration. Endless thunder, heed my summons. Huang Daohing's movements were relentless as he soared into the air with his gem-tipped staff, beginning to chant. A dark cloud materialized in the sky above the center of the Qingshan domain, casting a shadow over Fang Xiao. Flickering with electric light and resonating with the rumble of thunder, he initiated his ultimate move. Anyone could discern Huang Daohing's earnest regard for Fang Xiao. By employing a control skill followed by an immediate ultimate, he sought to conclude the battle before it truly began. The audience in the livestream room widened their eyes in anticipation. This was Huang Daohing's first utilization of an ultimate move, and with such grandeur, its power was undoubtedly formidable. Considering Fang Xiao's status as a speed-oriented class, even a 3-star class, he remained susceptible to low health and defense. Reflecting on the terrifying lethality of Huang Daohing's previous 5 lightning spheres that had obliterated Huang Song, many spectators had already typed GG in the comments. However, the subject of their concern seemed unfazed, gazing curiously up at the sky. After several moments of incantation, Huang Daohing raised his gem-tipped staff high, the cloud above transforming into a dazzling storm of lightning. As Huang Daohing's eyes, ignited with surging electric light, focused on Fang Xiao, he brought the staff down decisively, delivering a powerful strike. Lightning execution. Boom. The thunder roared, shaking the very ground of the central plaza, and those observing felt a profound tremor. In an instant, a colossal pillar of lightning descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Fang Xiao with unmatched force, engulfing him entirely, while the ground splintered beneath it like a spider's web. It is over. It seems you are nothing more than this. Huang Daohing slowly landed, supporting himself with his gem staff, his expression one of arrogance as he gazed upon the roaring pillar of lightning, albeit tinged with disappointment. After all, Fang Xiao was merely a 3-star class, and Huang Daohing had hoped for a semblance of surprise from him. Yet, moments later, the arrogance on Huang Daohing's face evaporated, replaced by a furrowed brow. The thick lightning gradually thinned, until it dissipated, along with the smoke generated from the impact on the ground. Amidst the rubble, a silvery figure adorned with peculiar purple patterns, an ancient relic's puppet guardian, stood quietly where Fang Xiao had once been. The transformation from the magic-patterned Iron Guardian had been undone. He had reverted back to the Swordmaster. As Fang Xiao stepped forth from the silvery, steel form, his demeanor remained tranquil. Even as his attire bore not a single mark of damage, his health had merely diminished by a quarter. Observing Huang Daohing's astonishment, Fang Xiao chuckled lightly, his expression curious and sincere as he inquired, "Is that your ultimate move?" Huang Daohing could no longer hear Fang Xiao's words. He stared in shock, unable to comprehend. The lightning execution was a skill he had unlocked after achieving full proficiency as a 3-star class, yet it had seemingly had little effect on Feng Xiao. What skill could possibly mitigate such significant damage? From the effects of the skill, it appeared to be a transformation ability. Yet it was evidently not one inherent to Feng Xiao's Swordmaster class. Could it be that he had learned a second-tier skill after his first promotion? Yet even a flawless second-tier skill at full proficiency should not be capable of withstanding such high damage. Soon, an even more astonishing speculation arose in Huang Daoheng's mind. Could it be that Feng Xiao had already completed his second promotion? He was not a 3-star Swordmaster, but rather a 4-star, or even a 5-star class. However, as he pondered this, Huang Daoheng felt a sense of absurdity. Wasn't Feng Xiao only a week into his new class? To ascend from first to second promotion in a mere week? If he continued at this pace, would he not become a deity within a year? Huang Daoheng felt his mind was insufficient to grasp the situation. The representatives of various classes in the Lingji Company's studio shared similar thoughts to Huang Daoheng, though they generally believed that Feng Xiao must have utilized some defensive enhancing item. After all, who could have known that Feng Xiao could elevate the maximum level of his skills to 15? The ability to withstand Huang Daoheng's ultimate move was entirely due to the attributes gained from his transformation into an ancient metamorphosis sorcerer and the exceptional defense granted by the level 15 magic-patterned Iron Guardian. If Feng Xiao were to rely solely on a standard Swordmaster class and a level 10 magic-patterned Iron Guardian skill, he would have surely sustained grave injuries, if not perished outright, under Huang Daoheng's ultimate strike. With sword in hand, Feng Xiao fixed his gaze upon Huang Daoheng, a fierce glint in his eyes. Now, it is my turn. Chapter 41, Counterattack. Upon hearing Feng Xiao's declaration, Huang Daoheng snapped back to reality, immediately retrieving enhancement items from his class space. He produced charms to bolster physical defense and potions to amplify magical attack. Anything that could augment his attributes was summoned into use as he distanced himself from Feng Xiao. Switching back to the Swordmaster class, Feng Xiao's speed surged dramatically as he charged towards Huang Daoheng. Although he had not stacked his Insight Sword state as a speed-oriented class, his innate velocity far surpassed that of other classes at the same star level. Lightning Sphere. Huang Daoheng brandished his gem staff, summoning football-sized lightning spheres that arced gracefully through the air toward Feng Xiao. Huang Daoheng's mastery over the lightning spheres extended beyond merely leveling the skill to 10. He had consulted with several high-level magical classes, gleaning insights from their experiences and studying the ballistics of elemental attacks, enabling him to adeptly control the trajectory of the lightning spheres, significantly enhancing their accuracy. However, against absolute speed, unless the lightning spheres possessed tracking capabilities akin to cruise missiles, they could still be evaded by Feng Xiao. Moreover, he was not even obligated to dodge. Feng Xiao sprinted swiftly, and as the lightning spheres approached, his right hand, poised on the sword hilt, immediately drew the slender rain blade from his waist. With a single stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes, each of Feng Xiao's strikes cleaved through the air, unleashing razor-sharp sword energy. The sword energy collided with the lightning spheres, the former sharp and precise, the latter wild and explosive, resulting in a series of detonations that echoed across the field, shrouding the area in a cloud of black smoke. Lightning Shield. As the offensive of the Thunder Spirit orbs proved ineffective, Huang Daoheng swiftly altered his strategy, hastily wielding his gem-encrusted staff to conjure 3 Thunder Spirit orbs that circled around him. With the orbs orbiting, an invisible barrier enveloped his body. He then retrieved a small, finely crafted red wooden round shield from his backpack. Typically, Huang Daoheng relied on his staff for explosive damage output, yet in critical moments, he could don the shield, transforming into an impenetrable turtle. This was precisely the advantage he utilized during solo dungeon runs. In mere moments, Feng Xiao had closed the distance to within 10 meters of Huang Daoheng. Sheathing his sword, he gripped the hilt with his right hand, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Sword drawing technique. In an instant, as the skill activated, Feng Xiao's form accelerated dramatically, seemingly vanishing from his original position. What followed was a dazzling flash of sword light, sharp and piercing, as if it were tearing through the fabric of space itself. The spectators were momentarily blinded by the sudden flash. Before they could comprehend, Feng Xiao had teleported behind Huang Daoheng, who bore a mark of lethal sharpness across his body. With a resounding crack, akin to shattering glass, the invisible shield forged by the Thunder Spirit was cleaved in two, along with Huang Daoheng's deep blue robe, crimson blood gushing forth immediately. However, it must be noted that the auxiliary items Huang Daoheng had previously utilized bore some merit. Despite the shield and robe being severed, he was not instantaneously vanquished, retaining a fraction of his health. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain radiating from his chest, Huang Daoheng turned to face Feng Xiao, retreating while his gem-encrusted staff flicked through the air, conjuring several Thunder Spirit orbs to thwart Feng Xiao's pursuit. The fact that the sword-drawing technique had not obliterated Huang Daoheng, a magic-based class, was an unexpected turn of events for Feng Xiao. He had dispatched other defensive classes of the same level with ease, yet Huang Daoheng's maneuvers had evidently augmented his resilience beyond that of his peers. Nevertheless, This duel had effectively concluded the moment Huang Daohing's ultimate technique failed to deliver a fatal blow. Turning back, Fang Xiu unleashed another strike. Crescent Moon Slash. A towering crescent blade of energy, 2 meters in height, surged forth with astonishing speed. Although the sword insight status had not fully accumulated, the velocity of the Crescent Moon Slash remained unaffected. In the next heartbeat, the incoming Thunder Spirit orbs were cleaved in half by the crescent blade, their chaotic energies collapsing to the ground and igniting another explosion. The moment the Thunder Spirit orbs were severed, the crescent blade barreled directly into Huang Daohing. Erupting in a brilliant silver flash, Fang Xiu emerged victorious. The announcer proclaimed the result as the live chat erupted with an avalanche of 666 comments. Just a minute prior, the audience had been certain of Fang Xiu's impending defeat at the hands of Huang Daohing's ultimate move. To their astonishment, Fang Xiu executed a breathtaking comeback, not only enduring the devastating attack, but also delivering a swift counterstrike that eliminated Huang Daohing. In the broadcasting hall of Lingji Company, where investment managers congregated, several were keenly observing He Dongjun and Zhang Fugui. Even though some had wagered on Fang Xiu's defeat, their stakes were trivial, mere meals compared to the amusement of witnessing the two of them. There were even those who relished in He Dongjun's misfortune. The young man, who usually flaunted his connections, was now facing a humbling defeat. Zhang Fugui and He Dongjun sat not far apart, their expressions starkly contrasting. Zhang Fugui wore a smile, legs crossed, belly protruding, casually snacking with an air of triumph, entirely unperturbed by the prospect of collecting debts. In stark contrast, He Dongjun's face was ashen, darkened by the weight of his impending loss. The wager consisted of 2 million in funds and a fragment of a treasure map of Iron City. The 2 million was merely a bait, a company investment that he could afford to lose. However, the fragment of the treasure map was a hard-earned treasure, invaluable. Now, the matter was public knowledge within the company, and there was no retreat without disgrace. As He Dongjun contemplated his options, he clenched his teeth and rose from his seat, striding before Zhang Fugui amidst the crowd's scrutiny. Manager Zhang, I concede to the terms of the wager. I will have my subordinates prepare a document to transfer the 2 million investment. As for the fragment of the Iron City treasure map, I shall deliver it to you by tomorrow morning's meeting. There's no rush, take your time. I still have faith in your integrity, Manager Zhang Fugui replied, exuding a sense of grandeur as he savored the moment. This was a sweet victory for him, witnessing He Dongjun's downfall, who had orchestrated this scheme only to find himself at a loss. Chapter 42, The Master of Weapons. You fought well. Lin Jinan commended as Fang Xiu descended from the stage, though her praise was limited. In her eyes, if Fang Xiu lacked the ability to defeat Huang Daohing, he would be ill-equipped to slay the angry Wind Young Dragon in the wrath of the Wind Dungeon. Next is your turn, Fang Xiu gestured. Lin Jinan stepped forward. In the second semi-final match, Lin Jinan faced off against Miao Meng. On the opposite side of the arena, the burly Miao Meng stood firm, his stature resembling that of a majestic eagle from the plains against a caged canary. Miss, my apologies, Miao Meng stated, flexing his neck and donning a pair of white gloves from his class space. His profession was throwing specialist, a class specializing in projectile techniques, with his hands serving as his weapons. Your apologies come too soon, Lin Jinan retorted, producing her spear with a swift motion. With both sides confirmed by the announcer, the battle commenced. The instant the words left his lips, both competitors surged forward almost in unison. Both Lin Jinan and Miao Meng were melee combatants. However, the distinction lay in Miao Meng's strength-oriented class, which rendered him slower than Lin Jinan. Lin Jinan rapidly traversed over half the distance, the tip of her spear gleaming with white light as she accelerated abruptly. Piercing kill spear. Fang Xiu observed closely from the sidelines. This was the very technique Lin Jinan had utilized to eliminate Zhang Mingming previously. Thud. Lin Jinan's spear struck Miao Meng squarely in the chest. Yet he had anticipated this move, his robust steel armor absorbing the impact. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself and lunged forward with both hands, intent on capturing Lin Jinan. The canary. Once he ensnared his opponent, Miao Meng was confident he could deliver a fatal blow to Lin Jinan. However, Lin Jinan possessed a keen understanding of Miao Meng as a throwing specialist and immediately withdrew, retracting her spear. Miao Meng swiftly adapted, shifting from an attempt to capture to one of disarming. Even though Lin Jinan was faster, Miao Meng's tremendous strength allowed him to grasp the spear's tip with ease. With a surge of power, he aimed to pull Lin Jinan towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Jinan relinquished her spear, retreating a few steps before deftly producing a short bow and arrows from her class space. Drawing the bow and preparing to shoot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The arena of combat erupted with a continuous cacophony of slicing winds. To the onlookers, it was clear that Lin Jinan's weapon was no mere short bow. It was akin to a repeating crossbow. No, based on the howling sounds of the arrows slicing through the air, one might more accurately liken it to a bolt-throwing siege engine. Moreover, the arrows were not shot randomly. Each one struck precisely at Miao Meng's head. Though Miao Meng's helmet was of superior quality, offering comprehensive protection, it could only mitigate a fraction of the arrow's lethality. The impact alone was enough to rattle his senses and destabilize his stance. Such formidable power was likely beyond the reach of even the most skilled archers. Fang Xiu recalled that Lin Jinan was not a specialist in marksmanship, but rather a weapon master, proficient in all manner of weaponry. It was evident from the title that her expertise extended far beyond mere long weapons. Perhaps she harbored a collection of dozens of superior-grade arms within her inventory, befitting the heiress of Lingji Corporation. Furthermore, while others engaged in their duels, Fang Xiu had taken the opportunity to research the Weapon Master class online, only to find scant information. What little existed stemmed from Lin Jinan's successful class transition, which had piqued the curiosity of the media in Qingshan City regarding this rare profession. The specifics of its capabilities remained shrouded in mystery. Fang Xiu surmised that Lin Jinan's 3-star class, Weapon Master, was likely a unique and powerful vocation, much like his own Swordmaster. Enraged by the relentless barrage of arrows, Miao Ming let out a furious roar, gritting his teeth as he braced himself against Lin Jinan's onslaught, then surged forward with a heavy stomp. The ground trembled beneath him, erupting in a cloud of dust and debris. As visibility waned, Lin Jinan finally ceased her arrow assault. In the next instant, Miao Ming lunged forth from the swirling dust, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, resembling a feral tiger descending from the mountains. In that moment, he seized Lin Jinan's arms, reveling in the imminent satisfaction of vengeance. Yet, what met him was the calm, almost indifferent glimmer in Lin Jinan's gaze. Just as he prepared to exert force, he abruptly noticed that the short bow in her hands had vanished, replaced by a pair of gloves designed for those skilled in throwing techniques, equipped with formidable gripping power. In the blink of an eye, Lin Jinan grasped Miao Ming's arms in a countergrip. Miao Ming quickly realized that she intended to employ throwing techniques against him, a fellow practitioner of the Throwing Master class. A mixture of amusement and indignation surged within him. It was absurd. Lin Jinan was clearly overestimating her capabilities. Infuriated, he resolved to make her pay for her arrogance. Throwing technique, Great Windmill. Lin Jinan simultaneously activated her skill. The two forces collided instantaneously, engaging in a fierce struggle. Just as Miao Ming believed he would effortlessly lift Lin Jinan and swing her like a sandbag, he was taken aback as his perspective began to spin. The sky and ground were inverted, and his body felt weightless. With a resounding crash, Lin Jinan, far slighter in build than Miao Ming, effortlessly lifted him and slammed him down behind her. The earth cracked under the impact, creating a substantial crater where Miao Ming's head struck. Already weakened from enduring Lin Jinan's relentless attacks, Miao Ming lost all combat capability and was enveloped in a silver light. Vanishing from the arena, slumped beneath the statue of Lin Miaoshan, Miao Ming gazed in disbelief at Lin Jinan. It was not the defeat that gnawed at him. Rather, it was the humiliation of being bested by someone of the same star rank, utilizing throwing techniques against him. He understood that this moment would haunt him for a long time, perhaps for the rest of his life. For a fleeting moment, he even contemplated abandoning throwing techniques as his core skill in his next class transition. As the victor, Lin Jinan was indifferent to the thoughts of the vanquished. Perhaps her intent was to crush Miao Ming's dreams through this very defeat. Silently stowing away her throwing gloves, she retrieved the long spear that Miao Ming had discarded, grasping the shaft and giving it a gentle shake. The sound it emitted was akin to a whip cracking. Lifting her gaze once more, Lin Jinan fixed her eyes upon Fang Xiu. Your turn. Chapter 43. The dual-class 5-star profession, Qi cultivating martial artist. Finally, the last battle had arrived. It had come sooner than anticipated. The 10-school tournament had only been underway for a little over 2 hours, marking it as one of the swiftest in history. Surprisingly, it had culminated in a duel between Lin Jinan and Fang Xiu. Lin Jinan had anticipated reaching this stage, but she had not expected Fang Xiu to be her final opponent. She had initially thought it would be Huang Daoing, given his status as a 3-star lightning mage. The online spectators buzzed with excitement, including viewers from various cities. Not all regions boasted tournaments akin to the 10-school tournament in Qingshan City. The fervor quickly escalated. In the central square of the Qingshan domain, Lin Jinan watched as Fang Xiu approached the battlefield. Beside him, Wu Jiang showed little interest in announcing the final matchup. Noting that neither party seemed inclined to exchange taunts, he declared the battle to commence. This time, neither side rushed to attack. Fang Xiu cautiously gripped the hilt of his sword, eyeing Lin Jinan warily. In stark contrast, Lin Jinan appeared remarkably relaxed, holding her spear with one hand, poised as if waiting for Fang Xiu to initiate the assault. With a soft sound, a pebble was kicked aside, serving as an unspoken signal for the battle to begin. The two figures, previously motionless, vanished from their spots simultaneously. Clang! The clash of sword and spear resounded, a crisp metallic ring. This was merely the beginning. As they engaged in a series of close-quarter skirmishes, relying solely on their strength, speed, and technique, creating a whirlwind of flashing blades and darting spears within the arena, intensely fierce. Yet, within mere exchanges, Fang Xiu found himself at a disadvantage. Lin Jinan's speed matched his own, but her strength eclipsed his significantly. Time and again, As he faced Lin Jinan's spear, striking with the precision of a venomous serpent, Fang Xiu resorted to hard defenses as an ancient transformation sorcerer and a transformation rune Iron Guardian. Fang Xiu was now acutely aware that Lin Jinan possessed perceptive skills, enabling her to discern his attack patterns and accurately judge the authenticity of his feints. Her prowess in this regard was nothing short of terrifying. After 2 grueling minutes of combat, Fang Xiu barely managed to withstand Lin Jinan's relentless onslaught. The state of his swordsmanship had stacked up, amplifying his capabilities. However, he found it peculiar. Lin Jinan should have noticed his increasing speed during the fight, yet she refrained from halting his progress. Seemingly content to allow him to build up his state, was she confident that everything was under her control? Suddenly, Fang Xiu's left foot lightly tapped the ground, propelling his body backward. As he stomped down hard with his rear foot, he sheathed his sword, locking his gaze on Lin Jinan's throat. Draw technique. A flash of cold light sliced through the air. Plang. Lin Jinan's spear intercepted Fang Xiu's draw, her expression conveying a calm, indifferent demeanor that suggested she had long since anticipated his move. Fang Xiu did not dwell on his thoughts. He forcefully stepped forward with his right foot, his body soaring backward as he executed a swift reverse strike known as the Crescent Moon Slash. The surging white light mingled with the gentle drizzle, manifesting as a colossal, radiant crescent-shaped sword aura soaring to a height of 3 meters. In the face of this imposing crescent sword energy, Lin Jinan's composed demeanor shifted for the first time, prompting her to swiftly switch from spear to shield. The shield struck with tremendous force. Clang! The shield collided with the crescent sword aura, and the violent energy nearly propelled Lin Jinan off her feet. Yet, utilizing her formidable strength attribute, she forcefully held the shield steady in front of her, her feet sliding back over 20 meters before the sword energy dissipated. Lowering her shield, Lin Jinan glanced at her health bar, which had only diminished by a third, and with an indifferent expression, complimented, "Your ultimate technique possesses considerable power." This remark bore an unmistakable hint of sarcasm. Considerable power? Yet you managed to effortlessly block it. Fang Xiu replied with a wry smile, suddenly inquiring, "You must have completed your second-class advancement, correct?" A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Jinan's eyes, and a smile graced her exquisite features. "Did you see through me?" "Indeed, I completed my second-class advancement after exiting the Wrath of the Furious Winds dungeon. I am now a 5-star Chi cultivation martial artist." The livestream chat erupted once more. "As a 1-star class holder, I haven't even maxed out my 1-star skills yet. And she is already at her second advancement? Is this the world of geniuses? It's simply unfair. Reincarnation is an art. I hope I can master it in my next life. I've decided, my second skill choice will be a transformation skill. I must advance to my second class immediately and follow in the goddess's footsteps. It is well known that ordinary individuals require to elevate a 1-star skill from level 1 to level 10 for their first-class advancement. For a second-class advancement in a 2-star profession, one must elevate 2 2-star skills from level 1 to level 10. As the star level of skills rises, so too does the difficulty of enhancing proficiency. The disparity in difficulty between the first and second advancements is at least 3 to 4-fold. As a 3-star professional, Lin Jinan must elevate 1 3-star and 1 2-star skill to level 10, presenting an even greater challenge. Now, while 2-star professionals have yet to complete their second advancement, it is Lin Jinan, the 3-star professional, who has achieved this milestone first, showcasing her extraordinary talent. In contrast to the lively livestream chat, the studio of Lingji Company remained rather tranquil. They had encountered super geniuses who completed both their first and second advancements within 2 months before. Upon learning of Lin Jinan's identity, they found her status as a 5-star second-class professional unsurprising. As the contemporary prodigy of the Lin family in Qingshan City, Lin Jinan epitomized such brilliance. Indeed, speculations surrounding her second advancement stemmed from her ability to counter and throw Miao Meng with her throwing skills. Given Fang Xiu's understanding of throwing techniques, it is evident that in a contest where 2 proficient professionals in throwing skills are nearly evenly matched, the determining factor is primarily their strength attributes. Lin Jinan, endowed with the Weapon Master class talent, possesses throwing techniques, but she should not surpass Miao Meng in this domain. If merely changing weapons could elevate one's skill level beyond that of an opponent of the same star level, what then would be the caliber of Lin Jinan's core skill after her transition to Weapon Master? Legendary, or perhaps mythical. Moreover, even assuming Lin Jinan's Weapon Master is indeed that formidable within the constraints of perfect grade equipment, it would be implausible for her to maintain such rapid speed while also possessing attributes that outstrip Miao Meng's. If switching weapons also altered her attributes, it would parallel Fang Xiu's infinite class transitions, wouldn't it? The ability to switch weapons, thereby acquiring the corresponding skills and growth star levels, would surpass even Fang Xiu's infinite class transitions, allowing Lin Jinan to embody countless professions from her first advancement. Thus, the quality of Weapon Master's core skill would likely transcend the creation level. Such a probability is exceedingly low. However, if Lin Jinan has indeed completed her second advancement, then the situation seems less implausible. In her second advancement, if Lin Jinan, as a 5-star professional, is of level 20, she would possess 40 more attribute points than Miao Meng, coupled with the disparity in attributes between second and first advancement equipment, as well as the third foundational skill and the core skill upgraded to 5 stars. It would not be surprising if Lin Jinan managed to defeat Miao Meng using throwing techniques. Even if she faced her opponent with a 1-to-15 ratio, she could dominate the 10-school competition, and Fang Xiu would find no fault in that. Thus, do you wish to concede? Lin Jinan inquired. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly. Having just transitioned to a 5-star profession yesterday, he would not concede without a fight. Lin Jinan narrowed her eyes. Fang Xiu's refusal to surrender suggested either his pride and spirit prevented him from doing so, or he believed he still had a chance. Lin Jinan leaned towards the latter. Then, reveal your trump card. As you wish. Fang Xiu sheathed his sword and opened his arms wide. In an instant, a faint glow emanated from his body, enveloping him entirely in a moment. He had transitioned to the ancient transformation sorcerer, transforming into the young dragon of the furious winds. Chapter 44, Combination Techniques. Roar. The thunderous roar of the dragon reverberated throughout the Qingshan realm. Where Fang Xiu once stood now loomed a vast, fearsome dragon, its body adorned with greenish-blue scales and exuding a terrifying aura. Coach, I want to learn this. Coach, get lost, I want to learn too. Wow. What kind of dragon is this? Can someone with significant stature tell me? Figure it out yourself. Must we trouble ourselves for everything? We're tired too. The viewers watching the live stream widened their eyes in astonishment. Dragons, symbols of immense power, imply that anything associated with them must be at least of perfect grade, with the potential to reach mythic status. Lin Jinan instantly recognized the origin of the dragon before her, having encountered it just yesterday in a dungeon. The young dragon of the furious winds. However, she felt a twinge of confusion. Information about the young dragon of the furious winds was scarce online. But the Lin family, rooted in Qingshan City for many years, and the Lingji Company's database provided a comprehensive understanding of it. Lin Jinan recalled the information she had previously seen about the young dragon of the furious winds and noted that there had been no skills or items listed that would allow transformation into the young dragon of the furious winds. Have you also completed your second advancement? Lin Jinan narrowed her eyes, suspecting that Fang Xiu was no longer a 3-star swordmaster. Her suspicions were well-founded. Fang Xiu was indeed no longer a 3-star swordmaster, but rather a 4-star, ancient transformation sorcerer. However, the massive dragon head swayed slightly as Fang Xiu declared, I have not completed my second advancement. If I were a 2nd-class swordmaster, I assure you, Lin Jinan, you would not be witnessing the young dragon of the furious winds. Not yet at 2nd advancement. Lin Jinan felt momentarily reassured. As long as Fang Xiu had not completed his 2nd advancement, the advantage remained with her. Shaking her spear, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Jinan's eyes. Fang Xiu's trump card had indeed surprised her, but now she was ready to be serious. Roar. Another earth-shattering dragon roar echoed. Dragon tornado. In an instant, a dark green whirlwind erupted around Fang Xiu, expanding outward in all directions. This move was one Lin Jinan was all too familiar with. The long spear in hand surged forward with alarming speed. The piercing shot. An invisible current enveloped the spear's tip, penetrating the whirlwind as effortlessly as a cone through air. Now a 5-star adept in the 2nd tier, piercing through the tornado was a far cry easier than during her previous stint as a 3-star novice. Just as Lin Jinan prepared to charge at Fang Xiu, poised to challenge the young dragon once more, she was taken aback to find Fang Xiu soaring into the sky. The tornado was merely a ruse to obscure her advance, devoid of any intent to inflict harm. After all, upon entering the Roaring Gale dungeon yesterday, the first scene had showcased Lin Jinan piercing through the whirlwind with her spear. Without hesitation, she switched weapons, retracting her spear to reveal a longbow. As the bow reached its full moon, she aimed at Fang Xiu's form and released an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, ascending with astonishing velocity. Regardless of its target, Lin Jinan swiftly knocked another arrow, continuing her barrage. By this time, Fang Xiu had ascended hundreds of meters into the sky. Rather than evade the incoming projectiles, he deliberately chose to receive them, allowing the arrows to strike his body. One couldn't deny the privilege of wealth. Feeling the sharp arrows pierce through the dragon scales was a testament to the rarity and perfection of Lin Jinan's ammunition. Each arrow could likely be exchanged for gear of a lower grade, but the same tier. What utter extravagance! The exquisite arrows, combined with Lin Jinan's archery skills, rapidly depleted Fang Xiu's health until it plummeted below 50. The passive effect of the Dragon King transformation activated, marking the commencement of the 2nd phase with a 25 boost to all attributes. Fang Xiu abruptly pivoted, diving downwards from his lofty perch. As he plummeted from the sky, Lin Jinan's eyes glimmered with a mix of coldness and mockery. Surely, he did not intend to replicate the young dragon's victory over her with a descending strike? She was no longer the same as yesterday. Continuing to unleash arrows, Lin Jinan braced herself to switch back to her spear the moment Fang Xiu landed. Prepared for a direct confrontation. Indeed, Fang Xiu, as Lin Jinan had surmised, aimed to deliver a decisive blow akin to the Dragon King's descent. However, this time it was a Pro-Max version of the Dragon King's descent. The combined technique of the Wind Dragon Cannon and the Dragon King's descent. Whoosh. Several arrows struck true, reducing Fang Xiu's health to a mere 25. The passive effect of the Dragon King transformation triggered again, escalating his attributes by another 25. The once green scales of his draconic form morphed into a dark crimson hue, enshrouded by an eerie current. The sky behind him was shrouded in thick, oppressive clouds, plunging the area into a stifling darkness. The moment had arrived. The golden slitted pupils of the enraged young dragon emanated a chilling light. Suddenly, he opened his gaping maw, revealing a fist-sized azure energy orb within. As the epicenter of this energy orb, the invisible wind elements in the air began to converge towards Fang Xiu's mouth, accumulating in mere moments. During his ascent, Fang Xiu had already commenced the charge for the Wind Dragon Cannon, cleverly concealing his actions. He was not foolish enough to remain grounded like the young dragon, allowing his foe to attack while charging. Lin Jinan, observing the azure energy in Fang Xiu's mouth, felt an acute sense of crisis. While she had yet to witness the young dragon's use of this ability, she had learned from her research that its most formidable attack was not the full-force dive from above, but rather the Wind Dragon Cannon, which siphoned the wind elements from several kilometers around. It was precisely this technique that had led her to retreat in the first place. How could he wield such power? Lin Jinan found it unfathomable. If it were through the use of items or equipment, they would have to be of epic quality or higher. Yet, the realm of Qingshan prohibited the use of epic-grade items and equipment. Fang Xiu was merely a first-tier practitioner, utterly incapable of defying such rules. The notion of switching from bow to spear for a direct confrontation was swiftly dismissed, and Lin Jinan retrieved her shield once more. This time, she did not opt for a shield bash, as the skill, weapon mastery, only granted her one skill per profession and was limited to offensive skills. The shield bash had no defensive properties. Thus, she chose to activate the accompanying skill of her perfect-grade shield, the Black City Shield. Dark Shield Wall. Dark energy enveloped the shield, expanding it into a more massive barrier that Lin Jinan raised above her head, as if constructing a fortress atop herself. In the next moment, the Wind Dragon Cannon was unleashed. Chapter 45, Victory. Boom. A column of azure light descended from the heavens, engulfing Lin Jinan's position and piercing the earth below. As the light struck the ground, the very center square of the Qingshan realm erupted, the floor heaving upwards and radiating outward, threatening to overturn the entire plaza. Boundless swiftly intervened, confining the Wind Dragon Cannon's power to a specific area. Otherwise, the central plaza might not have been spared, and the nearby statue of Lin Miaoshan would have been destroyed first. Yet, even so, Lin Jinan braced herself against the onslaught with her shield. Truly, a 5-star adept of the second tier. But Fang Xiu's assault was far from over. As the Wind Dragon Cannon's fury began to wane, Fang Xiu, embodying the enraged young dragon's unique ferocity, descended from the sky, unleashing his full might, speed, and weight upon the ground. Boom. Another explosive reverberation. But this one was even shorter and more intense. Compared to the Wind Dragon Cannon's strike, this physical assault bore a more tangible weight. In the moment of impact, the shield held momentarily, but on the opposite side, Lin Jinan felt as if she were a nail hammered into the stone slab beneath her. In an instant, a silvery light shot skyward. Lin Jinan vanished from beneath Fang Xiu, reappearing in the safety zone beside the statue of Lin Miaoshan. Her face pale, she lay on the ground, bloodied and gasping for breath. A nearby healing practitioner rushed to cast restorative spells upon her. The champion of the 10 schools competition had emerged. Fang Xiu from Qingshan City 3rd High. Boundless announced the final result. Hearing the outcome, Fang Xiu finally reverted from his young dragon form to his human shape, supporting himself on his knees as he exhaled a sigh of relief. That was close. Had Lin Jinan truly withstood the combined technique of the Wind Dragon Cannon and the Dragon King's descent, he would have been doomed. Fortunately, he had triumphed in the end. Hello, could you also assist in healing? Fang Xiu approached the safety zone. At this point, Lin Jinan had regained her breath after healing. She had shifted from lying down to sitting, resting against the statue of Lin Miaoshan. You fought well, Fang Xiu complimented Lin Jinan, a faint blue aura enveloping him as the healer continued to administer water-based healing. Lin Jinan shot him a sideways glance, recalling her own words to him after he had bested Huang Daoing. She reached into her professional space, producing a card that she tossed to Fang Xiu. This is my phone number. Don't forget about the Dragon Shepherd ruins. Fang Xiu reached out to catch the card. It was not a business card, but merely a plain white card inscribed with a phone number. All right, I understand. Once I'm ready, I will seek you out, he replied. At that moment, Wu Jiang, the referee, approached the two and announced, the 10 schools competition has concluded. You may return to school and await further instructions. A teacher will soon take you to collect your ranking rewards. Additionally, there will be an awards ceremony this afternoon, so do not be late. Thank you. Fang Xiu expressed his gratitude, tilting his chin toward Lin Jinan. I shall take my leave now. I will reach out again later. With that, Fang Xiu activated the return portal, stepping through to find himself in the training room number 1 of Qingshan City 3rd Middle School, the same place he had arrived from. As soon as he departed, Lin Jinan lay back onto the floor, closing her eyes to take a nap. Her body relaxed like a deflated balloon. Wu Jiang, do you think I lack talent in combat? Lin Jinan suddenly inquired. Wu Jiang smiled gently and reassured her, little Jinan. Do not let a single defeat in battle lead you to doubt your abilities. The fact that you managed to transition into an elite 5-star profession in your second shift speaks volumes about your innate talent. But I am already a 5-star professional. Yet I still lost to Fang Xiu, who is merely a 3-star, Lin Jinan pouted, a rare display of a young girl's frustration. Mentioning Fang Xiu caused Wu Jiang to furrow his brow slightly. He is not simply a 3-star swordmaster. I suspect he possesses an inherent talent akin to yours. It has merely been activated. Inherent talent? Upon hearing these words, Lin Jinan quickly sat up, her eyes wide with surprise as she looked at Wu Jiang. Are you saying he possesses talent? Wu Jiang nodded firmly. The Rage Wind Young Dragon of Fengling Valley is but a shadow of the Wind Dragon King in its infancy, and such power undoubtedly exists beyond the realm of the ordinary. However, Fang Xiu transformed into the Rage Wind Young Dragon without utilizing any items or equipment. Furthermore, from the information I have just received, his primary core skill is a standard swordsmanship, while his secondary skill is the transformation into a magical rune Iron Guardian. The power of the Rage Wind Young Dragon does not stem from items, equipment, or skills, leaving only the possibility of it being an innate talent. What specific talent it is, I cannot ascertain. Oh, Lin Jinan nodded in agreement. If that were the case, it made her feel much better. The idea of relying on a naturally strong talent to bridge the gap between professional ranks was not uncommon in the world of the strong that she knew. Besides, she, too, was not devoid of talent. It simply awaited activation. Once it was awakened, Fang Xiu would find it impossible to defeat her at a higher level. No, I must surpass him, she declared, her fists clenched in determination. Just you wait, I will return that compliment of yours. Seeing Lin Jinan's rapid transformation from despair to zeal in less than a minute, Wu Jiang could not help but smile, reflecting, youth is indeed a wonderful thing. In the Lingji Company broadcasting hall, the live stream had concluded as Wu Jiang announced Fang Xiu's victory. Now, the screen displayed a preview of the afternoon award ceremony. Nevertheless, the enthusiasm among netizens remained fervent, with comments flooding in. 6666, a 3-star defeating a 5-star, what an upset. I just checked Fang Xiu's credentials, and it's outrageous. This guy completed his first transition in just 7 days. I seriously suspect his credentials are fabricated, suggesting a thorough investigation. Offering a handsome reward for Fang Xiu's contact information, 132x times x times 88. Congratulations, Principal Dong. The heads of the 12 schools stood up, exchanging congratulations with Principal Dong of Qingshan City 3rd Middle School. It's all luck. Principal Dong replied with a broad smile, his weathered cheeks beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. Come, it's on me. We won't return until we're drunk. No. I must personally oversee the enrollment process. The other principals quickly declined. I forgot to collect my clothes at home. I need to make a trip back. The principals were eager to decline. The 10 schools competition would dictate the allocation of resources in Qingshan City for the entire year, and the relationship between the schools was purely competitive. Watching Principal Dong use what should have been their funds for a celebration was hard to swallow. Principal Dong bore no resentment. He merely jested. A feast would only be for his own school's personnel. Why waste money on the other old fossils? As the principals departed, representatives from various professional groups also began to take action. With the competition concluded, it was now time to select promising candidates from the previous matches to recruit them into their respective professional groups for training. Chapter 46, the selection of wind element skills. In the training room number 1 of Qingshan City 3rd Middle School, when Fang Xiu returned, only Qin Shuang remained, as the others had been eliminated during the survival phase and returned home to watch the live broadcast. Congratulations on your victory, young man, Qin Shuang said with a smile, extending her hand for a high five. To be honest, she had not anticipated that Fang Xiu would actually secure the championship. Initially, she had only expected him to survive the first round of the survival match. Little did she know that Fang Xiu would emerge as a dark horse. Thank you. Fang Xiu responded, returning the gesture. Let us go. I will take you out for a casual lunch. After the award ceremony this afternoon, we can enjoy a grand feast. The principal might even prepare a celebratory banquet for you, Qin Shuang suggested. Sounds good, Fang Xiu agreed. Although the duration of the 10 schools competition was brief, the physical exertion was considerable, especially when transforming into the Rage Wind Young Dragon, which required immense energy due to its larger form. Fang Xiu was already feeling hungry. Qin Shuang drove her red sedan from the school parking lot, heading to a well-known noodle shop in the city center for lunch. The journey from Qingshan City 3rd Middle School to the city center took over 10 minutes, and seated in the passenger seat, Fang Xiu idly fiddled with his phone, noticing numerous unread messages. The earliest were congratulatory notes from his aunt, Li Qinghong, and Zhang Fugui. Following those were messages from classmates he saw frequently, but did not know well. Feng Xiu chose to reply to the group with a simple thank you, ignoring any further responses to avoid overwhelming himself. Suddenly, as they were halfway through their journey, Qin Shuang received a message. Glancing at it, she turned to Feng Xiu and said, I just received a message from a teacher at Qingshan City First Middle School. You can collect your 10 schools competition reward now. When would you like to go? Right now, after lunch, or after the award ceremony? Last year's champion reward for the 10 schools competition was a perfect quality second transition weapon and a skill book of 3-star perfection. This year's rewards, as Feng Xiu had anticipated, were even more substantial, a complete set of perfect quality second transition equipment and a skill book of 3-star perfection. Can I wait to collect them? Feng Xiu put down his phone. Regardless of whether it was the second transition equipment or the 3-star perfect skill book, even if he claimed them now, he would not be able to utilize them. It would be wiser to wait until after he completed his second transition before selecting his equipment and skill book. Otherwise, if he chose now and found them unsuitable after transitioning, he would have to sell them and purchase new ones, which would be quite troublesome. The same went for skills, which might be difficult to buy or sell. Of course, Qin Shuang understood Feng Xiu's concerns. Just call me whenever you complete your second transition, and I'll take you to claim them. Thank you, teacher. No, thank you. It is I who should be thanking you. Qin Shuang felt a sense of elation. As just a week prior, she had been comforting herself, believing that the selection for the outstanding class teacher would be inconsequential, and not to invest too much emotion into it, lest she end up empty-handed. Unexpectedly, a week later, not only was I able to earn the title of an exemplary homeroom teacher, but I could also aspire to be recognized as an outstanding educator of the year. If I could cultivate a 3-star profession next year, perhaps I could even aim for the position of head of the teaching department, or even the principal in the future. Goodness, if one were to round it off, I could be considered to have embarked on a noble path. Woohoo, let us take flight. By the way, the teachers from Qingshan First High School have sent over the list of rewards. If you don't claim it right away, would you like to take a look first? Qin Shuang suddenly handed her phone to Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu took the phone. In truth, he didn't need to deliberate much, for his goals had already been firmly established. The so-called list was merely a table detailing all the equipment and skills that 12 schools and Lingji Company could provide. Previously, Feng Xiu had asked Zhang Fugui to help him find a perfect 3-star wind element skill, but he had yet to receive any news. Nevertheless, the reward pool offered by these dozen factions should not disappoint him. After a simple screening, all 4 perfect 3-star wind element skills appeared before Feng Xiu's eyes. Though few, only 4 in total, each skill belonged to a different category. The defensive skill Wind Shield, the control skill Tornado Bind, the attack skill Hurricane Wheel, and the supportive skill Wind Blessing, which enhances speed. If others were to choose among these 4 skills, they would primarily consider how well the selected skill aligns with their desired career path. For those aspiring to pursue a pure speed-oriented profession, such as a swordmaster, the third skill, even if it were a wind element skill, would ideally be the speed-enhancing Wind Blessing, maximizing their velocity. Conversely, those inclined towards a physical and magical hybrid role, like a magic swordsman, might consider the Hurricane Wheel. Alternatively, if one wished to become a versatile sword and shield warrior, they could opt for Wind Shield. However, due to Feng Xiu's unique ability to infinitely change professions, the third skill essentially represented his third career. While compatibility should be considered, differentiation was of greater importance. The focus should be on the skill's own transformation direction, independent of the other 2 skills. For instance, selecting the defensive skill Wind Shield would likely lead to a transformation into a wind element defensive profession. Choosing the control skill Tornado Bind and the supportive skill Wind Blessing would probably result in becoming a wind element support profession, with the former leaning towards control as a sorcerer and the latter leaning towards enhancement as a priest. If one were to choose the attacking skill Hurricane Wheel, they could transform into a wind element damage-dealing profession, akin to a spellcasting artillery like Huang Dao. After serious contemplation, if he were to make a choice now, Feng Xiu would likely select the Hurricane Wheel. The defensive profession could currently be sufficiently covered by the transformation magic pattern Iron Guardian from the transformation book. For the supportive profession, Feng Xiu hoped to acquire a skill that provided comprehensive enhancements for transitioning to a support role, rather than merely serving to elevate the speed of the Swordmaster. By choosing the Hurricane Wheel, Feng Xiu's primary goal was to bolster his ranged damage output capabilities. Transforming into a wind element damage-dealing profession would significantly enhance his growth potential towards mental attributes, and the core of the profession would primarily augment wind element damage output. This would greatly strengthen his output capabilities after transforming into the furious Wind Young Dragon. If his first profession were not the Swordmaster, but rather a 3-star magic-based profession, a single use of the Wind Dragon cannon could likely annihilate Lin Jinan without the need for the Dragon King's descent. Ultimately, the furious Wind Young Dragon was more suited for transformation into a magic-based profession. Of course, the Hurricane Wheel was merely a preliminary choice. The specific skill to be selected would need to wait until after the second transformation. The changes brought about by the Swordmaster and the ancient transformation sorcerer professions after their second transformation might influence his current decision. Chapter 47. The Olive Branch from Various Professions. After finishing the morning competition, followed by the awards ceremony in the afternoon and the celebration banquet in the evening, Fang Xiao, the protagonist of these events, lay in bed and fell asleep within a minute. Today had been exhausting. At the afternoon award ceremony, he had taken numerous photographs with others. During the evening banquet, Principal Dong even came over to toast him, alongside various teachers, which nearly led him to lose consciousness. However, the following morning, thanks to the robust recovery abilities of a professional, Fang Xiao rose early as usual, going for a morning run, having breakfast, and subsequently heading out to Wine Spirit Valley. Rather than taking a well-deserved rest, Fang Xiao was more eager for his second transformation. Thus, this trip to Wine Spirit Valley was not for leveling up, but rather to enhance his proficiency with the transformation book. Instead of opting for a speed run, Fang Xiao meticulously fought his way through. He defeated every wind fairy and wind beast, crafting their remains into transformation stones, which he used immediately, only to end the transformation shortly thereafter. This cycle continued throughout the day. By the end of the day, Fang Xiao had completed the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon only 3 times. But he had produced a considerable number of transformation stones. After consuming them all, the proficiency of his transformation book reached level 9. Based on his current efficiency, Fang Xiao estimated that in order to elevate the transformation book to level 15, he would need at least another week's time. There was no need to rush. This was a slow and steady process. Unlike swordsmanship, which relied solely on comprehension, Fang Xiao was not anxious. He had only been in his first transformation for a week. 2 weeks to reach the second transformation was a remarkably fast pace by any standard. He could afford to wait. That evening, upon leaving the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon and returning home, Fang Xiao received a call from teacher Qin Shuang. "Have you been in another dungeon today?" she inquired. "Yes. Just practicing my skill proficiency in preparation for my second transformation," Fang Xiao replied honestly. "I knew it." Qin Shuang had evidently anticipated this. She had called Fang Xiao at least 20 times that day, with each call going unanswered, all showing out of service area. After much consideration, it was clear that she could only assume he was in the dungeon practicing his skills. "Have you received the information from the various profession groups?" "I have," Fang Xiao responded. Just as he exited the dungeon, his phone vibrated incessantly, resembling a grenade on the verge of exploding. Upon checking, he saw that he had 99 messages and missed calls. The missed calls were all from unfamiliar numbers, from all corners of the earth, and he had no idea who had called. However, the messages all identified their senders. They were recruitment messages from various profession groups. Some he had heard of, and others he had not. In addition to expressing their admiration and recognition for Fang Xiao, they also included their offers. For instance, a representative from a profession group called Flash Star messaged him, stating that if Fang Xiao joined their group, they would cover all skills required from the 2nd to the 5th transformation and would also provide a complete set of corresponding gear after each transformation. Upon seeing such messages, Fang Xiao deleted them at first glance. There was a complete lack of sincerity. What did it mean to cover all skills needed from the 2nd to the 5th transformation? If they were only offering ordinary level skills, Fang Xiao could afford those himself. He didn't need their help. The offer of a complete set of corresponding gear was similarly unconvincing. It seemed that this Flash Star profession group was merely an obscure entity, aware that they could not compete with larger, more renowned groups, so they randomly sent out messages in hopes of striking gold. There were numerous similar messages. "Oh, all right. You've received them. The various profession groups have been trying to reach you without success, so they asked someone to contact the school, which is why the principal asked me to check with you." Having received the message, Qin Shuang decided to refrain from further communication, saying, "You choose for yourself." Before abruptly ending the call, Fang Xiao was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that Qin Shuang was calling to act as an intermediary for a particular professional guild. To his surprise, no advice was offered, and the conversation was cut short, indicating that the sole purpose of the call was to confirm whether he had received the information. Leaning back on the sofa, Fang Xiao stretched leisurely and ordered takeout for dinner, specifically yellow braised chicken rice, before diligently reviewing the messages sent by various professional guilds. He held no aversion to joining a professional guild, perceiving it as akin to a company, with professionals functioning as employees. The guilds recruit professionals to conquer various dungeons and acquire the resources contained within, for which they also provide remuneration. However, most guilds held little significance for Fang Xiao. The ability to transform into dungeon monsters using transformation stones, thereby directly confronting bosses, would allow him to nearly solo and dominate all dungeons of the same tier, rendering the idea of joining a guild unnecessary as he would have to surrender his spoils. What Fang Xiao truly sought was a sufficiently elevated platform, one that could grant him access to rare dungeons and offer him skills of perfect or even epic quality through a top-tier guild. In the early stages, he could rely on these guilds for development, and once he became powerful enough, he could sever ties and establish his own guild. After spending 5 minutes perusing the messages from various guilds, he discovered several top-tier options, such as the Green Wild Hall and Golden Fawn Guild. The Green Wild Hall, a venerable top-tier guild from the southern region of the Eastern Huang Kingdom, boasts a rich history of 500 years, an impressive foundation, and a plethora of talented individuals. The conditions they offered were quite generous, providing perfect skills and equipment from 2nd to 6th transitions. The second option, the Golden Fawn Guild, is a nascent top-tier guild that has only been established for 3 years, renowned for its lavish spending. Since its inception, it has been known to invest heavily, enticing talent from various guilds, thus achieving the status of a top-tier guild in just 3 years. Their conditions were even more favorable than those of the Green Wild Hall. In addition to covering perfect skills and equipment from 2nd to 6th transitions, they also offered a 200 square meter property in the city and reimbursement for 30 of dungeon potion costs. Given the conditions presented by both the Green Wild Hall and Golden Fawn Guild, it would seem logical for Feng Xiu to favor the latter. However, it is essential to understand that guilds do not function as angel investors. Greater rewards equate to greater obligations. Compared to ordinary guilds, the appetites of the Green Wild Hall and Golden Fawn Guild are significantly larger. The Green Wild Hall demands 50 of dungeon profits, while the Golden Fawn Guild requires a hefty 70. Moreover, the dungeons to be conquered must be designated by the guild, and participation in skirmishes with other guilds is mandatory. Feng Xiu contemplated the prospect of finding a platform that, while not as elevated, offered greater freedom, even if the benefits were modest. Suddenly, a guild name caught his eye, the Aurora Guild. Their conditions included opportunities for first-time entries into the Sword Spirit Tomb and the Sanctuary of Light, with the requirement of participating in the Nightmare Valley War once a year for 10 consecutive years. Chapter 48, Ultimate Skill, Primal Prestige. On July 7th, a week after the conclusion of the 10 schools competition, the fervor gradually subsided. The internet operates in cycles, with trends constantly being replaced by new ones that capture public attention. In the Wind Spirit Valley, Feng Xiu quietly observed as the body of the Fairy Queen was gradually consumed by the formation, ultimately condensing into a transformation stone. Fortuitously, he picked up the Fairy Queen's transformation stone and, without hesitation, chose to use it. Instantly, enveloped in a faint white light, Feng Xiu transformed into the Fairy Queen, only to revert back to his human form a second later. A prompt suddenly appeared before him. Transformation Book Skill Proficiency 30, Skill Level Increased, Current Level, 15, Max. At last, it had reached its maximum level. Feng Xiu exhaled in relief. Throughout the entire week, aside from the occasional dinner with representatives from various guilds, he had spent his time in Wind Spirit Valley slaying monsters and crafting transformation stones to enhance his proficiency with the transformation book. Now, it was finally at maximum level, which meant he could undergo a second transition. However, prior to that, Feng Xiu was curious about the ultimate skill acquired by the ancient transformation sorcerer profession upon reaching LV 15 in the transformation book. He opened his attributes panel to examine the skill section. The transformation book, 4-star rare skill, LV 15, comes with 5 transformation pages. The transformation stones recorded on these pages can be used permanently. Magic Rune Iron Guard, Angry Wind Young Dragon. Professional skills, Corpse Utilization, 4-star skill, no level. Corpses of monsters slain in dungeons will not disappear. Item, material, and equipment drop rates increase by 5. Transformation Stone Crafting, 4-star skill, no level. Converts monster corpses into transformation stones at the cost of 30 magic points. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Formation Refinement, 4-star skill, no level. Has a 5 chance to enhance the quality of a transformation stone when converting a monster corpse into one. Learned at Transformation Book Level 10. Primal Prestige, 4-star skill, no level. Forcibly extracts the power of transformation stones recorded in the transformation book, allowing this transformation to evolve. Cooldown, 1 day. Learned at Transformation Book Level 15. This skill effectively transforms the permanent transformation stones recorded in the transformation book into one-time use stones, but allows for the evolution of the current transformation. Feng Xiu was unsure of what this evolution entailed, so he decided to experiment. He chose to exit the dungeon and re-enter, casually slaying a wind fairy and using its corpse to craft a transformation stone. Fortune was on his side, and he succeeded on the first attempt. Transformation Stone, Wind Fairy. Quality, excellent. Effect, upon use, transforms into a wind fairy. Agility 2, gains skills, breeze perception, wind blade, duration 3 minutes. Description, a transformation stone that condenses the power of the wind fairy, through which one can experience what it feels like to be a wind fairy. This time, instead of using it directly, he chose to permanently record it in the transformation book. Then, Feng Xiu activated the ancient transformation sorcerer's ultimate skill, Primal Prestige, selecting the Wind Fairy as his transformation target. A gentle white glow enveloped him, and his body immediately began to change. When the white light dissipated, Feng Xiu had transformed into a wind fairy, but this version was distinct from the wind fairy he had just slain and crafted into a stone. Now, this wind fairy was larger, with a deeper dark blue hue instead of the original vibrant green, and its energy-formed wings bore delicate golden patterns. Compared to the original wind fairy, Feng Xiu now appeared more powerful and regal. Of course, without a mirror, he could not see his own reflection. He primarily focused on the status conferred by the transformation stone. Great Wind King Fairy, Agility 4, Spirit 2, gained skills, breeze perception, great wind blade slash. Having transformed from a wind fairy into a great wind king fairy, Feng Xiu noted the increased attributes and changed skills before voluntarily dispelling the transformation. Exiting the dungeon, he took out his phone to search for information about the Great Wind King Fairy online. It wasn't long before he found what he was looking for. The Great Wind King Fairy, a formidable elemental creature of wind affinity, predominantly inhabits realms rich in wind elemental energy, boasting a level between 23-30. Renowned for its fierce combat capabilities, it excels in wind-based attack skills. Scholars have discovered that the wind fairies found within human territories, including the gentle breeze sprites and wind children, appear to have evolved from the Great Wind King Fairy. The concept of transformation and evolution seems to hint at the possibility of reverting to the original entity corresponding to the transformation stone, as pondered by Feng Ruo. He suddenly became curious about what transformation would occur if he were to use the original honor on the Demon Rune Iron Guard and the Angry Wind Young Dragon. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. Feng Xiu possessed no second Angry Wind Young Dragon transformation stone and had no intention of wasting the permanently recorded transformation stone in his transformation book. As for the Demon Rune Iron Guard, he had never even laid eyes on its transformation stone. Moreover, the cooldown period for the original honor skill was a full day, rendering it unusable today. Having completed his tests, Feng Xiu retracted his skills bar. It was nearly time for his second class advancement. He re-entered the dungeon, opting to undergo the second transition there to avoid any interruptions. He settled at the entrance of the dungeon and commenced the process. Yet, an unavoidable dilemma soon presented itself before him. Should he first undertake the second transition for the Swordmaster profession or the Ancient Shapeshifter? Unlike the first transition, which allowed for the shift of a single skill, the second transition permits one to select a primary skill alongside a secondary one. Choosing to transition first would signify an upgrade in skills, while proficiency would reset to 0. Therefore, Feng Xiu could not simultaneously transition into both professions. He would need to wait until the secondary skill had leveled up before he could fully enhance its proficiency. Though somewhat cumbersome, the advantages were evident. The subsequent second transition would enable him to pair a higher-level secondary skill with the newly transitioned profession. For instance, if Feng Xiu were to use a 3-star ordinary skill, advanced swordsmanship as his core, and a 4-star rare skill, the transformation book, as his secondary skill, the outcome could potentially yield a 5-star profession, upgrading advanced swordsmanship to a 5-star skill. At that point, if he then used the transformation book as his core, the secondary skill would become the already upgraded 5-star advanced swordsmanship rather than the current 3-star version. This implies that the longer Feng Xiu delayed his second transition, the more potent his profession would become. Thus, should he prioritize transitioning into Swordmaster or Ancient Shapeshifter? After a moment's contemplation, Feng Xiu reached a decision. He chose to transition into Primitive Apprentice. Transition in progress. Please select Core Transition Skill. Core Skill selected. 4-star Rare Skill. Transformation Book, LV15. Please select Secondary Skill. Secondary Skill selected. 3-star Ordinary Skill. Advanced Swordsmanship, LV15. Generating Profession. Please choose from the following professions. 1. Ancient Sword Rune Sorcerer, 5-star. Description: a speed-oriented profession based on the Ancient Shapeshifter, forsaking the life force within the transformation book, drawing power from renowned swords to carve their essence into the book, allowing one to embody a sword and wreak havoc. 2. Sorcerer, 5-star. Description: a hybrid of magical and physical professions, based on the Ancient Shapeshifter, abandoning the transformation book to merge sword energy with life force, capable of converting this energy into various attribute-infused swords for mixed magical and physical attacks. 3. Primitive Apprentice, 5-star. Description: a balanced profession, rooted in the Ancient Shapeshifter, delving deeper into the pursuit of stronger and more liberated combat techniques, ultimately glimpsing a fragment of primal power, crafting transformation tools more suited for humanity and imbued with greater combat efficacy. Feng Xiu's choice was to first transition into Ancient Shapeshifter. The 3 transition options before him required no further deliberation. The first option, Ancient Sword Rune Sorcerer, aligned with the direction of the Swordmaster, essentially representing an alternative Swordmaster profession. The second option, Sorcerer, resembled that of a magical swordsman. Only the third option, Primitive Apprentice, offered a profound enhancement of the original Ancient Shapeshifter, thus most closely aligning with Feng Xiu's aspirations. Transitioning to Primitive Apprentice. Familiar power surged through his body, warm and tranquil. Although seated upon the ground, Feng Xiu felt as though he were luxuriating in a soothing hot spring. In a brief while, the transition was complete, and a virtual dialog box appeared before him once more. Transition successful, current profession, Primitive Apprentice, transformation book upgraded to combat transformation device, obtained core profession, primal core. Feng Xiu opened his attribute panel to examine his status. Feng Xiu, race, human, talent, infinite class change, Genesis level, allows for free horizontal class switching, Path Seeker, mythical level. All skill level caps at 50. Level, 20. Second transition. Profession, primitive apprentice. Core profession, primal core, transformation without consumption, no time limit. Enhancement effect increased by 50. Includes professional skills, deep corpse absorption, transformation stone refining array, original honor, half-human form. Health, 320320. Magic, 320320. Strength, 37. Growth, 125 stars. Increases by 125 points per level. Agility, 63. Growth, 125 stars. Increases by 125 points per level. Stamina, 32. Growth, 125 stars. Increases by 125 points per level. Spirit, 32. Growth, 125 stars. Increases by 125 points per level. Skills bar, 23. Advanced swordsmanship, 3-star ordinary skill, LV 15. Increases sword damage by 60, attack speed by 20. Ignores 10 physical defense, 3 chance to trigger a critical hit. Combat transformation device, 5-star rare skill, LV 11200. Equipped with 5 slots for transformation stones. Allowing for the permanent use of embedded transformation stones. Demon Rune Iron Guard, Angry Wind Young Dragon. Professional skills, deep corpse absorption, 5-star skill, no level. Corpses of monsters killed in dungeons will not disappear. Item, material, and equipment drop rates increased by 10, with a 0. 1 chance to drop primal items. Transformation stone refining array, 5-star skill, no level. Converts monster corpses into transformation stones, with a 5 chance to elevate the quality of the transformation stone by 1 tier. Confuse 10 identical transformation stones to create higher tier transformation stones, consuming 50 magic points. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Original honor, 5-star skill, no level. Consumes 1 transformation stone from the combat transformation device, enabling this transformation evolution. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Half-human form, 5-star skill, automatically assumes half-human form when utilizing non-human transformation stones. Enhancing agility attributes while reducing physical attributes. To be comprehended upon reaching combat transformation device level 10. To be comprehended upon reaching combat transformation device level 15. Feng Xiu was quite pleased with the skills of the primitive apprentice. As described, it was the result of in-depth research built upon the foundation of the transformation book. Both the core profession and skills were enhancements derived from the original basis. Notably, the original transformation stone crafting and refining array had seamlessly merged into the transformation stone refining array. The singular skill possessed solely by the primitive apprentice class is named half-human form. Upon utilizing a non-human transformation stone, one automatically acquires the half-human form. Feng Xiu carefully scrutinized this segment of text and promptly prepared to experiment. Transform into the Angry Wind Wormling. Unlike the transformation tome employed by the ancient shapeshifter, Feng Xiu's transformation skill is now referred to as the combat transformation device. Gazing at the diminutive metallic rod, adorned with a silver inlay and a greenish-blue transformation stone, he was suddenly reminded of the divine light staff from his previous life. Perhaps in the future, I could create a transformation stone for a giant of light. Akin to a cosplay of Digga, Feng Xiu couldn't help but muse, provided that such a being exists in this world. For now, let us first transform into the Angry Wind Wormling. A beam of greenish-blue light shot forth from the combat transformation device, and in the blink of an eye, Feng Xiu morphed into the Angry Wind Wormling. Switching to half-human form, the dragon's massive body was once again enveloped in a layer of greenish-blue light, swiftly transforming into a semi-human shape. The so-called half-human form entails a human physique enhanced with additional non-human attributes. Currently, Feng Xiu sported the dual wings of the Angry Wind Wormling sprouting from his back, his eyes now golden vertical pupils, unique to dragons. His body bore a pattern resembling the greenish scales of a climbing tiger, which, at his mere thought, could transform into genuine dragon scales. Though his hands retained the 5 fingers of a human, his nails resembled sharp claws. I should look rather impressive, Feng Xiu mused. And even though he couldn't see his full reflection, as long as his head wasn't a grotesque dragon visage, he was assured of his attractiveness. More than appearances, Feng Xiu was concerned with the changes in attributes. He opened the interface to check his status. Transforming into Angry Wind Wormling half-human form. All attributes 10, Constitution 5. Agility 5, acquired skills, Dragon King's Descent, Chaotic Blade, Tornado, Wind Dragon Cannon, Dragon Claw Combo, Dragon King Transformation. Chapter 50, Sword Soul Tomb, Sanctuary of Light. The sacrifice of the transformation stone bestowed a 50-point increase to his constitution and a 50-point boost to agility. Feng Xiu stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. This effect aligns quite well with output-oriented speed classes like Swordmaster, though it is less favorable for defensive classes. However, this is not a significant issue. It is merely a disparity of 5 points, which could easily be mitigated by equipping an additional item. In the future, should he acquire a superior non-human defensive specialization transformation stone than the magic pattern Iron Guard, as long as he refrains from switching to half-human form, it would pose no detriment. Moreover, the true significance of the half-human form skill lies in the fact that I can wield weapons now. Feng Xiu's right hand firmly grasped the hilt of the Sword of Drizzle. He transitioned to the class of Swordmaster. A surge of energy enveloped Feng Xiu as his class shifted from Primitive Apprentice to Swordmaster, and his fundamental attributes transformed accordingly. With a swift slash, a sharp blade of energy surged forward, effortlessly cleaving through towering trees. The ability to wield weapons naturally implies the utilization of the Swordmaster class skills. He then checked his status bar once more. The status within the bar for the Angry Wind Wormling half-human form remained unchanged. It still read all attributes 16, Constitution 5, Agility 7, with accompanying skills, Dragon King's Descent, with no duration indicated. Among these, the enhanced attributes included 50 points derived from the core augmentation of the Primitive Apprentice. In the future, he could easily transition to Primitive Apprentice, transform, and then revert to Swordmaster, simultaneously harnessing the skills of the Angry Wind Wormling and the abilities of the Swordmaster. Feng Xiu could feel the explosive enhancement granted by the second advancement of the ancient shapeshifter. To describe it as an explosive enhancement would be no exaggeration. Additionally, Feng Xiu found himself eagerly anticipating what the second advancement of the Swordmaster class and its third skill would bestow upon him. Sheathing his sword, Feng Xiu rose to depart. To achieve the second advancement for Swordmaster, he must maximize the proficiency of the combat transformation device, which undoubtedly requires him to invest considerable time in dungeons. There was no need to rush. Upon exiting the dungeon and returning to Qingshan City, Feng Xiu hailed a taxi straight to the city center. He had an appointment that evening to meet with the representative of the Aurora Society in Qingshan City to discuss his potential membership in the organization. Feng Xiu had been aware of the Aurora Society for quite some time. Unlike the corporate-style organizations such as the Green Wilderness Guild and Golden Fong that recruit adventurers for profit, the Aurora Society is a more loosely structured entity. Led by the royal family of Dongwang Kingdom and headed by the Aurora King, Hao Ringwang, it is reinforced by several seventh-tier powerhouses. Its primary objective is to unite the strength of civilian adventurers to alleviate the military's burden in resisting external invaders and to explore external dungeons, thereby expanding the territory of the Dongwang Kingdom, just as they had indicated to Feng Xiu when he was invited. The condition for membership entails participating in the Nightmare Valley battle once a year for 10 consecutive years. The Nightmare Valley, located at the southernmost tip of Dongwang Kingdom, serves as the battlefield between humanity and the external nightmarish tribe. The Aurora Society mandates its members to engage in the Nightmare Valley battle each year. Yet, this once does not refer to the frequency of entering the valley, but rather completing a set objective within that time frame. For instance, this year's objective is to slay 10 third-tier nightmarish creatures. Thus, as long as Feng Xiu kills 10 third-tier nightmarish creatures within the year, it matters not how many times he enters the Nightmare Valley. Beyond the requirement of combating the nightmarish tribe, the Aurora Society imposes no further obligations on its members. There is no expectation to contribute dungeon profits, nor is there any directive to tackle specific dungeons, affording a great deal of freedom. As long as one fulfills the annual Nightmare Valley objective, one could choose to do nothing but sleep every day. Since there is no exploitation akin to that of the Golden Fong or similar organizations, members are not provided with comprehensive benefits covering skills from 2nd to 6th advancement, nor are they promised equipment or housing. In the Aurora Society, one must earn these through personal endeavors in completing the tasks issued by the society to expand external territories and conquer external dungeons. While the conditions and environment are attractive, they naturally appeal to individuals confident in their abilities who wish to avoid the constraints of traditional adventurer guilds. Feng Xiu is one such individual. In the city center, the seafood restaurant named Ocean Waves on the 3rd floor, private room 666. Upon Feng Xiu's arrival, the representative of the Aurora Society was already present, 2 individuals, the foremost of whom donned a white trench coat and sported a metallic eye mask. At first glance, Feng Xiu could distinctly sense that this individual was undoubtedly a formidable practitioner of the sword path, exuding an aura of sharpness that no sword-wielding class could overlook. He-chun. The young man introduced himself as the steward of the Aurora Society. Feng Xiu, he replied. After a brief handshake, the two settled into their seats, accompanied by He-chun's assistant. Do you have any dietary restrictions? None, Feng Xiu responded. Xiao Li, please order, He-chun instructed. Understood, replied the assistant named Xiao Li, rising to place the order. Thus, room 666 contained only Feng Xiu and He-chun seated across from one another. Since you reached out to me, it seems you harbor some interest in the Aurora Society, He-chun remarked, pouring tea for both himself and Feng Xiu from the teapot on the table. Feng Xiu nodded in affirmation and replied earnestly, the Aurora Society is indeed my primary consideration for a guild. However, I am somewhat unclear about the benefits you offer. What are the Sword Soul Tomb and the Sanctuary of Light? They sound akin to dungeons. The benefits stipulated by the Aurora Society involve the Sword Soul Tomb and the Sanctuary of Light, 2 terms Feng Xiu had never encountered before. He-chun, upon hearing the words, smiled faintly and declared in a clear voice, you are indeed correct. It is a dungeon, but not an ordinary one. The Sword Soul Tomb was originally a burial place for the sword masters who perished in the Valley of Nightmares. However, the swords interred there, imbued with the strong wills of their wielders, gradually gave birth to a semblance of consciousness over time, evolving into sword spirits. By a twist of fate, a grand war erupted in this location, and shortly thereafter, the Sword Soul Tomb naturally transformed into a dungeon. Within the Sword Soul Tomb dungeon, defeating the phantoms of the past sword spirits allows one to obtain their pure sword technique crystallizations. These crystallizations can be utilized to directly enhance our proficiency in all skills related to swordsmanship. As you are a practitioner whose core skill is swordsmanship, I trust that I need not elaborate further on the immense value of the Sword Soul Tomb. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiu's eyes sparkled like torches, and his heart burned with fervor. A dungeon capable of producing items that enhance proficiency. The higher the level of swordsmanship, the more challenging it becomes to improve proficiency. If such items truly exist, they would be treasures beyond measure for those who center their craft around swordsmanship. Noticing Feng Xiu's growing interest, He Chen seized the moment to continue. As for the Sanctuary of Light, let me put it this way. Our esteemed leader, Hao Ringguang, attained the 5-star legendary skill Heavenly Aura Within, which ultimately secured his throne. Chapter 51, Hurricane Wheel. Then it is settled. We shall depart for Haiguang City at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow. In the lobby beneath the central plaza, Feng Xiu bid farewell to He Chen, unable to refuse the generous offer presented by He Chen. Particularly the allure of the Sword Soul Tomb, Feng Xiu found himself engrossed in conversation about the prospects following his potential membership in the Aurora Guild. They discussed the internal regulations of the guild, the situation along the southern border of the Eastern Huang Kingdom, and various matters to heed when venturing into foreign territories. They finalized their plans for the trio to head to the Aurora Guild's headquarters in Haiguang City the day after tomorrow. After sharing a few more drinks, the evening unfolded with laughter and joy. It was not until 10 p.m. that the three parted ways, returning home to rest. The following morning at 8 a.m., after finishing breakfast, Feng Xiu received a call from teacher Qin Shuang. I'm at the door. I'll be right out, Feng Xiu replied, rising to leave. With an outing scheduled for the next day, today he needed to wrap up certain affairs in Qingshan City. Teacher Qin Shuang was the driver he had summoned. Upon opening the door, he found the familiar red sedan parked at the entrance, with Qin Shuang, sporting striking red lipstick and sunglasses, exuding the aura of a city belle. A stark contrast to her usual demure demeanor. Going on a blind date, Feng Xiu teased as he entered the passenger seat. Is it necessary to dress so beautifully just for that? Qin Shuang huffed, casually handing Feng Xiu a skill book. Thanks, he said, accepting the skill book and immediately choosing to use it. A new skill promptly appeared in his basic skill bar. Hurricane Wheel, 3-star perfected skill, LV-10-100. Manipulates wind elements to coalesce a wind wheel in the palm, which continuously absorbs surrounding wind elements and is hurled toward a target, inflicting wind elemental damage equal to mental strength x3. For every 0.5 seconds of flight, damage increases by 10, up to a maximum of 100. Consumes 100 mana points. Cooldown, 5 seconds. This skill book was what Qin Shuang had procured for him early that morning from Qingshan City, First High School. Regarding his choice of the third skill, Feng Xiu remained steadfast, opting for the Hurricane Wheel, a pure magical output skill. Why not pick up the equipment as well? Qin Shuang inquired curiously. No rush. I haven't decided which set of equipment suits me yet, Feng Xiu replied. Currently, he could only equip the Primitive Apprentice. However, the Ancient Transformation Sorcerer did not rely heavily on equipment, and now as a Primitive Apprentice, he could shift into a half-human form, making equipment unnecessary before battle. The choice of second-turn equipment would have to wait until he advanced to the Swordmaster profession or fully mastered the Hurricane Wheel. Let me know whenever you need it, and I'll gladly assist you, Qin Shuang offered, eager to help with these minor tasks. I might need you to send it to Haiguang City. You're joining the Aurora Guild? Qin Shuang quickly pieced together upon hearing Haiguang City. Yes, we leave tomorrow, Feng Xiu confirmed. Qin Shuang opened her mouth, unsure of what to say, and ultimately settled on wishing him safe travels and prosperity in his endeavors. May your words bring me good fortune. The red sedan glided through the streets of Qingshan City like a swift red fish swimming through water. In less than half an hour, Feng Xiu arrived at Lingji Company. After bidding farewell to the delivery driver, Qin Shuang, he entered the company. On the first floor, he was greeted by the receptionist Xiao Li, the same one he had encountered during his initial visit. But this time, it was not Aunt Li Qinghong waiting for her. Mr. Feng, Manager Zhang asked me to wait for you here. I'll take you to the cafe. Manager Zhang will arrive shortly, Xiao Li said, leading Feng Xiu towards the elevator. However, Feng Xiu interjected, let us skip the cafe and head to the training room instead. Also, please prepare a set of equipment with a 20 mana recovery and another set totaling 70 points of mental strength for the second turn. Xiao Li appeared somewhat troubled, realizing that as a regular receptionist, she had no authority to arrange equipment. Please call Manager Zhang and ask him to assist me, Feng Xiu urged. Recalling that Zhang Fuwa had mentioned he could always come to Lingji Company for the training room. All right, I'll take care of it right away. Upon reaching the 13th floor, Fang Xiu sat in the lobby for a while until Xiao Li called Zhang Fugua to arrange the training room along with the equipment. Soon, Manager Zhang arrived, and Fang Xiu instructed, "You can take him directly to the training room." "Understood," Xiao Li responded, dutifully ensuring that the training room door was secured behind them. Standing in the training arena, Fang Xiu commenced testing the Hurricane Wheel skill. It was only natural to feel an itch to use a newly acquired skill, Hurricane Wheel. At the moment he activated the skill, a faint azure glow appeared in the center of his palm, which began to spin rapidly from the instant it manifested. The wind elements in the surrounding space began to coalesce around it, forming a vortex that absorbed the nearby wind elements. In a mere 3 seconds, the initial flicker of azure had transformed into a rapidly rotating azure disc. Fang Xiu aimed it at a nearby wooden dummy and hurled the disc. While its speed was not particularly swift, the surrounding wind elements were still drawn into the vortex, swirling around the wind wheel as it flew. By the time the wind wheel reached the wooden dummy, it had expanded into a formidable azure whirlwind, towering 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Upon dissipating, the azure whirlwind left the wooden dummy decapitated, its body rendered as if subjected to 1,000 cuts, with not a single part remaining intact. Impressive power, Fang Xiu thought, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Although its potency might not yet rival that of his Swordmaster profession's finishing move, the Crescent Moon Slash. The Hurricane Wheel was merely a newly learned level 1 skill, devoid of any core profession enhancements. Once he elevated the Hurricane Wheel to full proficiency and subsequently advanced his profession, the Hurricane Wheel would undoubtedly eclipse the Crescent Moon Slash. However, that would likely take a considerable time to achieve. Currently, Fang Xiu has set his sights on mastering the combat transformation device, prioritizing the secondary class advancement of the Swordmaster. However, he possesses another method to enhance the power of the Hurricane Wheel. He reaches for a complete set of secondary class equipment belonging to Xiao Li, which he places on the table, comprising 7 pieces in total. These items amplify his attributes by precisely 70 points, all of which enhance his mental attributes. Upon transitioning to the original apprentice class, Fang Xiu's mental attribute surges past the 100 mark. He then reaches into his class space to retrieve the Wind Seed from the Angry Wind Young Dragon. The Wind Seed is a special item with the effect of automatically granting the Xian Feng effect to all his wind-related skills upon use, requiring a mental attribute of 100. The seed contains a rare elemental force known as Xian Feng. If he can tame it, his mastery over wind elements will ascend to new heights. Upon using the seed, a notification appears, successful use of the Wind Seed. Acquired the rare talent, source of Xian Feng. Wind skill Hurricane Wheel automatically transforms into Xian Feng Wheel. Suspended in midair, Fang Xiu feels a gentle breeze lifting him. In that fleeting moment of utilizing the Wind Seed, he senses a profound connection with the wind elements surrounding him. Raising his hand, he can feel the wind element swirling around his fingertips, ready to take form at the mere thought of his will. Attacks and defenses transform into the gentle breeze beneath his feet. He gestures to disperse the surrounding wind elements and begins to examine his panel. In the talent section, a new rare level talent, Source of Xian Feng, has been added. Source of Xian Feng, rare, possesses the power to control wind elements, increasing the power of all wind skills by 20. All personal wind skills will automatically convert to Xian Feng. Fang Xiu feels that his ability to perceive the surrounding wind elements is intricately linked to this newfound power. Moreover, the 20-point increase in wind skill power is indeed substantial. Continuing to explore his skills, he realizes that the effects of Xian Feng are most clearly reflected there. Xian Feng Wheel, 3-star epic skill, LV11100. Manipulates the power of Xian Feng to coalesce a wheel of wind in the palm that continuously absorbs surrounding wind elements, hurling it towards a target while disregarding 20 points of magical and physical defense, dealing wind elemental damage equal to mental power x 33. The wheel's flight speed increases by 100, and for every 0.1 seconds of flight, damage increases by 10, capping at 100. Consumes 100 mana, cooldown, 5 seconds. Fang Xiu gasps, utterly astonished by the enhancement in skill quality. It has transitioned from perfect to epic. He compares the Xian Feng Wheel to the previous Hurricane Wheel. A 30-point increase in mental damage, 20 points of defense bypass, a 100-point increase in flight speed. And the damage increment frequency has shifted from every 5 seconds to every 1 second. When all these factors are amalgamated, Fang Xiu perceives that the Xian Feng Wheel has at least doubled the potency of the Hurricane Wheel. Is it possible that even among skills of the same epic tier, the Xian Feng Wheel stands as a paragon? Eager to test the skill's might, he raises his hand, and a trace of wind element appears in his palm. However, unlike the previous Hurricane Wheel's hue, the Xian Feng power is a more vibrant emerald green, and it begins to spin at an astonishing speed the moment it materializes. The training room fills with rapidly converging wind elements. Previously, it took him 3 seconds to coalesce the Hurricane Wheel, but now, the Xian Feng Wheel forms in merely 1 second, ready to be launched. Gazing at the Xian Feng Wheel, which spins with the speed of a high-powered circular saw. Fang Xiu suddenly comprehends how the 20 points of defense bypass is achieved. With a gentle push forward, the wheel emits a sharp, fleeting sound, akin to a knife slicing through the air. Before Fang Xiu can fully register the scene, a thunderous explosion erupts. The wall, 20 meters ahead, now bears a gaping hole with a 1-meter radius, at the center of which lies a deep gash, splitting the hole in two. Fortunately, the training room of Lingji Company is reinforced to withstand any attack skills below the 5-star perfect quality. Nonetheless, the resounding crash attracts the attention of others. The maintenance staff hastily enters the room to investigate. What happened? They inquire. Oh, nothing. I just lost control of the force. Fang Xiu apologizes. Could you please check how much the repair cost will be? Upon seeing the sizable hole in the wall, the maintenance staff quickly waves their hands, stating no repair fee is necessary, as such occurrences are common during training. However, if you plan to test those higher-powered skills, I recommend utilizing the training grounds established by the company in the wild, where the structures have better durability against impacts. Relieved by the waiver of fees, Fang Xiu responds. All right, thank you. I will be more mindful of my strength in the future to avoid further damage. Once the maintenance personnel leave, Fang Xiu reflects on the recent events. His target had not been the wall but the wooden dummy situated 10 meters away, which had just been replaced from underground. How did he inadvertently strike the wall? He redirects his gaze toward the wooden dummy at the center of the training room. Its arms and head have completely vanished, leaving behind a bare wooden pole, its surface etched with spiraling patterns, surrounded by a fine dust of wood shavings. Was the speed of the projectile so great, coupled with the target's lack of defense, that it pierced through? Fang Xiu speculates. However, this remains mere conjecture, as he has no intention of experimenting further within the training room. He eagerly anticipates the effects of this technique against wild creatures. With no further skill testing to conduct, Fang Xiu prepares to have Shaoli withdraw from the training room to the cafe to await Zhang Fuguwei. As fate would have it, he encounters Zhang Fuguwei just outside the training room. You've arrived, Fang Xiu greets him. Zhang Fuguwei, now exuding confidence in his suit and tie, sports a slight paunch, presenting an aura of authority. Come, let us head to my office. We can discuss matters over tea. The two take the elevator to the 14th floor and enter Zhang Fuguwei's office. As Zhang Fuguwei pours tea for Fang Xiu, he hands him a map. Treasure map of the Steel City. Special item. Description. The treasure map of the Steel City. Only the holder of the map may enter the treasury of the Steel Emperor. What is this? Fang Xiu inquires, puzzled as he regards Zhang Fuguwei. Do you remember when I mentioned that I would prepare a grand gift for you upon defeating Huang Daoan? Zhang Fuguwei smiles. This map is part of a wager between He Dongjun and myself. Previously, we each possessed half of it, and the loser of the bet was to yield their half. Since you emerged victorious, I have now completed the treasure map. Fang Xiu accepts it without hesitation, for he is entirely unaware of what the Steel City entails. Sensing his confusion, Zhang Fuguwei explains, the Steel City is an ancient ruin that opens every 3 years, accessible only to 4th-class professionals. The treasure map you hold is the key to a hidden treasury within the Steel City. The next opening will occur in June of next year. I have high hopes for you. Chapter 53. Acquiring the Wind Dragon Ring, left. Aren't you going to go yourself? Fang Xiu inquired. Treasure maps, ancient relics, and secret vaults are all synonymous with irresistible temptation. I have already achieved the 5th transition, Zhang Fuguwei replied, hands raised in a gesture of surrender, a smile gracing his lips, infused with a hint of pride. Fang Xiu looked at Zhang Fuguwei in surprise. A 5th transition professional? I truly hadn't realized. Very well. I shall accept it. Fang Xiu, not one to indulge in pretenses, tucked the treasure map away. The opening is in June next year. One must achieve the 4th transition to enter. There is still ample time. Let us discuss the matter of the investment amount next. Due to your victory in the 10-school tournament, the company has increased its investment to 5 million. This sum includes the 2 million won from He Dongjun in the duel. Zhang Fuguwei suddenly shared a piece of good news with Fang Xiu. Have you thought about how you will utilize this money? Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow. Transforming 2 million into 5 million was indeed splendid news. Yet, when considering how to spend this money, what came to mind for Fang Xiu was a complete set of perfect-grade equipment for the 2nd transition. The 10-school tournament awarded a perfect-grade set that enhances agility as the primary attribute for the 2nd transition, Swordmaster. Additionally, he would ask Zhang Fuguwei to find him a perfect-grade set that increases spirit as the primary attribute for his future transition to the Windwill class. Both agility and spirit must be adequately addressed. Beyond that, if pressed to express any particular desires, does Lingji Company possess parts of that set in their warehouse? Fang Xiu reached into his vocational space and retrieved a Wind Dragon Ring, placing it upon the table. The Wind Dragon Ring offers a 30 increase in Wind-type skill damage, and the set bonus adds another 40. This will be an immense boon for his future transition to a Wind-type spellcasting profession. If possible, Fang Xiu aspired to complete this simple 2-piece Wind Dragon set. In his estimation, if the other piece of the Wind Dragon Ring had ever dropped, it was most likely in the possession of Lingji Company or the Lin family of Qingshan City, both of which have dominated for a century. Zhang Fugui glanced at the ring, then shook his head. I don't know. You are dealing with an epic-grade piece of equipment. Lingji Company has more than one warehouse. And those holding epic-grade items and above are beyond the access of someone in my humble managerial position. Is the authority insufficient? Fang Xiu pondered. It appeared that the manager of Lingji Company was indeed not highly valued. To acquire the other piece, he would need to find someone of true authority within Lingji Company. With this thought, Fang Xiu suddenly pulled out his phone and dialed a number recorded in his contacts but never called before. After 3 rings, the call connected. How rare. You're calling me. A detached female voice responded from the other end. Good morning, Miss Lin Jinan. Have you had breakfast? Fang Xiu greeted warmly. On the other end was Lin Jinan, the only true high-ranking individual he could think of at Lingji Company. Let us get straight to the point. Lin Jinan was not swayed by Fang Xiu's pleasantries. Could you assist me in checking the epic-grade equipment vault of Lingji Company? I wish to locate a specific epic-grade item. What item? The jewelry set piece dropped by the angry Wind Young Dragon. I have the Wind Dragon ring, right, in my possession. No need to check. I have seen it before. There is indeed a Wind Dragon ring left in the vault. Lin Jinan had initially sought to hunt the angry Wind Young Dragon for its drops, particularly the fragments of the Dragon Shepherd ruins. Thus she was familiar with its other drops. She recalled the piece Fang Xiu mentioned. Recognizing that the Wind Dragon ring left had remained in the warehouse due to the absence of its corresponding set piece. Well then, miss. Could you do me a favor and give me a price for it? How about it? Epic-grade equipment for the second transition doesn't come cheap. Can you afford it? Lin Jinan remembered Fang Xiu's family background, speculating whether he had joined some professional group. 5 million. I will wager all my assets on the Wind Dragon ring left. Fang Xiu declared with a nonchalant demeanor. Lin Jinan nodded slightly. 5 million was indeed a sufficient price, considering he would need to delve into dungeons afterward. Selling it to Fang Xiu would not be a loss at all. Very well, provide me with an address, and I will have someone deliver it to you. Cash on delivery. I am currently on the 14th floor of Lingji Company, in Manager Zhang Fugui's office. Have it sent here. After hanging up, Lin Jinan instructed her butler. Uncle Li, please retrieve an item called Wind Dragon Ring, left, from warehouse number 3 and deliver it to the 14th floor of Lingji Company. In Manager Zhang Fugui's office for Fang Xiu. Remember to collect the 5 million and deposit it into the company account. The butler promptly set off. By the way, which department is on the 14th floor of Lingji Company? Lin Jinan casually inquired. It seems to be the investment department, the butler contemplated before responding. The investment department. Lin Jinan suddenly recalled something. I remember that Lingji Company seems to have invested in Fang Xiu, correct? What is the investment amount? The butler consulted his phone for a moment before answering the young lady. A total of 5 million. 5 million. Lin Jinan could hardly contain her amusement. This is simply delightful. This lad is utilizing my family's investment of 5 million to purchase the Wind Dragon ring from me, effectively making it a gift. The butler remained silent, inwardly grumbling. Who told your family to enjoy playing angel investors for prodigies? On the 14th floor of Lingji Company, Fang Xiu turned to Zhang Fugui. Did you hear that? Prepare 5 million. Your young lady requires cash on delivery. Do you need cash? Zhang Fugui inquired. Fang Xiu shrugged, leaving it to his discretion. Zhang Fugui could only silently give Fang Xiu a thumbs up before heading to the finance department to collect the funds. Half an hour later, a middle-aged butler dressed in an elegant black suit completed the transaction with Zhang Fugui. Zhang Fugui chose to accompany the butler to the finance department. How they transferred the 5 million was unknown to Fang Xiu. All he knew was that he had finally acquired what he desired. Wind Dragon Ring, left. Quality, epic. Attributes. All attributes 5. Wind type skill damage 30, with the additional skill, Intimidate. Unleashes Dragonkin aura to intimidate enemies. Set. Power of the Wind Dragon. 12 wind type skill damage 40. With the skill Intimidate evolving into Dragon Roar. Rank. Second transition. Durability. 300, 300. Description. A ring forged from the power of the Wind Dragon clan. Wearing it grants the ability to control the raging winds. Unlike the Wind Dragon ring, right, which is imbued with the skill Hurricane. The Wind Dragon ring, left, carries the skill Intimidate, which appears to be a control skill. However, they share the same attributes, an increase of 30 in wind-type skill damage. When combined, the attributes and set effects of the two pieces yield a staggering 100 enhancement to wind-type skill damage. Chapter 54, Arrival in Haiguang City. Qingshan City Train Station. Be careful when you get there. Call me if you need anything. Aunt Li Qinghong came to see Fang Xiu off at the station. Understood, Aunt. You should head back now. Fang Xiu waved goodbye to his only blood relative, feeling little sorrow. Stepping out of Qingshan City, he beheld the vast expanse of the world. This moment had long been awaited by Fang Xiu. Let us go. He Chun and his assistant, Xiaoli, had been waiting for some time. Fang Xiu hurriedly caught up with the two, walking into the station. Li Qinghong stood still, watching Fang Xiu until he disappeared from view before turning to drive back to Lingji Company. Brother Chun, which vehicle are we taking? Fang Xiu traversed the bustling station alongside He Chun, observing as they veered away from the ticketing area and ascended the station's upper levels. Curiosity compelled him to inquire. Aren't we taking the train? How then shall we reach Haiguang City? Suddenly, the young man known as Xiao Li, who led the way, opened a grand door, revealing an expansive space reminiscent of a basketball court, its floor adorned with an array of colorful stones arranged in peculiar patterns. Approaching the nearest pattern, Xiao Li extracted a silver stone from his professional space and began to rearrange the stones on the ground. Instantly, visible energy waves emanated, causing the very air to ripple like the surface of a lake. A teleportation array, Heechin casually explained. Xiao Li's profession is that of a spatial array master. Fang Xiu regarded the young man, whose name he still did not know beyond the moniker Xiao Li, with surprise. While the profession of array master was not uncommon, the prefix spatial signified a mastery over spatial attributes, elevating it beyond the realms of the ordinary. In the brief moment Fang Xiu conversed with Heechin, Xiao Li had completed his task. A soft silver glow radiated from the stone array beneath their feet, coalescing above into a shimmering portal. Experiencing discomfort during your first long-distance teleportation is common. Just bear with it, Heechin advised, stepping forward into the portal. Xiao Li smiled encouragingly, gesturing for Fang Xiu to enter. Without hesitation, Fang Xiu stepped through, having previously navigated a similar portal when entering the Qingshan realm. In an instant, a blinding white light enveloped him, and soon he understood the discomfort Heechin had mentioned. It felt as though he were spiraling into a rapidly spinning vortex. His body contorted in a disorienting manner, inducing nausea and faintness. Fortunately, this sensation did not linger long. As Fang Xiu regained his bearings, he found himself at the center of a bustling city square, surrounded by a vibrant crowd. Yet, no one seemed to notice the trio, as many others emerged from various portals and melded into the throng. Drink this, it will ease your discomfort. Xiao Li kindly offered a bottle of water. Having witnessed many succumb to the effects of teleportation before, Fang Xiu accepted the water and gulped it down. It was not ordinary water, it had a slightly sweet flavor. And with each sip, the nausea and dizziness gradually dissipated. Feeling better? Heechin patiently awaited Fang Xiu's response. Much better, thank you, Fang Xiu exhaled in relief. Then let us proceed. I will take you to the headquarters of the Aurora Society and arrange your accommodations, Heechin said, leading the way. As they walked, Fang Xiu, now feeling more composed, began to observe the city. The streets were lined with lively stalls, their vendors clad in eclectic attire, showcasing an array of gear and clothing that offered actual protection rather than mere aesthetic appeal. Behind the stalls stood modest single-story buildings, the tallest reaching only 3 stories. A stark contrast to the towering skyscrapers of Qingshan City. Is Haiguang City so underdeveloped? Fang Xiu mused to himself. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. In the distant, clear blue sky devoid of clouds, 2 dark silhouettes glided gracefully. Initially mistaking them for birds, his keen eyes, honed from years as a practitioner, quickly discerned the truth. They were not birds, but fish, 2 vibrant blue swordfish, each over a meter in length. Are there flying fish? Fang Xiu shifted his gaze and discovered more fish in the skies above him. Various species including sunfish, small sharks, and more swordfish, yet the sun was nowhere to be seen. Are we underwater? Fang Xiu's realization dawned upon him. Indeed, Haiguang City is a city constructed beneath the ocean, Heechin confirmed. He then added, the dungeons near Haiguang City are all underwater. If you lack the means to navigate freely underwater, you might consider exploring the coastal city above. Xiao Li, have you been in Haiguang City these past few days? Please show Fang Xiu around the coastal city when you have the chance. Understood, Brother Chun. Xiao Li readily agreed. Fang Xiu remained awestruck by the notion of a city built beneath the sea, pondering the methods employed to prevent water from flooding in. Was it an array? Or perhaps a glass dome? If it were indeed a dome, where did the air come from? He looked about with the curiosity of a child. Before long, Heechin guided Fang Xiu to the headquarters of the Aurora Society. The first floor featured a grand hall, with a long reception counter at the front where charming staff members handled registrations, akin to a banking institution. To the sides were leisure areas, cafes, restaurants, and internet cafes, everything one might need for dining, relaxation, and entertainment. Red Sister, I've brought a newcomer. Could you assist with his registration and arrange accommodations for him? Heechin greeted. From behind the counter emerged a woman in a striking red qipao, her figure graceful, adorned with a lily hairstyle and a golden hairpin embedded with sapphires. She scrutinized Fang Xiu with interest. How rare to see you bring and recommend a newcomer. The woman, known as Hong Jia, exhaled a plume of white smoke and smiled. He possesses remarkable swordsmanship talent, perhaps even surpassing my own. It is indeed a privilege to encounter such a prodigy and recommend him to the Aurora Society, Heechin declared, evident pride in his voice regarding Fang Xiu's potential. This revelation piqued Hong Jia's interest. She was well aware that Heechin had been personally selected by the esteemed Aurora King, Hao Ringguang, for his exceptional swordsmanship. Yet now, he claimed this young man was even more talented. Little one, my name is Hong Fong. You may call me Hong Jia like Heechin, or simply a Fong. She introduced herself warmly. Fang Xiu, adhering to convention, called her Hong Jia, as the name A Fong felt reserved for friends of the same standing. Now, let us register your information. Thereafter, I shall arrange your accommodations. Chapter 55, Officially Joining the Aurora Society. Fang Xiao, from Qingshan City. Fang Xiao filled out the form and handed it to Hong Jia. She glanced at the form before passing it to an assistant for entry into their system, then handed Fang Xiao a lamp. This is a Qinghun lantern. Use it. It will record the fluctuations of your soul power. Should you perish in the future, or become possessed by a nightmare and transformed into a nightmare demon, this lantern shall extinguish. Fang Xiao accepted the Qinghun lantern, recognizing it as a unique item. Qinghun lantern. Type, special item. Effect, upon use, it records one's soul power fluctuations, reflecting the state of the soul. Description, developed by the Aurora Society in collaboration with the military to counteract espionage activities in the Nightmare Valley battlefield. It can determine whether the user is alive and identify if the target has been possessed by a nightmare. Fang Xiao was aware that some professional guilds periodically verified the survival of their members, as dungeon raids inherently posed significant risks, and one could easily meet their demise within. Upon activating the Qinghun lantern, a bright flame ignited within it. Fang Xiao could clearly perceive the flickering flames that resonated with his very being. He returned the Qinghun lantern to Hong Jia. At this moment, Fang Xiao's information had been duly registered, and Hong Jia handed him a specialized mobile device. This was a unique phone designed for the Aurora Society, capable of transcending the constraints of instances, receiving signals, and maintaining contact with the outside world at any time. In the event of danger in the wilderness, one could press the emergency distress button, which would immediately notify all members of the Aurora Society within a 20-mile radius. Furthermore, it came pre-installed with an exclusive app for the Society, into which I have already entered your information. You can accept commissions and publish tasks through it at any time. However, exercise caution. Should you lose this device, replacing it will cost a staggering 1 million. Acknowledging this, Fang Xiao took the phone and curiously fiddled with it. Externally, it bore no distinction from an ordinary mobile phone, save for a conspicuously marked distress button on the back. He located an app named Aurora within the device. Upon opening it, he was greeted by numerous sections, the largest icons representing the task commissions, shop, and mail. Delving into the task commission section, he found it further subdivided into exploration tasks, battlefield tasks, and internal commissions. With keen interest, he clicked through each category, discovering a substantial number of commission tasks in every classification. Crab King Cave, exploration task. Task objective, carry the soul-collecting lantern and clear the Crab King Cave 3 times. Collecting data on all monsters within the cave, including the boss, Crab King. Acceptance requirement, second transformation. Task reward, 200 Aurora points. Night Sea Zao Forest, battlefield task. Task objective, eliminate a stealthy squad of foreign shadow ghosts attempting to breach the border in the Night Sea Zao Forest. Acceptance requirement, third to fourth transformation. Task reward, 1,000 Aurora points. Fang Xiao briefly scanned through these tasks, noting that they primarily revolved around battlefields, instances, and explorations of foreign realms. By completing these tasks, one could earn Aurora points, a currency that could be utilized in the shop section of the app to purchase equipment, items, skill books, or even seek guidance from instructors. Fang Xiao particularly noted the most expensive item available for exchange, the Whale King Devourer Cannon, a dual-wield mechanical weapon. Quality, legendary. Attributes, Strength 100, Constitution 100. After a 3-second charge, it unleashes a fixed damage energy attack of 10,000 against targets within 1,000 meters. Rank, 6th transformation. Durability, 2,000. Description, a dual-handed heavy cannon infused with the power of the Great Sea Whale King, capable of absorbing surrounding energy and transforming it into destructive force for a powerful attack. A single shot could easily obliterate a small city. Price, 10 million Aurora points. Fang Xiao was astounded by this 6th transformation legendary mechanical weapon. Ordinary epic-level equipment was scarcely found in the market, yet the Aurora Society's shop boasted legendary items, and even at such a high rank. However, the exorbitant price compelled him to keep his distance. Aside from the Whale King Devourer Cannon, there were 2 or 3 other high-level legendary items, all equally costly. The epic-grade equipment and skills were even more plentiful, ranging from the 1st to the 7th transformation, yet none were priced below 10,000 Aurora points. Fang Xiao felt quite satisfied with the Aurora Society's repository. This was the platform he had longed for, not fearing exorbitant prices, but rather the absence of goods. Even though he had yet to decide what to purchase, he was already contemplating which tasks to undertake to accumulate Aurora points. Fang Xiao, I am simply yearning for progress. He Chun and Hong Jia exchanged knowing smiles at the sight of Fang Xiao so engrossed in exploring the tasks and shop features. They too had been in such a fervor when they first joined the Aurora Society. There are vacant standard single rooms in Area C on the 3rd floor. You can stay there for now, Hong Jia informed him. If you desire a more comfortable living environment, you will need to spend Aurora points to acquire it, or alternatively, you may rent a place outside the Aurora Society. She handed him a set of keys while signaling a staff member to escort Fang Xiao to his room. Then, Brother Chun, I shall take my leave. Fang Xiu greeted He Chun before following the staff member deeper into the hall. Yes, go ahead. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to call me. He Chun waved him off, resuming his conversation with Hong Jia. Following the staff member into the inner hall of the Aurora Society, they ascended to the third floor, where Fang Xiu was soon shown to a 30-square-meter single room. The interior was tidy and simple, featuring a bathroom with a bathtub near the entrance, a double bed, a writing desk adorned with an empty vase, and air conditioning on the wall. Though modest, the room was well equipped. Fang Xiu held no particular preferences regarding his living quarters. This was certainly an improvement compared to his previous university experience, where he had shared a room with 6 others and a single bathroom with 12. Unpacking his belongings from the occupational space, laying out his bedding, and arranging his toiletries, the room was deemed ready. Fang Xiu then rose and made his way downstairs. Arriving at the bustling first-floor hall, he noticed that He Chun and Hong Jia had already departed, but he soon encountered Xiao Li, who had just exited the nearby cafe. Fang Xiu, where are you headed? Xiao Li greeted him enthusiastically. Brotherly, I plan to familiarize myself with the surrounding environment. Fang Xiu replied warmly, addressing him as brother since he was older than himself. As He Chun had suggested, come, I will show you around. Chapter 56. In the Wilderness, Swordstar Fish. Sea Light City. Li Bo, known as Xiao Li, was currently guiding Fang Xiu on a tour. Fang Xiu, this is the center of Sea Light City, the teleportation square. Most teleportation coordinates are set here, and it also serves as the finest viewing spot. This street is the most bustling commercial avenue in Sea Light City, featuring a variety of snacks from different regions, but predominantly equipment sourced from the wilderness. You can also set up a stall to sell any unwanted equipment or monster materials, though be mindful that a portion of stall rental fees must be paid first. As Li Bo elaborated on the offerings, he quickly realized that Fang Xiu seemed less interested in these matters. Brotherly, can one engage in battles in Sea Light City? Is there a second transformation instance nearby? Fang Xiu inquired with curiosity. He recalled He Chun mentioning that there were instances in the vicinity, albeit not particularly suited for him. Noticing Fang Xiu's fervent demeanor, Li Bo finally understood that he was a battle enthusiast. Such individuals are often singularly focused on combat, lacking any appreciation for scenery or gastronomy. However, it is precisely such zeal that often leads them to achieve considerable success in battle. I will take you there, Li Bo declared directly. Navigating through the commercial street, the two soon arrived at the southern gate of Sea Light City. Flanking the city gate stood a pair of warriors clad in blue armor, wielding guandao, emanating a formidable aura indicative of at least 4th or even 5th transformation practitioners. The southern gate stood wide open, and a closer approach revealed a shimmering distortion in the air, akin to the rippling of water. Here, drink this, we shall exit the city. Li Bo handed Fang Xiu a vial of light blue potion, simultaneously consuming one for himself. Fang Xiu accepted the potion for inspection. High-grade underwater breathing potion. Consumable. Effect. Upon consumption, this potion grants the ability to breathe freely underwater while disregarding a certain level of water pressure, lasting for 24 hours. Description. Crafted from a rare underwater bubble grass, this elixir bestows the capacity for life to navigate freely beneath the surface for a brief period. It is no wonder that the city of Haiguang has flourished, as it seems answers to the challenges of breathing and pressure have long been discovered. After drinking the potion, Fang Xiu followed Li Bo out of the city gates. Instantly, the frigid currents enveloped him, yet, unlike the usual sensation of swimming, there was no oppressive pressure or suffocation. Merely a feeling of weightlessness and the coldness of his drenched clothing. A single step forward revealed some resistance, albeit not as formidable as he had anticipated. At the very least, Fang Xiu was able to stride confidently along the ocean floor rather than swimming. He speculated that this might be attributed to the superior physical attributes of practitioners compared to ordinary individuals, along with the effects of the high-quality underwater breathing potion. Outside Haiguang City lay an expanse of underwater forest, where colossal coral reefs and elongated seaweed created a surreal landscape reminiscent of terrestrial woodlands. Fang Xiu, there are 5 second-tier dungeons nearby. Which one piques your interest? Li Bo inquired, speaking effortlessly even under the water. Simultaneously, he produced a specially designed phone from the Aurora Association and sent Fang Xiu a message. Upon retrieving his phone, Fang Xiu noticed that Li Bo had sent him a link. Clicking on it, the device seamlessly redirected him to the Aurora app, where he found a map and details about the dungeons. The second-tier dungeons, pre-selected by Li Bo, were clearly marked on the map, and Fang Xiu could even activate the location services for automatic navigation to their destination. Let us head to the nearest one, Fang Xiu replied. The closest dungeon was known as Swordstar Bay, located approximately 3 kilometers southwest of Haiguang City. The app indicated that, although this dungeon was in close proximity to Haiguang City, it had only been conquered at the nightmare level, with the most challenging hell level remaining untouched. The hell level represented a unique difficulty, akin to a hidden map within the dungeon. Only by acquiring a limited number of special items from the nightmare level could one unlock it, and upon completion, substantial rewards were guaranteed. However, the challenges presented therein were undeniably greater than those of the nightmare level. Previously, while grinding at the nightmare level in Qingshan City, Fang Xiu had been unable to obtain the special items necessary to unlock the hell level. This was not merely due to their low drop rate, but rather because the dungeons surrounding Qingshan City had been explored for centuries, depleting the limited supply of such items long before Fang Xiu's time. In contrast, Haiguang City, being a newly established locale, presented opportunities to encounter dungeons that had yet to be thoroughly developed, which was a significant reason for Fang Xiu's decision to join the Aurora Association. Watch out, a monster is approaching from the right, Li Bo suddenly cautioned. Following his gaze, Fang Xiu spotted a shadow hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed, akin to a dart. With his keen eyesight, he was able to discern the level and name of the approaching creature. Swordstar Fish LV25, HP 423450. It's the Swordstar Fish. This creature is particularly troublesome, as its body acts as a weapon, akin to a blade. Defensive practitioners often hesitate to confront its charge, Li Bo remarked, his brow furrowing at the sight of the monster, one he dreaded encountering in the wild. This is quite problematic. Hold on tight. I'll help you evade it, Li Bo said, preparing to retrieve a teleportation stone from his Profession's backpack to set up a small teleportation array. No need. I can handle this, Fang Xiu replied nonchalantly, instead moving directly toward the Swordstar Fish. The creature's speed underwater was astonishing within the brief exchange. It had already closed the distance of over 100 meters, lunging at Fang Xiu. Transform into the magic rune Iron Guardian. A flash of determination ignited in Fang Xiu's eyes as a silver sheen enveloped his form. With a resounding impact, the Swordstar Fish collided as if striking an iron block, failing to pierce through Fang Xiu, while the force of the blow caused its pointed snout to bend, rendering it dazed. To Li Bo's astonishment, the Swordstar Fish even flipped onto its back in defeat. As Fang Xiu reverted from the magic rune Iron Guardian transformation, he transitioned into the half-dragon form of the furious Wind Young Dragon, extending his claws to tear the Swordstar Fish asunder. You have slain Swordstar Fish LV25, earning 500 experience points. Level up. Current level, 21, Strength, 125, Agility, 125, Constitution, 125, Spirit, 125. Level up. Current level, 22, Strength, 125, Agility, 125, Constitution, 125, Spirit, 125. Level up. Current level, 23, Strength, 125, Agility, 125, Constitution, 125, Spirit, 125. The experience accumulated from grinding at the nightmare level had not gone to waste. It had been stored up and was released upon Fang Xiu achieving his second tier, propelling him from level 20 to 23 in an instant. However, his current focus was not on his newfound levels, but rather on the dark purple magic formation manifesting beneath the slain Swordstar Fish. Transformation Stone, Swordstar Fish. Chapter 57, Swordstar Bay. As the Swordstar Fish disintegrated into blue dust, coalescing into a light blue stone, Fang Xiu received a notification. Notification, Transformation Stone, Swordstar Fish, successfully crafted, proficiency, 10. Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow, not surprised by his initial success in creating the Transformation Stone, but rather intrigued by the increase in proficiency associated with its creation. This was a significant improvement compared to the previous requirement of using Transformation Stones to enhance proficiency. It seemed that the path to the second tier for the Swordmaster profession was not too far off. Reaching out, he grasped the Transformation Stone suspended in midair and examined it closely. Transformation Stone, Swordstar Fish. Quality, excellent. Effect, upon use, transform into a Swordstar Fish. Gaining 3 agility, 2 strength, and the skills, sword charge and weakness perception, lasting for 5 minutes. Description, a transformation stone that condenses the power of the Swordstar Fish, allowing you to swim freely in the ocean as one of them. The excellent quality of the transformation stone was expected, as the Swordstar Fish was merely a common creature near Haiguang City. However, perhaps due to its higher level, Fang Xiu noted that the attributes it conferred exceeded those of the transformation stones from the Wind Fairy and the Wind Chaser, which only granted a maximum of 3 points. Stowing the Swordstar Fish transformation stone away, Fang Xiu planned to test its abilities within the dungeon shortly. It's impressive how your defensive capabilities remain astonishing despite being a sword-focused class, Li Bo remarked, recalling his astonishment at Fang Xiu's resilience during their previous encounters, particularly in the penultimate match of the 10 Schools tournament against Huang Daohing's ultimate technique. It's nothing much, Fang Xiu modestly replied. While the magic rune Iron Guardian did not possess skills or enhance attributes, its damage reduction effect was percentage-based, making it an exceptional transformation stone in its own right. The two continued their journey, traversing a 3-kilometer stretch with scarce wild creatures to encounter. Those that did not flee upon sighting humans were even rarer, particularly in proximity to Haiguang City, where the area was frequently swept by passing adventurers. Fang Xiu and Li Bo managed to slay a few wild beasts, yet regrettably, none yielded transformation stones. During their expedition, Fang Xiu learned of Li Bo's level. He was a 3rd transition, 6-star professional. Although a spatial formation mage endowed with offensive spells, the necessity for setup time diverted him towards pursuits in the living professions, rendering him less adept in combat. Approximately 20 minutes later, Fang Xiao and Li Bo arrived at the closest second transition dungeon, Jinxing Bay, to Haiguang City. A pale blue portal hovered quietly, behind which lay a fjord, its dark currents swirling ominously. Occasionally, glimpses of fish and shrimp could be seen being thrust forth, the powerful flow palpable. The fjord's rocky cliffs and floor were composed of dense granite, immense coral reefs, and a plethora of vividly colored shells, creating a dazzling spectacle. Coupled with the surging undercurrents, an ordinary person would find it exceedingly easy to become lost within. However, Fang Xiao possessed a specially crafted phone from the Aurora Society, alleviating his fears of disorientation, though he had no intention of venturing deep within. According to the map, a vortex-shaped cave lay at the fjord's depths, a third transition dungeon named Darkworm Vortex, which he planned to visit after his own third transition. Upon reaching the entrance of the Jinxing Bay dungeon, they encountered 4 other adventurers of similar age gathered around the dungeon's stone tablet, engaged in conversation, 3 men and 1 woman. Judging by their weapons, their party comprised a tank, a mage, an assassin, and a healer, forming a perfectly balanced team. They seemed to be fellow contemporaries, Li Bo remarked after scrutinizing them. Contemporaries? Indeed. The Aurora Society annually recruits promising adventurers during graduation season to either Haiguang City, beneath the sea, or the coastal city above. I've seen them in the headquarters hall. They arrived a week earlier than you, Fang Xiao responded, casting a lingering glance at them, recognizing that being recruited by the Aurora Society implied exceptional talent. The 4 adventurers encircling the dungeon's stone tablet noticed Fang Xiao and Li Bo's arrival, their voices notably lowering as they surreptitiously observed the newcomers. One youth, wielding a sword and bearing a green turtle shell shield, urged his companions, "Let us enter the dungeon and discuss further." The quartet swiftly vanished into the dungeon, leaving Fang Xiao and Li Bo behind. Do they seem wary of us? Fang Xiao pondered aloud, analyzing their demeanor. Quite normal, the outer realm is fraught with danger. Disputes over loot often lead to conflict and bloodshed, and one cannot discount the presence of robbers and unexpected intruders. Those who traverse the outer realm must remain vigilant. A prudent approach indeed, Li Bo patiently elucidated, revealing his extensive experience along the borders. Moreover, as contemporaries, it appears you are also in competition. Competition? Fang Xiao inquired, intrigued. Yes, once the stewards return and all members of your cohort gather, the headquarters will typically issue competitive newcomer missions to identify the strong among you, subsequently reallocating resources accordingly. Li Bo elaborated. Fang Xiao understood. Competition was an inevitable aspect of any environment. A larger platform inevitably heralded greater rivalry. At the dungeon stone tablet, several names were neatly aligned. 1. Lin Dong's team, completion time, 1 hour 32 minutes 18 seconds. 2. Zhang Tianming's team, completion time, 1 hour 33 minutes 01 seconds. 3. Hong Yu's team, completion time, 1 hour 33 minutes 55 seconds. 10. Wei Ling's team, completion time, 1 hour 37 minutes 28 seconds. Is the difference between first and 10th place only 5 minutes? The competition for dungeons is rather fierce. Fang Xiao mused. Quite typical. Generally, second transition professionals cannot reach Haiguang City on their own. Those able to tackle second transition dungeons are typically prodigies assembled from across the nation by various professional teams, Li Bo explained. However, the number of participants should not be excessive. You might find the same individuals in other second transition dungeons. Fang Xiao noted that Li Bo's catchphrase was normal, as if every unusual circumstance was to be expected in the outer realm. Thanks, Li Go. I shall prepare to enter the dungeon now, Fang Xiao declared, his gaze fixated on Jinxing Bay, eager to commence. Aren't you going to find a party first? Li Bo presumed Fang Xiao was merely scouting the area, unaware of his intent to actually enter the dungeon. No need, I am sufficient on my own. If the monsters prove too formidable, I will select a lower difficulty to progress gradually. My primary aim is to hone my skills, Fang Xiao replied, though in truth, he was ready to delve into the nightmare difficulty right from the outset. Lower difficulty? Not an option. I am currently exceedingly strong, Li Bo exclaimed, sensing Fang Xiao's confidence, and opted not to press further. Very well, proceed with your dungeon run. Call me if you need anything. Chapter 58, An Accidental Claim to the Top of the Leaderboard. Jinxing Bay. Description. Once, this was the habitat of the Jinxing fish. Leveraging the peculiar dark currents of the fjord, the Jinxing fish's piercing strikes were enhanced significantly. Any unsuspecting being that ventured into this realm would be instantly pierced by countless Jinxing fish, until one fateful day. Challenge limitation. Second transition. Please select the dungeon difficulty to challenge. Simple, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. Nightmare. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Xiao selected the nightmare difficulty. The scene before him shimmered like a water curtain, quivering slightly before revealing its true form. Fang Xiao found himself still at the entrance of Jinxing Bay, yet acutely aware of the shifting waters surrounding him. From all directions, currents pressed against him, Not far away, numerous jinching fish lay peacefully upon the coral reefs. Basking in the warmth of sunlight filtering through the surface, their sharp snouts reflecting a chilling aura. Taking a few steps forward would undoubtedly result in being pierced like a sieve. There was no rush to engage in the dungeon. Feng Xiao needed to acclimate to the changes in his skills when utilized underwater. Transitioning to Swordmaster. Draw sword technique. Lunar crescent slash. He executed the two skills sequentially, and it was evident to him how they had transformed. Due to the resistance of the water, the speed imparted by the draw sword technique was significantly diminished, as was the swiftness of the strike. As for the lunar crescent slash, the sword energy was sapped by the force of the currents, leading to a noticeably reduced attack range and diminished flight speed. Feng Xiao suddenly comprehended why He Chun had remarked that dungeons near Haiguang City were ill-suited for him. More accurately, underwater dungeons were unsuitable for all speed-oriented and range professionals. However, one could consider an alternative perspective. Practicing swordsmanship in water, akin to weighted training, could accelerate proficiency enhancement. Once he transitioned to Swordmaster for the second time, he could indeed return to the dungeon to refine his swordsmanship. Switching back to Primitive Apprentice, Feng Xiao transformed into an angry wind young dragon, and upon testing his skills, he reached the same conclusions as with the Swordmaster. He then retrieved the recently acquired Jinxing Fish Transformation Stone from his professional space, intending to examine the effects of the new Transformation Stone. He embedded the Jinxing Fish Transformation Stone into his combat metamorphosis device, assuming the half-human form of the Jinxing fish. A beam of white light emanated from the combat metamorphosis device, enveloping Feng Xiao. Soon, Feng Xiao's physique began to undergo a remarkable transformation. A fissure appeared at his chin, revealing gills reminiscent of a fish, while fins akin to those of a swordfish sprouted from the sides of his arms. His left hand morphed into a razor-sharp sword, and at the hilt's position, where his wrist once was, a pattern resembling a fish's eye emerged. Strangely, his skin bore no scales like those of a raging dragon, as the swordfish is a scaleless creature. Instead, two sleek blue lines traced from his jaw down to his legs. Feng Xiao exhaled two bubbles, feeling an unexpected comfort. After transforming into a swordfish, standing amidst the flowing water gave him a sensation akin to lounging in his own room, enveloped in tranquility. He realized he could move freely underwater even without consuming the high-grade underwater breathing potion. Of course, having transformed into a fish, he naturally no longer required the potion. Initially planning to inquire with Li Bo about where to procure the underwater breathing agent upon his return, he now recognized that he could simply shift into his half-human, half-swordfish form for unhindered movement next time. Not only was the potion unnecessary, but Feng Xiao also felt exceptionally at ease in the water, devoid of any sensation of resistance from the current. Upon shifting to the swordsman class, Feng Xiao's aura transformed, drawing the sword technique. In an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving behind a fleeting glimmer in midair, only to reappear 5 meters away, staring blankly at his own hand. The resistance of the water during the sword-drawing technique had vanished. Feng Xiao distinctly felt that his speed while executing the technique was equivalent to that on land. No, even swifter. The surrounding currents propelled him forward. Subsequently, Feng Xiao attempted the crescent moon slash, but its effects were not as pronounced as those of the sword-drawing technique. It appeared that transforming into a swordfish primarily enhanced his body's adaptability to water, while the attributes and skills were merely supplementary. Reverting to Primitive Apprentice, Feng Xiao had another skill to test, the wind wheel. He was eager to see how the wind element would manifest underwater. Raising his hand, a vibrant green hue appeared in his palm. The emerald wind element began to whirl rapidly, conjuring a visible vortex. In the blink of an eye, the vortex expanded, compelling Feng Xiao to shift his posture from upward to a forward thrust. Within a mere breath, a colossal underwater waterspout, a meter wide, materialized. The wind wheel could indeed be utilized at the ocean's depths. Feng Xiao was elated, having initially doubted its feasibility. However, the delight was short-lived, as the wind wheel soon spiraled out of control. This was not due to the collapse of the wind wheel itself, but rather because the relentless swirling drew in an overwhelming amount of water, causing the waterspout to grow larger. Once it exceeded 3 meters in width, it broke free from Feng Xiao's control, surging forward into Swordfish Bay, expanding as it delved deeper into the bend. The immense waterspout rapidly affected the surrounding aquatic expanse. Even merely standing in the current, one could feel the entire world swaying. The dazzling light sphere transformed the area into an automatic disco hall. Feng Xiao quickly distanced himself, but the swordfish nearby were not as fortunate. Nearly instantaneously, they were sucked into the vortex. Within 3 seconds, a flurry of notifications began to emerge before Feng Xiao. Killed Swordfish LV30, gained 10-20 experience. Killed Swordfish LV30, gained 10-20 experience. Level up, current level, 24, Strength 125, Agility 125, Constitution 125, Spirit 125. Feng Xiao was left dumbfounded. How could the wind wheel's power underwater surpass that on land? As the wind wheel continued its path into the depths, a sudden explosion reverberated from Swordfish Bay. The entire bay trembled, and the surrounding waters convulsed violently, had Feng Xiu not swiftly grasped a nearby reef. He feared his very brain would have been jostled. Soon after, 2 more notifications appeared before him. Killed star-cutting swordfish LV-35. Gained 23,080 experience. Dungeon cleared. Time, 5 minutes 19 seconds. Recorded score. Note: you have ascended to the Swordfish Bay Dungeon leaderboard. Current ranking. What? Did I inadvertently seize the top spot on the leaderboard? Chapter 59, Heartbreak. As the waters gradually calmed, Feng Xiu remained in a state of shock, clinging to the coral reef. Was this the true power of the wind wheel? Inconceivable. Should I try once more? He raised his hand, only to lower it immediately. First, to collect the spoils. Although the corpses of the monsters Feng Xiu had slain would not vanish, any loot left unclaimed for a period would naturally disappear from the dungeon. He would test the wind wheel again after securing his gains. Feng Xiu began to venture deeper into Swordfish Bay, where shards of shattered coral and the remains of swordfish lay scattered. Transforming into a metamorphic stone crafting array, he intended to convert every last swordfish into metamorphic stones, refusing to overlook even the lowest quality specimens, planning to combine them later. Upon reaching the depths of Swordfish Bay, he was met with utter devastation. An abyss-like whirlpool had been blasted open, surrounded by the remains of over 100 swordfish. Among them, one particularly large swordfish caught Feng Xiu's attention. This must be the boss of Swordfish Bay, the star-cutting swordfish. He hurried forward to inspect the loot, simultaneously activating a metamorphic stone crafting array. The star-cutting swordfish generously yielded 2 pieces of equipment. Star Flash Sword. Quality, rare. Attributes: attack power 65, agility 3, strength 2, attack speed 15, additional skill, Starlight, passive. 5 chance to double attack speed for this strike. Tier, second transfer. Durability, 300, 300. Description: crafted from the sword bone of the star-cutting swordfish. Imbued with a trace of stellar power, capable of delivering a lethal blow when least expected. Fishbone necklace. Quality, rare. Attributes: agility 3, strength 2. 1 chance to trigger a critical hit upon attack. Tier, second transfer. Durability, 100, 100. Description: made from the fishbone of the swordfish clan, infused with sword energy, granting the wearer an enhancement of sword energy power. With 2 pieces of second transfer rare equipment, both boasting commendable attributes, Feng Xiu promptly equipped them all, replacing his rain sword with the Star Flash Sword. The Star Flash Sword was merely a temporary substitute. In terms of weaponry, Feng Xiu aimed to obtain a perfect grade sword. If possible, he even envisioned acquiring 2 epic grade weapons. With a crisp sound of shattering, Feng Xiu regrettably failed on his first attempt to craft a metamorphic stone from the star-cutting swordfish boss. Nevertheless, if the wind wheel could consistently annihilate the entire map so effortlessly, he had already concocted a plan to collect 10 metamorphic stones from the star-cutting swordfish boss to synthesize a higher-grade metamorphic stone. However, further testing was required to ascertain the outcome. Stowing away the equipment, Feng Xiu surveyed his surroundings, where the corpses of countless swordfish lay still, and his spirits lifted immensely. Time to get to work. The second transfer to Swordsman was within reach. At the entrance of Swordfish Bay, Zhang Tianming's team returned from another successful clearance. The speed at which they cleared the dungeon fell short of their best record by 3 minutes. Lu Feng collapsed onto the ground, his 2 daggers scattered at his feet, appearing utterly drained. It's all right. We've only been in Haiguang City for a week and have already secured second place, outpacing Han Yu and her group, who have been here for a month, by nearly a minute. They won't catch up to us anytime soon. We're solid. Pei Hankai cradled his staff, a smile gracing his lips, his expression radiating pride. What do you think, Minggu? Zhang Tianming, shield in hand, was receiving treatment from Wen Yuan, the gentle priestess. No need to rush. Our levels and skills are not maxed yet, and we are in a phase of rapid growth. With our talents and abilities, it won't be long before we surpass the top rank, Zhang Tianming declared, his right fist clenched in front of him, as if rallying the spirits of his companions. Lu Feng, who had initially been despondent, now wore a smile. Indeed, it won't be long before we bring a little shock to the people of Haiguang City, letting them know what true genius looks like. The 3 exchanged knowing glances and erupted into laughter, as if they could already envision a scene where all the so-called geniuses lay beneath their feet. Wen Yuan, who was healing the trio, also smiled. But it was their friendship, not the dream of trampling over others, that brought her joy. The 4 hailed from the landlocked Liuguang City in Dongwang, having attended the same high school and class, and had leveled up together since their job changes. After graduation, they were recruited into the Aurora Guild, and would continue to raid dungeons and battle together in the future. Perhaps they would even leave behind a remarkable tale in Haiguang City. Suddenly, while laughing, Lu Feng glanced at the dungeon steel beside them, his expression shifting as he furrowed his brow. He hurriedly stepped closer to examine it more closely. In the next moment, the smile faded from Lu Feng's face, his eyes widening in shock as if they might pop out of their sockets. Noticing Lu Feng's strange demeanor, Pei Hankai followed him over, patting his shoulder. What's wrong, Xiaofeng? Is there a new face on the rankings? His words trailed off as he beheld the dungeon steel. "What's the matter with you two?" Zhang Tianming sensed something was amiss and inquired. Lu Fang and Pei Honkai turned to him, their faces pale, pointing at the steel. "Zhanggu, you should take a look for yourself. What's all this fuss about?" Zhang Tianming stepped forward and peered down at the dungeon steel. 5 minutes and 19 seconds. "This is impossible. The steel must be broken," he nearly roared. The inscription read, "From top to bottom, 1 Fang Xiu, completion time, 5 minutes and 19 seconds. The former second-place finishers had been shoved down to third. The crux of the matter was not merely that this Fang Xiu had taken their third place. It was the fact that he had accomplished it in a mere 5 minutes and 19 seconds. Compared to the grueling hour and a half it had taken the 4 of them to clear the dungeon, this individual, was he truly human? Lu Fang weakly asked. "Is it possible to cheat in a dungeon? Are you playing a game here?" Pei Honkai gazed at Lu Fang as if he were a fool. "Then how did someone manage to finish in 5 minutes and 19 seconds? Is there really someone who can clear the Swordstar Bay dungeon in that time?" Lu Fang felt his pride as a genius crumbling. Pei Honkai fell silent, pondering the possibility. Could it be that someone really accomplished such a feat in 5 minutes and 19 seconds? If there truly exists such a person, can I still consider myself a genius in comparison? Zhang Tianming also fell into silence. This was a first for him at under 20 years of age. Wen Yuan, however, soon had a burst of inspiration. Is it possible that 4 individuals entered together and used something like a spatial teleportation scroll to instantly reach the boss? Then 3 of them immediately withdrew from the party, allowing just 1 to take the top spot? That is possible. Lu Fang's eyes brightened slightly as he raised his hand. "I remember one of our seniors in the Aurora Guild was a spatial mage. The teacher always advised us to befriend him." Zhang Tianming and Pei Honkai nodded vigorously, regaining their confidence. Compared to the notion of a broken steel or cheating, Wen Yuan's theory seemed far more plausible. As for the nightmarish genius who could clear the Swordstar Bay dungeon in 5 minutes and 19 seconds, Zhang Tianming preferred to believe in the malfunction of the steel or cheating. Just as Zhang Tianming was about to say something encouraging to lift everyone's spirits, the portal behind the 4 began to stir, as though someone was about to emerge. They all stepped aside. A strikingly handsome and extraordinary young man stepped out, glanced at the 4, and then hurriedly entered the dungeon portal to embark on another dungeon expedition. The 4 exchanged bewildered looks, and moments later, the first place on the dungeon steel was updated once more. 1 Fang Xiu, completion time, for minutes and 2 seconds. The entrance to the Swordstar Bay dungeon fell into a heavy silence, so still that the 4 could hear the sound of their hearts breaking. Inside the Swordstar Bay dungeon, Fang Xiu transformed all the hundreds of Swordstar fish into transformation stones, producing a total of 23 excellent grade stones and 1 rare grade stone. The appearance of the rare grade stone was due to the 5 chance provided by the transformation stone refinement array, which elevated the quality of the transformation stone by 1 tier. Thus, Fang Xiu obtained the transformation stone, Star-Slaying Swordfish. Grade, rare. Effect, upon use, transforms the user into a Star-Slaying Swordfish, gaining 5 agility for strength and the skills, blade charge, star power enhancement, and weak point targeting, lasting for 10 minutes. Description, a transformation stone that condenses the power of the Star-Slaying Swordfish. Through it, you can swim in the ocean as a Star-Slaying Swordfish, far surpassing ordinary Swordstar fish in both speed and attack power. The 1-tier enhancement transformed it from an ordinary Swordstar fish into the boss Star-Slaying Swordfish, reminding Fang Xiu of the original prestige skill, using the Wind Fairy to unleash the effects of the Great Wind King Fairy. If a Swordstar fish is elevated by 1 tier, what would a Star-Slaying Swordfish achieve if it were to rise by 1 tier? Fang Xiu suppressed the thought of wasting a transformation stone on a Star-Slaying Swordfish. He would seek to see the results in the future when opportunities abounded. By merging 20 transformation stones of the Swordstar fish, he obtained 2 rare-grade Star-Slaying Sword fish transformation stones. The attributes slightly differed from the first Star-Slaying Sword fish transformation stone in his possession, with the description now containing a note indicating that further synthesis was not possible. It seemed that transformation stones could only be synthesized once. What a pity. If I could combine 10 to create a higher-grade stone, I would undoubtedly stop at nothing to produce a mythic one, Fang Xiu lamented. However, if the transformation stone refinement array could achieve that, it would hardly be a mere 5-star skill. Stowing away the transformation stones, Fang Xiu glanced at his skill panel. Battle Transformation Device, 5-star rare skill. LV4150800, comes with 5 slots for transformation stones. The embedded transformation stones can be used permanently. Magic Pattern Iron Guard, Rage Wind Whelp, Swordstar Fish. He leveled up 3 times in a single dungeon run. It wouldn't be long before he reached maximum level, ensuring he had not overlooked any loot. Fang Xiu opted to exit the dungeon. Upon returning to the entrance of the Swordstar Bay dungeon, he once again encountered the 4 adventurers he had seen earlier. They stood before the replica stone tablet at the entrance, 2 individuals exchanging glances filled with camaraderie, while another pair appeared to be engrossed in animated conversation. Were they engaged in a tactical debrief following their dungeon expedition? Truly, they were worthy of the attention of the Aurora Guild. However, Why did they cast such peculiar looks in my direction? Have I intruded upon their moment? Feng Xiu pondered, albeit briefly setting the thought aside. This matter was not of concern to him. He was eager to test the potency of the Xuanfeng wheel. Striding confidently towards the dungeon's teleportation portal, Feng Xiu made the choice to re-enter the nightmarish-level Swordstar Bay. The scenery before him resembled droplets cascading onto a tranquil lake, ripples gradually expanding outward. Upon gaining clarity of his surroundings once more, he found that the Swordstar Bay, ravaged by the Xuanfeng wheel, had returned to its pristine state. The robust, smooth granite, the vibrant coral reefs, and the poised Swordstar fish were all restored to their original form. Xuanfeng wheel. Feng Xiu raised his hand, a verdant force of Xuanfeng materializing in his palm, beginning to whirl rapidly. Yet, this time, something felt amiss. Although the swirling Xuanfeng power swiftly coalesced into an underwater vortex, it did not achieve the previous speed. When it reached a certain magnitude, Feng Xiu transitioned to a pushing motion. This time, there were no signs of losing control. It was a normal build-up followed by release. The majestic Xuanfeng wheel retained its imposing presence. Yet it failed to create the cataclysmic tremors that had once shaken the entire Swordstar Bay. Instead, it began to collapse upon entering the bay's bend. What could be the reason? Feng Xiu stood still, his brow furrowed. Was the previous occurrence merely a coincidence? But what were the conditions that led to such happenstance? Feng Xiu endeavored to utilize the Xuanfeng wheel several more times, yet the results remained unchanged. Though he could conjure a formidable underwater vortex, it dissipated after moving a few paces forward, far from the desired outcome. What could be the cause? Swordsmanship? It bore no relation. Transformation? Perhaps, but the likelihood seemed slim. Feng Xiu attempted to transform into the half-human form of the angry wind young dragon. No effect. He then switched to the half-human form of the Swordstar fish. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight struck Feng Xiu. Floating in the currents as the half-human Swordstar fish, he felt interconnected with the ocean, each wave embodying the essence of the other. He could sense the undercurrents flowing from the Swordfish Bay. If he were to wholly relax his body and allow this undercurrent to propel him, he would drift into the bay as effortlessly as a feather, spiraling along the bend as if caught in a whirlpool. A whirlpool. Feng Xiu's eyes sparkled with realization as he halted midair, attuning himself to the swirling undercurrents around him. Raising his hand, he concentrated the Xuanfeng power once more. Xuanfeng wheel. He aligned the direction of the Xuanfeng force with that of the undercurrent, stretching the rhythm of its rotation. This time, even without deliberately accelerating the speed of the Xuanfeng wheel, he witnessed it rapidly expand before his eyes, gaining momentum with each rotation, until the underwater vortex, driven by the Xuanfeng wheel, broke free from his control. In an instant, the scene re-emerged. The water dragon danced wildly. The earth trembled. The ferocious vortex spiraled deeper into the Swordfish Bay, moving precisely with the undercurrent. If the Xuanfeng wheel was atop, then the undercurrent was the whip that relentlessly struck it. However, what if this whip continued to strike the top, growing heavier with each blow? It would spin indefinitely, accelerating until the earth quaked, powerful tremors emanating from the Swordstar Bay, reminiscent of the initial upheaval. Defeated Swordstar Fish LV30, gained 10-20 experience. Defeated Swordstar Fish LV30, gained 10-20 experience. Defeated Star-Cutting Sword Fish LV35, gained 23,080 experience. Level up, current level, 25, Strength 125, Agility 125, Vitality 125, Spirit 125. Dungeon cleared. Time, 4 minutes 2 seconds, recorded score. Notice, you have ascended to the Swordstar Bay Dungeon leaderboard, current rank, 1. Floating at the entrance of the dungeon, Feng Xiu observed the cascading experience notifications with indifference, allowing the powerful tremors to toss him about in the water. At this moment, one thought resonated in Feng Xiu's mind. I have succeeded. After a considerable time, Feng Xiu descended from the air, exhaling deeply as he steadied himself on the ground. Gazing once more at the now chaotic Swordstar Bay, he had mastered the ability to utilize the Xuanfeng wheel to clear the Swordfish Bay in one fell swoop. Now then, my brothers, shall we revel in this together? Chapter 61, Swordsman, Class, Second Transition. Xuanfeng wheel. Xuanfeng wheel. Having mastered the technique to clear the Swordstar Bay with a single use of the Xuanfeng wheel, Feng Xiu began to engage in an incessant fish blitz. Entering the dungeon, he executed a Xuanfeng wheel that harmonized with the underwater undercurrents. Clearing the dungeon, he re-entered, unleashing another Xuanfeng wheel, achieving yet another clearance. And repeating this cycle, the dungeon clearance record was soon reduced to under 2 minutes. His level surged from 25 to 30. With such an astonishing rate of advancement, Feng Xiu felt as though he were wielding a cheat. Once he achieved the third transition, the substantial experience he amassed would likely catapult him to level 40 in an instant. A single click to max level. How delightful. However, starting the following day, Feng Xiu ceased this method. He was still far from the third transition, and the current experience held little significance for him. He resolved to focus on maximizing the proficiency of his combat transformation device for his immediate goals. Over the next 4 days, Feng Xiu cleared the Swordstar Bay a total of 24 times. After each clearance, he meticulously gathered the remains of the fallen Swordstar fish to craft transformation stones and collect equipment. Clearing the dungeon 24 times meant he had thoroughly swept the Swordstar Bay, acquiring 20 pieces of rare gear and countless excellent and material-grade equipment. The highlight was the crafting of transformation stones. With nearly 3,000 attempts, he successfully crafted 532 Swordstar Fish Transformation Stones, 25 Star-Cutting Sword Fish Transformation Stones, and 1 Transformation Stone for the Celestial Sword Fish. Transformation Stone, Celestial Sword Fish. Grade, Perfect. Effect, upon use, transform into a Celestial Sword Fish, gaining 10 Agility, 5 Strength. And the skills, Star Sword Charge, Celestial Manifestation, Weak Point Targeting, Starlight Flash, lasting 15 minutes. Description, a transformation stone that harnesses the power of the Celestial Sword Fish. Through it, you can become a Celestial Sword Fish, swimming through the ocean as the brightest star of the deep. This perfect grade transformation stone was acquired during the crafting of the Star-Cutting Sword Fish Boss Transformation Stone, triggered by a 5 chance to enhance 1 tier. Feng Xiu chose not to embed it in his combat transformation device, but rather stored it in his backpack. The 530 Swordstar Fish Transformation Stones were refined into Star-Cutting Sword Fish Transformation Stones, and Feng Xiu did not rush to sell them. He harbored a notion that perhaps he could elevate the price of the transformation stones. After the 25th dungeon run, Feng Xiu effortlessly cleared the dungeon with a single Xuanfeng wheel before commencing the crafting of transformation stones. Notice, Transformation Stone, Star-Cutting Sword Fish, crafted successfully, proficiency 20. Combat Transformation Device skill level increased, current level, 15, max. Upon seeing the notification, Feng Xiu let out a sigh of relief. At last, he had maximized the proficiency of the combat transformation device. Now, it was time for the second transition to the swordsman class. However, prior to that, Feng Xiu wished to ascertain the nature of the ultimate skills bestowed upon the primitive apprentice profession once the proficiency of the combat transformation device reached its zenith. He accessed the panel, meticulously examining the profession's skills and ultimate techniques. The combat transformation device, 5-star rare skill, LV15, featured 8 slots for embedding transformation stones, which, once embedded, could be permanently utilized. Rune Iron Guardian, Tempest WIRM, Swordstar Fish. The enhancements provided by the combat transformation device at LV5, LV10, and LV15 mirrored those of the transformation tome, each incrementally adding a transformation slot. This was of little consequence, especially since Feng Xiu currently lacked a plethora of transformation stones worthy of preservation. The profession skills included Deep Extraction of the Undead, 5-star skill. Enhances all transformations by 50, acquired at LV10 of the combat transformation device, and Primitive Liberation, 5-star skill, unleashes a unique ultimate skill based on the current transformation species. Current transformation, Swordstar Fish, exclusive ultimate skill, Sword Shatter Charge, cooldown, 72 hours, learned at LV15 of the combat transformation device. Does Primitive Liberation indeed grant unique ultimate skills based on my transformation species? Feng Xiu pondered, stroking his chin, contemplating whether transforming into various creatures would endow him with distinct ultimate techniques, each being exclusive. Without hesitation, he switched his transformation, transforming into the Tempest WIRM. He revisited the skill panel. Current transformation, Tempest WIRM, exclusive ultimate skill, Void Wind King Cannon, cooldown, 72 hours. It was indeed as he suspected, raising an eyebrow slightly. Feng Xiu transformed once more, this time into the Rune Iron Guardian. Current transformation, Rune Iron Guardian, exclusive ultimate skill, Rune Iron Wall, cooldown, 72 hours. It was almost certain now that the ultimate skill of the primitive apprentice allowed him to wield the exclusive ultimate skills of the beings he transformed into. Quite remarkable. This effectively elevated the upper limit of combat capabilities post-transformation. The only downside was the substantial cooldown of 72 hours, equating to 3 days, confining its use to critical moments. Presently, there seemed to be no imminent opportunity or adversary requiring such ultimate skills. In the short term, he intended to remain at Swordstar Bay. With a single strike, he could vanquish all foes. This place would forever be his sanctuary. Closing the skill panel, Feng Xiu reverted his profession back to Swordmaster, settling amidst the remnants of the tumultuous Swordstar Bay. It was time for the second class transition. Commencing class transition. Please select Core Skill for transition. Core Skill selected. 3-star Ordinary Skill Advanced Swordsmanship LV15. Please select Secondary Skill. Secondary Skill selected. 5-star Rare Skill Combat Transformation Device LV15. Generating Profession. Please choose from the following professions. 1. Transforming Swordmaster. Description: a balanced profession that melds the power of swordsmanship with transformation abilities, becoming a swordsman capable of freely wielding transformation forms. After prolonged transformations into various creatures and extensive combat experience, he develops a unique swordsmanship style. becoming a versatile swordsman with comprehensive tactics. 2. Sword of Living Beings. Description: a speed-oriented profession based on the Swordmaster class. Due to frequent transformations into various beings, he gains profound insights into all forms of life. Upon delving deeper into transformation stones, he uncovers the force inherent in all living entities, mastering this power and merging it with swordsmanship to create a unique swordsmanship style that draws strength from living beings, growing stronger with each battle. 3. Human Exterminator. Description: a strength-oriented profession. Through the study of the combat transformation device, he gains deeper insights into humanity and integrates his understanding into swordsmanship, developing a swordsmanship style targeted at humans. However, the prolonged focus on his kin leads him to increasingly disregard all, becoming a frenzied butcher, devoid of humanity. Chapter 62, Second Class Transition, Sword of Living Beings. A classic tri-choice. 3 6-star professions, of which 2 are unique. The non-unique option is immediately discarded. Moreover, the Human Exterminator, by its very name, suggests a nefarious character. Feng Xiu suspected that only those with anti-human ideologies would elect such a profession, let alone the description indicating a complete disregard for humanity. The other 2 6-star unique professions, Transforming Swordmaster and Sword of Living Beings. The former undoubtedly aligns best with the combat transformation device, yet it conflicts with the Primitive Apprentice class. As a balanced profession, the attribute growth of the Transforming Swordmaster would be evenly distributed, much like that of the Primitive Apprentice. This was something Feng Xiu wished to avoid. Even if the Transforming Swordmaster were a star higher as a 6-star profession, he remained hesitant. He contemplated further. Would the Transforming Swordmaster possess the ability to forge transformation stones? After all, disregarding the skills of the Primitive Apprentice, the combat transformation device skill does not confer such capabilities. If the Transforming Swordmaster sought to remedy this, it would likely necessitate the evolution of that skill. As for the Sword of Living Beings, the essence of living power was an avenue Feng Xiu had yet to explore. Choosing this path would indeed be a gamble. At the very least, it was unlikely to result in overlapping powers. Feng Xiu hoped that his various professions could mutually enhance one another while representing distinct powers. Ultimately, Feng Xiu made his decision. Sword of Living Beings. Transitioning to Sword of Living Beings. A warm force enveloped him, cleansing both body and spirit, erasing his fatigue. Shortly thereafter, the transition completed, and a prompt appeared before Feng Xiu. Transition successful. Current profession: Sword of Living Beings. Advanced swordsmanship upgraded to Living Flow Swordsmanship. Core profession ability obtained: Sword of Absorption. Feng Xiu opened his attribute panel to review. Feng Xiu. Race: Human. Talent: Infinite Class Transition. Creation level: allows free switching between horizontal job levels. Seeker of Truth. Mythical level: all skill level caps at 50. Source of Wind. Rare: possesses the power to control wind elements, enhancing all wind-based skills by 20. All personal wind skills will automatically transform into Source of Wind. Level 30. Second Transition. Profession: Sword of Living Beings. Core profession ability: Sword of Absorption. Sword damage increases by an additional 75. Converts 20 damage dealt into his own health, accompanied by profession skills. Instant: Living Sword Style. Living Flow Spirit Slash. Living Flow Cross Slash. Health points: 470470. Magic points: 470470. Strength: 69. Growth: 15 stars, increases by 15 points per level. Agility: 128. Growth: 25 stars, increases by 25 points per level. Stamina: 47. Growth: 1 star, increases by 1 point per level. Spirit: 47. Growth: 1 star, increases by 1 point per level. Skill panel: 33. Living Flow Swordsmanship. 6-star rare skill, LV1, 0300. Sword skills deals 75 additional damage. Attack speed increased by 20. Ignores 15 physical defense. 3 chance to trigger critical hit. 10 lifesteal. Combat transformation device source of wind will profession skills. The Spirit Flowing Sword Chi Slash. 6-star skill. Skill level swordsmanship level. Any attack initiated with a sword weapon is imbued with Spirit Sword Chi, with an attack range of 20 centimeters and additional damage equal to 1 point of attack power, randomly reducing the target's attribute by 1 point. Instant: 6-star skill. LV1 skill level swordsmanship level. Draws the sword at an astonishing speed, dealing damage equal to Strength Agility x 235, ignoring the target's 20 defense, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Spirit Sword Technique. 6-star skill, level 1. Each attack accumulates 1 layer of Spirit Sword momentum, stacking up to a maximum of 100 layers. All Spirit Sword momentum is lost 30 seconds after ceasing attacks. When attacking a living target and inflicting damage, it steals 1 attribute point from the target. Lasting for 1 minute. Capable of stacking 100 layers, and each acquisition of the Spirit Sword Technique refreshes the duration. Spirit Sword Momentum. Increases attack speed, movement speed, sword damage by 1, and lifesteal by 0. 1. Spirit Flowing Cross Slash, 6-star skill, LV1, condenses sword energy to slash a cross-shaped sword chi in midair, dealing base swordsmanship damage of strength agility, x42 to the target. Each layer of spirit sword momentum increases the final damage by 1, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Comprehended when the Spirit Flowing Swordsmanship level reaches 10. Comprehended when the Spirit Flowing Swordsmanship level reaches 15. The Spirit Sword originally draws upon the life force of all beings. Feng Xiu initially did not comprehend the meaning of spirit power, but now, witnessing the core of the Spirit Sword profession, the Sword of Absorption, he realizes that 20 of the damage inflicted is converted into health. The basic skill of Spirit Swordsmanship allows for a lifesteal of 10. The Spirit Sword is merely a dignified term. To be precise, it should be referred to as the lifesteal sword. The terrifying lifesteal effect is evidently aimed at draining the opponent dry. Feng Xiu even recalls scenes from his past life in gaming. After a battle, not a drop of health remained with him. As he continues reading, Feng Xiu discovers that the Spirit Sword seems to possess capabilities beyond mere lifestealing. Ordinary sword chi transforms into Spirit Flowing Sword Chi Slash, which can weaken the attributes of the opponent. The sword technique has evolved into the Spirit Sword technique, allowing for the theft of the target's attributes. Life-stealing, attribute theft, and weakening the opponent, such a cycle. No wonder he grows stronger with every battle. However, compared to being slain, Feng Xiu's opponents might succumb to sheer disgust first. Even a second-tier profession at 5 stars and level 30 possesses merely 150 total attribute points without factoring in equipment. With both Spirit Sword Chi and Spirit Sword Technique in play, that paltry amount of attributes might not suffice for Feng Xiu to fully stack 100 layers of Spirit Sword Technique. If he could temporarily absorb the opponent's equipment attributes, then stacking 100 layers would indeed be feasible. Nevertheless, Feng Xiu's approach to combat leans towards explosive bursts. Typically, adversaries of the same level do not qualify to endure 75 strikes from him. Thus, the Spirit Sword profession is better suited for slaying bosses. This is fortuitous, as Feng Xiu still intends to develop the outer domain dungeons, which are rife with formidable entities. The transition from Swordmaster to Spirit Sword signifies an augmentation in his capacity for prolonged battle, leading Feng Xiu to his final conclusion. Beep. His phone suddenly chimed with a notification. Someone had sent a message. Feng Xiu picked up his phone to scrutinize it. It was a message from Li Bo. Li Bo, hey Feng Xiu, check the Aurora Club app. The competitive tasks for your cohort of newcomers have been released. Chapter 63, Newcomer Competitive Tasks, Hell Level Swordfish Bay. Aurora app, Haiguang City Regional Task. Swordfish Bay, Newcomer Competitive Task. Task objective, achieve the first rank in the Swordfish Bay dungeon by the end of the month. Acceptance requirement, second transition. Task reward, 10,000 Aurora points. Swordfish Bay, Newcomer Competitive Task. Task objective, be the first to clear the Swordfish Bay dungeon at hell difficulty. Acceptance requirement, second transition. Task reward, 10,000 Aurora points. Bloody Emperor Shark, Newcomer Competitive Task. Task objective, hunt the Bloody Emperor Shark. Acceptance requirement, second transition. Task reward, 100,000 Aurora points. Feng Xiu opened the Aurora Club app to examine the newly published tasks for the Haiguang City region, noting that there were a total of 13 newcomer competitive tasks. After reviewing them, he made a brief summary. The 5 second transition dungeons near Haiguang City each presented 2 types of tasks, one aimed at achieving the top rank before the end of the month, and the other focused on being the first to clear the dungeon at hell difficulty, with both tasks rewarding 10,000 Aurora points. Compared to the mere 2 or 300 Aurora points offered by the tasks he had previously encountered, these rewards were on an entirely different level, remarkably generous. It seems that the Aurora Club's competitive tasks are also indirectly providing benefits to newcomers, effectively tilting resources in favor of the talented. However, this resource must be seized through one's own efforts. The remaining 3 tasks pertain to 3 outdoor bosses, the 8-legged Crimson Squid, the Millennium Cold Armored Turtle, and the Bloody Emperor Shark, with bounties of 10,000, 20,000, and 100,000 Aurora points, respectively. Notably, the Bloody Emperor Shark, which offers a bounty of 100,000 Aurora points, is highlighted with additional alerts on the task interface, underscoring its formidable nature. Should one choose to confront it, they are forewarned of its terrifying strength. Is it better to tackle dungeon strategies or engage in the boss onslaught? Upon reading the competitive task details, Feng Xiu could not help but smile faintly. His transformation stone would indeed find its utility here. The transition to Spirit Sword comes at an opportune moment. Feng Xiu glanced at the time on his phone. It was only 1 p.m. There was ample time, so he resolved to secure the first clear of the Swordfish Bay dungeon at hell difficulty today. He retrieved 2 blue swords, emanating a faint starlight, from his profession space. Starfish Bone Key. Special item. Effect. When carrying this item, the hell-level Swordfish Bay dungeon can be accessed. Description. A fishbone imbued with the power of time, It seems to have witnessed the grandeur of the past. Having cleared the Swordfish Bay dungeon countless times, Feng Xiu had long since obtained the key for Hell difficulty. Unfortunately, he only possessed 2. He had initially intended to gather more for simultaneous runs. Exiting the dungeon, he disregarded the scattered corpses and boss loot, knowing he could clear the dungeon once every minute. He re-entered the dungeon, this time opting for Hell difficulty. As the scenery before him sharpened into clarity, Feng Xiu sensed the Swordfish Bay was entirely transformed from before. The warm sunlight that once bathed the area was no more. Instead, an oppressive gloom loomed overhead, akin to dark clouds. The entire coral reef was eerily silent, as if suppressed by some unseen force, with tension palpable. The undercurrents of Swordfish Bay surged more violently than ever. Feng Xiu looked up and soon spotted the lurking monsters in the familiar coral reef, which were no longer the ordinary swordfish, but rather star-cutting swordfish, elite, LV-37. HP 2000-2000. The former boss had transformed into an elite foe. Feng Xiu was taken aback. Every creature is a boss. Though their HP may not match that of the final boss in a nightmare-level dungeon, their abilities would likely remain unchanged. It was akin to no longer fighting mere minions, but rather facing bosses directly. Yet, there was more than one star-cutting swordfish, was there? Feng Xiu cast a cursory glance, noting that the coral reefs at the entrance concealed no fewer than 10 star-slaying swordfish. Confronting 10 nightmarish boss entities, even with a mere 2,000 health points, would prove insurmountable for most adventurers. At last, Feng Xiu comprehended why no one had yet conquered the hellish difficulty level. This place was a veritable hell. However, Starsword Bay was my domain. What business do you have in my home? With a mere gesture, Feng Xiu summoned the Sun Wind Wheel. The power of the undercurrents in Starsword Bay was far stronger than usual, enabling Feng Xiu to maintain the Sun Wind Wheel's rotation without effortfully decelerating it in harmony with the currents. In the blink of an eye, a colossal underwater tornado materialized, surging into Starsword Bay with unmatched speed and ferocity. Standing at the entrance to the dungeon, Feng Xiu beheld numerous star-slaying swordfish being violently wrenched from the coral and drawn into the gigantic whirlpool, the scene gruesome, akin to a meat grinder. As the water vortex advanced, the entire Swordfish Bay began to tremble violently, reminiscent of a seismic upheaval. Yet, Feng Xiu felt quite at ease, transforming into a half-human, half-swordfish form, lounging in the water, delighting in the rhythmic ebb and flow of the currents while observing the prompts that began to flash before him. Kill star-slaying swordfish, elite, LV-37, gain 5,000 experience. Kill star-slaying swordfish, elite, LV-37, gain 5,000 experience. Pure bliss. Although Feng Xiu presently had no need for experience, the deluge of experience points was exhilarating to behold. Before long, a brilliant star gleam appeared in the distance, transforming into a sword that plummeted from the heavens, its sharp sword aura sweeping across the surroundings as if to sever all obstructions. Feng Xiu hastily sat up, only to be met with a thunderous explosion. The starlight dimmed, and the razor-sharp aura dissipated simultaneously. The prompts continued to emerge. Kill celestial swordfish LV-42, gain 145,010 experience. Dungeon cleared. Time, 2 minutes 2 seconds, score recorded. Notice, you have cleared the Starsword Bay dungeon, Hell level, and your name will be inscribed on the dungeon monument for 365 days. Undoubtedly, the earlier commotion was the result of the collision between the hellish boss, celestial swordfish, and the water vortex, culminating in their mutual destruction. A perfect conclusion. Feng Xiu was already anticipating the treasures that the hellish boss would drop. It was said that dungeons could yield epic-grade items, particularly at the hellish level. However, Feng Xiu was not in a rush to inspect the boss's drops. Instead, he began to gather the remains of the star-slaying swordfish. In a nightmare dungeon, these swordfish were indeed bosses. Their carcasses must not go to waste. He activated the Transformation Stone Refinement Array. Notice, Transformation Stone, Celestial Swordfish, crafted successfully. Chapter 64, The Lord's Artifact, Galaxy. Notice, Transformation Stone, Celestial Swordfish, crafted successfully. Delightful. Watching as the 5-meter-long celestial swordfish, resembling a magnificent sapphire sword, was reduced to ashes, ultimately coalescing into a transformation stone, Feng Xiu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. During his journey, he had crafted over 100 transformation stones from the star-slaying swordfish, yielding a total of 20 stones, 5 of which were celestial swordfish transformation stones. Despite a probability of 5, he had achieved a yield of 25, a stroke of good fortune indeed. Now, Feng Xiu possessed 7 celestial swordfish transformation stones. Lowering his gaze, he bent down to retrieve the equipment that had been pinned beneath the celestial swordfish. It was a long sword, and indeed, only a single long sword. The blue blade shimmered like a radiant sapphire, its surface adorned with minute specks of starlight. From a distance, it resembled not merely a sword but the boundless galaxy glimpsed on a sweltering summer day, dazzling and resplendent, a beauty almost beyond comprehension. It was merely reflected in the pond shaped like a sword, offering a chance to grasp it. Galaxy. Quality. Epic, Lord's Artifact. Attributes: Attack Power 135, Agility 10, Strength 10. Attack Speed 50, Additional Skill, Stellar Surge. Passive, 10 chance to increase attack speed by 100 on hit. Adds 100 celestial damage to the attack. Rank, Second Transmutation. Durability, 500500. Description: The celestial swordfish absorbed the power of starlight from the heavens to form a star stone. Through the long passage of time and the influence of sword aura, it ultimately coalesced into a renowned sword infused with the strength of the stars. Lord's Artifact. Once picked up, it cannot be traded. While wielding this equipment, all swordfish of levels not exceeding the wielders by 20 will be compelled to submit to the wielder. A Lord's Artifact. Feng Xiu stared incredulously at the long sword in his hand, overwhelmed by an uncanny sensation as though struck by a pie falling from the sky. The Lord's Artifact transcends conventional quality classifications, representing an exceptionally rare treasure that is not confined to weapons and equipment, but may also include items or even consumables. One certainty remains: a Lord's Artifact possesses the power to command a specific race, just as Feng Xiu could command the swordfish race with the galaxy, which encompassed not only the celestial swordfish, but also the star-slaying swordfish and the entire evolutionary chain. Due to the formidable effects of Lord's Artifacts, they are exceedingly rare. As far as Feng Xiu was aware, Lord's Artifacts could only drop from hellish-level dungeons, with an exceedingly low probability. Even exhausting the completion attempts of 100 different hellish dungeons might not yield a single Lord's Artifact. Thus, discovering that he had obtained a Lord's Artifact left Feng Xiu with a surreal feeling akin to being hit by 5 million. Wow, let us soar. Regaining his composure, Feng Xiu beamed with delight and promptly chose to equip the galaxy. I have become even stronger. Upon returning, I shall craft a bespoke sword sheath for the galaxy, and then all will be complete. However, before heading back, Feng Xiu had 2 more tasks to accomplish. The first was to clear the hellish-level dungeon in Star Sword Bay once more. Exit the dungeon, re-enter, and unleash another tornado to obliterate the parking lot. Ahem. I'm at the Sun Wind Wheel. As he tidied up the area, he continued to refine the remains of the star-slaying swordfish into transformation stones. Arriving before the carcass of the celestial swordfish, Feng Xiu activated the transformation stone refinement array once again, his gaze fixed on the array. As the remains of the celestial swordfish gradually turned to ash, something else emerged: a skill book. Feng Xiu hurriedly picked it up. Starfall. 3-star skill book. Quality: perfect. Usage requirement: second transmutation. Description: harnessing the power of the stars to strike the target from the heavens. Feng Xiu weighed the skill book in his hands. Considering that while it paled in comparison to the epic-grade weapon, the Lord's Artifact Galaxy, this skill book named Starfall was still a commendable find. Perfect 3-star skills were also quite rare, especially as this pertained to the elusive star attribute. If used as a core skill for a job change, it would undoubtedly lead to a profession connected to the power of the stars. Feng Xiu's immediate need was for a 4-star skill, so this skill book would be of no use to him. He planned to take it back to sell or exchange for several pieces of second transmutation epic-grade equipment. Notice: Transformation Stone, Celestial Swordfish, crafted successfully. Another successful endeavor. Feng Xiu's delight was palpable as he placed the skill book for the Falling Star skill into his class space, his hands rubbing together in excitement. The next order of business was to forge his second epic transformation stone. He retrieved all the transformation stones of the starry swordfish from his class space. His luck in crafting transformation stones during the second hell-level dungeon was not as fortuitous as the first, yet he still managed to create 2 additional starry swordfish transformation stones. With 7 stones already in hand, plus the new ones, he now possessed a total of 10 starry swordfish transformation stones. All 10 were crafted using the corpses of the slashing star swordfish, triggered by the 5% probability during the creation process, rather than being synthesized from 10 slashing star swordfish transformation stones. Thus, these 10 stones were eligible for a synthesis. The already perfect grade starry swordfish transformation stones were to be synthesized once more. Oh, how splendid the imagery is! I dare not even imagine. But why dwell in imagination when I can witness it firsthand? Let us proceed. The array for the refinement of transformation stones materialized, a soft lavender circle appearing as the 10 starry swordfish transformation stones gently levitated, shattering one by one into powder that floated skyward, rapidly coalescing into a brand new transformation stone. Feng Xiu's gaze remained fixed on the array. He had conceived the notion of crafting an epic transformation stone the very first time he created the starry swordfish transformation stone from the corpse of the slashing star swordfish. The 2 hell-level dungeon runs simply accelerated this process. Otherwise, with the efficiency of completing the nightmare-level swordfish bay in just 1 minute, it would not have taken long for Feng Xiu to gather 10 starry swordfish transformation stones. Seconds later, the 10 transformation stones vanished entirely, leaving behind a marble-sized, pure, translucent light blue orb that floated gracefully in midair, radiant and captivating. Feng Xiu reached out and grasped it in his hand, the attributes revealing themselves. Transformation Stone, Star King Swordfish. Grade, Epic. Effect. Upon use, transforms the user into the Star King Swordfish, granting agility 20, strength 15, and skills, Star Sword Charge. Radiant Star Manifestation, Weakness Penetration, and Sword of the Star King, lasting for 30 minutes. Description. A transformation stone that gathers the power of the Star King's swordfish. Through it, one can embody the king of fish that glides through the endless rivers of stars, merging the powers of the starry river and sword intent. Wielding oneself as a sword to carve out the brilliance and splendor of the infinite starry river. Chapter 65. Task Submission. At the headquarters of the Aurora Society in Haiguang City, Zhang Tianming and his 3 companions were dining in the restaurant on the first floor. After taking a few days off, friends had inquired why they had not been active, to which they uniformly replied that they were recuperating. However, their friends scrutinized them thoroughly, unable to find even a superficial injury. While enjoying their meal and scrolling through their phones, Lu Fang suddenly mentioned the new recruit competition task. The other 3 quickly pulled out their phones to check. This year's new recruit competition task involved comparing dungeon strategies. Pei Honkai suddenly recalled some unpleasant memories, his expression darkening. Zhang Tianming and Wen Yuan did not respond, but meticulously examined all the task details. Shall we switch to a different dungeon strategy? Lu Fang proposed. Pei Honkai nodded in agreement. Fang Xiu's achievements in the Sword Star Bay loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain. No, we must revisit the Sword Star Bay, Zhang Tianming asserted, eliciting curious glances from the other 3. He quietly retrieved a starfish bone key from his class space. I had someone check on the Sword Star Bay this morning. That fellow Fang Xiu has yet to clear the Hell level version. So now is the perfect opportunity. But he completed the Nightmare level Sword Star Bay in no time. We won't be able to compete for the first kill at the Hell level. Lu Fang expressed his doubts. He wouldn't have time to check his phone in the dungeon. We must act swiftly. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Zhang Tianming's eyes. But what if he does check his phone? Lu Fang's words trailed off as he noticed the 3 companions staring at him. Let's pay a visit, after all. We must use this key, Wen Yuan interjected, providing everyone with a compelling reason to head to the Sword Star Bay. The 4 of them promptly set aside their bowls and rushed towards the Sword Star Bay, even extravagantly utilizing speed potions. Upon reaching the entrance of the Sword Star Bay dungeon, they caught sight of the stone tablet from a distance, which bore a golden inscription directly above the first-ranked dungeon completion time. What unfolded before them was, Fang Xiu has cleared the Sword Star Bay dungeon, Hell level. Time taken, 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Fang Xiu, completion time, 57 seconds. Is that guy even human? Pei Honkai asked sternly, not an insult, but in genuine inquiry regarding the diversity of the human species. If they were all human, why was there such a vast disparity among them? It turned out that the previous 4-minute benchmark was not the limit after all, as they struggled to reduce their time by a minute to improve their ranking. They were astonished to find that someone had already cleared the dungeon in just 1 minute. The expressions of the other 3 darkened. Suddenly, the portal shimmered, and a handsome young man emerged. It was none other than Fang Xiu, who glanced at Zhang Tianming and the others. What a coincidence. My first entry into a dungeon coincides with my last as I prepare to leave, and I only see them now. However, their spirits seem to have diminished since our first encounter. Well, I hope they're all right. Fang Xiu strode toward Haiguang City. Exhilarated by his class change and the acquisition of a lordly artifact, he felt a bit overexcited and physically fatigued. A hearty dinner and a comfortable night's rest were in order, followed by an early start to tackle other dungeons the next day. The 4 watched as Fang Xiu walked away. Are we heading back into the dungeon? Lu Fang inquired. Zhang Tianming cast a sidelong glance at Lu Fang, raising a hand to signal him to follow. We're going after him. Lu Fang looked at Zhang Tianming, astonished. Brother Ming, are we going to ambush him? It's my first time killing. I have no experience. In response, he was met with 3 eye rolls. If you want to die, feel free to go on your own. Lu Fang quickly fell silent. It made sense, after all. That person had cleared the nightmare difficulty of Sword Star Bay in 57 seconds. Killing him would likely take less than a minute, perhaps even less than 7 seconds for all 4 of them. However, what were they going to do by following Fang Xiu? Lu Fang dared not ask further. Thus, the 4 began to trail Fang Xiu from a distance. Fang Xiu noticed the 4 following him but assumed they were also heading back to Haiguang City and paid them little mind. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Aurora Society in Haiguang City, the atmosphere was notably more lively than usual, judging by the publication of the new recruit competition tasks. It seemed that the Society's dispatched officers had returned with their selected prodigies. Consequently, Fang Xiu observed many young individuals of similar age, navigating through the crowd. He arrived at the front desk. Hello, I am here to submit a task, Fang Xiu addressed the young lady at the counter. The Aurora app only allowed for task acceptance, but not submission, as many tasks involved items and props that required dedicated personnel for coordination. Which task would you like to submit? The new recruit competition task, for completing the Sword Star Bay Hell level dungeon, Fang Xiu replied. Upon hearing his words, the movements of those around him noticeably slowed, and many turned to listen intently. The new recruit competition task had only just been released, and someone had already completed it? The staff member promptly assisted Fang Xiao in checking on the computer. Did you complete it alone? Yes. The staff member couldn't help but glance at Fang Xiao and reminded him, are you completing this task all by yourself? If it's a joint effort with others, everyone must be present to claim the reward. To prevent a situation where a task completed by a team is claimed by a single individual, the Aurora Guild's task counter mandates that all participants be present, unless others have already perished. It's just me, Fang Xiao asserted confidently. The staff member, still somewhat skeptical, thought to herself, soloing a hell-level dungeon? Who are you trying to fool? However, her professionalism kept her from displaying any disbelief on her face as she continued with the procedure. Please hold on for 2 minutes. Nearby staff are verifying your claim. Fang Xiao patiently waited for 2 minutes. The counter staff soon received a photograph from a nearby colleague, and upon a mere glance, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment. You really did solo it, she exclaimed. Ahem. Hello, the verification is complete. Congratulations on completing the task. 10,000 Aurora points will be credited to your app account immediately. Please keep an eye out for it. Although the staff's formal title and tone remained unchanged, Fang Xiao could sense the genuine respect emanating from her. Upon hearing the staff's response, the surrounding onlookers shifted from merely eavesdropping to casting curious glances, eager to discover who had soloed the hell-level dungeon. The group of Zhang Tianming, who had already settled into prime positions in the front row, took in the astonished expressions of the newcomers at the Aurora Guild headquarters. Lu Fang remarked, look at your naive faces. Pei Honkai added, is that all it takes to impress you? You haven't even seen the time it took him to clear the hell-level dungeon. Chapter 66, Enhancement Stones. Your Aurora account has been credited with 10,000 Aurora points. Please check your balance. Fang Xiao suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment, reminiscent of a prior life when a notification of funds received would echo loudly in a crowded public space. That sound was far too conspicuous. Silently, he muted his phone and stepped into the dining hall under the gaze of the crowd. Once inside, he finally exhaled in relief, maintaining his composure as he ordered a large serving of braised chicken rice, spicy and extra hot, along with a cup of milk tea. He settled in to enjoy his dinner. Before long, as Fang Xiao was savoring his meal, he suddenly spotted Li Bo approaching him. Having dinner? Li Bo greeted him. Yes. Have you eaten, brotherly? Not yet, but I'm on a diet, so I'm skipping dinner. Fang Xiao raised an eyebrow. Then what are you doing in the dining hall? Li Bo plopped down across from Fang Xiao, leaning in to whisper. Someone asked me to inquire about which dungeon you plan to tackle next. As he spoke, Li Bo gestured subtly towards the distance. Following Li Bo's indication, Fang Xiao quickly spotted the 4 individuals he had encountered earlier at the Swordfish Bay dungeon. Upon catching Fang Xiao's gaze, the 4 of them exchanged smiles, each exhibiting a different demeanor. One was obsequious, another eager to please, a third feigned calmness, while the last smiled with poise. If you can't disclose it, just say so. I'll tell them you don't know, Li Bo said, noting Fang Xiao's silence. Fang Xiao surmised their reason for inquiring about his next strategic move and casually replied, there's nothing I can't say. I haven't decided which dungeon to tackle first, but I'll likely start with the dungeon closest to Haiguang City. Fang Xiao had no intention of seizing all the newcomer competition tasks. Securing the top spot in 5 dungeons wasn't an issue. There was still over half a month until the calculations were finalized. Even if others temporarily claimed first place, he could still capture it by clearing the dungeons before the deadline. With transformation stones in hand, Fang Xiao felt secure in this regard. However, the hell-level difficulty required a first-time clearance, and it was entirely possible that teams were already tackling the hell-level challenges of the other 4 dungeons while he still needed to obtain the key for hell difficulty. As for the 3 wild bosses, information about them was available on the Aurora app, yet their exact locations remained elusive. While wild bosses did have lairs, some also roamed the seas, making encounters entirely dependent on luck. Fang Xiao's plan was to systematically clear the dungeons, and if any wild bosses became visible, he would pursue them. All right, I'll inform them, he said as Li Bo stood up to return to the table of 4. Upon hearing Fang Xiao's intention to commence with the nearest dungeon, Zhang Tianming and his trio immediately made up their minds. We'll start with the furthest dungeon, Lu Fang declared, filled with ambition. Zhang Tianming promptly delivered a slap to Lu Fang's head from behind. What do you mean by claiming the first spot in the dungeon? This is for the first clearance of hell difficulty. Right. Lu Fang suddenly realized. Given Fang Xiao's pace, they wouldn't stand a chance at securing the first position across all 5 dungeons. However, if they aimed directly for the hell difficulty of the most distant dungeon, they might just achieve a stroke of luck and clear it before the illustrious Dungeon King. Fang Xiao arrived. In half an hour, we'll stock up on supplies. We may be away from Haiguang City for a considerable time. Captain Zhang Tianming immediately issued the command. The trio nodded and sprang into action, unaware of Zhang Tianming's group's movements. Fang Xiao finished his dinner leisurely and returned to his room with a cup of milk tea. With the lights off, the dim room allowed him to see the subtle glow emitted by the sword at his waist, the Star River, shimmering like a genuine galaxy, radiant and enchanting. Even if he were to acquire better equipment in the future, this sword could serve as a cherished collectible, being the sole artifact of a lord. As he contemplated the lord artifact, an idea struck Feng Xiao. He retrieved 10 white stones from his professional space. 1-turn enhancement stones. Special items. Effect: can enhance equipment of 1-turn rank. Description: mysterious stones possessing a unique ability to enhance equipment. 3 stones of the same rank can be combined to form a higher grade enhancement stone. Cannot be traded, cannot be dropped. The enhancement stones were rewards from the Fengling Valley Dungeon in Qingshan City, given to top-ranking participants at the end of each month's dungeon leaderboard. Last month, Feng Xiao had secured the first place in Fengling Valley, hence receiving 10 enhancement stones. The stones appeared in his professional space at midnight, a time when he was already asleep. Having never received enhancement stones before, Feng Xiao had completely forgotten about them until he stumbled upon them while tidying his professional space. Previously, he refrained from using them on Xiaoyu, deeming it unworthy, as it was merely of perfect grade. To Feng Xiao, only epic-grade weapons were worthy of enhancement stones, while legendary-grade equipment would suffice for accessories. Now, with the Star River, both an epic-grade weapon and a lord artifact in his possession, Feng Xiao felt it was time to utilize the enhancement stones and indulge a little. He decided to combine 9 1-turn enhancement stones into 3 2-turn enhancement stones, then selected the Star River for enhancement. Would you like to consume 1 2-turn enhancement stone to enhance the equipment Star River? Yes. Enhancement successful. Would you like to consume 2 2-turn enhancement stones to enhance the equipment Star River? Each enhancement requires an additional stone thereafter. Feng Xiao was well aware of this rule. Yes. Enhancement successful. Having but a solitary first-tier enhancement stone remaining, Feng Xiao decided to set it aside for the time being. He carefully admired the Star River, holding it before his eyes. Star River 2. Quality: Epic, Lord's Artifact. Attributes: Attack Power 162, Agility 12, Strength 12, Attack Speed 50. Additional skill: Starlight Surge. Passive: 10 chance to increase the attack speed by 100 and add 100 star damage to the attack. Tier: Second Transformation. Durability: 600600. Description: Forged from the celestial light drawn by the star swordfish. This star stone has crystallized over an extensive period, shaped by the essence of sword energy, culminating in a renowned sword of celestial power. Lord's Artifact. Once acquired, it cannot be traded. All swordfish of levels not exceeding the holder's by 20 will be compelled to submit to the bearer. Soulbound upon enhancement. With a second-level enhancement, it granted an additional 27 points to attack power, along with 2 points each to agility and strength, and a boost of 100 in durability limit. The fact that a single enhancement yielded an increase of 10 in attack, along with supplementary attributes and durability, astonished Feng Xiao. The augmentation rate was indeed formidable. In contrast, the rare-grade weapon, the Star Flash Sword, which Feng Xiao had obtained from the Swordfish Bay, merely added 65 points to attack power. Should he enhance the Star River to the 3rd level, it would be tantamount to acquiring another rare-grade weapon, considering the supplementary attributes. Feng Xiao mused that legendary-grade equipment was hardly more than this. Chapter 67. The half-human form of the Star Sword King Fish. The following morning, while enjoying breakfast, Feng Xiao received a parcel. It was sent by teacher Qin Shuang from Qingshan City. Upon opening the package, he discovered a complete set of perfect tier 2nd transformation equipment. The Forest Bird set, comprising a tunic, trousers, gauntlets, boots, and a helmet. Quality: Perfect. Attributes: Defense 120, Movement Speed 25, Agility 35, Strength 15, Constitution 5, Spirit 5. Tier: Second Transformation. Set effect: Movement Speed 20, Attack Speed 20, Agility 15, Physical Attack ignores 10 defense. After transitioning to these sort of beings, Feng Xiao had messaged teacher Qin Shuang, and this was the reward equipment she procured for him from the 10-school tournament at Qingshan City, First High School. The efficiency was commendable. Feng Xiao had anticipated a longer wait. It seemed the courier service employed spatial mages capable of teleportation. Upon switching out his wind return set for the Forest Bird set, Feng Xiao's attributes surged significantly. Strength: 92, Agility: 158, Constitution: 52, Spirit: 52. The enhancement of attributes had the most pronounced impact on combat power. Any percentage boost was relative to this baseline, and thus any enhancement inevitably propelled other capabilities exponentially. Comparing with his attributes during the first transformation for the 10-school tournament, they had nearly tripled. Yet, when it came to combat prowess, he was now at least 30 times stronger than before. As for the wind return set he replaced, Feng Xiao planned to put the entire set up for sale via his phone. Even the smallest scrap of material should not be wasted. Having finished breakfast, Feng Xiao rose from the headquarters of the Aurora Guild, ready to tackle a dungeon. As he had mentioned the previous day, he would choose to conquer the nearest dungeons first. Having thoroughly completed the Swordfish Bay in every conceivable manner, his next target was the second nearest dungeon, known as the Crab King Cave. The Crab King Cave lay 12 kilometers from Haiguang City, inhabited primarily by crabs, sea turtles, and conch monsters, all boasting formidable defenses. Despite being the second nearest dungeon to Haiguang City, the exploration efforts had proven somewhat challenging. Feng Xiu noted several quests regarding the Crab King cave available on the Aurora City board, though the rewards were merely 2 to 300 Aurora points. He accepted 2 quests. Crab King Cave Exploration Quest. Quest objective: use a soul capture lantern to complete the Crab King cave 3 times and gather data on all monsters within, including the boss, the armored Crab King. Acceptance requirement: second transformation. Quest reward: 200 Aurora points. The marvelous use of Crab King Shell Exploration Quest. Quest objective: submit 3 rare grade materials, the Crab King Shell, from the boss armored Crab King in the Crab King cave. Acceptance requirement: second transformation. Quest reward: 300 Aurora points. Both quests were straightforward, and Feng Xiu approached them with the intention of completing them effortlessly. As he walked to the gates of Haiguang City, it was early morning, and many were gathering in groups to set off. The day after the new recruits received their tasks, any aspiring professionals began fervently tackling dungeons. Upon arriving at the gate, Feng Xiu was met with several invitations to join parties. He politely declined each one, opting as usual to solo the endeavor. The rejected party leaders bore no resentment, smiling and nodding at Feng Xiu, acknowledging his presence. One never knows when paths may cross again. Feng Xiu was not surprised by their gestures. Having seen his achievements in Swordfish Bay posted online in the Aurora Guild forums before bed, the thread had garnered significant attention, filled with admiration, skepticism, requests for friendship, and appeals for collaboration. Thus, Feng Xiu had become somewhat of a celebrity within the Aurora Guild, at least among his cohort of adventurers. A sudden horn caught Feng Xiu's attention. Not far off, a professional blew a crimson horn, and soon a massive, entirely red seahorse, standing about 2 meters tall, appeared, pulling a small chariot. Amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, the professional stowed away the horn, leaped onto the chariot, and gripped the reins, giving them a vigorous shake. The seahorse's legs powerful, the professional and the magnificent creature were propelled forward, soaring into the distance. Should I also acquire a mount? Feng Xiu pondered. Compared to airplanes and automobiles, which were mere metal shells, mounts offered greater freedom and a degree of combat capability, marking them as the preferred mode of transportation for adventurers in the wild. However, mount items were often prohibitively expensive, not easily attainable for everyone. Feng Xiu recalled a shop near Haiguang City's gates that specialized in seahorse and manta ray saddles. The Aurora Guild app also featured mounts ranging from rare to epic grades. Yet, the thought of acquiring a mount flitted from Feng Xiu's mind almost as quickly as it came. With his ability to transform, he had no need for one. Transforming into the original apprentice, he shifted into the half-human form of the Star Sword King fish. Enveloped in a layer of radiant white light, Feng Xiu drew the astonished gazes of those around him. As the light dissipated, his appearance had undergone subtle changes. While retaining a human form, Feng Xiu's left arm had transformed entirely into a crystalline texture, emanating a soft glow, with but a thought. This arm could morph into a colossal sword infused with celestial power. His feet, back, and jaw, areas that would sprout fins and gills when transforming into a swordfish, now bore delicate blue patterns and stripes, devoid of any semblance of fish-like features. This phenomenon was likely tied to his transformation into the Star Sword King fish, as the boss he encountered in the Hell-level dungeon at Swordfish Bay seemed to have transcended mere corporeal existence. The body is composed of the power of the stars, yet its form resembles that of a grand fish. In essence, it bears more similarity to an elemental creature. As a superior entity of the celestial swordfish, Feng Xiu speculates that the Star Sword King fish may also be an elemental being. Nonetheless, this is quite commendable, for after the transformation, Feng Xiu's appearance is exceedingly striking. His body is adorned with peculiar patterns of faint blue luminescence, and even his eyebrows are brushed with a layer of starlight. Merely standing there, he exudes the aura of a handsome figure hailing from a mysterious civilization. After Feng Xiu's transformation, the surrounding female practitioners cast admiring glances his way. Without granting them the opportunity to approach for phone numbers, Feng Xiu lightly levitates, his steps gentle, his form shifts, and he instantly vanishes from sight, leaving only a fleeting glimmer of pale blue starlight in his wake. Chapter 68. The sudden appearance of the boss, the octopus red squid, swiftly navigating through the ocean. From the moment Feng Xiu initiated movement, he perceived that the faint blue patterns on his feet, back, and chin were not merely aesthetically pleasing. As he moved, the delicate blue glow resembled the intense flames beneath a spacecraft during launch, bestowing upon him unparalleled propulsion. Consequently, Feng Xiu felt akin to a torpedo that had already been launched, or perhaps a spacecraft soaring through the cosmos. The 12-kilometer distance was scarcely sufficient for Feng Xiu to fully appreciate this flight. Before the astonished gazes of numerous practitioners gathered at the entrance of the Crab King cave instance, Feng Xiu descended gracefully from the air, akin to Iron Man, landing steadily on the ground. Before him lay a circular opening approximately 5 meters wide and 5 meters high, leading into a pitch-black abyss. This was the Crab King cave. However, the Crab King had long since vanished. The instance had been generated due to a battle that culminated in the slaying of the boss. The creation of the Crab King Cave instance was a direct result of that battle. Feng Xiu directed his gaze towards the silvery teleportation portal, quietly floating at the side of the cavern. Unperturbed, he approached the instance's stone tablet to check the leaderboard. 1. Luo Foam Squad completion time, 2 hours, 42 minutes, 11 seconds. 2. Hanyu Squad completion time, 2 hours, 47 minutes, 1 second. 3. Ma Yuliang Squad completion time, 3 hours, 1 minute, 55 seconds, 2 hours and 42 minutes. It appeared that this instance was indeed rather troublesome, Feng Xiu pondered. Compared to the similarly ranked instance, Swordstar Bay, the completion time for Crab King Cave was generally over an hour longer. According to available information, this was due to the high health and defense of the monsters within the instance, necessitating a more prolonged effort to conquer them. Feng Xiu's motivation for visiting the Crab King Cave was not solely due to its proximity to Sea Light City, but also to test his own attacking prowess. Armed with the Lord's artifact, the epic weapon Galaxy, and transformed into the Star Sword King Fish with his second-tier profession, Sword of Beings, Feng Xiu felt a surge of confidence. I am formidable beyond measure. Suddenly, as Feng Xiu prepared to approach the teleportation portal, a powerful tremor resonated through the water, clear yet not overwhelmingly strong. The crowd began to search for the source of the disturbance, while Feng Xiu quickly pinpointed the dark cave beside the portal. Something was about to emerge from within. Step back, a boss is coming, a woman exclaimed from the dark cavern. However, her cry did not deter the individuals around the instance. Rather, it sparked interest, with many readying to engage. A wild boss. That was far more valuable than anything found within the instance. The drop rates were high, and the loot was exceptional, extremely rare. This was nearly a universally held stereotype among practitioners regarding wild boss encounters. In the next moment, a flash of red light illuminated the dark cave. Boom. It sounded like a cork being popped from a bottle of beer. A petite girl, less than 1.5 meters tall, burst forth from the cavern using a charge-like skill, her right hand gripping a massive black iron hammer that was twice her size. Just 2 seconds after the girl emerged from the cave, several large red tentacles adorned with suckers followed in pursuit. Were those the tentacles of a squid? Everyone immediately recalled a target from the new competition task, the octopus red squid. The crimson tentacles did not ensnare the girl. Instead, they latched onto the cave's edge, exerting tremendous force, shattering the rocky walls of the cavern. And in an instant, a 3-meter-tall red squid with 8 tentacles appeared before the crowd. Octopus red squid LV 35. HP 2, 978, 030, 000. It truly is the octopus red squid. A gasp arose from the crowd. Do we need a reminder? Everyone can see its name hovering above. Excitement rippled through the crowd as they sprang into action. This was worth 10,000 Aurora points. Defensive classes raised their shields while damage dealers prepared to strike, and healers began to cast buffs on their allies in anticipation of healing. Yet the situation was far from the controlled environment of the instance. The boss would not wait for them to be ready to make its move. With its bulbous eyes spinning wildly, the octopus red squid plunged 2 of its tentacles into the earth, while the other 6 tentacles began to whip through the air with lightning speed. Crack. The defensive class that charged in first barely managed to withstand a few seconds before being forced to retreat under the relentless strikes. Only one individual managed to endure the octopus red squid's continuous barrage, but in the next moment, he was ensnared by a tentacle and was subsequently slammed to the ground like a rag doll. The advantage of the 8 tentacles was glaringly evident in team combat. The damage dealer's assaults arrived belatedly, with wind blades, water arrows, and heavy strikes raining down upon the octopus red squid from all directions. The crowd could see a flurry of damage numbers erupting above its head, 103, 120. Yet after a round of attacks, the octopus red squid lost only 1/20th of its health. In the next instant, the 2 tentacles buried in the ground exerted force once more, propelling its massive body upward, while a black ink sprayed forth from beneath it, expanding outward in all directions. Not good, it's trying to escape. Someone shouted in alarm. Unlike the instance boss, wild boss creatures were not so rigid. They would retreat if the situation turned dire. However, those standing at a distance could see that the octopus red squid not only did not flee, but dove into the ink it released. That ink was not a smoke screen for escape. It served as a bulletproof cloak for its carnage. With the ranged classes lacking a target, they fell silent, while the defensive classes could no longer see the shape of the octopus red squid, leaving them uncertain of where to defend. The healers, unable to locate their ink-shrouded teammates, were at a loss for how to provide healing. Within mere seconds, casualties began to mount at the entrance of the Crab King Cave. What a powerful boss. Yet it only yields 1,000 Aurora points. Aurora Guild is truly stingy, a voice murmured nearby. Turning towards the source, Feng Xiu spotted the girl who had lured out the octopus red squid. She had distanced herself significantly, hiding away to observe the unfolding chaos. Feng Xiu, too, upon the octopus red squid's appearance, had reacted not by charging in, but by increasing his distance. A level 35 boss emerging in a second-tier instance meant it possessed the attributes of a third-tier being, yet it still remained a second-tier creature. However, encountering a boss of such caliber in the wild could easily be likened to facing an elite third-tier human warrior, faced with a formidable third-tier class expert. Recklessly charging in as per the usual dungeon protocol would undoubtedly lead to the grim fate of the unfortunate adventurer who perished amidst the inky depths, a poignant lesson learned. In Chapter 69, amidst the area engulfed in ink, apart from the adventurer who fell victim to the tentacled crimson squid, the subsequent adventurers sensed the peril and promptly retreated. Although direction was unclear, the only chance for survival lay in escaping the inky abyss. Those who managed to extricate themselves from the murky expanse hastened to regroup with their comrades, abandoning their earlier recklessness. As potential targets fled, the octopus-like squid was unwilling to let them escape. With all 8 tentacles surging forth, its massive form accelerated like a cannonball towards the nearest group, launching a ferocious assault. Thorn Shield Wall. Thankfully, the defensive class member of this squad remained steadfast, drawing forth their shield to activate a skill capable of area defense. A gigantic shield formed from thorny vines absorbed the onslaught of tentacle strikes. However, despite the continuous healing from their healer, it was evident that this defender could not endure for long. Everyone needed to contribute. This formidable boss was far too powerful for a single group to handle. Even if they intended to claim the final blow, they must first ensure its demise, for if their team fell, no one would dare to stand against its fury. The captain of the defenders, quick on his feet, called out urgently. Experience points from defeating outdoor bosses are allocated based on the percentage of damage dealt, and the spoils are available for anyone to collect. Yet, the Aurora Guild's rule for crediting the kill of an outdoor boss is a decisive strike, the final blow. As for how the guild determines who delivered the killing strike amidst the chaotic battlefield, it is likely that someone is discreetly recording the entire encounter from a hidden vantage point. The defenders' call garnered responses from numerous teams. Whether they had just emerged from the ink or had been lurking from the beginning, they converged to encircle and assault the octopus-like squid. At the entrance of the Crab King's cave, merely 30 adventurers remained. The recent ink ambush had claimed at least 7 or 8 lives. With only 20 or so left, if the squid were to annihilate another entire team, it would deter anyone from confronting it again. Furthermore, news of the octopus-like squid's presence in the Crab King's cave would undoubtedly reach others, and soon, countless teams would converge. Rather than contend with dozens for the kill later, it was wiser for the current teams to unite and vanquish it now. At least this way, their chances of success were considerably higher. After all, which class doesn't possess a high-damage ultimate ability? If all else fails, the defenders in close combat would surely snag a piece of loot at the moment of the boss's defeat, right? In a flash, full 4-member teams began to surround and slay the octopus-like squid, restoring some semblance of order to the fray. Should any defender come under concentrated attack, other teams' healers would promptly step in to assist. This brief collaboration allowed them to suppress the squid's ferocity, and at last, its health began to dwindle steadily. Hey, you're Feng Xiao, right? Let us have a go. While Feng Xiao was observing the battle between the octopus-like squid and the adventurers, contemplating an opportune moment to seize the boss for himself, he was suddenly addressed from beside him. It was the same girl who had lured the squid from the Crab King's cave, wielding a large iron hammer, displaying a wide grin, her eyes sparkling with determination. Feng Xiao. He couldn't recall offending her, nor did he recognize her. The girl seemed to sense his confusion and exclaimed, "The adventurers here are merely novices. The only one capable of snatching the octopus-like squid from me is you, Feng Xiao. Rather than brawl over the squid later, I'd prefer to drive you off now to prevent it from escaping." Feng Xiao. This girl, petite in stature, speaks with such audacity the boss hasn't even dropped below half health yet, and she is already trying to eliminate other adventurers. Moreover, there are still 4 teams of adventurers below. Does she truly believe she can wrest the squid from them? Noticing Feng Xiao's silence, the girl took the initiative to attack, slamming her massive iron hammer into the ground. In an instant, she propelled herself forward, charging at Feng Xiao with her hammer in tow. Her diminutive form dashed across the sandy terrain, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding water currents, which instead coalesced into a shockwave, propelling her speed further. In the blink of an eye, she reached Feng Xiao, swinging her hammer in a wide arc, ready to strike. The hammer, too, was unimpeded by the water, enveloped in a layer of it, presenting an attack far beyond mere visibility. Devastating hammer. However, what the girl perceived as her superior speed appeared woefully sluggish before Feng Xiao. Please, I have now transitioned to the Blade of Life, an agile class. Moreover, I have transformed into the Starblade King fish, akin to the natural ruler of the waters. Those sea creatures, formidable as they are, cannot explore the depths beyond human reach. Feng Xiao merely stepped back slightly, effortlessly dodging the girl's hammer strike, his right hand resting on the hilt of his Star River sword. In an instant, to the girl's astonishment, Feng Xiao's figure vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a brilliant gleam of starlight. With a sudden jolt of pain surging through her chest, crimson blood erupted, mingling with the water. The girl gazed in shock at her chest, where a deep wound extended from her right shoulder to her left hip. Her health plummeted to the brink. A few more centimeters deeper, and she would have met her demise on the spot. What speed is this? The girl halted, hastily retrieving a healing potion to gulp down, simultaneously sensing Feng Xiao behind her through the water currents. She swiftly turned, eyeing him warily. Feng Xiao, gripping the Star River sword, advanced slowly. It appeared that this girl possessed decent equipment, capable of surviving a strike from him. Yet, she seemed to be reaching her limits. Just as Feng Xiao prepared to deliver the finishing blow, the girl suddenly turned and fled. As she ran, she pulled out a horned item and blew into it, vaulting onto a cerulean manta ray. Oh, just as those on the forum described. What a freak. She's escaping. Feng Xiao stood dumbfounded, watching the girl retreat. She was not only small in stature, but also timid in spirit. However, he had no intention of pursuing her. Her earlier fervor had been directed at the battle, not at him, so there was no necessity for bloodshed. Turning his attention back to the octopus-like squid, he noted its health had dropped below half due to the combined efforts of several teams. As its health fell beneath this threshold, its lantern-sized eyes suddenly became shrouded in a blue hue, and its crimson body was instantly tinged with blue. While human adventurers gain a lethal skill upon achieving level 10 proficiency in their abilities, it was evident that this boss, the octopus-like squid, possessed similar capabilities. Blood Boil. Chapter 70, Terrifying Damage. The attack speed of the octopus red squid suddenly surged. Yet, this was not its most lethal trait. The most deadly aspect was that once the octopus red squid transformed into a cerulean hue, its form shifted from supple flesh to unyielding steel. Its 8 tentacles underwent the same transformation. Clang, clang, clang. The steel tentacles struck against the shield, producing a sound reminiscent of iron clashing. Mere seconds later, one defensive class member's shield was shattered in two, and before he could take any remedial action, another steel tentacle pierced through his heart like a spear. 872, critical hit. The life force of the defensive class member, already diminished, was instantly depleted. The fall of one defensive class member was tantamount to the collapse of an entire team. The other members behind him hurriedly retreated to avoid being pursued by the octopus red squid. Meanwhile, the pressure on the 3 remaining defenders standing in front of the octopus red squid escalated dramatically. Retreat. One defensive class member, witnessing his health plummet, found that even with the healer's utmost efforts, he couldn't halt the downward spiral of his life force. He resolutely chose to abandon the fight, unwilling to follow in the footsteps of the fallen defender. With a forceful thrust of his shield, he created distance and swiftly retreated. Let this boss kill whoever it desires. Surely, it is far more enjoyable to simply engage in dungeon runs. The 2 remaining defenders, still attempting to withstand the onslaught, began to curse vehemently. With one slain and another fleeing, all firepower now bore down upon them, making it nearly impossible to withstand. Retreat. The 2 of them hastily led their teams in retreat. To linger any longer would only make them fodder for the beast. The unified assault of the 4 teams quickly disintegrated into chaos following the death of a single defensive class member. The octopus red squid, reveling in the heat of battle, would not let this group of humans escape unscathed and began to pursue the nearest team. Observing the frenzied pursuit of the octopus red squid, Feng Xiao sheathed the Star River sword. The 100-layer buff of the Life Sword technique had stacked to its maximum with his empty swing. Life Sword technique, 100 attack speed. Movement speed, sword damage increased by 100, lifesteal increased by 10. It was nearly time for me to enter and reap the rewards. Feng Xiao noted that the number of individuals surrounding him was steadily increasing, all drawn by the news of the battle. If he waited a moment longer, he would likely be amidst 100 others vying for the octopus red squid. The faint blue starry patterns on his body flickered as Feng Xiao swiftly approached the octopus red squid. The octopus red squid, initially preoccupied with pursuing others, suddenly sensed a chilling aura and immediately turned its attention toward Feng Xiao's location. As it carefully assessed the aura emanating from Feng Xiao, a glimmer of confusion flickered in its eyes. Has it sensed the presence of the Star Sword King fish? Feng Xiao speculated that just as ordinary creatures would sense the might of a dragon when he transformed into a young dragon of fury, the Star Sword King fish, with its epic quality derived from the transformation stone, would undoubtedly exert dominance over lesser aquatic beings. In the next moment, the confusion in the octopus red squid's eyes transformed into bloodlust. A powerful creature's feeble offspring was precisely the nourishment it craved. The 8 tentacles of the octopus red squid launched forth in unison, propelling its body like a cannonball towards Feng Xiao. Critical penetration. Feng Xiao began to invoke the skills associated with the Star Sword King fish transformation stone. His eyes sparkled with starlight. In his vision, numerous glowing points appeared on the octopus red squid, indicating its weaknesses. Attacking those spots would inflict critical damage. Feng Xiao had previously encountered similar abilities with the Sword Star Fish transformation stone. As a being of a much higher tier than the Sword Star Fish, the Star Sword King fish's abilities had naturally been enhanced. Critical penetration, inflicting damage that ignores 30 defense when targeting weak points. Instant. Feng Xiao drew his sword, transforming into a being of starlight. None of the onlookers among the other adventurers could discern his movements, including the octopus red squid itself. Swish! The clash of blades resonated clearly. By the time the crowd beheld Feng Xiu's figure, he was already standing 3 meters behind the octopus red squid, gripping the Star River. His aura akin to a drawn sword, sharp enough to make it difficult for others to meet his gaze. Meanwhile, the octopus red squid had sustained a gaping wound the size of a basin on its head, blue blood gushing forth. Accompanying this outpouring was a red number. 1242. Critical damage. Observing this terrifying damage figure, the surrounding onlookers gasped in astonishment. Even with the effects of underwater breathing potions, many inadvertently swallowed seawater, nearly choking. Nonetheless, their astonishment remained undiminished. Although it was a critical hit, to inflict over 1,000 damage with a single strike was truly remarkable. Just moments ago, the damage dealt by the attacking classes from the 4 teams barely exceeded 100 on each strike, with some instances falling to mere double digits. Could it be that Feng Xiu's damage under normal circumstances was 6 times greater than theirs? Feng Xiu himself was not surprised by this damage. Rather, he felt it was somewhat lacking. The critical penetration ignored 30 defense. The instant skill could bypass an additional 20 defense. And the foundational skill of life sword technique accounted for a 15 defense bypass. Cumulatively, this amounted to a 65 defense disregard, resulting in a damage output of only 200 when striking at a weak point. It appeared that after the octopus red squid's transformation to blue, its defensive capabilities had also received a significant boost, possibly including a percentage-based damage reduction. The severely wounded octopus red squid erupted in fury, disregarding its head injury as it turned to attack Feng Xiu. Its 8 steel tentacles, resembling long spears, lunged forward in a frenzied assault. Faced with this onslaught, Feng Xiu did not immediately transform into the magic pattern Iron Guard. Instead, he executed a swift retreat, showcasing the agility of his class, while simultaneously swinging his sword to carve a massive cross in the air. Life Flow Cross Slash. In an instant, a colossal cross-shaped crescent blade, composed of vertical and horizontal sword energies, cleaved forward. Upon witnessing this terrifying crossblade, the bloodlust in the octopus red squid's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer terror. It immediately shifted from offense to flight, propelling itself backward with its tentacles while expelling ink to accelerate its escape. However, the speed of the crossblade surpassed its movements, slicing through the ink and striking the octopus red squid directly. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of continuous iron clashing reverberated as the octopus red squid desperately attempted to defend with its 8 tentacles at the last moment. Yet all 8 were severed into multiple segments, and the blade energy continued to strike at its weak point. Blue blood sprayed forth, and several segments of the tentacles, often referred to as squid arms during cooking, fell to the ground. Simultaneously, a horrifying blood-red damage figure soared into the air, once again electrifying the nerves of all observing adventurers. 3482. Critical damage. Chapter 71. I allow you a 100-meter head start. Over 3,000 damage. Many spectators assumed that Feng Xiu's initial strike had to be a finishing move. Who could have anticipated that the second attack would deal even more damage than the first? And not just a little more, but nearly 3 times the damage. The dungeon's boss was indeed fearsome. Many have recognized Feng Xiu, knowing him to be the one recently hailed as the dungeon's sovereign on the Aurora Club forum. Initially, some believed that Feng Xiu had mastered a swift completion method for the Sword Star Bay dungeon, enabling him to clear it with astonishing speed. Now, witnessing his damage output, all can only lament. There are no false heroes beneath a grand reputation. I acknowledge your title of Dungeon Sovereign. At the entrance of the Crab King dungeon, the battle rages on. The tentacled octopus red squid, having lost its appendages, is too preoccupied to care for its severed limbs. Instead, it unleashes a continuous jet of ink, spiraling around itself to create a vast expanse of darkness, obscuring Feng Xiu's vision, seemingly attempting to escape swiftly under the cover of ink. Feng Xiu rises slowly from the seabed, elevating his gaze. He is not foolish enough to plunge headfirst into the inky abyss searching for the octopus red squid. As expected, he does not detect the creature emerging from the ink-covered area, indicating that the octopus red squid is lying in wait within, poised to spring a trap. Or could it be burrowing underground? Feng Xiu recalls that cephalopods, like squids and octopuses, often bury themselves in sand. As a boss creature, it would not be surprising if the octopus red squid could indeed dig. Just as Feng Xiu contemplates this, a flash of blue light zips through the inky darkness. In the next instant, a massive blue drill bursts forth from the ink, hurtling through the water towards Feng Xiu with astonishing speed. Class change, Primitive Apprentice. Transform into the Arcane Iron Guardian. The pale blue starry patterns on Feng Xiu's body vanish, replaced by a brilliant metallic silver unique to steel. Boom. Zzz. The drill slams into Feng Xiu, spinning rapidly as if intent on piercing through him. Several crimson digits leap forth in rapid succession. 14, 17. Thanks to the perfect level gear he has just equipped, combined with the Arcane Iron Guardian's formidable defensive attributes and noble percentage damage reduction. The numbers that appear above him do not exceed 20. Only then does Feng Xiu realize that the octopus red squid, previously deprived of its tentacles, has somehow regrown them. Its 8 appendages spin violently, with their bases sharpened to a point. It turns out that the ink it produced was not for fleeing, but rather to conceal its movements and create an opportunity for a surprise attack on Feng Xiu. One must commend the rich combat experience of wild bosses. Had Feng Xiu not possessed defensive capabilities, he might have truly fallen victim to the octopus red squid's assault. That drill could undoubtedly eliminate a typical agile second transformation class in an instant. However, Feng Xiu's focus is not on the octopus red squid's battle experience. He discreetly glances at its health points. HP 922330000. The regrowth of its severed appendages has not costed any health. If you were to set up a stall selling grilled squid tentacles, you would surely make a fortune, Feng Xiu remarks earnestly. Self-sufficient, with no investment and high returns. Wealth and prosperity are within reach. Unfortunately, the octopus red squid seems intent on the vast ocean, showing little interest in becoming a mere merchant. As it continues to assault Feng Xiu, with a flourish of the galaxy blade in his hand, Feng Xiu strikes back at the octopus red squid. Though it is merely a basic attack, a fleeting glimmer of pale blue starlight coalesces with the fierce sword energy, landing in tandem on the creature. Fortune smiles upon him. The sword energy triggers the passive skill star surge, granting a 10 chance to inflict an additional 100 points of star damage. 688, critical damage. 528, critical damage. 68, 52. Simultaneously, 2 numbers appear above Feng Xiu and the octopus red squid. The squid's health diminishes, while Feng Xiu's increases. Although he has transitioned to the primitive apprentice class, the buffs from the spirit sword style remain, granting him a 10 lifesteal effect, quite gratifying. Transforming into the Star Sword King Fish's half-human form, he switches to the spirit sword class. In an instant, the skill cooldown concludes. A flash of starlight ignites in Feng Xiu's eyes, and his form suddenly blurs. In a heartbeat, a swift ray of sword light sweeps across the octopus red squid's body, severing all 8 of its tentacles with smooth, decisive cuts. Feng Xiu now stands behind the octopus red squid. 2 numbers rise above both Feng Xiu and the squid. 1,564. Critical damage. 205. Feng Xiu absorbs 205 health, not due to a lack of efficiency, but because his health has reached its maximum. The core of the Spirit Sword class grants a 20 lifesteal from the Absorbing Sword, while the base skill Spirit Flow Sword technique offers 10 lifesteal, complemented by the class skill Spirit Sword style, also providing 10 lifesteal. Altogether, he enjoys a total of 40 lifesteal efficiency. What is this Spirit Sword? I feel my class should be called Vampire Sword or Blood Demon Sword. At this rate, Feng Xiu estimates that soon there won't be a single drop of his original blood left in his veins. The octopus red squid finally realizes that it cannot contend with the human before it, not even through ambush. It decisively chooses to retreat. Ink spurts forth once more, this time thicker, seemingly the entirety of its ink supply. Accompanied by this, its form shrinks rapidly, akin to a deflated balloon, as it glides through the water in an odd arc, heading towards the cave it originally emerged from, the entrance to the Crab King dungeon. I'll allow you a head start of 100 meters. Feng Xiu smirks, suddenly raising his crystalline left hand skyward. Boom. A terrifying surge of energy erupts. A faint starlight emanating from all directions, swirling into a vortex and coalescing within Feng Xiu's left hand. At some point, his left hand has transformed into a colossal star sword, 3 meters long and half a meter wide. As the starlight converges, this immense star sword grows ever brighter. Just as the octopus red squid is about to escape into the Crab King dungeon, Feng Xiu takes a decisive step forward, pointing the star sword ahead. Sword of the Star King. In that instant, a blinding beam of starlight shoots forth, carrying with it a razor-sharp sword energy that pierces through 100 meters of seawater, striking the octopus red squid head-on. Thud. Onlookers hear a resounding crash akin to the splitting of mountains, as a dazzling star sword of 100 meters materializes at the entrance of the Crab King dungeon, illuminating the surrounding waters and pinning the octopus red squid against the wall of the dungeon. A terrifying crimson number soars into the air. 6047, critical damage. Chapter 72, a sense of oppression. Octopus red squid LV 35 boss. HP 396-30000. The 100-meter star sword impales the octopus red squid against the wall of the Crab King dungeon. Its body slides down the wall, now resembling a lump of mud. Though still alive, it is teetering on the brink of death, utterly incapable of resisting, let alone fleeing. Feng Xiu strides forward, covering the distance of over 100 meters. By now, nearly 100 people have gathered around the Crab King dungeon, comprising high-level players drawn to the spectacle and at least 15 teams poised to seize any opportunity. Yet, there lies the octopus red squid, with less than 400 health, unable to move, quietly resting on the ground nearby. Not a single team, nor any individual dares to step forth for the finishing blow. Though several assassin professionals had surmised that the octopus red squid might ultimately retreat into the Crab King cave, they had been lying in wait near the entrance for several minutes prior. Their proximity to the octopus red squid was considerably closer than that of Fang Xiao. Yet, the assassins stood rigidly in place, drenched in sweat, acutely aware that they had exited their stealth state and dared not resume it, fearing Fang Xiao might suspect them of harboring intentions to claim the boss for themselves, resulting in their immediate demise. Their expressions practically screamed submission, pleading for leniency. The group's obedience stemmed from the terrifying 6,000 damage dealt and the colossal sword looming at the entrance of the Crab King cave, akin to a mountain pressing upon the backs of the nearly 100 onlookers, rendering them almost immobile. In hushed anticipation, they observed as Fang Xiao meticulously collected the severed tentacles from the ground, approached the octopus red squid, and brought its nefarious existence to an end, subsequently storing the spoils and the creature itself into his professional space before finally entering the Crab King cave. Only after his figure vanished entirely into the silver portal did the crowd collectively exhale in relief. Goodness, a prodigy has emerged from this year's Aurora Society newcomers. To think he could slay a level 3 boss while still in his second transition. What an imposing presence. Although he harbored no hostility towards us, the mere sweep of his gaze made my heart skip a beat. What a king of dungeons. I believe we can drop the dungeon from that title. I, for one, deem him the strongest. I recorded the entire battle. Who wants a copy? I do. Me. $20 a piece. Thank you for your patronage. At the entrance of the Crab King cave, discussions flourished, all revolving around Fang Xiao's confrontation with the octopus red squid. Once someone uploaded the footage of Fang Xiao's battle against the boss to the Aurora Society's forum, doubts regarding his combat prowess would surely dissipate. Until someone else demonstrated a more formidable performance, it could be firmly established that Fang Xiao was the reigning champion among the latest cohort of the Aurora Society. Inside the Crab King cave, Fang Xiao remained blissfully unaware of the chatter surrounding him, his focus solely on the task of counting his spoils after vanquishing the boss. As a wild boss, the octopus red squid generously dropped 3 items: a skill book, a piece of equipment, and a special item. First, he examined the skill book, Octopus Arms, a 4-star skill book with a perfect rating. Requirements: 3rd transition, mastery of a certain elemental force. Description: conjures 8 arms made of elemental power around the user's body. The brilliance of a 4-star perfect skill book lit up Fang Xiao's eyes. The higher the star rating and quality of a skill book, the more coveted it becomes. A 4-star perfect skill book must surely hold considerable value. Yet, should he employ it himself? Fang Xiao pondered, still undecided on what his 4th foundational skill should be. The prospect of having 8 additional arms sparked a whimsical thought. Could he master the 10-sword technique? It seemed rather abstract, or perhaps he could achieve multiple casting. 10 hands, each wielding an Sun Wind Wheel. Fang Xiao felt it was a daunting challenge. The Sun Wind Wheel has a cooldown period, making the number of hands irrelevant. Even elemental skills that lack a cooldown would require a multifaceted focus. To use 10 minds at once, mused Fang Xiao, would likely necessitate an epic-level skill. Thus, he inclined towards selling the Octopus Arms skill book, confident that a suitable practitioner would arise. Next, he examined the equipment, a belt with an oddly peculiar design. It resembled 2 squid tentacles connected at their thickest ends, forming a loop. Crimson Squid Belt. Quality: perfect. Attributes: Defense 30, Constitution 7, Strength 2. With an additional skill, Regeneration, passive, restores 1 health point per second. Tier: 3rd transition. Durability: 100-100. Description: crafted from the tentacles of the octopus red squid. It may serve as a belt if one does not mind its unconventional appearance. Indeed, it was 2 squid tentacles intertwined. Despite its strange aesthetic, its attributes were commendable. The boost to Constitution and Strength, coupled with the passive skill of Regeneration, alleviates the burden on healing professionals during lengthy boss battles that can stretch into tens of minutes. Moreover, most equipment sets on the market often lack a belt. The Crimson Squid Belt allows defense-oriented professionals to retain their gear, showcasing exceptional adaptability. However, since it is equipment meant for post-3rd transition, Fang Xiao currently has no use for it and must resort to selling it. Lastly, he examined the special item, which resembled a miniature octopus red squid. Octopus Thrower. Special item. Effect: when thrown at a target, it will automatically track the enemy, securely binding their head and obscuring their vision with ink, inducing a blindness effect lasting 10 seconds. Duration decreases with the target's strength. Usage count: 33. Description: a toy fashioned from the octopus red squid's remarkable wrapping ability and ink spraying behavior. A control item? Fang Xiao found this quite intriguing as he contemplated the potential of the octopus thrower in PvP scenarios, particularly against non-strength-based professions. A blindness duration of 10 seconds could undoubtedly be fatal for agile or spellcasting fragile classes. Aside from the 3 dropped items, the only other valuable aspect of the octopus red squid was its very body. Fang Xiao had no intention of crafting a transformation stone from it. While it was a wild boss, its tier was akin to that of the star-cutting swordfish from Swordstar Fish Bay. Non-boss variants of the octopus red squid existed, and the best he could hope for would be a perfect grade transformation stone, with an exceedingly low success rate. Therefore, Fang Xiu resolved to prepare it as a teppanyaki dish. It was said that dishes made by the chef profession yield additional effects. I'm not choosing to forego transforming the octopus red squid into a stone just because I crave teppanyaki. Chapter 73, The Merman. At the headquarters of the Aurora Society in Haiguang City, Vice President Yang Guang and Hong Jie sipped tea on the balcony of the third floor. With a tablet displaying the footage of Fang Xiu's fierce battle against the octopus red squid set upon their table. The newcomer competition task had only been announced a day prior, yet a leading figure of this cohort had already emerged. Yang Guang took a sip from his cup. Reflecting on past experiences, those capable of soloing wild bosses were typically the most formidable of the current generation. Hong Jie nodded slightly, acknowledging that Fang Xiu's performance had indeed surpassed her expectations, significantly outpacing his contemporaries. She had reviewed Fang Xiu's background information and found nothing particularly extraordinary. Whether he would truly become a leading figure remained uncertain. The two young talents from the Sword Peak Mountain and Nightmare Valley branches had officially joined the Aurora Society this year. But Fang Xiu likely stood as the most exceptional genius of this cohort. Yang Guang considered the two young talents from the Sword Peak Mountain and Nightmare Valley branches, nodding slightly. It was still early to draw conclusions. Who could say if a practitioner who appeared immensely powerful against monsters might falter in the face of foreign adversaries? By the way, which steward brought this Fang Xiu to the society? He Chun, the Red Sister, replied. He Chun? A smile flickered across Yang Guang's face. What kind of stakes are we talking about? One entry opportunity each to the Sword Soul Tomb and the Light Sanctuary. Wow, that's quite a substantial wager. Yang Guang expressed his surprise, taking a moment to scrutinize Fang Xiu's resume. The benefits offered by the stewards when recruiting newcomers into the Aurora Guild were limited. Once the quota was exceeded, any additional costs had to be borne by the individual. Clearly, the entry opportunities to the Sword Soul Tomb and the Light Sanctuary that He Chun had proposed far surpassed the limits set by the Aurora Guild. This indicates that He Chun holds a significant level of confidence in Fang Xiu. However, Fang Xiu indeed deserves such faith. Having recently advanced to the second transfer and already capable of soloing a third transfer wild boss, could he be another He Chun? Yang Guang muttered. Indeed. Only a true genius can recognize another of their kind. I recall He Chun was personally brought into the Aurora Guild by our leader, right? Yes, the Red Sister nodded. When our leader, Hao Ringguang, brought He Chun to Haiguang City to join the Aurora Guild, I was the one who handled the paperwork for him. As the two conversed, Yang Guang's secretary suddenly approached with urgent news, but hesitated to speak in the presence of the Red Sister. The Red Sister is not an outsider. Yang Guang waved his hand. The secretary then began to report that a small team of merfolk had crossed the abyssal border and was heading towards Haiguang City. However, according to the report from the steward who intercepted them, all the 5th and 4th transfer strongholds in this team had been eliminated, with only 5 3rd transfer strongholds successfully crossing the border. Furthermore, the secretary handed Yang Guang the locator for the 5 3rd transfer merfolk. The Red Sister, listening nearby, found the situation absurd. For He Chun, a top genius of the younger generation in the Aurora Guild, annihilating a small team of foreign invaders with a maximum strength of 5th transfer was hardly a feat yet. How could it be that all the 5th and 4th transfer strongholds were wiped out, while the 3rd transfer ones remained alive? Why submit the locators of those 3rd transfer strongholds? Was it an intentional choice to spare them, or merely an accident? Perhaps it was a deliberate oversight. Yang Guang mused as he accepted the locator from the secretary. Last year's newcomers faced incredibly high casualty rates, even faltering before engaging in battle. Thus, our leader issued an order this year to allow these newcomers to encounter the blood of foreign races early on, rather than merely grinding dungeons in isolation. This year, several weaker foreign races should be allowed to cross every border. He Chun acted with discernment, allowing only 5 3rd transfers. I've heard that the Nightmare Valley even permitted a 4th transfer Nightmare Demon to enter, which nearly caused chaos. The Red Sister grasped the concept of the catfish effect. I suppose so. Yang Guang turned to his secretary and instructed, distribute the prepared missions. Understood. 100 miles from Haiguang City, 5 merfolk, clad in black cloaks, concealed themselves within a patch of underwater seaweed in a secluded bay, chattering animatedly. That human warrior was terrifying. I didn't even catch a glimpse of his features before our captain was killed. Thank goodness we ran fast. We should head back. If that human warrior discovers us again, we will definitely perish here. No, we cannot retreat, asserted the strongest among the 5 merfolk. The other 4 immediately turned their gazes towards him. If we return now, we will certainly be branded as cowards. Even if we survive, we will be imprisoned in the abyss of eternal cold for life, explained the robust merfolk. The 4 others recalled the military orders and the eternal darkness of the abyss, shivering in fear. What do we do then? We continue with the mission. Us. With our 5th transfer captain and 4th transfer vice captain dead, how can we execute the mission? The 4 merfolk exchanged glances, none of them exhibiting signs of mutation. We have two objectives for this mission. One is to locate the spawn of the Bloody Shark Emperor near Haiguang City and bring it back to the Shark Valley. The other is to hunt down the newly arrived talents in human society each year. As long as we complete one, we will not be deemed cowards. In fact, we should be credited for our efforts. The strong merfolk seem to have formed a plan. Hunt Bone, you are the strongest among us. Now that we have lost our captain and vice-captain, you shall be our new leader. Whatever you decide, we shall follow, declared a more astute merfolk. The others readily agreed. Right? We have no better options. We will heed Hunt Tooth. Hunt Bone, the newly appointed leader, grinned. Since everyone feels that way, I shall not decline. As for how to complete the mission, I have some ideas. First, I will aim to achieve both objectives. As long as we complete one, we will retreat immediately. With that, Hunt Bone produced a grape-sized crimson gem and handed it to the nearest merfolk. This is a coagulated blood orb from the Bloody Shark Emperor. A reserve given to me by our captain before we set out. It can guide us to the spawn of the Bloody Shark Emperor. Hunt Tooth, you excel at tracking. This is entrusted to you. The merfolk named Hunt Tooth examined the coagulated blood orb closely. As for hunting the talented humans, Hunt Bone pondered. We should target the most renowned among them. This way, news of our triumph over a human genius will surely reach the military camp in the Shark Valley. Hunt Tooth, use your illusion technique to lure one of the human practitioners over. Chapter 74, Infiltration of Foreign Races. In the Crab King dungeon, the flow of life surged in a sweeping arc. A fierce cross-shaped sword energy sliced through the air, cleaving the water and striking the Crab King's face. Boom. The sword energy penetrated directly, much like a chopstick piercing a loaf of bread, landing solidly. The Crab King, towering at 2 stories high and clad in crimson armor, was split in two. Due to its broad physique, it was only severed into 2 segments, its enormous body shuddering violently before settling into stillness. Feng Xiu approached the Crab King, sheathing his sword and reaching out to examine the creature's claws. Such massive pincers, there must be plenty of meat inside. Feng Xiu contemplated whether to take the Crab King out of the dungeon to see if it would vanish. After all, the monsters within the dungeon were essentially phantoms rather than real flesh and blood. Even though the remains of the primitive apprentice could be absorbed to prevent their disappearance upon defeat, they still remained mere phantoms, right? Surely they couldn't be consumed? Feng Xiu questioned. To obtain an answer, he would need to experiment himself. Perhaps not. He preferred enjoying the crab steamed with dipping sauce. Should I consider switching to a culinary profession? This thought lingered in Feng Xiu's mind for merely a second before vanishing promptly. Unless he possessed an epic-level culinary skill, there was little point. I'll try killing an ordinary crab and see if it disappears. Feng Xiu opened his palm. Transformation stone, activate. A faint purple glow shimmered as the formation was initiated. Moments later, he heard a crack, the sound of the transformation stone shattering, signaling his failure. Bending down, he collected the loot from the Crab King, discovering only a standard rare-level armor piece. Such rare-level equipment was hardly appealing to Feng Xiu, so he planned to dispose of it all at once to the equipment shop later, confirming that he had once again failed to obtain a key of hellish difficulty. Feng Xiu sighed deeply. Not again. This marked the 40th time he had soloed the nightmare-level dungeon of Crab King's cave that day. Feeling fatigued midway, he took a brief respite, indulging in afternoon tea and savoring a small cake. His completion time for the dungeon had impressively improved to under 5 minutes, thanks to the crafty use of transformation stones, effortlessly securing him the top spot on the leaderboard. However, the key to unlock the hellish difficulty of Crab King's cave remained elusive. Whether it had been exhausted by others, or if fortune simply eluded him today, he had not attempted such numerous runs, even in the nightmare-level dungeon of Swordstar Bay. It seemed he would have to return tomorrow to continue his endeavors. Casually dispatching a minor crab enemy, Feng Xiu opted to exit the dungeon. As the scenery before him shattered, clarity returned, and he found himself standing at the entrance of Crab King's cave, surrounded by bustling adventurers. Upon noticing Feng Xiu, many cast curious glances his way. Numerous onlookers had witnessed his solo conquest of the octopus red squid through online forums, generating much intrigue. Yet, none dared approach him for conversation. Feng Xiu glanced at his right hand, realizing the crab he had extracted from the dungeon had vanished. A sense of regret washed over him, though he had anticipated this outcome. He then set off towards Haiguang City. The faint twinkle of starlight accompanied him as he transformed into an underwater torpedo. While swimming, he retrieved his phone to check for messages. A notification indicated that the Aurora app had updated with a new batch of commission tasks suitable for his level. As he clicked into the task list, a brand new rookie competitive task promptly appeared before him. Infiltration of alien species, rookie competitive task. Task description: a 5-member oceanic alien squad has crossed the abyssal border into the territorial waters of humanity in Haiguang City. Task objective: eliminate the infiltrating aliens. Acceptance requirement: second transmutation. Task reward: 10,000 Aurora points for each alien slain. Aliens had indeed infiltrated? Feng Xiu felt a flicker of surprise. Throughout his life, he had only seen aliens portrayed on television. In this boundless world teeming with myriad races, humanity was merely one of them, coexisting alongside various intelligent beings. Some of these sentient creatures, like the mentioned mermen in the newly released rookie competitive task, could also undergo job transitions and enter dungeons. Others, however, could not transition. Their strength derived from potent bloodlines, inheriting knowledge from their forebears, effortlessly growing into formidable beings, like the renowned Dragon Clan. In a world where diverse races cohabitate, the collision of different civilizations and cultures inevitably leads to conflict. For instance, in the southern border of Dongwang, the primary adversaries among terrestrial regions are the Nightmarish clan. In the oceanic realm, numerous intelligent alien races exist, with mermen being just one faction. Beyond hostility, some alien races have forged alliances with humanity, even integrating into the human family, such as the Flower Fairy clan residing in the Dongwang Kingdom, hoping to encounter an alien for 10,000 Aurora points. Fang Xiu found the prospect enticing. Yet, he wondered about the combat prowess of the aliens at the third transition level. Upon returning to Haiguang City, he spotted Li Bo from a distance as he approached the city gate. Li Bo waved at Fang Xiu, drawing the attention of those nearby. As Fang Xiu had become quite the celebrity in Haiguang City. "Brotherly, sorry to keep you waiting," Fang Xiu greeted as he approached the city gates. Li Bo had been summoned by him to assist in handling the octopus red squid, as Fang Xiu sought a competent chef to avoid wasting such a boss-level ingredient. His only acquaintances in Haiguang City were He Chun and Li Bo, and he didn't wish to trouble He Chun for this matter. Hence, he enlisted Li Bo's help and invited him to dinner as well. Upon hearing about the opportunity to savor boss-level ingredients, Li Bo eagerly agreed to assist Fang Xiu. He used his connections to find the finest chef in Haiguang City. Waiting at the entrance, he intended to accompany Fang Xiu to a restaurant. "I just arrived." Although I've been waiting for half an hour, Li Bo chuckled, turning to lead Fang Xiu into the city. If previously he regarded Fang Xiu as a promising genius after winning the 10-school tournament, he now viewed him as an extraordinary prodigy. While others were unaware of Fang Xiu's background, Li Bo was well informed. He was aware that He Chun had granted Fang Xiu the privilege of entering the Sword Soul Tomb and the Sanctuary of Light, opportunities he had yet to utilize. This meant Fang Xiu had independently soloed a level 3 boss in the wild mere days after his second transition. The value of a genius emerging from a prestigious family compared to one rising from humble beginnings is understood by those who know. Among the talents known to Li Bo, none could rival Fang Xiu. Chapter 75, 5th Transition, 9-star Profession, Flame Chef. Rongji Restaurant, located in a nondescript corner of the southern part of Haiguang City, had only 2 floors. The first floor was a communal kitchen, while the second floor served as a private dining area for the owner to entertain friends. Fang Xiu and Li Bo headed straight to the second floor, where a middle-aged man clad in a white chef's uniform, along with 2 assistants, was organizing tools and ingredients. The modest space featured a semicircular table adorned with various cooking utensils, resembling an open kitchen where the chef could converse with patrons while preparing dishes, allowing customers to savor culinary delights at the moment of plating. "Uncle Rome, we've arrived," Li Bo greeted as he approached. The chef nodded in acknowledgement. "Please sit." Li Bo guided Fang Xiu to a seat at the table. "Uncle Rome, this is my friend Fang Xiu. He is the one who procured the boss-level ingredients and wishes to request your expertise in preparing a feast for us." "This is Fang Xiu." The chef suddenly recalled something and scrutinized Fang Xiu intently. "Uncle Rome, you know him?" Li Bo asked, surprised, as he hadn't mentioned Fang Xiu to the chef. "This afternoon, Rong mentioned him, saying he is quite remarkable." The chef smiled, introducing himself. "I am Rong Yan, the owner of this establishment, a 5th transition, 9-star profession, Flame Chef. You may call me Uncle Rome or Boss Rome, as Li Bo does." "Uncle Rome." Fang Xiu opted for the more familiar address. Being a 5th transition, 9-star chef, he realized he could set aside his aspirations of transitioning into a chef. He could simply dine here in the future. Rong. I almost forgot. She just joined the Aurora Guild this year, alongside Fang Xiu," Li Bo recalled, looking around. "Where's Rong now?" "She is probably off leveling up. These days, she is hardly around except during meal times. But it's almost mealtime, so she should be home soon," Rong Yan remarked casually, then turned to Fang Xiu. "Li Bo mentioned you brought boss-level materials, right? Show me what you have. Let us see what we can create." Fang Xiu promptly retrieved the enormous octopus red squid from his profession space, placing it on the table. The preservation capabilities of the profession space proved outstanding, surpassing even a refrigerator. Although it had been slain in the morning, the squid on the table still quivered slightly. A level 35 boss, the octopus squid. Rong Yan examined the meat closely. "Very nice. Do you have any preferred cooking methods? Or any dietary restrictions?" "None, Uncle Rong. Please feel free to work your magic." "Very well, I shall unleash my culinary skills," Rong Yan declared, lifting the entire octopus squid with one hand while brandishing a knife in the other. The tentacles of the squid may be transformed into a delightful dish. Divided into 5 portions, one steamed and accompanied by dipping sauce, another stir-fried, one prepared as calamari rings, one crafted into a stone pot soup with oysters, squid, and tofu. And the remaining portion? Though you young folks may have hearty appetites, it is not wise to indulge in gluttony. I shall dry the leftover portion and package it as a snack of dried squid, suitable for those times when you are busy with quests and cannot spare a moment for a meal. As this conversation unfolded, the glint of the knife flashed, and the enormous octopus squid was effortlessly sliced into several parts by Rong Yin. Feng Xiu felt as though his eyes had been opened to a new realm of culinary skill. The knife techniques displayed by Rong Yin surpassed those of any professional chef he had ever encountered. Is it necessary for chefs to select knife skills during their training? Feng Xiu could not help but inquire. Rong Yin smiled slightly at the question. Culinary skills, knife techniques, and mastery of fire elements are essential for the culinary profession. As for subsequent skills, they pertain to the region you inhabit or the types of dishes you enjoy preparing. Chefs adept in medicinal cuisine often possess wood element skills, preferably with healing and enhancement effects. Meanwhile, those specializing in pasta may have honed impressive manual dexterity, often engaging in martial arts as a favored pursuit. Chefs who favor seafood tend to study ice element skills. Feng Xiu nodded repeatedly, realizing that attaining high levels in any profession is no simple feat. The three of them engaged in casual conversation while observing Rong Yin at work. Before long, the first dish, stir-fried squid shreds, was ready. Please savor this dish. If it proves too spicy, chilled water is available nearby. Rong Yin divided the dish into 2 plates, placing them before Feng Xiu. A helper had already brought chilled water for him. However, Feng Xiu's attention was not drawn to the appearance of the stir-fried squid, but rather its attributes. Stir-fried squid shreds. Consumable. Effects. Increases critical hit rate by 5, attack power by 10, lasting for 24 hours. Permanent strength 2, effective only upon first consumption, and ineffective if base strength is greater than 100. Description. A rare delicacy crafted primarily from the boss 8-armed red squid, prepared by a highly skilled chef. Permanent strength 2. Feng Xiu raised an eyebrow. While it is not unusual for culinary professionals to enhance attributes through their cooking, the existence of a permanent attribute increase is exceedingly rare. Only dishes made from boss ingredients or those of epic quality can bestow such lasting benefits, Rong Yin explained as he threaded the massive squid tentacles on his skewers. Preparing for teppanyaki. I see, Feng Xiu replied, his gaze fixated on the tantalizing red squid shreds glistening with chili oil, his fingers itching with anticipation. Meanwhile, Li Bo had already begun to relish his meal, his mouth glistening with oil. Yet, the stir-fried squid shreds were merely the beginning. The subsequent 4 dishes also boasted attribute enhancements, each unique in its own right. Calamari rings, magic defense 20, lasting for 24 hours, permanent spirit 2. Steamed squid, physical defense 20, lasting for 24 hours, permanent constitution 2. Teppanyaki squid tentacles, movement speed 20, lasting for 24 hours, permanent agility 2. Stone pot oyster squid. And tofu soup, magic recovery 2, health recovery 2, lasting for 24 hours, permanent magic point cap 20, permanent health point cap 20. By the end of the meal, Feng Xiu had effectively acquired all attributes too, along with an additional 20 points in magic and health point capacity. Attribute enhancement aside, he could not help but exclaim that Rong Yin's dishes were simply exquisite. The calamari rings were coated in a crisp batter, while the squid inside remained tender. Dipping it in pepper salt and pepper, one bite was heavenly. The steamed squid, seemingly simple, was all about the dipping sauce. A bowl of vinegar infused with garlic, a spoonful of soy sauce, a sprinkle of MSG, and a few drops of sesame oil topped with scallions. It was said to be a signature style from a coastal city, specifically for seafood. Content and satisfied, Feng Xiu and Li Bo leaned back with their round bellies, feeling as though they could soar. Uncle Rong, may I come over for meals regularly? Feng Xiu mused, believing that even without boss ingredients, Rong Yan's cooking would still be remarkable. You are always welcome. Chapter 76, A Profitable Venture. After a hearty meal, Feng Xiu continued his conversation with Chef Rong Yan, delving into matters of the culinary profession, skill enhancement, and exchanging contact information. He also retained a portion of the 8-armed red squid, which Rong Yan promised to prepare as dried squid, notifying Feng Xiu when it was ready for collection. Moments later, Li Bo expressed a desire to take Feng Xiu for a bath, and as they rose from their seats, the door was abruptly flung open. Ding ding ding, father, look what I brought you. A girl, scarcely 5 meters tall, bounded in, her hands grasping 2 sharks that were significantly larger than her. The girl immediately spotted Feng Xiu. What are you doing here? Feng Xiu recognized her with surprise. She was the girl who had brought out the 8-armed red squid from the Crab King cave dungeon earlier that morning and had even sparred with him. Do you two know each other? Li Bo inquired. This is Rong, Uncle Rong's daughter, Li Bo informed. Awkwardness enveloped Feng Xiu as he recalled nearly striking the girl with his blade that morning, only to find himself dining at her family's establishment later in the day. He felt an urgent need to make a hasty exit. Despite Uncle Rong's culinary profession, his powerful attributes could easily dismantle him. Feng Xiu is a guest brought by Li Bo, Rong Yin explained to his daughter. Li Bo brought a guest? That's wonderful, Rong exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she tossed the 2 sharks to her father. With a swift motion, Rong Rong leapt onto the seat beside Feng Xiao, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Feng Xiao, I have a risk-free, highly profitable business proposition. Are you interested? Li Bo will vouch for me. Feng Xiao was taken aback, initially thinking that Rong Rong's swift move was a challenge for a rematch. Yet, a risk-free, highly profitable business? What kind of guarantee? Li Bo wore a puzzled expression as well. Feng Xiao, your upcoming objective should be to acquire the hell-level keys for various dungeons, right? Rong Rong stated, a triumphant grin spreading across her face as she gauged Feng Xiao's reaction. Hey, I guessed right, she exclaimed, sensing she had struck a chord with Feng Xiao. With your combat prowess, dominating the rankings for the second transition dungeons is merely a matter of time, with 2 weeks to go before the leaderboard is finalized. No one can rival you for the top spot. However, hell-level dungeons are different. They are judged by who clears them first, not by speed. If I were you, I would focus on clearing the hell-level difficulty of the other dungeons before considering racing through the nightmare-level dungeons. Additionally, gather intel on the remaining 2 wild bosses. Aiming to complete all the rookie competition tasks, Rong Rong spoke animatedly, her enthusiasm palpable. Yet, Feng Xiao had to admit that her advice was spot on. This was indeed his strategy for the day, which explained his 40 runs of the Crab King Cave dungeon. What is your business proposition? Feng Xiao asked, beginning to piece things together. Keys for the hell-level difficulties of the 4 dungeons that have yet to be cleared, aside from Swordstar Bay, Rong Rong declared, rubbing her hands together in anticipation. You intend to sell me for keys? No, I do not possess 4 keys, but I have a means to acquire them. How about we join forces to conquer the hell-level dungeon together? Feng Xiao did not immediately acquiesce. Rather, he meticulously weighed the pros and cons. He had contemplated purchasing hell-level keys for other dungeons to enjoy the rewards and spoils of the newcomer competition solo. However, ever since the announcement of the newcomer competition, the price of hell-level keys had skyrocketed that very evening. A glance at the forums revealed a plethora of posts soliciting hell-level keys, with many even pinned for prominence. Clearly, there were numerous teams sharing Feng Xiao's sentiments. The prices being offered were astonishing. 1 key exchange for a piece of second transformation epic gear in the Aurora app. Such gear ranged from 8,000 to 10,000 Aurora points. Those unaware might assume that acquiring a key guaranteed passage through the hell-level dungeon and the subsequent drop of epic gear. Yet, should one fail to obtain epic items upon completion, the 1,000 Aurora points granted by the newcomer competition would scarcely suffice for purchasing keys and healing potions, let alone repairing equipment. Feng Xiao could not help but marvel at the abundance of wealth in this world. Even scions of prominent families were not scarce among those honing their skills in the Aurora Guild. For the sake of Aurora points and to gain favor with the higher-ups of the guild, they were willing to forfeit several pieces of epic gear. Feng Xiao attempted to post a similar solicitation, even offering an additional piece of rare second transformation equipment, yet still found no sellers. It was a classic case of demand exceeding supply. It seemed that teams possessing keys and sufficient strength were preparing to tackle the dungeons independently, while solo players or weaker teams with keys were merely waiting for the right buyer. With only 2 days since the inception of the newcomer competition, the price of a hell-level dungeon key could very well increase, provided the dungeons had yet to be breached. However, no one was collecting keys for the hell-level difficulty of the Crab King Cave. As Feng Xiao's achievement of completing the hell-level dungeon there had already spread throughout Haiguang City on the first day of the newcomer competition. After much contemplation, Feng Xiao resolved to collaborate with Rong Rong. After all, relying solely on himself would not yield efficiency comparable to that of the newcomers in the Aurora Guild. How will we split the task rewards in terms of Aurora points? Naturally, it would be 50-50. Rong Rong responded without hesitation. Feng Xiao regarded her quietly, causing her to feel a twinge of embarrassment. 50-50 seemed somewhat inequitable, considering that should they conquer the hell-level dungeon together, the disparity in combat strength meant it was likely Feng Xiao would ultimately be the sole victor. This would effectively render her contribution as merely providing a key. 60-40? Rong Rong cautiously proposed. 80-20, Feng Xiao countered. 70-30. Rong Rong immediately began to negotiate. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, Feng Xiao consented. Rong Rong quickly realized that Feng Xiao had been aiming for 70-30, and she bitterly regretted not being more steadfast in her initial 50-50 offer. Had she been firmer, she might have negotiated to a more favorable split of 65-35. Converted to Aurora points, that would have meant an additional 500 points in her favor. What about the spoils? Feng Xiao inquired further. Besides the Aurora points from the newcomer task, the loot from the boss would also be substantial. Hell-level dungeons had a chance of yielding epic gear and items. Feng Xiao had just acquired the epic artifact, the Star River, from the hell-level dungeon of Crab King Cave. Bro, that has to be 50-50. Rong Rong lamented. You're already taking the larger share of the Aurora points, she added with a hint of grievance. That is acceptable. But if an item or gear I desire drops, I will have the right of first refusal, Feng Xiao continued, indicating that the battle spoils could be evenly divided. It was only fair to grant Rong Rong some sweetener. Otherwise, if she were to sell the key to someone else, she might secure an epic item for herself. Rong Rong was willing to forego some of her earnings in collaboration to ensure her name was associated with the completion of the newcomer competition. She gestured an okay. In just a few exchanges, they had laid the groundwork for their partnership, albeit contingent upon mutual trust. Fang Xiu was not concerned about her defaulting. After all, Rong Rong was the daughter of Rong Yen, and while one might flee the monk, the temple would always remain. With Rong Yen's prowess as a 5-transformation 9-star practitioner, he would not stoop low enough to default on such a trivial amount of Aurora points. Moreover, Rong Rong knew that Li Bo and Fang Xiu were friends, which reassured her. In her view, given Fang Xiu's strength and reputation, the likelihood of him defaulting was minimal. Li Bo and Rong Yen had been listening to the entire exchange, and they had grasped the essence of the transaction. Rong Yen smiled, merely remaining a silent audience, refraining from interfering or involving himself in the dealings between his daughter and Fang Xiu. I will serve as your guarantor, Li Bo declared, thumping his chest. He held Fang Xiu in high regard. After all, Rong Rong was both the daughter of Rong Yen and a longtime acquaintance. Acting as a guarantor would earn him goodwill from both sides, and he was more than willing to get involved. As for the risk, it was merely a few thousand Aurora points, a sum he could certainly afford. Thank you, brother Li Bo. Next time, I'll treat you to a drink. Rong Rong cheerfully patted Li Bo's shoulder. When shall we set off? Fang Xiu inquired once more. Uncertain, Rong Rong replied, handing her phone to Fang Xiu. Let us add each other as friends. Once I acquire the keys, I will contact you immediately. All right, Fang Xiu nodded. You'd best procure the hell level keys for the other 3 dungeons first. I plan to run the Crab King Cave dungeon around 40 times tomorrow. Perhaps I might just obtain a key. 40 times? Rong Rong felt somewhat odd. How is 40 times any different from 4? Fang Xiu remarked nonchalantly. Understood. I will do my best, but if you happen to obtain the hell level key for the Crab King Cave, do let me know. Of course. But any key I obtain will not be shared with you. Naturally. Chapter 77. The Claw Fragment, Key the following noon. Defeated the Armored Crab King LV35. Gained 25. 770 experience. Dungeon cleared. Time. 3 minutes, 44 seconds. Recorded. Notice. You have entered the leaderboard for the Crab King Cave dungeon. Current rank. 1. Fang Xiu successfully cleared the Crab King Cave dungeon once more. He had lost count of how many times he had completed the dungeon that day. Each entry followed a standard procedure. Transform. Rush into the boss room. Switch forms. Defeat the boss. Collect the loot. Exit the dungeon without acquiring the hell level key. Re-enter. And repeat the process. The monotony was overwhelming. Fang Xiu felt as though he were grinding in a network game from his previous world. Please, grant me a hell level key. Transformation Stone. Crafted from the Armored Crab King. A faint purple glow emanated from the formation that appeared beneath the recently defeated Armored Crab King, grinding its massive crimson shell into powder and coalescing it into a red orb in midair. Notice, Transformation Stone, Armored Crab King, crafted successfully. Transformation Stone, Armored Crab King. Rarity, rare. Effect. Upon use, transform into the Armored Crab King, gaining 4 strength, 5 constitution, and the skills. Rough Shell, Claw Smash, Fire Resistance, lasting for 10 minutes. Description, a transformation stone infused with the power of the Armored Crab King. Through it, you shall perceive the world from the perspective of a crab, wielding its formidable pincers to cleave stone and rock. A rare success, albeit regrettably failing to trigger the 5-tier refinement. Otherwise, a perfect grade transformation stone would have been within reach. Fang Xiu ventured into his professional space to assess the situation. After numerous attempts at the Crab King Cave dungeon, where he had predominantly vanquished bosses rather than minions, he had successfully crafted the transformation stone for the Armored Crab King only 7 times, with not a single instance of tier refinement. Otherwise, he would have been inclined to replicate the Swordstar Bay, acquiring 10 perfect grade transformation stones through tier advancement to forge an epic grade transformation stone. Although the Armored Crab King had an unappealing appearance, its attributes enhanced strength and constitution, which were precisely the types he lacked. Alas, the old fellow in the Crab King Cave proved uncooperative. Unlike the Swordstar Bay, he could not rely on the wind wheel to swiftly clear the entire dungeon. Fang Xiu decided to leave it to chance and not push his luck. Just as he prepared to gather his spoils, he suddenly noticed a fist-sized crab claw beneath the disappearing Armored Crab King. So small, it surely could not belong to the Armored Crab King. Fang Xiu bent down to collect the claw, and its attributes immediately unveiled before him. Crab Claw Remnant. Special item. Effect. Carrying this item unlocks the hell level of the Crab King Cave dungeon. Description. A fragmented crab claw. It seems to have once witnessed the grandeur of its time. Finally, something worthwhile. Fang Xiu exhaled with relief. He was nearly exhausted from battling the Armored Crab King. Now, all that remained was to conquer the hell level dungeon, after which he would no longer need to return to the Crab King Cave. He should send a message to Rong Rong, informing her that she need not gather the hell level dungeon keys from the Crab King Cave anymore. Naturally, he intended to keep the spoils for himself, as the Crab Claw Remnant had been his own hard-earned acquisition, and he had no intention of sharing the benefits with Rong Rong. As Fang Xiu took out his phone, ready to message Rong Rong, he noticed she had just sent him a message. Feng Xiao, I managed to obtain the hell-level key for the Sea Serpent Algae region. Hurry over. To his surprise, she truly had secured one. Feng Xiao was taken aback. His own post in the forum had yet to yield any responses. While she had just mentioned collaborating yesterday and had already acquired a key today, it seemed she indeed possessed some skill. Wait for me half an hour. I'll be there soon, Feng Xiao replied, then opted to exit the dungeon. He arrived at the entrance of the Crab King Cave dungeon. The area was desolate. Aside from the occasional sword-star fish swimming by, not a single adventurer was in sight. This scene starkly contrasted with the bustling activity he had witnessed upon his first arrival. He felt no surprise the last time he exited the dungeon. The scene had been quite similar. Earlier that morning, he had seen a few individuals loitering at the entrance, neither entering the dungeon nor engaging in conversation, merely observing him. At that moment, Feng Xiao had found it peculiar. Now, he understood that they were likely there to keep a watchful eye on him. Confirming which dungeon he was currently tackling to report back in the forum. Feng Xiao estimated that the entirety of Haiguang City was now aware of his endeavors in the Crab King Cave dungeon. No one was foolish. Given Feng Xiao's completion of the Sword Star Bay and subsequent attempts in the Crab King Cave, it was easy for others to deduce his current situation. Those who sought to achieve the first clear of the Hell level difficulty or believed that such a feat was unattainable and merely aimed to farm Hell level keys for sale would shy away from the Crab King Cave. Spending 2.5 to 3 hours to clear the dungeon, while Feng Xiao could accomplish it in under 4 minutes, made his efficiency in key farming appear exponentially superior, and he was still aiming for a 6. Feng Xiao turned and re-entered the Crab King Cave dungeon, selecting the Hell level difficulty. What? You wonder why I don't head directly to the Sea Serpent Algae region? What a joke. Feng Xiao did not wish to make another trip to the Crab King Cave dungeon. He had told Rong Rong it would take half an hour, so that 30 minutes would be ample time for him to conquer the Hell-level Crab King Cave dungeon before rushing to the Sea Serpent Algae region. Chapter 78, Flame Lord Crab. Once more within the Crab King Cave, a dungeon he had cleared nearly 100 times. Feng Xiao felt an unfamiliarity akin to his first entry. Unlike the Nightmare level, where the path was occasionally illuminated by luminescent stones, the Hell-level Crab King Cave was engulfed in total darkness, with visibility reduced to nil. Furthermore, the once cool seawater now felt somewhat heated. Indeed, the contents of the Hell-level dungeon were markedly different from the Nightmare level, as Feng Xiao inferred from the key's description. The Hell-level dungeon likely represented the original state of the dungeon upon its creation, while the Nightmare level and lower tiers were merely a weakened version of that reality. Goo goo goo. A peculiar sound echoed from afar. That sound was all too familiar to Feng Xiao. It was the Armored Crab Kings. Could he see the Armored Crab King at the entrance? It appeared that all the foes in the Hell-level difficulty were bosses from the Nightmare-level dungeon. Feng Xiao speculated, reaching for the Armored Crab King's transformation stone to embed it in his combat transformation device, opting for transformation. As light flickered, Feng Xiao transformed into a towering figure clad in crimson armor, the Armored Crab King. Almost instantly, the darkness that had characterized the Crab King Cave transformed into brilliance upon his transformation. Dark vision. Among the 3 transformation stones embedded in the Armored Crab King transformation stone he had created existed this skill. Gazing ahead, he noticed 2 Armored Crab Kings dozing on either side of the path in the vast cavern, their colossal forms akin to sentinels guarding the entrance. Armored Crab King, Elite, LV 38. HP 3200-3200. Their level and HP surpassed those of the star-chopping swordfish in the Sword Star Bay. Feng Xiao had no interest in battling such tough-skinned, resilient creatures that could withstand a single strike. He promptly maneuvered his massive form between the 2 Armored Crab Kings. The 2 Armored Crab Kings merely cast a fleeting glance at Feng Xiao, mistaking him for a fellow sibling, and returned to their slumber without further concern. Continuing deeper into the dungeon, Feng Xiao encountered the Xuanjia Cannon Turtle and the Fire Pattern Clam, both elite-level monsters. These creatures were absent from the Nightmare-level dungeon, and what should have occupied their positions were their lesser counterparts. Not all were the final bosses of the Crab King Cave dungeon. Rather, they appeared as elite-level monsters at the caliber of bosses. Feng Xiao summarized once more. Though the Xuanjia Cannon Turtle and Fire Pattern Clam were not of the same species, they sensed Feng Xiao's aura and disregarded him, continuing their leisurely swim in the water. The heat was becoming increasingly intense. Feng Xiao muttered to himself. He was now the Armored Crab King. The transformation stone's accompanying skill surely granted him fire resistance. Thus, the warmth he felt upon entering dissipated. But now he sensed the water growing hotter. This indicated that he might be immersed in scalding water. No wonder the Armored Crab King's shell was red. Perhaps it wasn't merely a matter of species, but rather that it had been cooked. Feng Xiao speculated quietly. However, with such high temperatures underwater, could there truly be a volcano beneath? Feng Xiao recalled that the dungeon data had not mentioned a volcano beneath the Crab King Cave. He pressed onward toward the location of the boss. After approximately 5 minutes of navigation, despite the alterations to the terrain from the Nightmare level, Feng Xiao swiftly located the final boss chamber. A spacious underwater expanse greeted him. Upon entering this area, Feng Xiao was captivated by the astonishing scenery within. At the very heart of the cosmos, a cluster of crimson flames flickered quietly, resembling a blossoming red lotus. The searing heat enveloping the surroundings emanated from this very source. Is there fire burning beneath the sea? This notion seemed to defy Feng Xiu's understanding. Just as he prepared to draw nearer for a better look, a colossal crab, larger than the king armored crab by twofold, obstructed his path. Most astonishing was the creature's back, where the scarlet flames raged fiercely, yet the giant crab remained blissfully unaware. Two lengthy, luminous eyes glimmered like electrified rods, glaring sternly at Feng Xiu, while its pincers snapped rapidly, seemingly interrogating him about his presence. What brings you here? Depart at once. This place is beyond your reach. Feng Xiu cast a glance at the giant crab's head. Flame Lord Crab. HP 40000. This must be the final boss of the Hell-level Crab King Cave dungeon. Thus, he transformed into the humanoid form of the Star Sword King Fish. Class change, Life Sword. Instantaneously, the Flame Lord Crab was momentarily taken aback as its diminutive subordinate morphed into a human, radiating a formidable sea creature aura. With a mere lift of its claw, darkness enveloped the space. The enraged bellow of the Flame Lord Crab echoed as the searing pain in its eyes drove it into a frenzy. Feng Xiu executed a decisive and swift sword technique, targeting the crab's electrifying eyes. As an epic-grade Lord artifact, the sharpness of the galaxy was indisputable. With a single strike, he severed both of its eyes. In response, a blood-red numeral slowly ascended. 812, critical damage. For most creatures equipped with this organ, the eyes are indeed a vulnerability. Nevertheless, beyond the damage inflicted by this weakness, Feng Xiu was more concerned about the fact that this strike had rendered the Flame Lord Crab blind. It could see no more. The enraged and frenzied Flame Lord Crab flailed its pincers wildly in the vast expanse, effortlessly smashing through walls and crashing down upon the ground, creating a deep crater. Yet, its adversary, Feng Xiu, remained unperturbed, merely 10 meters to its left. 10. Suddenly, Feng Xiu noticed his health rapidly declining. A searing pain radiating from various parts of his body. Glancing down at his arm, he saw a patch of red. Checking his status bar revealed a burn. Classified as moderate. His health was plummeting at a rate of 10 points per second. This was due to his transformation into the Star Sword King Fish, which had stripped him of the fire resistance provided by the armored Crab King, making him susceptible to the surrounding scalding currents. Fortunately, his eyes retained the organ strength of the Star Sword King Fish, sparing him from the sensation of burning. Otherwise, he would likely be blind by now. If it weren't for the transformation stone, embarking on the Hell-level Crab King Cave dungeon would surely require fire resistance potions, Feng Xiu muttered. Hastily swimming toward the Flame Lord Crab and unleashing all his attack skills in the shortest time possible. Critical strike. Life flow slash. Star Sword charge. Star King's blade. After a flurry of strikes, he followed up with an instant attack. How trivial was the burning status, reducing 10 life points per second. As long as my damage output remains sufficiently high, the health lost to the burn shall be compensated by you, Flame Lord Crab. Prepare to meet your demise. Chapter 79. The Sea of Flames and Lotus. The glimmering sword light caused the Flame Lord Crab's health to steadily and rapidly decline. Deprived of its eyes, it lacked the formidable regenerative abilities to swiftly regrow its organs, resulting in erratic attacks. Meanwhile, Feng Xiu, benefiting from his superior speed and the freedom granted by the transformation stone in the water, maneuvered effortlessly. The rhythm of attack and timing was entirely dictated by Feng Xiu. It could be said that this was the easiest boss battle Feng Xiu had ever experienced. In the future, Hell-level dungeons could employ such strategies. First, transform for close combat. Then swiftly blind the boss before unleashing an onslaught, he contemplated. After several minutes of combat, while his health dwindled due to the burn, he simultaneously regained health through lifesteal, maintaining a remarkably stable condition. However, the alternating sensations of searing pain from the burn and the chilling relief from healing created a feeling akin to an inferno and an ice abyss. Initially, Feng Xiu struggled with the discomfort, but gradually he began to relish the experience. I can't possibly be developing a taste for this. Feng Xiu quickly shook his head. How could a model youth of the new era succumb to such whims? Moments later, the Flame Lord Crab, driven to madness by its blindness, finally collapsed. Defeated Flame Lord Crab LV-43, gained 175,120 experience. Dungeon cleared. Time, 14 minutes and 2 seconds. Score recorded. Notification, you have cleared the Crab King Cave Dungeon, Hell level. Your name will be inscribed on the dungeon monument for 365 days. As the moment of victory over the Flame Lord Crab arrived, Feng Xiu immediately reverted to the transformation of the armored Crab King, utilizing his fire resistance to mitigate further burn damage. Transformation Stone Refinement Formation. Notification, Transformation Stone Refinement failed. Another failure. Currently, failure held little consequence. What mattered was success at critical moments, Feng Xiu mused, having grown accustomed to the setbacks of stone refinement. He could only hope that fortune followed a principle of conservation, where present failures would yield future successes. For instance, when defeating certain formidable bosses. Checking the loot. The drops from the Flame Lord Crab were minimal, consisting solely of a single item, a fiery armor that burned on the surface, reminiscent of the crab's shell. Feng Xiu initially thought it to be a piece of armor equipment, only to discover it was a special item. Flame armor. Special item. Effect, upon use. It envelopes the body in a layer of flame armor, capable of withstanding damage up to a maximum of 10,000, lasting for 5 minutes. During this period, any physical attacks received will inflict burn damage on the attacker, dealing 10 points of damage per second for 100 seconds, stackable up to 10 layers. Usage count, 11. Usage requirement, second class advancement. Description, the armor that the Flame Lord Crab takes pride in, granting it formidable defensive capabilities while also burning its assailants. Feng Xiu could immediately ascertain that this was a top-tier special item for a second-class advancement, with the ability to absorb up to 10,000 damage. It represented a terrifying shield at Feng Xiu's level, coupled with a burning retaliation effect akin to reflective armor. Each layer could incinerate an opponent's health by 1,000 points over 100 seconds. If utilized in player-versus-player combat, Feng Xiu could hardly fathom how formidable he would become. In boss battles, it also served as an excellent defensive item. Regrettably, it could only be used once, necessitating its deployment at a crucial moment. Trading it for a second-class epic-level piece of equipment would undoubtedly be feasible. Feng Xiu stowed the flame armor into his backpack. He then turned his gaze toward the flame that burned serenely in the water, resembling a blooming lotus. Could this be a special terrain of the Hell-level dungeon? Or a unique item? Feng Xiu cautiously approached the cluster of flames. As he drew nearer, the surrounding currents grew increasingly scalding, to the point where even the fire-resistance skills acquired from his transformation into the Armored Crab King were barely sufficient to withstand. 10-10. Observing the damage values appearing above his head, the burn effect re-emerged, prompting Feng Xiu to hastily retreat a couple of steps. It seemed he required a greater degree of fire resistance. To utilize the flame armor for damage resistance? That would be too extravagant. Feng Xiu opened his attribute panel, directing his gaze towards the skill bar of his Primitive Apprentice class. The title of Primitive Honor flashed before him. He was about to transform into the Flame Lord Crab. To facilitate this metamorphosis, he would expend the Crab King Metamorphosis Stone embedded within his combat transformation device. As anticipated, the outcome of his transformation was indeed the Flame Lord Crab. Switching to his half-human form, Feng Xiu floated within the scalding currents, his eyes aglow like searchlights. His skin bore a thin, red membrane reminiscent of a crab's shell, with faint flames flickering upon its surface, causing no harm to him whatsoever. His hands had grown particularly robust, rivaling, if not exceeding, the heft of a bear's paw. The half-human visage of the Flame Lord Crab struck Feng Xiu as peculiar. Yet the formidable power that accompanied this transformation was indisputable. The skill set now included a fiery explosion in addition to the capabilities of the Crab King. While the flame-resistant skill had evolved into the Molten Body, granting heightened resistance to fire and amplifying any fire-based skills he might possess. If Feng Xiu wielded fire skills, the Flame Lord Crab would undoubtedly serve as an exceptional transformation. Thanks to the Molten Body, Feng Xiu felt a warmth enveloping him rather than suffering from the oppressive heat surrounding him. No wonder the Flame Lord Crab favored this locale. As he approached the lotus-shaped flame, its attributes soon materialized before him. Ocean Flame Lotus. Special item. Effect. Upon use, all fire-based skills automatically gain the Ocean Flame effect. Usage requirements. Fire-based skills, 100 spirit. Description. A flame that can burn in water. Absorbing it grants the practitioner the ability to wield such flames. Indeed, it was an exotic element. Feng Xiu's eyes sparkled, quite literally in a physical sense. The ability to burn in the ocean was a characteristic unique to exotic elements. Although he was uncertain as to why such elements appeared within a hellish dungeon, it was unequivocally the finest reward for his venture into the Crab King's lair. Extending his hand, Feng Xiu carefully stowed the Ocean Flame Lotus within his professional space. The body of the Flame Lord Crab, in contrast to that of a human, would likely result in an instant scalding if he reached for the Ocean Flame Lotus. Under normal circumstances, practitioners should utilize specialized containers to absorb such items, akin to the Wind Seed he had previously acquired. The Wind Seed, dropped by the angry Wind Young Dragon boss, was already contained within a vessel. The exterior appeared as a green crystal sphere, merely a container for the true essence of the wind, which swirled within. However, lacking any containers for exotic elements, Feng Xiu resorted to the more straightforward approach of placing the Ocean Flame Lotus in his backpack, planning to procure a suitable container upon his return. Chapter 80. Sea Serpent Algae Field. Departing from the Crab King's lair, Feng Xiu transformed back into the half-human form of the Star Sword King fish. Hastening towards the Sea Serpent Algae Field, while en route, he retrieved his phone to peruse the description of the Sea Serpent Algae Field dungeon. The Sea Serpent Algae Field was a terrain abundant with seaweed, where sea serpents camouflaged themselves amidst the algae to ambush unsuspecting creatures. Given the multitude of serpents inhabiting the area, it earned its name. In this dungeon, defensive and offensive prowess took a backseat to keen perception. Identifying the serpents concealed within the seaweed and striking first could lead to a swift victory. The primary foes within this dungeon included seaweed serpents and demon algae. After approximately 5 minutes of swimming, Fang Xiu reached the entrance of the sea serpent algae field dungeon. Before him lay a forest of seaweed, each stalk spanning dozens of meters, reminiscent of towering trees in a primordial forest. The seaweed swayed gently with the currents, exuding a deceptive sense of tranquility that belied the lurking dangers. As Fang Xiu approached, the entrance to the sea serpent algae field buzzed with activity, a stark contrast to the scene at the Crab King's lair. However, with his arrival, it was inevitable that this vibrancy would soon mirror the stillness of the Crab King's domain. There, Rong Rong had been waiting at the dungeon's entrance and waved eagerly upon spotting Fang Xiu. He swiftly descended before her. "Why are you so late?" Rong Rong complained, having waited quite some time. "When you messaged me, I happened to just obtain the key for the hell level of the Crab King's dungeon. So I completed it first," Fang Xiu explained casually, glancing at the time. "It's been 27 minutes since you messaged, still within the 30-minute mark. You're impressive." Upon learning that Fang Xiu had completed a hell-level dungeon before arriving without exceeding the time limit, Rong Rong could only offer him a thumbs up. "Not too bad. What about you? How did you obtain your key?" Fang Xiu inquired curiously. "What else could it be?" "I had to beg and plead." Rong Rong's enthusiasm was palpable as she recounted the tale of acquiring the key. "Let me tell you, hell-level keys are practically impossible to find on the market now. Those greedy fellows on the forums are offering prices equivalent to second-tier epic equipment, but in reality, they're seeking third-tier epic equipment at the headquarters of the Aurora Guild. Luckily, my dad and I were among the first batch to develop Haiguang City, or else I wouldn't have found any spare keys." Rong Rong proudly placed her hands on her hips. "I asked some of the uncles and aunts who came here with us. Some of them were also second-tier professionals when they arrived and had cleared these second-tier dungeons. They had a hell-level key left over from when they were too timid to use it." With a flourish, Rong Rong held up a piece of seaweed, proclaiming it to be the key to the hell-level dungeon of the sea serpent algae field. A third-tier epic piece of equipment for a key? Are the wealthy simply foolish? Fang Xiu found it hard to believe. In the Aurora Guild App Store, a third-tier epic piece of equipment started at 10,000 Aurora points, with most costing 12,000 or more, and the priciest reaching 20,000 Aurora points. Moreover, even if one obtained a key, there was no guarantee of clearing a hell-level dungeon. If the outcome was akin to Fang Xiu's experience in the Crab King dungeon, where defeating the boss yielded only a single item, then newcomers would struggle to break even on their investments. The emergence of the ocean flame lotus as an exotic element was an exceedingly rare occurrence and could not be equated. Not to mention the potions and items spent throughout the journey. It's an absolute loss, Fang Xiu mused. Are there not enough young masters willing to splurge for the sake of vanity these days? Rong Rong was unfazed. Besides, if they have the means to exchange a third-tier epic piece for a key, they must be fully equipped with second-tier epic gear. A team can certainly conquer a hell-level dungeon easily. It's not just about the 10,000 Aurora points. It's also about making a name for themselves. True enough. Fang Xiu conceded. The world of the affluent was indeed beyond his comprehension. "Let us go. We need to enter the dungeon. Swiftly clear the hell-level difficulty of the sea serpent algae field, and then come to my house for a nice dinner tonight. Tomorrow, I'll inquire about any available keys." Rong Rong extended a team invitation to Fang Xiu. The two swiftly stepped into the portal of the dungeon, their figures vanishing. Meanwhile, at the very spot where they had conversed, a figure cloaked in black, with shifty eyes, gradually came into focus. Stealth, a hallmark skill of rogues and assassins. Fang Xiu has arrived at the hell-level dungeon of the sea serpent algae field. The rogue retrieved his phone to check for pictures of Fang Xiu on the forums. He had been stealthily lingering beside the dungeon's stone tablet, not intending to eavesdrop. It was merely a habit to remain hidden in the wild. Yet, he inadvertently overheard a remarkable piece of information. "I must inform the boss immediately. The Lin Dongjian squad has finally reached the threshold of the final boss's chamber. Judging by their equipment, which radiates an array of colors, their configuration is remarkably high, not to mention a full set of epic gear. Each member possesses at least 3 to 4 pieces of epic equipment, which is the primary reason they have effortlessly made it this far. When strength is lacking, one must rely on equipment. At last, they stand before the boss. Encased in heavy steel armor, the Iron Guardian, Maki lets out a sigh of relief. He is utterly weary of grinding in the sea serpent algae field. Whether it be the sea serpents or the algae demons, their main tactic is to ensnare. And several times he found himself airborne, swinging helplessly before he even grasped the situation. For someone of his slow reflexes and defensive role, it is sheer torment. Maki musters his resolve, thinking that if they clear this, their leader will treat them to a splendid dinner tonight. Just last night, he had crafted a culinary itinerary, noting that a restaurant called Rongji in Haiguang City boasts exquisite flavors. The blade mage, Jiang Ziliang, grinning widely, claps Maki on the shoulder. After dining, they could enjoy a back massage, delightful. The mere thought of it brings joy, and the two momentarily forget their previous exhaustion. However, their smiles quickly fade as they notice their leader's suddenly grave expression after receiving a phone call. What's the matter, Brother Lin? Maki inquires. Lin Dongjian puts down his phone, responding gravely. Fang Xiu has just entered the hell-level dungeon of the Sea Serpent Algae Field. So what if he has? Maki scoffs. We're already at the final boss. Does he really think he can outpace us? Jiang Ziliang remains silent, but shares the same sentiment. They have endured considerable hardships along the way, particularly with the serpents lurking within the algae. They are exceedingly troublesome. Even Fang Xiu would require ample time to traverse this terrain. This dungeon, the Sea Serpent Algae Field, is notably unique. Sheer strength does not guarantee an easy victory. Lin Dongjian shakes his head slightly, recalling that Fang Xiu took precisely 2 minutes and 2 seconds to clear the hell-level difficulty of the Sword Star Bay dungeon. Although discussions online suggest that Fang Xiu may have discovered a method for rapid completion, it is improbable, considering the expansive map of Sword Star Bay, which requires time to navigate. However, it is better to be cautious than to be sorry. To err on the side of safety, we must complete this dungeon as swiftly as possible. I permit you to utilize special items. With that, Lin Dongjian brandishes his epic weapon, the purple light spirit sword, striding towards the boss. Upon hearing their leader's words, Maki and Jiang Ziliang exchange solemn glances, their expressions turning serious as they grasp their weapons and closely follow Lin Dongjian's lead. Chapter 81. Harvesting the Sea Serpent Algae Field. At the entrance of the Sea Serpent Algae Field, Fang Xiu and Rong Rong gaze ahead. These algae are far too long and massive, Rong Rong exclaims. The algae before them starkly contrast with what they observed prior to entering. They are significantly larger, darker, and denser, swaying gently with the currents, yet devoid of any sense of tranquility, replaced instead by an eerie foreboding. Anyone can easily discern the peril that lurks within. Fang Xiu scrutinizes the algae before him. The dense black strands obscure any sight of the sea serpents. To be precise, it is not that he cannot see the sea serpents. Rather, he cannot distinguish which is a serpent and which is merely algae. According to the dungeon information they reviewed earlier, adventurers must identify the serpents concealed within the thick algae to discern their attributes. Otherwise, a cursory glance will not reveal the levels or HP of the serpents lurking within. Thus, the first task for any adventurer entering the Sea Serpent Algae Field is to identify the serpents hidden among the algae. This task poses no difficulty for Fang Xiu, as he has already devised a solution during the journey here. Weakness penetration. Fang Xiu's eyes shimmer with radiant starlight. Weakness penetration allows one to perceive the weaknesses of monsters, but is ineffective against ordinary algae. Consequently, within Fang Xiu's vision, several strands of algae nearby are suddenly marked with faint glimmers, indicating their vulnerabilities. Found you. Algal Fierce Serpent Elite LV 35. HP 1000. Fang Xiu is taken aback by the low HP of the Algal Fierce Serpent. The Sea Serpent Algae Field is the third hell-level dungeon he has entered. The previous 2 dungeons featured elite-level monsters such as the Slashing Star Swordfish with 2000 HP and the Armored Crab King with 3000 HP. He had assumed elite monsters would generally possess HP within the range of 2000 to 3000, but to his surprise, the Algal Fierce Serpent Elite has merely 1000 HP, even lower than the nightmarish Armored Crab King. However, this is advantageous, suggesting the boss of the dungeon may not possess excessively high HP either. Suddenly, a flash of insight strikes Fang Xiu, prompting him to pull out his phone once more to consult the information regarding the Sea Serpent Algae Field. What are you looking up? Rong Rong asks curiously. I'm checking the scale of the Sea Serpent Algae Field, Fang Xiu responds, quickly acquiring the information he seeks. The Sea Serpent Algae Field is not particularly vast, measuring approximately a circular basin with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Since the boss resides in the very center of the basin, regardless of the angle from which one enters the Sea Serpent Algae Field, they must traverse 500 meters to reach the boss's location. 500 meters is indeed a short distance, Fang Xiu contemplates. Without the algae obstructing the path, 500 meters would take an adventurer mere seconds to traverse. However, in the densely packed Sea Serpent Algae Field, it could take an hour or 2 to cover that distance. Based on the density of the Algal Fierce serpents observed at the entrance, Fang Xiu estimates that there may be over 100 serpents concealed within that 500-meter span. Considering the monster density in other hell-level dungeons, he surmises the total number of monsters might range between 200 and 300. Adventurers must remain vigilant while advancing, ever wary of being ambushed by the throng of serpents. This necessitates that all entering adventurers remain on high alert. However, enduring such heightened tension for an hour or 2 could very well lead to an adventurer's nerves fraying before they even complete the distance. Fang Xiu, on the other hand, has no cause for concern. He can utilize a transformation stone to turn the Sea Serpent Algae Field into his own domain. Yet, he wishes to adopt a different strategy for quicker completion. Transmutation, Blade of Life. Fang Xiu stands at the entrance of the Sea Serpent Algae Field, swiftly executing 100 sword strikes to fully charge the Blade of Life technique. Step back, keep your distance, he instructs Rong Rong. What are you planning? Rong Rong asks. Perplexed by Feng Xiu's grand display, Feng Xiu does not respond, instead silently lifting his left hand towards the sky. Sword of the Star King. A brilliant and formidable energy erupts, summoning the celestial forces from all directions to coalesce into a swirling vortex, all converging into Feng Xiu's left hand. His left hand transforms into a 3-meter-long, half-meter-wide colossal star sword, and as the starlight accumulates, this star sword surges towards the surface of the sea, ultimately crystallizing into a super-colossal sword that measures a staggering 100 meters in length. Standing at the entrance of the sea serpent algae field, Feng Xiu channels all his might and swings the star sword forward. Instantly, the 100-meter star sword arcs through the air like a scythe, harvesting the algae and the algal fierce serpents before him. Feng Xiu witnesses a flurry of crimson numbers erupting amidst the dense algae in the distance. 3045, 3111, 3133. Though the Sword of the Star King originates from the skill of the Star Sword King Fish, it is also a swordsmanship technique, equally enhanced by the buffs of the Blade of Life technique. The already terrifying damage, augmented by the Spirit Sword technique, erupted explosively. Even in the absence of the weakness damage from penetrating vulnerabilities and the formidable effects of defense negation, it was sufficient to annihilate this group of fragile sea serpents. No, they were still indebted to Feng Xiu for 2 lives. As he slaughtered a multitude of monsters, notifications of experience gained began to incessantly flash before his eyes. Slayed Algae Fiend Serpent, Elite, LV35, gained 3,500 experience. Slayed Black Algae Demon, Elite, LV37, gained 4,212 experience. Slayed Algae Fiend Serpent, Elite, LV35, gained 3,500 experience. Gazing at the rapidly appearing notifications that were almost illegible, Feng Xiu momentarily felt a sense of disorientation, as if he had returned to the Swordfish Bay instance. The exhilarating sensation of dispatching a horde of monsters with a single skill had returned. But there was more to come. With a swift push of his toes, Feng Xiu, under the astonished gaze of Rong, propelled himself like a cannonball to the edge where the Sword of the Star King had just struck. The Sword of the Star King in his hand remained undiminished as he swung it again. Instantly, a flurry of crimson numbers and rapidly ascending experience notifications reappeared. Exhilarating. Feng Xiu exhaled softly. He felt an even greater thrill than during his time in Swordfish Bay. Back then, he merely tossed a gale wheel casually and relied on the force of the undercurrent to reap all the monsters. His sense of involvement was minimal, but now, it was different. Feng Xiu was personally wielding the Sword of the Star King to execute the slaughters. This was akin to the contrast between a mage and a warrior in battle. A mage casting fireballs from a distance, while exhilarating, could not compare to the visceral satisfaction of a warrior engaging in close combat, with each strike spilling blood and vanquishing foes. With 2 strikes, Feng Xiu cleaved a 200-meter expanse, leaving only half of the seaweed and sea serpents beneath his feet. Yet it was not enough. One more strike. One strike after another. Feng Xiu resembled a diligent farmer, swinging his scythe to harvest the ripened wheat. The sea serpents and algae fell like a vast field of grain, toppling in swathes beneath the blade of his relentless reaping.